What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Pirate at the Peak, let the world feel pain. 1 FP Chapter 1 World Government, get ready to feel the pain. Calm Belt, Isle of Daughters. In the dense jungle, a muscular young man with a bare upper body was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His black hair and handsome cheeks were enough to fascinate thousands of girls. But, what doesn't match his handsome face is the dense, crisscrossing scars on his body. Especially the huge brand on the back, which occupies almost the entire back, is even more eye-catching. It is the symbol of celestial dragons, the hoofprint of the celestial dragon. This symbol means that this young man was once a slave of celestial dragons, a nobleman of the world government. Ding! Sign in successfully. Congratulations to host for getting the Sage of Six Paths body. Reminder. Host has obtained all ninjutsu, and the number of check-ins in Daughters Island has reached the upper limit. Subsequent check-ins will not continue to receive rewards. Host needs to go to other maps to check in. Luo Xiu heard the notification sound of the system, and slowly opened his eyes. The circles of threads in the pupils looked so mysterious. Have you reached the limit? Also, it's time to go out and make the world government feel the pain? Luo Xiu muttered to himself, raised his arms, and looked at the crisscrossing scars on his body. An unbearable memory appeared in his mind, and a sharp and cold light flashed in his eyes. He is not a native of this world, but a traveler from Blue Star. As an orphan in his previous life, he was bullied since he was a child, and he was admitted to university with the help of welfare and kind people. Before he had time to feel the warmth of the ivory tower, he was hit and killed by an out-of-control truck because he was saving a young daughter. The soul travels through this world, becoming a mother and child. His father is a small businessman, and his mother is gentle and virtuous. Since his birth, Luo Xiu has been taken care of by his parents and loved him so much that Luo Xiu felt unprecedented warmth, which made up for the shortcomings of his previous life. Originally, Luo Xiu could have a healthy, happy childhood. But, everything changed when Luo Xiu was 8 years old. The nobles of the world, the celestial dragons who are known as the descendants of the creator, came to their town to play, just because the celestial dragons thought that the kneeling posture of everyone welcoming them was not good, so they killed all those who were not satisfied with the kneeling posture. Luo Xiu's parents were among them. The rest were all captured and became slaves of the celestial dragons, and Luo Xiu was one of them. What a ridiculous reason. What a sad world this is. Civilians are like cattle and sheep in front of celestial dragons, slaughtering at will. Luo Xiu was angry, unwilling, and in pain, but there was nothing he could do. Although he is a time traveler, he has no cheat, so he can only be brought back to Mariejois as a slave by celestial dragons and become a toy of celestial dragons to please them. Whipping, cutting, bleeding, fighting animals and so on. Advertisement. But what comforted Luo Xiu a little was that here he met the 3 Hancock sisters who were also captured as slaves. Several weak souls snuggled up to each other, reported to the group to keep warm, and sought a glimmer of life in the cracks. Until a hero climbed the red line with his bare hands. Mariejois made a fuss, the 3 sisters Luo Xiu and Hancock and many slaves escaped. For Luo Xiu, this memory is like a nightmare, suffering the cruelest punishment, torture and pain in the world. He swore that one day he would kill all the celestial dragons and make this corrupt world feel pain. After escaping from Mariejois, Luo Xiu's cheat awakened, called God of Ninja System. Choose a place, and you can get various ninjutsu rewards by signing in. But Luo Xiu didn't swell immediately because of getting cheats. The perennial pain made his mentality far beyond ordinary people. As a traveler, he knows how deep the water in this world is, not to mention the existence in the depths of Mariejois that has lived for hundreds of years, just the naval headquarters under the world government, CP troops, God's knights, etc. enough for Luo Xiu to drink a pot. If it swells, I don't know how it died, therefore. Luo Xiu followed Hancock to Daughter Island, and the cuddling in the endless pain and suffering had already formed a deep bond between the two. They depended on each other and became the only male on Nine Snake Island. For more than 10 years, Luo Xiu has been signing in and practicing at Daughter Island, and occasionally going out to the nearby Beast Island to practice with those powerful beasts. Until today, Luo Xiu obtained all the ninjutsu, secret technique, blood succession limit, etc. in the entire ninja world, and became a veritable ninja god. Not only ninjutsu, his conqueror's haki has also reached a very high level. For revenge, to make the world government feel the pain. Luo Xiu has been unswervingly working hard and cultivating, even after awakening the system, he never relaxes for a moment. Luo Xiu, a susu soft sound came from a distance with infinite love and attachment. Looking up, a beautiful figure was rapidly approaching. Luo Xiu showed a gentle smile on his stern face, with infinite love. The purple cheongsam outlines a perfect figure, and the alluring face is enough to fascinate all beings. It is the #1 beauty in the pirate world, the Emperor of Nine Snake Island, Boa Hancock. Come to me. A swoop, Hancock hangs on Luo Xiu like a koala. Honey, I miss you. Advertisement. Hancock buried his head in Luo Xiu's chest like a cat, and kept rubbing against Luo Xiu's chest, with indescribable tenderness and affection. If this scene is seen by outsiders, their jaws will definitely drop. Ever since Boa Hancock became the Emperor of Nine Snake Island, he has always given people the impression of haughty, cold and arrogant, as if he has no words for everything in the world. Hancock. I'm leaving, Luo Xiu said in a heavy voice, full of deep reluctance. What? Leave? Why, darling, is it that the concubine is not doing well enough? If my concubine's body is not good enough, I can change it, please don't leave me, okay? Luo Xiu's words hit Hancock's head like a bolt from the blue, making her face pale and bloodless. Looking at Luo Xiu, her expression was full of tension, apprehension, fear, and she looked like she was about to cry, like an abandoned animal, kitten. After experiencing the suffering of Mariejois, the two lived and died together. Hancock has long regarded Luo Xiu as his everything. Don't look at Hancock, who is now the Empress of Nine Snakes Island. He is majestic on the outside, but he is extremely insecure inside. Take it easy, Hancock. You will always be my baby, my love. I'm not leaving you, abandoning you, but leaving Nine Snakes Island to prepare for revenge on the world government. Give back to those celestial dragons 10 times the pain we have suffered. I want to make the world government feel the pain. I'm going to pull those celestial dragons down from the altar. Boom, a domineering momentum erupted from Luo Xiu's body. Heaven, stormy clouds, lightning and thunder, underground. Trees snapped. The earth is cracked. All the creatures in the entire Daughter Island, even the calm belt creatures in the hundreds of miles around the Daughter Island, were affected by Luo Xiu Haki, and they all fell into a coma. This moment, even the sky and the earth trembled. The second chapter comes out, Sabadi Archipelago, News of Celestial Dragons. Hancock looked at Luo Xiu's Haki Wushuang figure with a pair of watery beautiful eyes. His eyes were blurred and fascinated. Own man is so Haki. Bring the celestial dragons down from their altars. Overthrow the corrupt world government. What a great dream this is. Honey, I believe you will be fine. The concubine will always be with you. Hancock wrapped her arms around Luo Xiu's tiger waist and hugged her tightly, her cheek pressed against his chest, wishing to rub herself into Luo Xiu's body to express her inner support for Luo Xiu. Don't worry. The struggle with the world government will undoubtedly be a long war. I will go out and pave the way first. Hancock, you should train your soldiers on Nine Snakes Island first, get ready, and then get rid of your identity as 7 warlords of the sea when the time is right. Luo Xiu said softly, feeling warm in his heart. He could feel Hancock's firm, turbulent and fiery heart. But, I don't want to be separated from you. Hancock's arms hugging Luo Xiu's tiger's waist couldn't help but tighten a little again, pouted his mouth, and acted coquettishly to Luo Xiu with a look of reluctance, showing his little girlishness. This lovely appearance made Luo Xiu's heart beat slightly faster. The most beautiful woman in the world is acting like a baby in front of you. Who can stand this? I don't want to be separated from dear Hancock either. But, the vengeance of our parents, and the pain we suffered in the so-called Holy Land, the so-called descendants of the Creator, do not allow us to live in comfort. Honey, be good. I promise that after I leave Nine Snake Island, I will contact you on the phone every day. When your man and I pull celestial dragons off the altar, we can get tired of being together every day and never separate. Luo Xiu hugged Hancock, gently brushed her princess-cut hair, and coaxed her softly. Come, then stay with me today and leave tomorrow, okay? Both of them were slaves in Mariejois. Hancock is well aware of the pain and hatred that Luo Xiu bears. She has no reason to stop this man from running to the sea, and she will not. It is good. Advertisement, I don't do anything today, I just accompany you. Looking at Hancock's eager eyes, Luo Xiu agreed without hesitation, feeling ashamed and apologetic in his heart. These years. His heart is full of hatred for the celestial dragons and the world government, and his mind is only practicing, and he rarely accompanies Hancock. On the contrary, she never complained and took care of herself meticulously. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation are all covered. In the outside world, she is a cold and domineering empress. But in front of Luo Xiu, she is just a gentle and virtuous wife. The two put aside all the troubles of cultivation and government affairs, and happily played on Nine Snake Island, shopping, and playing games like an ordinary couple. The next day, in the Nine Snake Palace, Luo Xiu lifted the quilt, sat up, looked at the tired Hancock who was sleeping soundly, with a look of reluctance on his face. But then he felt confident, put on his clothes, and left the bedroom lightly without disturbing anyone. Sabadi Archipelago, Shaki's ripoff. Luo Xiu looked at the familiar door with a smile on his face, opened it and walked in. A tall, mature woman with short black hair and a beautiful face, smoking a lady's cigarette, was wiping the wine glass in the bar counter. Luo Xiu walked up to the woman and sat down, with a wicked smile on his face. Shaki, I haven't seen you for many years, but you are still so beautiful, it makes my heart flutter. Well, Aunt also likes a little wolf dog like you. Do you want to live lightly together at night? Shaki took a puff of a lady's cigarette, sprayed it on Luo Xiu's face, licked his lips. His voice was full of temptation, and directly flirted with Luo Xiu in turn. Cough cough cough, 1. He. Forget it, I'm afraid Mr. Rayleigh will try to kill me. Luo Xiu gave a dry cough and smiled awkwardly. Oh, little brat. What, are you ready to go to sea? Shaki rolled Luo Xiu's eyes, his expression was full of disdain, then he asked nonchalantly, and poured Luo Xiu a glass of wine. Yes, it's been long enough, it's time for revenge. Luo Xiu raised his head and drank the red wine in the glass. He placed the glass heavily on the bar, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. Advertisement, have you figured it out? Once you move the celestial dragons, you will be hunted for the rest of your life. Marine, CP, and even some hidden powers from the world government will hunt you down endlessly. Shaki took a sharp puff of his cigarette, his face became a little serious, and his voice was slightly dignified. As an informant, Shaki knows the consequences of provoking celestial dragons. Luo Xiu chuckled, and slowly took off his shirt, revealing the hideous dense scars all over his body and the hoofprints of the Tianxiang dragon on his back. These scars are always reminding me to kill those scum. And that ridiculous reason why my parents were killed. The kneeling posture is not good looking. Ha 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 ha. Luo Xiu pointed to the scars on his body, his expression gradually became cold, ferocious, and terrifying, and his laughter was filled with penetrating hatred and killing intent. With Luo Xiu of Sage Body, it is very easy to repair and eliminate these scars. But he didn't do that. Luo Xiu must use these scars to keep alert at all times, must slaughter those pigs, must make that rotten world government feel the pain. It's good that you don't regret it. Tomorrow afternoon, there will be an auction at the population auction site on Island Number 1, and celestial dragons will come to buy slaves at that time. Shaki could feel Luo Xiu's firm determination, so he stopped trying to persuade him and told him about the celestial dragons by the way. This little guy has been depressed for more than 10 years. It's time to release the resentment in my heart, thanks, Shaki. This news is so timely and wonderful for me. Make the world government feel the pain, starting with these stupid celestial dragons. Luo Xiu gulped down a bottle of red wine, his expression was full of excitement, his body trembled slightly, and his expression was deformed and distorted in excitement. He has signed in Daughter Island for more than 10 years, just to kill these so-called gods, the descendants of the so-called creator. Now, opportunity finally arises. Chapter 3 Population Auction, I want to auction celestial dragons. The next afternoon, on Sabaody Archipelago Number 1 Island, a huge auction venue stands in the center, which looks extremely magnificent. The logo of the Don Quixote family is engraved on it, which makes many pirates, merchants and some nobles who enter it feel awe. Don Quixote Doflamingo, 7 warlords of the sea, King Dressrosa, Joke, the giant of the underground world, each one is exceptionally prominent. Sudden. The originally noisy crowd fell silent for a moment, and they moved out of the way to the entrance of the auction as quickly as possible, lowered their heads, and knelt aside respectfully. A man wearing spacesuit-style clothes and a square glass cover on his head, with a bloated figure, a wretched appearance, and an upturned nostril, was riding a tall giant slave towards the auction venue. It is the nobles of the world, celestial dragons. Self-proclaimed gods, descendants of the creator, all civilians must kneel down to greet celestial dragons. The person in charge of the auction house immediately came out to greet him with a nod and bow. Welcome Saint Charmarco. There will be many interesting slaves in today's auction, including 3 murlocs and 1 mermaid, as well as 2 giants and 1 long-handed slave. Celestial dragons immediately became interested. Oh, there are murlocs? I like murlocs the most, let's get started. Yes. The auction will start immediately. Saint Charmarco, please come inside. Naturally, the person in charge of the auction did not dare to disobey Celestial Dragon's orders, and immediately welcomed Celestial Dragons in respectfully like a dog. In the venue, more than half of the seats were filled, and the person in charge of the auction arranged Celestial Dragons in the most prestigious position, and immediately went to the backstage to prepare for the auction. In the corner, Luo Xiu stared at the bloated figure of Celestial Dragons without blinking, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a cruel smile. A host with a beautiful face walked up to the auction stage, picked up the microphone and said loudly, "Everyone, welcome to the auction house. Today, you are lucky. The items to be auctioned today are all rare treasures. Stop talking nonsense. I announce that this auction will officially begin. The first piece, the 21-handed rakery, was once used by a great swordsman to cut down the thunder in the sky. The starting price is 50 million Baileys, and each increase should not be less than 1 million Baileys. Start." Wow. The first auction item immediately caused an uproar in the auction room. It turned out to be a big fast knife second only to the supreme big fast knife. This is the dream weapon of countless swordsmen. Advertisement. Big sharp knife? That's right, I just need a handy weapon. Luo Xiu looked at Rakery, who was put on the auction stage with satisfaction in his eyes. There are also many ninjutsu that use swords, especially lightning-style ninjutsu. This sword is still the thunder attribute, which is very suitable. But Luo Xiu didn't intend to bid. No matter who gets this Rakery at auction, it will be in the hands of Luo Xiu. How many good birds can there be for those who can enter the auction house in this illegal area? Robbing them, Luo Xiu didn't have the slightest psychological burden. Not to mention, this is a world of the jungle. It looks very good, just as a collection to decorate the house. I want 100 million Baileys. Celestial Dragon's Charmico Saint spoke directly, and directly offered 100 million Baileys with a lot of money. In the eyes of the Celestial Dragons, money isn't money at all. Every year there are countless gold in the sky, they squander it so hard that they can't spend it all in a lifetime. With such a high price and the identity of Celestial Dragons, no one dared to bid at the auction, and Rakery fell into the hands of Celestial Dragons without any accident. This scene fell into Luo Xiu's eyes, causing a smile to appear on his face. This time, snatching Rakery is even less of a burden. Congratulations to Charmico for taking the big knife Rakery. The next auction is the second item, the secret treasure of the sea, a zone devil fruit. The starting price is 100 million Baileys, and each increase must not be less than 10 million Baileys. The second item caused a sudden shock. Compared with Rakery, the first auction item, the big fast knife, this devil fruit is obviously more exciting. Although the big fast knife is precious, it is only limited to swordsmen after all. But devil fruit is different. Eating it can make an ordinary person gain great strength. 110 million Baileys, 140 million Baileys, 180 million berry. People kept asking for prices, and the price soared all the way. Countless people are eager to get this secret treasure of the sea. 300 million Baileys. I want it. Celestial dragons bid again, and the noisy auction came to an abrupt end and became extremely quiet. No one dared to bid anymore, and they couldn't afford to bid. Although devil fruit is precious, a zone worth 300 million Baileys is too much. Advertisement: only celestial dragons, who don't take money as money, can offer this price. Congratulations to Charmicus for winning the zone devil fruit. When the owner heard such a high price, he immediately expressed his congratulations, and he was very happy. She got a commission from the auction, and the higher the price, the more commission she got. Shoot it, shoot more, it's all mine in the end. This devil fruit can be given to Hancock so that she can strengthen the power of Hydra Island. In Luo Xiu's eyes, the celestial dragons of Saint Charmico is already a dead person, and all his things are his own. The auction will continue. Next comes the most exciting slave auction relief. Whether it is murlocs, giants or mermaids, these merchant nobles are all sought after items, even surpassing devil fruit for a time. But in the end all were taken by celestial dragons. Congratulations to Charles Marco for photographing the mermaid. This auction will end here. Welcome everyone to visit next time. When everyone heard this, they shook their heads in disappointment, and were about to get up and leave. They didn't get any money in this auction, and almost all of them were taken by celestial dragons. Wait! The auction is not over yet. I have something to auction, let me borrow your auction house. Luo Xiu stood up and shouted to everyone. His voice immediately attracted everyone's attention. My guest, do you have any items that need to be auctioned? We can help others auction items, but we have to charge a 20% handling fee. The beautiful auction host looked at Luo Xiu and asked politely. Hey, Luo Xiu grinned and pointed his arm at celestial dragons sitting in the middle of the auction room. I want to auction him, celestial dragons. Hiss! Everyone in the auction house gasped when they heard Luo Xiu's words. Their eyes widened, full of incredulity. Shock. Panic. Auction celestial dragons. How dare you say such a thing? Chapter 4 Crazy, celestial dragons are slaves. The auction venue was silent. Time seemed to be frozen, everyone's body froze, staring at Luo Xiu in a daze. Jaw-dropping. Incredible. Who are the celestial dragons? God. World nobles. Descendants of the Creator. Who is this man? To say such a thing, did he die? What? Untouchable. How dare you be *********** D say you want to auction off the great celestial dragons, descendants of the Creator? Hateful. Arrogance. Catch him. Catch him. I will torture him with the cruelest punishment in the world. Saint Charmarco, who came back to his senses, let out a harsh, angry roar, trembling with anger. His face was blue and red, and his voice was hysterical. From small to large, no one dared to speak to him like that. These untouchables didn't even dare to look up at him, but now they dared to say such outrageous things as auctioning him off. Auction. What does this pariah think of the noble celestial dragons? Slave. It's just looking for death. I must let him die in the most painful way. Shave. Finger pistol. Celestial dragons gave an order, and the loyal CP dog next to him immediately attacked Luo Xiu. The speed was very fast, and he came to Luo Xiu in the blink of an eye. Be able to become the guard of celestial dragons, each one is an elite trained since childhood. But, in front of Luo Xiu, it's not enough to look at. Amaterasu. Luo Xiu stared, and his black pupils instantly turned blood red, strange and mysterious. Black flames instantly ignited on the bodies of the two CP loyal dogs. Ah! Hot! Help! Help! The scorching heat made them scream and roll desperately on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames on their bodies. Of course in eggs, Amaterasu is called the black flame that never goes out. If the target is not burned, it will not be extinguished. The scream didn't last long, and it became weaker after only a few breaths until it disappeared. Advertisement: 2 CP loyal dogs were turned into ashes under the burning of Amaterasu. Gulu. This scene made the people in the auction venue swallow hard, their legs moved back involuntarily, and their eyes were full of terror and fear when they looked at Luo Xiu. What a terrible flame! It can't be extinguished. Scrap, what are you all doing to me? Catch him. If you can't catch him, you will all die to me. Celestial Dragons was furious when they saw the frightened subordinates. He didn't care about the life or death of these loyal dogs, they died when they died. There were so many loyal dogs. Now he just wanted to catch Luo Xiu and torture him severely, so that Luo Xiu could feel the consequences of being disrespectful to God. Yes. Saint Charmarco. Although the CP loyal dog is afraid of Luo Xiu's Amaterasu black flame, he dare not disobey the Celestial Dragon's order. For them, Celestial Dragons is heaven, even if he is asked to commit suicide, he cannot violate it. Shave, Finger Pistol Oscar, Moonwalk, Tempest Kick Lotus. The remaining CP loyal dogs around Celestial Dragons all dispatched, attacking Luo Xiu from front, back, left, right, and from the air. There is no dead angle at 360 degrees, and there is no way to avoid it. Small tricks. Kamui. The Mangekyo Sharingan pattern in Luo Xiu's right eye transformed into a windmill shape, and a huge vortex was formed in front of the eye, generating a strong suction force, which completely absorbed the attack from the CP loyal dog. Suck. Absorbed. This. What kind of ability is this? Both the CP loyal dog of celestial dragons and the surrounding auctioneers were all stunned by the scene in front of them. Saint Charmarco. The opponent's ability is too weird. For your safety, withdraw first. A CP loyal dog came to celestial dragons to persuade them. The black flame that could not be extinguished before, plus this vortex that can absorb attacks, is really too weird. The unknown is the scariest thing. In this case, they couldn't guarantee Tianlong's safety, they could only ask him to retreat. But, his kind reminder turned out to be Celestial Dragon's pistols. Boom. Celestial Dragons directly picked up the pistol made of gold and put it on the head of this loyal CP dog, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The bullet pierced his temple and took away his vitality. A-hole, untouchable, you told me to retreat. I am the noble Celestial Dragons, descendants of the Creator, who dares to kill me. A-hole, 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 catch him quickly. Otherwise you will all die to me. Celestial Dragons cursed and kicked the dead loyal CP dog fiercely, pointing the golden pistol at the rest of the loyal CP dogs, roaring ferociously. Advertisement. The brutal performance of Celestial Dragons made everyone in the auction hall feel chills. Especially those loyal dog CPs are trembling with fright. Don't dare to hesitate anymore, immediately attack Luo Xiu. He, this world is really sad. This kind of person is actually a high-ranking ruler. What a sad world. What a bunch of insensitive people. Luo Xiu watched the movements of Celestial Dragons and the disgusting face. Although he was smiling, his expression was extremely cold. Whether it's the Celestial Dragons, these loyal dogs, or the civilians who were killed, they all show the decay of this world. That being the case, let me break the decay of this world. Wood-style tree bound forever burial. A deep and indifferent voice came out from Luo Xiu's mouth. Countless trees and vines appeared from the feet of CP loyal dog and Celestial Dragons instantly, entangled and restrained their bodies, making them unable to move. Luo Xiu gently raised his arm and squeezed his palm firmly. Strangle, puff, puff, puff. All the CP loyal dogs were instantly strangled by trees and vines. Their bodies burst open, blood sprayed wildly, splashed to the sky, and splashed to the ground, all red. Untouchable. You untouchable. How dare you splash such dirty blood on the noble descendants of the Creator. Damn untouchables, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Seeing this, Luo Xiu shook his head slightly, not knowing whether to say these Celestial Dragons' dregs were ignorant or fearless, but now this field dared to shout at him. Do you really think you are those insensitive fools who dare not resist the Celestial Dragons? Peeved. Luo Xiu picked up the big sharp knife rakery that Celestial Dragons just took, cut off his tongue directly. Find out. Now. You are my slave. Luo Xiu took Celestial Dragon's tongue and patted his face, leaving a series of bloodstains. The severe pain crazily stimulated the brain nerves of Celestial Dragons, almost fainting. Ah, woo. He wanted to scream, but blood filled his throat, and he could only cough violently, almost suffocating. All right. The auction item is in place, and it can be auctioned now. Luo Xiu, whose face and body were splattered with the blood of CP loyal dogs and Celestial Dragons, grinned at the people who had already been shocked to numbness, and announced the start of the auction. Gulu, Luo Xiu's smile made everyone present at the auction feel a deep chill, their throats surge, and they swallowed with difficulty. Now, the image of Luo Xiu was like a devil in their eyes. Capture Celestial Dragons as slaves, auction, he. Really dare. Chapter 5 Dismemberment Auction, Panic, Despair, Death. The starting price, 1 Bailey, each increase must not be less than 1 Bailey. Luo Xiu, bold and grandiose, sat opposite each other on the blood-stained seat next to them, against the backdrop of towering ancient trees covered in blood. He looked like a Shira demon king. Crazy. He actually auctioned off the great Tianlong as a slave. Everyone looked at Luo Xiu, who made the quotation. All of them were terrified, and even wanted to escape from here. But, their feet couldn't be controlled at all, and they didn't dare to move under the gaze of this man who looked like a demon king of Shira. Silence. No one dared to make a bid, and no one dared to make a bid. After all, those are Celestial Dragons, besides the lawless Luo Xiu, who would really dare to take the Celestial Dragons as slaves. It's really a piece of trash. No one is willing to buy you for a Bailey. A waste like you, pig, living in this world is a waste of air, and even dying is a waste of land. Ah, sure enough, Celestial Dragons should not exist in this world. Luo Xiu chuckled, looked at the silent auction hall, and looked sarcastically at Celestial Dragons, whose expression was distorted in pain, with blood pouring out of his mouth. Woo, ah. Celestial Dragons trembled from Luo Xiu's insulting words, wanted to roar angrily, wanted to yell loudly, but without his tongue, he could only whimper. Insult. Shame. The descendants of the majestic Creator were actually auctioned off as slaves, and at a price of 1 Bailey, which was lower than the humblest effort. This makes him unacceptable. This kind of humiliation and anger even surpassed the pain of having his tongue cut off. A pair of eyes fixed on Luo Xiu, wishing to devour him alive. It seems that you don't have the awareness to be a slave yet. How dare you stare at your master like this, Luo Xiu said coldly. He really didn't know who gave this stupid pig the courage. Raise your right hand, extend your index finger and middle finger, aim at the eyes of Celestial Dragons, and slowly stretch them over. His movements are very slow, in order to make Celestial Dragons experience pain, feel pain. What are you doing? What are you doing? I am Celestial Dragons, great gods, descendants of the Creator. Treat me like this. Marine will not let you go, will dispatch Admiral, you will die without a burial. Ah, cough, Advertisement. Before Celestial Dragons finished speaking, Luo Xiu's 2 fingers pierced Celestial Dragon's eye sockets. Inch by inch, slowly penetrate, blood is flowing. Follow Luo Xiu's fingers, follow Celestial Dragon's eye sockets, cheeks. Under this slow movement, the pain sensation was deeply transmitted to the brain of Celestial Dragons, screaming in pain, coughing, convulsing, and trembling. In full view, Luo Xiu slowly closed the Celestial Dragon's eyeballs, making everyone's scalps tingle, their whole bodies trembling, and their bodies feeling cold. Powerful. Fear. Cruel. How sacred is this? Why has there never been such a #1 person in the sea before? Okay, there's one more item in the auction now. The eyes of Celestial Dragons, fresh out of the oven, who wants it? Same Bailey. Luo Xiu raised the eyeballs of the Celestial Dragons that had just been snapped off, blood dripping, looking extremely terrifying, but some people were faintly excited. After all, this sea never lacks pervert. Out 10 Baileys. Someone finally made an offer. A black market businessman in a suit, with triangular eyes and a mustache, looked very cunning, with excitement, anxiety, tension, and excitement in his voice. This is the organ of Celestial Dragons, oh shit. It seems that your eyes are quite valuable. Someone unexpectedly bid 10 times the starting price. Luo Xiu patted Celestial Dragon's pig's head, teased, and then snapped his fingers. A huge vine emerged from the ground, wrapped Celestial Dragon's eyes and handed it to the black market dealer. Okay, congratulations. The eyes of the Celestial Dragons are yours now. The black market merchant picked up the eyes of the still warm Celestial Dragons with trembling hands, feeling unprecedented excitement. He didn't expect that one day he would be able to auction off the eyes of Celestial Dragons. With the black market merchant at the beginning, the eyes of some other people are also bright, a little ready to move. If the organs of Celestial Dragons can be auctioned off, it will be enough to spend a lifetime in the underground world. Will the Celestial Dragon's tongue be auctioned? Someone asked weakly. Luo Xiu was startled when he heard this. He looked at the person speaking strangely. What kind of eccentricities are these? Give you a whole body instead of an organ? However, it doesn't matter. All he wants is to humiliate the Celestial Dragons, make him feel pain, make him feel what it's like to be a slave, and he has nothing to do with other people's eccentricities. Advertisement. In addition, organs such as hands, feet, heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys can all be auctioned. Same Bailey. Luo Xiu nodded slightly, and took the Celestial Dragons apart and auctioned them off separately, so that he could feel the greatest pain, wouldn't it? 10 Bailey. I want the tongue of the Celestial Dragons. 10 Bailey. I want the arms of Celestial Dragons. 10 Bailey. I want the legs of Celestial Dragons. After the initial shock, nervousness, and fear, these scumbags in the lawless area gradually became excited, calling for auctions one after another. For them, gore and violence can stimulate their dopamine and hormones the most. Not to mention, wouldn't it be exciting for the Celestial Dragons, descendants of the Creator, who once overlooked the world, to be auctioned off? Hey, unexpectedly enthusiastic. In that case, I can't let down these enthusiastic guests. Luo Xiu smiled brightly, and began to dismember the Celestial Dragons following the sound of the auction. Nose, ears, arms. Body parts were removed from Celestial Dragons one by one by Luo Xiu, and the whole person was completely changed into a human pig, which looked very hideous and terrifying. Do you feel the pain? This is what it feels like to be a slave. Luo Xiu said softly, with an extremely indifferent expression. He used to suffer such painful torture day and night. Celestial Dragons is extremely weak at this moment. He can only make a faint whimper. He can no longer feel the pain, or his nerves have been numb. Only the last breath left. I can't take it anymore. It's really trash. Podgy, Luo Xiu mocked, and slapped Celestial Dragon's head like a watermelon. Blood and brains splashed all over his face and covered his hands. Following Luo Xiu's actions, all the voices in the auction hall stopped abruptly. He stared blankly, dazedly, at the horrible headless corpse beside Luo Xiu. Die. Celestial Dragons are dead. The Celestial Dragons are dead. The Admiral of Headquarters is coming. Escape. Run away. The death of the Celestial Dragons brought everyone back to their senses, screaming one by one, and running away in panic, lest the Admiral of Headquarters come and harm the fish in the pond. Luo Xiu ignored the panic-stricken crowd, sat among the blood and corpses, lit a cigarette slowly, and waited quietly, waiting for the arrival of the Admiral of Headquarters. Chapter 6 Admiral of Headquarters strikes. At this time, the person in charge of the auction site was terrified. Celestial Dragons were auctioned in their own auction house, and they were also killed, which is deadly. Thinking of this, the person in charge of the auction venue quickly picked up the phone bug and called the boss behind him. Boo 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 boo. Soon, the phone bug was connected, the eyes turned into a pair of unique sunglasses, and a unique laughter came from the phone holder. Foo 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 foo. What's up? The person in charge of the auction site immediately reported loudly. Young master, something big happened. Something big happened. Today a ruthless person came to our auction site and captured Celestial Dragons as slaves for auction, and it was a dismemberment auction. In the end, he directly killed already. The voice is full of panic, the body trembled with fear. That man was like a demon. Not only did he dare to auction off Celestial Dragons, he even killed Celestial Dragons directly. Dressrosa, in the palace. Doflamingo was stunned when he heard the report from his subordinates, and the hand holding the goblet froze in the air. But just for a moment, he burst out laughing, heh heh heh. Foo 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 foo. Foo 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 foo. Crazy? Excited? Trembling? That bunch of trash, pigs, and scum will still be there today. Doflamingo will never forget the faces of those guys when he took his father's head to Mariejois to plead guilty and demand to return to celestial dragons. That's when he swore that one day he would make the celestial dragons pay. He thought he was a lunatic, but he never expected that there would be someone crazier, and crazier than him. Auction the celestial dragons like slaves and slaughter them at the end. What a wonderful idea. What courage this is. At least, he didn't dare. Now, Doflamingo admires this man whom he has never met. Interesting, really interesting. I really want to see the faces of those old guys in Mariejois when they hear the news. Throw away the auction house and evacuate all family members. That place is very close to naval headquarters, and the Admiral of headquarters will arrive soon. Pay close attention to that guy's movements, and if that guy can escape from Admiral of headquarters by chance, recruit him into the family. Doflamingo quickly made an arrangement, admiring Luo Xiu very much in his heart, and wanted him to be recruited into the family. But, the premise is that Luo Xiu can escape in the hands of Admiral of headquarters. Obviously, Doflamingo didn't think this little-known man would be a match for the Admiral of headquarters. After all, the Admiral of headquarters represents the peak combat power of this sea. Advertisement. Even he, Doflamingo, dare not say that he can escape from the hands of Admiral of headquarters. Understood, young master, this subordinate will do it. The person in charge of the filming venue hung up the phone and immediately acted according to Doflamingo's arrangement. Soon, the news of celestial dragons being auctioned and slaughtered was spread in all directions along with those who fled from the auction venue, causing an uproar. Many daring people came to watch and find out the truth. Through the gate of the auction site, people outside can clearly see the scene inside, dripping with blood, limbs and arms, and a headless corpse being hung on a tree vine by Luo Xiu. You can vaguely discern traces of celestial dragons from the clothes. Hiss, this scene made countless people gasp, looking at Luo Xiu full of shock, horror, fear, and many pirates showed their admiration. Auction massacre celestial dragons. This is no longer eating bear heart leopard gall, but eating gentian. Tap tat tat. Numerous marines rushed to this side and surrounded the entire auction house. The naval headquarters rear admiral stationed in the Sabaody archipelago turned pale with fright when seeing this scene. Celestial dragons had an accident on the Sabaody archipelago under his jurisdiction. Let alone the issue of official position, whether he can survive is a problem. As a marine stationed on the Sabaody archipelago, she often comes into contact with celestial dragons and knows exactly what kind of shit they are. Celestial dragons never need a reason to kill. This matter has too much impact. It's not something his tiny naval headquarters rear admiral can handle. Look at the criminal. I'll report to naval headquarters immediately. Naval headquarters rear admiral gave instructions to the soldiers under his command, immediately picked up the phone bug, and dialed the number of the marshal's office. Boo 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 boo, lean less. The phone was connected, and the phone bug's eyes turned into a frog glasses. Moshi moshi, this is naval headquarters, and I am Marshal Sengoku. Report to Marshal Sengoku, I am Sabaody Archipelago Rear Admiral Chris. The celestial dragons were attacked by the head of the population auction on island number 1. The criminals were extremely vicious. They dismembered all the celestial dragons, cut them into human pigs for auction, and finally killed them. Now, the subordinates are leading people to surround it, waiting for the command of the marshal. Naval headquarters rear admiral quickly reported the news to Sengoku. What? Celestial dragons were slaughtered. Sengoku's incredible exclamation came from the phone bug. Yes, Marshal. Your subordinate is at the auction right now, and you can clearly see the slaughtered corpses of celestial dragons. Naval headquarters rear admiral looked at the severed limbs of celestial dragons in the auction site and reported with tingling scalp. I see. You must keep an eye on the criminal. I will send someone to deal with it immediately. Click. The phone hangs up. Naval headquarters, inside the marshal's office. Sengoku looks sullen and angry. Yo, it's scary. Advertisement. Are the rookies now so daring? How dare they kill celestial dragons directly? Kizaru trimmed his nails with nail clippers and said in a scared tone. Hateful. Aren't these celestial dragons staying in the Holy Land well? Just cause trouble for me, Kizaru, you are fast, go and take him down immediately. Sengoku was angry and blamed the celestial dragons for causing trouble, but had to deal with it. Who made Marine the loyal dog of the celestial dragons? My afternoon tea is over again, Kizaru complained, and his whole body turned into a light and disappeared into the marshal's office. Half an hour later, Kizaru's figure appeared at the door of the auction venue. Admiral, it's Admiral of Headquarters Kizaru. Naval Headquarters has the highest combat power. That person is finished. This is what happens to celestial dragons who dare to touch them. The arrival of Kizaru caused a lot of exclamation, and many pirates retreated subconsciously, with fear on their faces. Man's name. The shadow of the tree. In this sea, except for the few big pirates such as New World 4 emperors, there are very few pirates who are not afraid of the Admiral of Headquarters. Oh, it's finally here. Luo Xiu, who was sitting in the auction room, saw Kizaru coming. A smile appeared on his quiet face. He snuffed out the cigarette butt in his hand, got up and walked out of the auction room slowly. As expected of the loyal dog of the celestial dragons. It's so fast. Walking to the entrance of the auction house, Luo Xiu folded his arms and looked at Kizaru with disdain. The justice cloak behind him made Luo Xiu feel sick. Yo, it's scary. It seems that this little brother is waiting for me. Speed is power. Brother, have you ever been kicked by the speed of light? During the conversation, Kizaru's right leg emitted a blinding light, and when Luo Xiu heard Kizaru's voice, his attack had already come to Luo Xiu. Unrivaled speed and unmatched power, caught off guard, unable to avoid. Howling wind. The power is amazing. All these show the spirit of Admiral of Headquarters. Chapter 7 Shocking, godlike power. Facing Kizaru's astonishing kick at the speed of light, Luo Xiu's expression was calm and he didn't even blink his eyes. The body is motionless, as if it's like being scared. Ended. Get off work. Knock off, Kizaru thought to himself. He didn't believe that an unknown rookie could receive his light speed kick. But, next moment, his wretched eyes under those brown sunglasses suddenly widened, as if he had seen something unbelievable. See, Kizaru's right leg flashing golden laser passed through Luo Xiu's body without hindrance, as if he didn't exist and kicked in the air. But, Luo Xiu's figure is clearly in front of him. Boom, Kizaru's light speed kick passed through Luo Xiu's body, and the golden laser bombarded the auction field behind him, and a violent explosion occurred instantly, blowing the entire auction field to pieces. Along with the corpses of the celestial dragons. How? As a loyal dog, you actually blew up your master's body? Luo Xiu was still in the same posture with his arms folded, his chin raised slightly, and endless sarcasm revealed in his eyes. Demon fruit power. Kizaru fell to the side, brushed the dust off his body, tilted his head, and looked slightly puzzled. As an Admiral of Headquarters, I have seen and heard of all Devil Fruit's abilities, but I have never seen one that can make people hollow. Who knows? You say yes. If you were to be slaughtered, would those pigs feel sad for losing your loyal dog? The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth were slightly raised, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Armed Kunai Rakery. Kunai, who has been covered by armament haki, stabs Kizaru through the air with the violent thunder attribute chakra. Under the blessing of thunder and lightning, Kunai's speed is very fast. Plus armament haki can hurt Logia. Even though Kizaru is an Admiral of Headquarters, he can't help but pay attention to it. This kind of strength is not something that a fledgling and unknown kid can possess. Stab. Kunai slashed across Kizaru's body, but did not hurt him a bit. As Kizaru is the Admiral of Headquarters, haki is naturally not bad, and he was dodged by elementalization long before Kunai hit him. Brother, I admit that you have some strength, but not much. If that's all it is, then sleep forever in the Sabaody archipelago. Advertisement. Kizaru's expression was calm, but his voice was full of confidence. But, as soon as he finished speaking, Luo Xiu's figure suddenly appeared behind him. The speed was as fast as ultimate. There was no gap at all. Even Kizaru, who was best at speed, didn't react. Because, this is teleportation. The kunai thrown out by Luo Xiu just now is engraved with the Flying Thunder God Curse Seal kunai. Lightning-style emission spiral shuriken, Rasengan, which contains majestic energy, was injected by Luo Xiu with violent thunder attribute chakra and high-level armament haki. Boom, huge energy exploded at this moment, hitting Kizaru's lower back fiercely. Thunder, haki, chakra. All the energy poured into Kizaru's body, ramming wantonly, destroying his flesh, bones, and internal organs. Peefed, a mouthful of blood spewed out from Kizaru's mouth, and the brown sunglasses on his face instantly shattered, and his originally indifferent expression became extremely shocking, incredible. This speed, faster than light, how is this possible? Whoosh! Kizaru's body flew out instantly like a fired shell, knocking down dozens of houses along the way, and finally hit the huge mangrove tree trunk directly, breaking it with a click, and his figure barely stopped. This scene stunned all the Marines, pirates and everyone around. Cheat. A lie. Admiral of Headquarters was blown away. How is this possible? That is the highest combat power of Naval Headquarters, one of the powerhouses standing at the top of the pyramid of the sea. Could it be that this little brother has a power comparable to, or even surpassed, that of Admiral of Headquarters? Shock. Incredible. In their impression, Admiral of Headquarters has always been an invincible image. But now he was beaten into the air. After a few breaths, a golden light flashed, and Kizaru's figure reappeared. However, compared to the calm and breezy days before, this time he looked extremely embarrassed. The brown sunglasses on his face had long since disappeared, only half of the cloak of justice was left on his back. The word, justice, had disappeared, his suit had become tattered, and blood was hanging from the corner of his mouth. It doesn't have the momentum of Marine Admiral at all. Brother, I admit that I underestimated you. Advanced armament haki. Even in the New World, there are very few people who can master this kind of power, and your strange abilities. The wretched expression on Kizaru's face disappeared, replaced by an unparalleled solemnity. Advertisement. He admitted that he was a little careless when facing Luo Xiu at first. With that blow just now, it is completely comparable to those pirates who offered a bounty of 1 billion, and it caused a lot of damage to his body. Violent thunder, advanced armament haki, there is also an unknown force. If the physique and haki are not strong enough, I am afraid that the whole person will explode directly. As expected of the most loyal dog of those pigs. The strength is very strong. Luo Xiu shook his hand, not surprised to see Kizaru who was unharmed. If the Admiral of Headquarters is so easily injured and killed, it is not worthy of being called the highest combat power. Immediately, his eyes froze, filled with terrifying killing intent. But, today, you must die. Boom, the chakra on Luo Xiu's body exploded like a vast ocean, and the scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan burst into a strange light. A huge skeleton enveloped Luo Xiu, followed by flesh, body, and armor. In the blink of an eye, a purple giant with a height of hundreds of meters approaching 1,000 meters appeared in front of Kizaru. Full body Susanoo. That unparalleled sense of oppression. Suffocate everyone. Everyone looked up. The look is shocking. The face is horrified. Frightened expression. This power has surpassed everyone's imagination. Kilometer giant. Even the legendary Devil Oz is not so huge. Gulu. Everyone around looked at Susanoo, who was almost reaching the sky, and subconsciously swallowed hard. Hey, go. Just kidding. This. What kind of power is this? This moment, they seem to have seen a god. Chapter 8 Heavy hit, Marine Admiral flees. Very scary. What an exaggerated figure. Facing such a huge Susanoo, even Kizaru, who was the Yellow Admiral of headquarters, couldn't help being moved. There was no ridicule in the tone before, but it was scary from the heart. Body shape often represents absolute power, unimaginable. What majestic power is contained in such a huge body? Clang. Luo Xiu controlled Susanoo to pull out the long chakra sword at his waist, which was covered with a layer of dark armament haki, and slashed at Kizaru. The huge force made the air explode, and white airflow appeared on both sides of the blade. Senhan's sword edge, majestic power, lightning speed. The attack came in the blink of an eye, which surprised Kizaru. So fast. Such a huge body, the movement is so fast and sensitive. The body turned into photons and quickly dodged. Boom. The moment Kizaru just dodged, Susanoo's sword fell, and the entire number 1 island was directly divided into two. The earth trembled. The sea is surging. The waves are rolling. This terrifying blow made everyone watching the battle frightened to pee. One strike. Slash an island. What a majestic force this is. Crack. Crack. My god, hurry, run away. Shocked, the people watching the battle frantically fled around, away from the battlefield. Under such a duel of power, weak people are not even qualified to watch the battle, and if they are not careful, they will end up in ashes. But it is a duel that represents the top power of the sea. But, one of them is an exception. An old man with silver hair, eyes, and a scar on his right eye, holding a wine bottle stood still, looking calmly at the two duels. It was Pluton Rayleigh, once the right wrist of One Piece Luo Jia. It's really scary. I didn't expect that the little guy who was rescued at that time would possess such terrifying power. Even the old man was terrified. But it's good, the old man in the province has made a move, and he can enjoy his retirement life with peace of mind. Advertisement Rayleigh took a sip of the wine and sat leisurely on the ground with a relaxed and relieved expression. 8-foot Chong Guyu. Air. Kizaru's hands were crossed, the light flashed, and countless dense light bullets were sent out from Kizaru's hands, blasting towards Susanoo. Boom boom boom. Although Susanoo's huge size contains majestic power, it is a living target for Kizaru. The dense light bullets hit Susanoo's body, causing violent explosions. Smoke and dust everywhere. Flames. After bombing for a full minute, Kizaru barely stopped attacking, and his body fell on a 100-meter high building. Far away. The people who fled stared fixedly at the thick smoke with nervous expressions. They wondered what happened to Luo Xiu, who was facing the big move of Admiral of headquarters. A gust of wind blew past, the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, and Susanoo's huge silhouette appeared in front of everyone. Unscathed. Hiss. What a terrifying defense. Admiral Kizaru's attack didn't do him any harm. Fear. Why has such a powerful figure never heard his name before in the sea? Shock. Unparalleled shock. Luo Xiu's Susanoo is like an invincible god standing between heaven and earth. This defense. It's unbelievable. Kizaru looked sideways slightly. Even Kaido of the beasts, known as the strongest creatures in the sea, land and air, would not dare to say that they were unscathed after being hit by his own 8-foot Chong Guyu. Between consternation, Luo Xiu's attack has already arrived, with a 400-meter-long sword coming horizontally with supreme power. 8-foot mirror. A mirror-like ray of light appeared in Kizaru's hand, turning into a piece of golden light refracted in the air, almost instantly reaching the top of Susanoo's head. Little brother, although you are a mighty giant, if you kill yourself, you will be defeated. Laser. As an admiral of headquarters, Kizaru's fighting awareness and experience are naturally incomparable, and he quickly found Susanoo's weakness. That is the caster himself. As long as the caster himself is dealt with, Susanoo will naturally disappear. But, Luo Xiu is the god of ninja who possesses all ninjutsu. Kamui. A spatial vortex suddenly appeared centered on Luo Xiu's eyes, generating a strong suction force, and Kizaru's laser light was distorted and absorbed. Advertisement. Even Kizaru himself is gravitationally pulled, dragged, westward into Kamui's space. Space. Gravitational. Damn, what kind of ability is this? Looking at the laser light absorbed by Luo Xiu Kamui and his body being pulled, Kizaru felt a storm in his heart. Why is this guy's ability so weird? Elementalization. Luo Xiu's Kamui made Kizaru feel a great threat, and his whole body turned into a ball of golden light, trying to escape the attraction of Kamui's space. But, when Kizaru turned into a light element, he found that his elementalization was not as unfavorable as before, and he was still being absorbed, pulled, and rushed towards that space vortex. Drink. Kizaru roared angrily, and almost exhausted all his strength to escape from the terrifying space vortex. Landing on a branch of a mangrove, Kizaru half-kneeled, panting heavily, with cold sweat dripping from his forehead, looking at Luo Xiu's strange and mysterious blood-red eyes with lingering fear. He couldn't remember the last time he was in such a mess. Even in the face of 4 emperors, he is unhurried. Today, this fledgling, unknown newcomer actually made himself so embarrassed that he even felt the threat of death. It's terrible. Looking at the escaped Kizaru, Luo Xiu secretly felt sorry. Really, Admiral of Headquarters is not so easy to kill. But, this is just the beginning, he has many methods. Wood-style armed thorn killing technique. Luo Xiu clapped his hands together, countless huge trunks immediately appeared on the mangrove where Kizaru was, and armament Haki wrapped in jet black strangled towards Kizaru. Kizaru, who was immersed in the shock of Luo Xiu Kamui, was caught off guard. Dust escape original realm stripping technique. The moment Kizaru was caught, Luo Xiu put his hands together to form a triangle, and a transparent beam of light erupted from his hands in an instant, heading straight for Kizaru. Danger! 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 Kizaru's observation Haki madness gives him an early warning. He struggled desperately, wanting to elementalize and escape. But, the vines covering armament Haki clung to Kizaru so he couldn't dodge. Boom! Chapter 9 Xiao. Rayleigh joins, Secretary Conan. Under Kizaru's terrified and horrified eyes, Luo Xiu's dust escape beam bombarded Kizaru without any surprise. No violent explosions. Some are just a bottomless abyss. Houses, trees, land, seawater, etc. Everything that was hit by Luo Xiuchen's beam of light all turned into atoms and disappeared in the air. Goo! Seeing this extremely terrifying scene, the people around swallowed hard, their expressions extremely astonished. Heart palpitations, trembling, fear. That beam of light that annihilates everything, even if it is hundreds of meters away, thousands of meters away, I feel weak all over. Some timid people even knelt on the ground subconsciously with weak legs. Annihilate everything. What a frightening, terrifying power this is. Kizaru's figure disappeared and did not reappear for a while. Disappeared. Admiral of Headquarters Kizaru is gone. Have you been killed? No. No way. That's the Admiral of Headquarters? When the people around saw Kizaru who hadn't appeared for a long time, they exclaimed one after another, thinking that Kizaru was killed by Luo Xiu's terrifying attack that could destroy everything. Humph. Escaped? Admiral of Headquarters? The most loyal dog of celestial dragons? That's it? Luo Xiu looked into the distance, snorted coldly, showing a mocking and disdainful expression. Others don't know, but Luo Xiu can perceive it clearly. Kizaru was hit head-on by his own dust dungeon and was severely injured. He condensed into photons with his last breath and fled as fast as he could. As the shining man who ate the sparkling fruit, Kizaru is so fast that almost no one can stop him from trying to escape. That is Kizaru, with top-notch escape speed, otherwise. If you change to another admiral today, both Aokiji and Akainu will be in the hands of Luo Xiu. His strength far exceeds that of a general. Advertisement. Next time, I won't let you escape so easily. Luo Xiu hummed unwillingly, dispersed Susano, and slowly landed on the ground. Luo Xiu was a little annoyed at not being able to kill the strongest loyal dog of the celestial dragons. Hey, Luo Xiu boy, I haven't seen you for many years, but if you don't sing, you've already become a blockbuster. Crush when you first debut, defeat the Admiral of Headquarters. You were going to be famous in the sea. After the battle was over, Rayleigh walked towards Luo Xiu with a bottle of wine in his hand, with an appreciative and gratified smile on his face. Count. Luo Xiu can also be regarded as Rayleigh's half-apprentice, and some advanced applications of his Conqueror's Haki were taught by Rayleigh. Mr. Rayleigh, thank you for taking the fight for me. Seeing Rayleigh, Luo Xiu grinned with gratitude. Thanks to his teachings, I was able to master advanced Haki applications. Haha, the old man is completely redundant. Your current strength has far surpassed this old man. Old. The sea in the future belongs to you young people. Rayleigh looked at the young man in Haki in front of him and sighed a little in his heart. He didn't expect that a kid who was rescued by the 3 Hancock sisters at the request of Shaki had grown to such a degree now. Even if you have to look up to yourself, my current strength and Kizaru's are not the same. Luo Xiu has the strength to crush Kizaru, so naturally he can crush himself. Your debut battle was very good. What are your plans for the future? Rayleigh asked with great interest. Are you planning? From the moment my parents were killed, from the moment I was captured as a slave by the celestial dragons? Pull the lofty celestial dragons down from their altars, overthrow this corrupt world government, and make them suffer. Luo Xiu was outspoken and spoke out his ambitions and dreams without hesitation. His eyes were full of firmness. It was a kind of determination that would never shrink back even if he was smashed to pieces. A great dream. It's also an extremely difficult road, much more difficult than becoming the One Piece. Rayleigh sighed, feeling admiration for Luo Xiu in his heart. To overthrow the world government and eliminate celestial dragons is the goal. Not everyone has the courage. This world is too dark. I want to bring in the dawn. Dawn. That's the name of the organization I founded. Mr. Rayleigh, are you interested in joining? Luo Xiu looked at Rayleigh and extended an invitation to him. Advertisement. If you want to overthrow the world government, it is impossible to rely on him alone, and you must unite all the forces that can be united. Dawn. Dawn breaks. Sounds very good, old man. I will go crazy with you again. Let me see if you can do what Luo Xiu couldn't do back then. Rayleigh's eyes, which were originally dead and silent, flashed a smoldering light, as if he had found his purpose in life again. Ha ha. Then Uncle Rayleigh, we will be life and death partners from now on. Hearing Rayleigh agree, a big smile appeared on Luo Xiu's face. Originally, he just invited Rayleigh with a tentative mentality, but he did not expect that he actually agreed. It was somewhat beyond Luo Xiu's expectations, but it was more exciting and exciting. Although Rayleigh is old and old now, it is not a problem for Luo Xiu, who has a sage body quality. At that time, directly transplanting sage body cells to Rayleigh is enough to restore him to his peak. Ha ha. Then please take care of the leader. The role of Rayleigh was brought in very quickly, and he directly called Luo Xiu the leader, and let out a burst of heroic laughter, as if he was happy to find his life goal again. The two went all the way back to Shaki's ripping off bar and told Shaki about it. No surprises. Shaki also boarded Luo Xiu's boat with Rayleigh. The three had a drink together to celebrate the birth of Xiao. Luo Xiu returned to the room Shaki had arranged for him a little drunk, and just as he lay down, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Check out the new check-in location, are you checking in? Ready to sign in? What will be the reward? Luo Xiu's heart was full of anticipation, and he silently recited the sign in his heart. Sign in successfully, congratulations to host for getting the character Conan, do you want to summon? The sound of the system shook Luo Xiu's spirits, whoa. It turned out to be a character reward, and Conan. That gentle and considerate, calm and composed, beautiful and capable purple-haired big sister. Wonderful Frog. Chapter 10 Heavy Naval Headquarters, Sengoku's Scheme. Don't call for now. Luo Xiu suppressed the anticipation in his heart for the purple-haired big sister, and did not choose to summon her immediately. It's still in Shaki's rip-off bar, after all. It is difficult to explain if a person appears out of thin air. But, this time the reward is Conan. Will the next reward be Itachi, Kisame, Tsunade, Terumi Mei, or even Madara, the big pillars? Wouldn't it be easy to overthrow the world government if one could summon the top powerhouses of the entire Hokage? With good expectations, Luo Xiu slowly fell asleep. At the same time, the mood at naval headquarters was heavy. Meeting room. Marshal Sengoku sat on the seat with a gloomy face. Grand Staff Crane, Marine Hero Garp, and some of the elite vice admirals were all included. Everyone's complexion is extremely dignified, even fearful. Not long ago, Admiral Kizaru came back from the Sabaody archipelago in embarrassment, and passed out as soon as he reached naval headquarters. His body was full of scars, like broken glass. Unimaginable. What a powerful attack this has suffered. After all, Kizaru is the Admiral of headquarters. The representative of the highest combat power of the world government. Especially the Flashman, who is known for his speed. Even if he encounters the four emperors, he can retreat calmly. To be able to injure an admiral like this, how terrifying is the opponent's strength. It's an eventful autumn. I never thought that a nameless kid would be so powerful, terrifying, and capable of crushing the Admiral of headquarters. If the person who went this time was not Kizaru, but Aokiji or Kainu, they might not be able to come back. Sengoku sighed and spoke slowly. His voice was full of dignity and fear. Originally, he thought that Luo Xiu was a fledgling, arrogant and ignorant kid who made his name through celestial dragons. Deploy Admiral as you please. But, unexpectedly, Luo Xiu's strength exceeded all expectations, and almost made Marine become an admiral. It's horrible. Not long ago, Blackbeard Marshal Teach caught Fire Fist Ace and traded him for a Shichibukai. He wants to use Fire Fist Ace as bait to destroy the Whitebeard pirates, so as to break the New World 4 Emperor's dominance. Now, before Shikai decides against Whitebeard, another Luo Xiu appears. Judging from his attitude toward celestial dragons, he must hate the world government. Advertisement melancholy. If you want to deal with Luo Xiu, you must dispatch 2 or more admiral-level combat forces to take him down steadily. But at this time, naval headquarters no longer has so much energy to bring out so many admiral-level combat power to deal with Luo Xiu. Let's talk about it. How should we deal with this scary guy who suddenly appeared? Sengoku pinched his forehead and asked melancholy. This person is powerful and has an extreme hatred for celestial dragons, but he is only one person after all. I think our focus right now should be on the Whitebeard pirates. Whether it is identity, status, fame, or the threat to marine and world government, it far surpasses Luo Xiu. Eliminating the Whitebeard pirate group will play an indelible role in improving Marine's prestige in the sea and combating the arrogance of pirates. You can even find opportunities to live in a new world controlled by pirates. I propose to offer a reward first, put it on hold, and deal with Luo Xiu after the Whitebeard pirates are eliminated. Chief Staff Crane analyzed the pros and cons of dealing with Luo Xiu and the Whitebeard pirates, and put forward his own suggestions. His analysis caused most generals to agree. In terms of wisdom, there are very few people in the entire naval headquarters who can compare with this great staff officer. Hearing this, Sengoku nodded slightly, and was more inclined to Crane's proposal in his heart. But, he always had a bad feeling in his heart, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Garp, what do you think? Sengoku looked at his old comrade again, asking for his opinion. I think Luo Xiu should be dealt with first. Being able to almost kill Kizaru deserves all of us. Although he is only one person now, with his strength, he can easily build a huge pirate group. With his reputation for treating celestial dragons like this and defeating Marine Admiral, countless people will flock to join him. We need to kill him before he grows up. Garp was unusually not sloppy, and his expression was a little more serious. Such a powerful strength made him think of a person. A person who dominated the sea decades ago, slaughtered celestial dragons wantonly, and threatened the rule of the world government. Overlord of the sea. Locks. Garp's words made Sengoku ponder, and there was some truth to what he said. But, thinking of Fire Fist Ace, Sengoku looked at Garp suspiciously. Could this guy be taking the opportunity to divert Marine's attention? Vice Admiral Garp, I admit that Luo Xiu is very strong, but no matter how strong he is, he can't compare with the Whitebeard pirates, right? After all, that man is known as the strongest man in the world. Vice Admiral, the Ghost Spider, countered that he didn't think Luo Xiu was a bigger threat than Whitebeard. Yeah, Luo Xiu is just a lonely family now. Even if a pirate group is assembled in a short period of time, it is just a bunch of mobs. It is impossible to compare with the Whitebeard pirate group. Doberman Vice Admiral also chimed in. Advertisement. Staloberry, Dalmessi, Flying Squirrel, Huashaoshan and others all nodded. They also don't think that Luo Xiu, a rookie threat, can surpass Whitebeard, a man who has dominated an era. Sengoku saw that everyone supported the fight against Whitebeard, coupled with the relationship between Fire Fist Ace and Garp. Sengoku directly gave up the idea of taking the lead in dealing with Luo Xiu. Since everyone agrees to deal with Whitebeard first, let's put Luo Xiu's reward on hold. A reward of 2 billion Baileys is offered. Sengoku finally made a final decision. 5.6 billion Pele? All the naval headquarters executives in the conference room immediately exclaimed loudly, their voices filled with incredulity. This bounty is too exaggerated. He is taller than the former One Piece Luo Jia. Sengoku, you mean you want those pirates and bounty hunters to make trouble for Luo Xiu? A wise light flashed in the eyes of the big staff crane, guessing Sengoku's intention of issuing such a high bounty. Good. The one who knows me is Xiaohei. Once this reward order comes out, both pirates and bounty hunters will be crazy about it. Pirates will be jealous, bounty hunters will be moved. These people will challenge Luo Xiu one after another and try to take his head off. Sengoku nodded slightly, agreeing with Chief Staff Suru's guess, and revealed his purpose. I see. When everyone heard this, the shock in their hearts calmed down a little, but it was only a little bit calmed down. After all, this bounty is really amazing. They can already imagine how shocking the sea will be after this reward order has been released. Sengoku, you'll regret it. Garp was a little annoyed when he saw that Sengoku didn't follow his advice, and he got up and left the office angrily. Although he is nervous, he is not a fool, knowing that Sengoku is biased against his opinions because of Ace. But this time, he really felt threatened by Luo Xiu. Whitebeard is strong, but he can't kill Kizaru, but that man can. I'm afraid it will be a Locks again. This man is 10 times, 100 times more terrifying than Whitebeard. Chapter 11 The Bounty That Shakes the Sea, Surpassing One Piece? Sengoku looked at Garp's leaving back, shook his head slightly, and didn't care, just thought he was angry because he couldn't delay the execution of Fire Fist Ace. He could understand the thoughts of this old comrade in arms very well. But, in the face of marine righteousness, he can only choose to hurt his old comrade in arms. After all, Fire Fist Ace's identity is too special. Executing him publicly has special meaning to Marine and to the world. But, this time, Sengoku misjudged Garp's meaning. He didn't think of Ace at all when he made the suggestion. He only thought that Luo Xiu was a bit like the former Locks, so he made a suggestion. However, Sengoku did not choose to believe because of Ace. In the near future, he will experience for himself what kind of monster he will raise. Only by that time, it will be too late for Sengoku to regret. Marine moves quickly. After the decision was made, a press conference was held immediately to disclose Luo Xiu's crimes, and his reward order was issued at the same time. Sengoku knew that Luo Xiu slaughtered celestial dragons and defeated Marine Admiral and was seen by countless people. It is impossible to conceal the news, so it is better to announce it openly. The world has never been short of desperados. As soon as Luo Xiu's reward order came out, the entire sea immediately shook. Dressrosa, the royal palace. Wearing a pink feather jacket, cropped pants, and toddler shoes, Doflamingo was lying on a chair with a freshly baked newspaper. His eyes under the sunglasses revealed deep shock, and then let out a burst of crazy big laughter. Foo 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 foo. What a terrifying man. He defeated Kizaru head-on. No wonder you dare to treat those pigs like this, scum. In the newspaper, a photo of Luo Xiu was published, which was taken by Marine when he was in the auction house. Behind him was the broken limb of celestial dragons, covered in blood, like a Shira, which made people daunting. The most shocking thing is the series of 0 rewards under the profile picture. There are 10 digits, 56 billion Baileys. Beyond the former One Piece, Gold D. Luo Jia, young master, this naval headquarters is crazy. You actually offered a reward of 5.6 billion Baileys to a newcomer. The family Cadre Diamandi on the side saw Luo Xiu's bounty that broke the historical record, and let out an inconceivable exclamation. Ha ha, advertisement, Sengoku's scheme. Now, naval headquarters is preparing to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. How can there be extra manpower to deal with such a powerful enemy? Give him a bounty that surpasses One Piece King Luo Jia, and there will naturally be countless pirates, and bounty hunters will swarm to challenge Luo Xiu. The resourceful General Sengoku, not for nothing. Doflamingo sneered and directly stated Sengoku's intentions. Virgo, as Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral, under cover of the Don Quixote family, some important news can't be hidden from Doflamingo's ears. I see. No wonder there is such a high reward. Diamante nodded slightly, understanding the intention. But, Sengoku, did he really think that this would stifle Luo Xiu's development and cause him trouble? This kind of person reveals madness in his bones, ambition and deep hatred for celestial dragons and world government. Sengoku may miss the best time to deal with this monster this time. I have a hunch that this terrifying man may become even scarier than the four emperors in the future. Doflamingo looked at the portrait of Luo Xiu in the newspaper. His eyes were flickering. Even a newspaper could see the firm determination and great ambition in Luo Xiu's eyes. Foo 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 foo. Look, a new era is coming. Doflamingo put down the newspaper in his hand, stood up, opened his arms, and laughed loudly, as if welcoming the arrival of a new era. New World, Moby DK. Whitebeard, still full of hockey, is sitting on the huge deck, with a bottle hanging all over his body. His eyes looked at the sea, and there was a touch of deep worry in his sharp eyes. There has been no news from Ace for a long time. Daddy, something big happened. A rookie who just debuted defeated Admiral of Headquarters Kizaru. When Whitebeard was worried, Marco flapped his wings and flew over, grabbing a newspaper, his voice full of shock. Wow. Marco's voice immediately caused an uproar among the members of the Whitebeard pirates on the Moby DK. All of them stared at Marco in astonishment. His eyes were filled with incredible incredulity. As if to say again, you are joking. Who is the Admiral of Headquarters? Everyone here does not know. That is one of the peak combat powers representing this sea. Even their Whitebeard dad can't say that he can win against Kizaru. His unparalleled flash speed is enough to make him invincible against anyone. Now, he actually said that he was defeated by a newcomer who had just debuted and was unknown. How can that be? Hey, Marco, you can't joke about this kind of thing. Advertisement, wouldn't it be the newcomers hyping it up for the sake of becoming famous? Diamond Joe's questioned loudly. This kind of thing is really unbelievable. It's true. It was announced by Naval Headquarters in person at a press conference. The reason is that this rookie, Luo Xiu, killed the celestial dragons in Sabaody Archipelago, and then Naval Headquarters sent Kizaru to capture him, and was defeated by the opponent, and even almost killed Kizaru. Marco talked about the matter roughly, and at the end, his voice trembled slightly. Hiss, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates gasped when they heard what had happened, and their hearts were filled with turmoil. Almost killed Kizaru. I'm afraid even their father can't do it. Could it be that this rookie possesses power beyond that of his father? All eyes were on Whitebeard, worried. Gu la 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 la. Boys, what kind of eyes do you have? It's just a rookie, lousy, I'm Whitebeard. Whitebeard felt the worries in his sons' hearts, and immediately let out a burst of heroic laughter. The Conqueror's hockey exploded, shaking all the clouds in the sky, but did not affect any of his sons. The appearance of hockey made the inner worries of the members of the Whitebeard pirates dissipate immediately, and they all let out excited and adoring shouts. Oh, Daddy is the strongest? The strongest man in the world, invincible. Aside, Marco's expression was completely opposite to that of the cheering crowd, with a look of deep worry on his face. As the ship's doctor, Marco knows exactly how bad Whitebeard's health is. With an old body and all kinds of hidden injuries, his strength has long since lost its peak. If faced with the challenge of this powerful newcomer, will Dad be able to withstand it? After all, that's the man who almost killed the Admiral of Headquarters. Chapter 12 Luo Xiu's plan to subdue the 7 warlords of the sea. Wanokuni, Ghost Island. Kaido, who is huge and dressed as a Viking, is holding a wine gourd with his head up and gurgling wine. What a boring world. Who can kill me? Kaido put down the wine gourd, hiccuped, and talked boringly. As the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, what he likes most is to die. Falling from a height of 10,000 meters, being captured alone in Naval Headquarters, single-handedly fighting the rest of the 4 Emperors pirate group, and so on. He is a lunatic who desires to fight and desires war. Governor, Paradise has an amazing newcomer who almost killed Kizaru. Dressed in black, with wings on his back, Jin, whose wings were burning with flames, walked to Kaido and reported to him. Oh, nearly killed Kizaru. Although that monkey's attack power isn't great, its speed is top-notch. It's not an easy task to kill him. When Kaido heard this, a look of surprise appeared on his rough face. Having gone through Naval Headquarters many times, Kaido has a very clear understanding of Kizaru's ability. In every fight, this guy is always the easiest one. Often after a battle, even the suit on his body is not wrinkled. But, such a person was almost killed. That's right, that person's name is Luo Xiu. His abilities are very strange. He can manipulate wood and absorb attacks. He can especially summon a giant who is close to 1,000 meters away. His strength is very strong. Jin's voice was full of amazement and even a touch of fear. Ooh, very strong, I don't know if you can kill me. Hearing this, Kaido immediately raised his head and drank the wine in the wine gourd, let out a burst of excited laughter. His body turned into a green dragon hundreds of meters high, soared into the clouds, and directly broke through the dome and flew high into the sky. He is going to find Luo Xiu to fight, to see if Luo Xiu has the ability to kill him. Jin looked at Kaido's leaving figure, his expression remained unchanged, and he was used to it. I don't know whether this terrifying newcomer is stronger than the Governor General? If the Governor can defeat and subdue him, then the Beast's pirates will have another powerful force. IWC, Cake Island. Mom, the latest news, a celestial dragon on the Sabaody archipelago was tortured and killed. Kizaru was almost killed when he went to capture it, and naval headquarters offered a reward of 5.6 billion Baileys. Katakuri, the second in command of the Big Mom pirates, reports to Charlotte Linlin who is eating. Kizaru was almost killed, a reward of 5.6 billion. Charlotte Linlin exclaimed in disbelief when she heard Katakuri's report, and the rare pair put down the dessert in her hand, and grabbed the newspaper in Katakuri's hand to browse. Advertisement, Mom, what a handsome man, what a strong man, it would be great if I could have a child with him. When Charlotte Linlin saw the photo of Luo Xiu printed in the newspaper, her wrinkled face showed yearning. Katakuri and the surrounding pirates were speechless when they heard Big Mom's words. It's over. My mother is sick again after giving birth to a child. Fortunately, Luo Xiu is not here. If he knew that Charlotte Linlin wanted to have a baby with him, he would probably have to spit out the last night's dinner. What kind of mentality would a person charge against such an old tank? Well, I never thought that Yellow Monkey would have today. 5.6 billion Baileys. That old boy Sengoku really knows how to calculate. Katakuri, send someone to contact Luo Xiu, and see if he can be recruited into the 10,000 kingdoms. As long as he agrees, my daughters can be chosen by him. Charlotte Linlin ridiculed Kizaru, and then ordered Katakuri to recruit Luo Xiu, even at the expense of her own daughter. Anyway, in Charlotte Linlin's view, these sons and daughters are just tools for her to rule the sea. If you can use a daughter to recruit this strong man, it will be a big profit. Yes, Mom, I'll send someone to do it right away. Although Katakuri didn't want his sisters to be used as tools, he didn't dare to disobey Charlotte Linlin's order, so he could only do it accordingly. New World Waters, USS Redforth. Boss, what a mess, a rookie nearly killed Kizaru. The fat Lakilu gnawed on the chicken leg with one hand, and held the newspaper in the other, shouting loudly to Shanks as he ran. Swish. Instantly, all eyes on the Redforth were on Lakilu. Shocked. Suspect. Incredible. What did they hear? Admiral of Headquarters Kizaru was almost killed by a rookie. What a joke. Shanks took the newspaper, his expression became extremely serious, and he said in a low voice. It's true, Naval Headquarters announced it personally. The reward is as high as 5.6 billion Baileys. What, 5.6 billion Pele? Is there a mistake? The members of the Red Hair Pirates couldn't believe their ears. This should be Sengoku's scheme. He wants to use the hands of pirates and bounty hunters to cause trouble for Luo Xiu, a newcomer. But he also has strength, advertisement, after all. He beat, even nearly killed Kizaru, that's a fact. As the think tank of Red Hair Pirates, Beckman saw through Sengoku's intentions at once, and at the same time affirmed Luo Xiu's strength. I'm very puzzled. Why did Naval Headquarters issue such a high reward beyond the captain to lure pirates and bounty hunters to cause trouble for Luo Xiu, but they didn't do it themselves? 3 admirals, Hero Garp, Black Arm Zephyr, and many Naval Headquarters elite vice admirals. With so many powerful forces, it is still possible to take down one Luo Xiu. Shanks wondered. Obviously, Naval Headquarters is planning some kind of plan and cannot spare manpower. Based on Luo Xiu's ability to kill Kizaru, at least 2 or more admiral-level fighters can be dispatched to take him down. Beckman took a puff on his cigar and analyzed it leisurely. He guessed that Naval Headquarters may have a big move. I always have a feeling that the sea is about to storm and the balance will be broken. Luffy, you have to work hard, grow up as soon as possible. Shanks heard Beckman's analysis, touched his empty right arm, and looked in the direction of East Blue, with deep expectation and deep worry in his eyes. He doesn't know if he can maintain the balance of the sea, waiting for Luffy to grow up. 7 warlords of the sea, New World 4 emperors and Grand Line, all major forces in the world are all shocked by Luo Xiu's deeds. The rewards are offered, crazy. Some admire him, some worship him, some want to recruit him, some want to join him, but more want to kill him and step on his corpse to become famous in the sea. 56 billion Baileys, what a huge fortune this is. If you can get Luo Xiu's head, fame, wealth, beauties, everything, you can enjoy it in this life. At this time, Luo Xiu, the protagonist of the sea vibration caused, is sailing on a small wooden sailboat on the channel to Alabasta. On the deck, Luo Xiu was wearing beach shorts, topless, and wearing an eye mask, lying on a deck chair basking in the sun. Behind, the gentle purple-haired big sister Conan is massaging Luo Xiu's shoulders with her soft hands. At this point in time, Straw Hat Luffy should have just arrived in Alabasta, and Lock Dar has not yet been defeated and captured. Luo Xiu is going to take Lock Dar before Straw Hat Luffy will defeat him. He's not a no-brainer. As for how to pull the celestial dragons down from the altar and make the world government feel the pain, Luo Xiu has a detailed and complete plan in his heart. The first is to conquer the 7 warlords of the sea. Now Summit War is around the corner. 7 warlords of the sea must be drafted by Naval Headquarters. At that time, he led Akatsuki to appear on the stage. All the 7 warlords of the sea betrayed, dealt heavy damage to Naval Headquarters, destroyed Naval Headquarters, and officially declared war on the world government. Believe. At that time, the high-ranking celestial dragons must have wonderful expressions. Chapter 13 Vivi's Cry, Prince Charming from the Sky. The capital of Alabasta, Albana. Under the manipulation of Crocodile behind the scenes, tens of thousands of rebels gathered here to confront the king's army and prepare for the final plan of stealing the country. Above the palace, King Cobra was nailed to the city wall, looking helplessly at his daughter Vivi, who was strangled by Crocodile. Heartbroken, let out a cry of grief and indignation. Crocodile. Stop it, aside. Wearing a white felt hat, a white windbreaker and a purple underwear, Nico Robin, with a bumpy figure, stood aside, with sympathy, pity, and helplessness in his eyes. You've worked hard, miss, but, in terms of absolute power, all resistance is futile. Nico Robin said flatly. She was wandering alone in the sea at the age of 8, plunged into the darkness, had experienced many hardships, and seen so many life and death. She was used to this situation long ago. This sympathy and pity also come from her kindness that has not been wiped out. Ha ha ha. Ridiculous. You are so weak and want to save this country. It's so innocent and cute. Weak people are not qualified to talk about dreams. Farewell, Her Royal Highness. Crocodile looked at Vivi with stubborn eyes, let out a mocking laugh, and the arm strangling Vivi's neck melted a little bit, and Vivi fell from the sky in an instant. What? Help! Who will save this country? Vivi closed her eyes, shed tears in the air, let out a heart-piercing cry, and her heart was full of despair. Is that the end of it? Is this country going to perish? Marine, world government, what a bunch of bastards. A thief like Crocodile who steals the country actually exists legally. What a great irony. Without the system of 7 warlords of the sea, I am afraid this country would not have suffered such a catastrophe, right? If I'm a little bit stronger and can defeat K-Lock, maybe I can save the country? With the strong wind whistling in her ears, Vivi felt that her body was falling faster and faster. At the moment when she was about to die, she hated her incompetence and the corruption of the world government. Time passed bit by bit. Advertisement Vivi didn't feel any pain, only felt that the wind around her ears was lessened and her body became warmer. A magnetic voice sounded in her ear, "You can open your eyes, Princess Vivi." Vivi opened her eyes, and a handsome face came into her eyes, which made Vivi dazzled for a while. So handsome. This is Vivi's first feeling. This is dream? God pity me that I have never been in love until my death, so did I send a handsome Prince Charming to escort me to heaven? Your Highness, although our leader is very handsome, there is no need to keep staring, right? Aside. Conan's voice was slightly dissatisfied, with a hint of jealousy. What? Isn't it a dream? Hearing Conan's voice, Vivi looked around and saw his father, who was pleasantly surprised, and Crocodile, who had an ugly face, exclaimed, and jumped out of Luo Xiu's arms. His fair cheeks became a little blushing, he lowered his head, and kept circling his 2 index fingers. He raised his head to take a peek at Luo Xiu, and then lowered his head immediately. What a shame. What was I thinking just now? But this big brother is really handsome. He must be a hero sent by heaven to save himself. Luo Xiu ignored the shy Vivi. His eyes fell on Crocodile, with a little sarcasm. It's really ugly, Crocodile. You were once a well-known big pirate in New World, able to compete with Bullet and dared to assassinate Whitebeard. Now, she has fallen into hiding in the paradise, playing tricks of conspiracy and stealing the country. Clinging to external forces instead of believing in yourself, you are on the wrong path. Crocodile looked at Luo Xiu, who suddenly appeared in front of him. His expression was full of solemnity and fear. God killer Luo Xiu, how could he not know him? A man who dared to slaughter the celestial dragons and nearly kill the Admiral of headquarters. Luo Xiu's reputation has long been known to the sea along with his brilliant deeds. It can be said that everyone knows everyone. Godslayer Luo Xiu. You, why are you here? Could it be? You're here for Pluton too? Crocodile stared fixedly at Luo Xiu, his voice trembling slightly because of the fear in his heart. After all, the man standing in front of him was the man who almost killed the Admiral of headquarters. No matter how proud he is, he doesn't think he can beat Marine Admiral, let alone Luo Xiu, a man who almost killed Marine Admiral. Ah, advertisement? Pluton? Is that ancient weapon capable of destroying an island with one attack? Sorry, I don't need it, because my single blow can destroy an island. Luo Xiu shook his head lightly, smiled lightly, dismissed the Pluton in K-Lock's mouth, and said the most shocking words in the most flat tone. Hiss, Crocodile, Vivi, Cobra, Nico Robin and everyone around them all gasped subconsciously, shocked, astonished, and terrified by Luo Xiu's words. Destroy the island with one blow. How on earth did you say this so plainly and so easily? That is the island of destruction. Destroy the island. Things that only ancient weapons can do. No, impossible. Don't. Stop kidding. How can human beings achieve this level? Crocodile's voice trembled. He didn't want to believe it, he couldn't accept it. The ancient weapon that I have pursued for many years and planned for a long time is not as good as a human being. Ah, anyway, you are also a pirate who has been to New World, Crocodile. Is it difficult to destroy the island with one blow? Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, Redhead, Garp, Sengoku, 3 Admiral, who among these world's top powerhouses can't do it? Not to mention others, but you, K-Lock, if you practice hard and awaken the fruit, you can do it. Logia sand fruit, its potential is not to play with these intrigues. Luo Xiu looked at Crocodile slightly disappointed. No wonder his strength is so weak. How can a person who pins all his hopes on external forces and does not believe in himself be strong? Even if Luo Xiu got the cheat, he never gave up on his own cultivation, physical skills, sword skills, hockey, never slack off. Hateful. Don't make it so easy to destroy an island. You be asterisk 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 D. Do you know how terrifying that man is, Desert Sword? Being ridiculed by Luo Xiu again and again, Crocodile was furious, surpassing his fear of Luo Xiu in his heart, raised his arm and waved suddenly. A sharp blade made of gravel quickly attacked Luo Xiu. The ground of the palace along the way was neatly cut open, and the solid rock revealed smooth cuts, heading straight for Luo Xiu's facade. Be careful. Vivi's brain became hot, and her body rushed directly in front of Luo Xiu, opened her hands, and blocked in front of the Desert Sword. Chapter 14 Hanging and Beating, There is no power to fight back. Luo Xiu looked at Vivi who was rushing over, with a look of astonishment on his face. He didn't expect her to stand in front of him with a weak body. A little touched. Seeing that Lokdar's Desert Sword is about to split Vivi's delicate body in half. Vivi. The old father cobra subconsciously let out a worried cry. But all this is superfluous. How could Luo Xiu hurt this brave girl standing in front of him? Instantly, his eyes turned a strange and mysterious blood red, and the strange patterns were turning. A skeleton half-length giant over 100 meters enveloped Luo Xiu and Vivi, easily blocked Lockdar's Desert Sword, and turned into gravel. You were very brave. It's a good block, don't block it next time. A gentle smile appeared on the corner of Luo Xiu's mouth, and he said jokingly that he was in a very good mood. What? Sorry, I didn't think much about it at the time, my body moved subconsciously. Vivi looked at the 100-meter half-body skeleton giant that enveloped him. His expression was shocked, and at the same time he understood how stupid he had done. This handsome big brother was not afraid of Lokdal's attack at all, but he rushed forward to seek death. Not only did it not help, but it became a burden to the handsome big brother. Luo Xiu looked at Vivi's lowered head, full of apology, shame, and a slightly humble expression, feeling a little amused, and patted her on the head lightly. What apologies? You didn't do anything wrong, just stand aside obediently and watch, Lokdal, I will take care of it. Anyway, you are also the princess of a country, don't be so humble, okay? Feeling Luo Xiu's warm palm, her cheeks were a little blushing, she snorted like an obedient cat, and obediently walked aside, put her hands together in front of her chest, and stared at Luo Xiu obsessively, full of deep desire, adoration and a touch of admiration. Skeleton giant. This. What kind of power is this? Lokdal looked at Susanoo in the first stage, feeling a heavy sense of oppression, and his voice trembled slightly. Susanoo stage 1, it's enough to deal with you. Luo Xiu told Lokdar bluntly, his expression was indifferent, and he didn't take him seriously at all. Advertisement the first stage. Hiss. Lokdal, Nico Robin, Cobra, Vivi and others captured the key words in Luo Xiu's words. I was shocked. Some even couldn't believe it. Such a huge, hundreds of meters giant skeleton is only the first stage. Then the second stage, the third stage. What kind of scene should it be? 300 meters? 500 meters? Thinking of this, everyone involuntarily shuddered and shuddered. Just thinking about it in their minds made them terrified. Hateful. Lokdal was shocked and angry at Luo Xiu's contempt, but also terrified by Luo Xiu's strength. Just one step away. Why is this damn guy here? Crocodile, stop playing these silly tricks here. Follow me. Find yourself, regain your confidence, conquer the sea, and become famous. Luo Xiu stretched out his hand to invite Lokdar. As the old saying goes, courtesy first, soldiers later. If Lokdal doesn't know how to flatter, then he can only use physics to subdue him. A boring trick. There must be a limit to looking down on people. Heavy Shalon. Die. Lokdal's face was ferocious, his many years of planning, his dream was called a silly trick by Luo Xiu, completely ignited the anger in his heart, and brazenly launched an attack on Luo Xiu. Do your best. A huge sandstorm was condensed, enough to tear and devour, tear everything apart, and swept towards Luo Xiu crazily. Stubborn. Luo Xiu shook his head lightly, and manipulated Susanoo to raise his arm and slam it. Howling wind. The seemingly terrifying sandstorm was blown away in an instant, and disappeared without a trace, leaving only gravel all over the ground. So strong. Vivi, Nico Robin, Cobra and others stared at this scene dumbfounded. Lokdal's angry blow was resolved so lightly? Advertisement? It's horrible. Nico Robin looked at Luo Xiu with twinkling eyes. Perhaps. This man can truly bless me and help me achieve my dreams. Are you kidding me? How could it be so powerful? I do not believe. Desert Vajra Saber. Lokdal's face was ferocious, and his expression was a little crazy. His hands turned into 4 huge sand knives, and he slashed at Luo Xiu fiercely. It looked very frightening. Arm. Luo Xiu let out a soft shout. Susanoo's skeleton arm was immediately covered with a layer of jet black armament hockey, and the huge fist hit Lokdal heavily. Boom! Lokdal was slammed to the ground, his eyes were white, blood spurted wildly, and there was a crisp sound of bone cracking in his body. The terrifying force penetrated the body of Lokdal and acted on the ground of the palace wall. The hard stone slabs shattered instantly, and the entire palace suddenly collapsed. With such a huge movement, even the fighting king's army and the rebel army temporarily stopped their movements and looked at the palace in unison. What happened? Why did the palace collapse suddenly? Half an hour. The smoke and dust dissipated, and the originally tall, strong, and magnificent palace walls turned into ruins. Cough cough cough. Lokdal lay on his back among the ruins, coughing dryly. Every cough brought out a mouthful of blood, very miserable. Okay, so amazing. One hit knocked Crocodile into this miserable state. Standing beside Luo Xiu, Vivi looked at the miserable K-Lock, and then at the calm Luo Xiu. His blue pupils twinkled with little stars, full of incomparable admiration. Once, how powerful and invincible is Lock Doll in front of her. Now, but lying on the ground like a dead dog and unable to get up. Luo Xiu, a handsome and powerful man. Now, his figure is deeply engraved in Vivi's mind, which cannot be erased and unforgettable. Chapter 15 The Power to Subvert the World. Doubt the Sand Crocodile of Life. What a terrifying power this is. The famous 7 warlords of the sea was hanged and beaten, and there was no way to fight back. Cobra, who was rescued by Luo Xiu, looked at the ruined walls of the palace in the collapsed city, his expression full of amazement and awe. To him, this kind of power is like a god. This man is the one who almost killed the Admiral of Headquarters, Nico Robin said softly, trying to keep calm, but her slightly trembling body betrayed her nervous heart. Admiral of Headquarters, that represents the top combat power in this sea. How about it, K-Lockadar, are you willing to surrender? Luo Xiu folded his hands, his chin slightly lifted, his expression indifferent, his scarlet eyes fixed on him. As long as he dares to say a word, no, immediately controls Susano again to punch him again. Surrender. Who? Are you looking down on? I'm 7 warlords of the sea, Lock Doll. Erosion of reincarnation. The word surrender deeply hurt K-Lock's inner dignity. He tried his best, stood up suddenly, and put his hands on the ground to activate the ability of sand fruit with all his strength. The water on the surface was sucked up in an instant, all the flowers, plants and trees withered, the rocks were broken into gravel, and spread around at a speed visible to the naked eye, surrounding Luo Xiu. Humph. Don't cry without seeing the coffin, water-style great waterfall technique. Luo Xiu's hands formed seals as quickly as a welcome, almost completed in the blink of an eye, his cheeks fluttered slightly, and water gushed out of Luo Xiu's mouth like a vast ocean. Clatter. Overwhelming, the turbulent water instantly engulfed K-Lockadar. Even the king's army and rebel army outside the palace were not spared. Luo Xiu's chakra is really huge, every ninjutsu has monstrous power. Damn it. What happened? Where did the water come from? Help. Run away. Countless people were submerged, screaming in terror, and thrashing non-stop in the water, and the surroundings of the palace became a vast ocean in the blink of an eye. No, isn't it, water? What kind of ability is this? Nico Robin stared blankly at everything in front of her. Even though she was well versed in poetry and books, she didn't know what Luo Xiu's ability was. In the blink of an eye, a piece of dry land turned into a vast ocean. Amazing skills. This is not an ability, but a ninjutsu. Advertisement. The leader is the god of ninjas. Conan flapped his white wings, looking at Nico Robin, Cobra, Vivi and others, explained in a cold voice, with unparalleled pride, looked at Luo Xiu with fanatical reverence in his eyes. The characters summoned by the system undoubtedly have the highest level of loyalty to Luo Xiu. Just like devout believers, they will never refuse anything Luo Xiu asks, even if it is suicide. Ninjutsu? God of ninja? Wanokuni? As an archaeologist, Robin has read too many books covering everything, so he naturally knows ninja and ninjutsu. Only the ninjutsu that Luo Xiu uses is different from the ninjutsu she knows from the book by a billion. What ninjutsu can create a 100-meter giant? What ninjutsu can create a vast ocean? All of this is impacting Robin's worldview. Wanokuni? Don't insult our leader with that low-level ninjutsu. The ninjutsu of the leader has the power to subvert the world. Conan's voice was full of disdain. When she was summoned to this world by Luo Xiu, the basic information of the pirate world was implanted in her mind. She knew about the existence of Wanokuni, and knew that there were also ninjas in Wanokuni in this world. It's just that ninjutsu. That's it, it's not so much ninjutsu, it's better to say it's taijutsu. Hiss. The power to subvert the world. Whether it's Robin or Vivi, Cobra's eyes widened when he heard Conan's words, and his face was full of disbelief. The power to subvert the world. That is more powerful than ancient weapon. This power, is it really something that humans can have? A long time. The water flow slowly dissipated, and Lock Doll's figure was revealed. His whole body was covered with water droplets, and he could no longer use elementalization. Hateful. This is ninjutsu, don't be kidding. How could there be such a terrifying ninjutsu? Lock Doll snarled at Luo Xiu with disbelief on his face. He also heard what Conan said just now. He had heard of Wanokuni ninjas in New World, but Nima has such terrifying abilities. Fear? It's just an ordinary ninjutsu that I randomly picked up. The truly terrifying ninjutsu is not qualified to see it with your current level of strength. Advertisement. Luo Xiu tilted his head, his voice was full of deep disdain. This is just an ordinary water-style ninjutsu. Lock Doll. Nico Robin, Vivi, Cobra. Ordinary equals vast ocean. I'm afraid you have misunderstood the word ordinary. Hateful. A hole. That mocking voice, that disdainful look in his eyes made Lock Doll almost gnash his silver teeth. His chest was filled with anger, his fists were tightly clenched, but he no longer dared to attack Luo Xiu. After several confrontations, he clearly felt the gap between himself and the man in front of him. Like heaven and earth, I was like an ant in front of this man, being teased and playing. Aggrieved. Anger. Unwilling. At this moment, Lock Doll deeply felt his own weakness. Such a weak self, even if he really got Pluton, can he rule the sea and conquer the world with Pluton? Lock Doll has some doubts about life. You still dare to speak disrespectfully, little crocodile. It seems that you still can't tell the difference between big and small kings. Luo Xiu's eyes were fixed, and Susanoo's giant skeleton claws slapped Lokdar hard. Peeved, the terrifying force made Lokdar, who could not be elementalized, helpless. His mouth grew wide, and he let out a painful cry. Bright red blood burst out from his mouth, his face convulsed in pain, and his facial features were a little distorted. Boom! Lokdar was slammed into the ground by Luo Xiu, and the whole earth trembled. The rubble on the ruins was raised high, the dust was flying, the airwaves were rolling, and the wind was raging. Snapped! Lokdal has not yet recovered from the pain of the last palm. Luo Xiu's next palm strikes again. Omega D Omega. Lokdar looked at the skeleton falling from the sky and raised his claws. His eyeballs almost flew out of their sockets. I pinch the horse. Again. It's over. Die. Don't come here. Chapter 16 A Little Lesson. A Born Leader. Boom. Crack. Susanoo's giant skeleton claws swung down heavily, and the ground trembled, shattered, and collapsed again. Conan, Vivi, Robin and others quickly turned sideways and covered their heads with their arms to block the strong wind and dust blowing on their faces. Cough, cough, cough. Lokdal felt as if his whole body was shattered, and the piercing pain hit his mind directly, stimulating his nerves, leaving his mind blank, and he could only let out a subconscious dry cough. But Luo Xiu didn't stop there. Since we want to subdue Lokdal, we must make him afraid from the bottom of his heart, and dare not give birth to any thoughts of betrayal or resistance. Papa papa, boom boom boom. Susanoo's skeletal claws slapped again and slapped on Lokdal, making a loud noise. The ground cracked and collapsed again and again. With Luo Xiu and Lokdar as the center, the land within a radius of 100 meters collapsed, forming a huge sinkhole. Numb. Whether it is Vivi, Robin, Cobra, or the king's army and rebel army in front of the palace, they are all stupid. Stand still, jaw dropping, turned into wooden people one by one. Ah, this. Are you hitting a gopher? Is this terrifying destructive power really something humans can do? Gulu. This terrifying scene made countless people swallow hard, and their hearts were filled with unparalleled shock. They who live in paradise have never seen such a terrifying power. After clapping more than a dozen palms in a row, Luo Xiu slowly stopped, and the people around looked at Luo Xiu as if they were monsters. Amazing. Fear. Worship. There are all kinds of emotions. The smoke and dust dissipated slowly, revealing the bloody figure of Lokdal at the bottom of the Tianqing. At this time, he was lying on his back on the ground, rolling his eyes, completely unconscious. Dead. Dead. Cobra half kneeled on the ground, looking up at Lokdar at the bottom of the sinkhole, and asked in a trembling voice. Not at all. I just taught him a little lesson. After all, I still want to subdue him to be my subordinate. Advertisement. Luo Xiu heard Cobra's voice and shook his head lightly. Although his attacks looked ferocious, he deliberately controlled his strength, only breaking dozens of bones. Small lesson. Vivi, Robin, Cobra and others looked at Lok, who was almost out of shape, and then at Luo Xiu, with strange expressions on their faces. You call that a little lesson? If it was a slightly deeper lesson, wouldn't even the ashes be thrown away? Master Luo Xiu, please save this country. Please. Vivi suddenly bowed deeply to Luo Xiu and asked loudly. She saw Luo Xiu's unparalleled power, and thought that he must have the ability to save the country and stop this senseless war. Save the country? Why? Give me a reason. Luo Xiu tilted his head and looked at Vivi calmly. He is not some Virgin Mary. Not to mention those boors who can't walk when they see a beautiful woman. When a beautiful woman begs, they will kneel and lick. Not to mention, Alabasta is one of the member countries of world government. Future. Luo Xiu is destined to be an enemy of the world government. Isn't saving the country the same as saving one's own enemies? Reason. Vivi bit her lips tightly, looked at Luo Xiu with tears in her eyes, feeling a sense of sadness in her heart. Yes, we are just strangers who have nothing to do with each other. Why should I ask Mr. Luo Xiu to help me save this country? I can help Master Luo Xiu with anything. As long as Lord Luo Xiu can save this country. Even if it costs me my life, I won't hesitate. Vivi looked at Luo Xiu firmly, her eyes were full of determination, she was willing to give her all for this country. I can't even beat a sand crocodile, what can you do for me? Let me tell you the truth. My goal is to kill those celestial dragons who live in Mariejois and overthrow the corrupt world government. I want you to lead Alabasta to join me and follow me to overthrow the world government. Can you do it? Luo Xiu is outspoken about his ambitions. Killing the celestial dragons and almost killing the Admiral of headquarters is a well-known fact in the sea. As long as there is no problem in the brain, everyone knows that Luo Xiu is on the opposite side of the world government. There is nothing to hide. Vivi, Robin, Cobra and others suddenly shrank their pupils when they heard this, their expressions were horrified, and they looked at Luo Xiu in disbelief. He actually has such huge ambitions. Kill the Mariejois celestial dragons. Advertisement. Overthrow the rule of the world government. What a wild ambition. Kick, kick, kick. Vivi's azure blue eyes widened to ultimate, and she backed away frightened by Luo Xiu's words. She never imagined that Luo Xiu would have such an ambition and make such a request. Why? Vivi covered her mouth with a terrified look, and asked with difficulty. Why? Good question. Luo Xiu slowly took off his shirt, revealing dense, hideous and terrifying scars and the conspicuous and eye-catching hoof prints of the Tianqiang dragon on the back. When Vivi, Robin, Cobra and others saw Luo Xiu's terrifying body, their pupils shrank suddenly, showing endless horror. What a terrible scar. Once upon a time, I also had a happy family. But, because of the arrival of those pigs, everything was destroyed. The kneeling posture is not good looking, ha ha ha. What a ridiculous reason. My parents were killed, and I was taken away as a slave. These scars were all left by those pigs having fun. When they gouged out a piece of my body, they listened to my mournful wailing and saw my spurting blood, and laughed out loud. When they saw me being chased and bitten by ferocious beasts, they looked excited and shouted. You say, why is that? Luo Xiu slowly narrated his past, his voice was cold, indifferent, and filled with bitter hatred. Woo! Listening to Luo Xiu's miserable past, Vivi sobbed, tears welled up in her eyes, full of sympathy for Luo Xiu's experience. What a tragic experience this is. Even Robin, who had struggled to survive in the dark since he was a child, was moved by it, leaving tears of sympathy, and a feeling of sympathy for each other. It was also killed by the world government, also experienced a dark childhood. So, I swear, let the world government feel the pain. We must kill all these unreasonable existences. To change this world, in the name of Xiao, bring light to this world. Luo Xiu's voice was sonorous, impassioned, and full of unparalleled firmness, which deeply infected Vivi, Robin, and even King Cobra, who had an urge to kneel down and worship, and swear to follow. The sun shines, casting a touch of golden light on Luo Xiu's figure, it is so sacred. As if, he is a natural leader. Chapter 17 The gods are nothing more than that. The celestial dragons on the Holy Land claim to be the descendants of the Creator, and have forgotten their original intentions, becoming dark and corrupt. They are aloof and take pleasure in the suffering of civilians. They are indeed hateful. Vivi, as the Princess of Alabasta, the future queen, you have the right to make a choice. No matter what, I will support you. Cobra sighed, shame on what the celestial dragons had done, and handed Vivi the choice. Whether Vivi agrees to Luo Xiu's request or rejects Luo Xiu's request, as a father, he will fully support it. Hearing his father's encouragement, Vivi looked at Luo Xiu's tall figure, and then at Lok Dar lying in the Tianqiang. His gaze gradually became firm. World government is too corrupt. Pirates like Crocodile can become legally plundering. This time it was Lok Dar, the next time I don't know who it is. The world government doesn't do anything at all. Lord Luo Xiu is right. Those misshapen celestial dragons from Mariejois shouldn't exist. I am willing to lead Alabasta to join Lord Luo Xiu's command to overthrow the corrupt world government and bring light to the world. Vivi looked at Luo Xiu resolutely, and her voice was full of firmness. Luo Xiu looked sideways slightly, and Vivi's promise surprised him a little. After all, Alabasta is one of the few big countries in this world, with a standing army of 600,000, which is one of the few in the world of pirates. But it's more of a surprise. The joining of such a large kingdom is of great significance to Luo Xiu's plan to overthrow the world government. Just imagine. When the time comes, what will the civilians in the sea think when they see such a huge kingdom breaking away from the rule of the world government? You will definitely think that the world government is decayed to the extreme. As a result, the prestige of the world government is reduced in the hearts of the people of the whole world. Once there is no awe, more and more people will join in the resistance. The resentment, and complaints accumulated over the centuries against the celestial dragons and the world government will all explode. Since ancient times, those who win the hearts of the people win the world. In this vast sea, the world government has long lost the support of the people. The reason why they did not resist is because they dare not and are unable to resist. Once someone can compete with the world government, countless people will join in an instant. This sea has been suffering celestial dragons, and the world government has been suffering for a long time. Welcome to Akatsuki. From now on, we will be life and death partners. Work hard and fight to overthrow the corrupt world government and bring light to the world. Luo Xiu smiled, his expression became gentle, and he extended his arms to Vivi to express his welcome. Advertisement, a partner who depends on life and death. Work hard and fight to overthrow the corrupt world government and bring light to the world. Vivi nodded heavily, repeated Luo Xiu's words, stretched out her white palms and just held Luo Xiu together. Her eyes were firm, her expression was solemn, and there was a hint of joy in her heart. You can fight side by side with Luo Xiu's big brother in the future. It is good. The next step is to deal with these insurgencies. After all, they can all be regarded as my subordinates in the future. Luo Xiu looked at the king's army and the rebel army who were fighting outside the palace, ready to take action to solve the rebellion. Lord Luo Xiu, how should we resolve this rebellion? The king's army and the rebel army are now so jealous, ordinary words can't stop them at all. Vivi was a little worried. Relax, I'll get them under control first. Then you, the princess, will come forward and make Clock-Eater's conspiracy known to the public and it will be resolved. Luo Xiu looked relaxed, and his voice contained a lot of confidence. For him, the ninja god, solving this rebellion is just a matter of convenience. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is useless. Thanks. Thank you Lord Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu's confident voice made Vivi's worries disappear, and he bowed to Luo Xiu again and again to thank him. However, Crocodile is still useful for my next plan. I can't let him lose his status as 7 warlords of the sea for the time being. Let's find a scapegoat instead. Vivi, don't you mind? Luo Xiu asked for Vivi's opinion. In the next summit war, Luo Xiu is going to give naval headquarters a big surprise, so it is not yet possible to let Crocodile lose the status of 7 warlords of the sea. It does not matter, as long as it can save the country. Everything is about the overall situation. Vivi shook her head to show that she didn't care and looked at Luo Xiu with a little more emotion. With Luo Xiu's strength, there is no need to ask her opinion at all, which is enough to show that Luo Xiu attaches great importance to her. It is good. I'm starting. Luo Xiu took a deep breath, quickly formed a seal with both hands, and then slapped the ground suddenly. Chakra surged out of Luo Xiu's body crazily like the sea. Wood style the birth of the tree world. Boom boom boom. Advertisement. Ka ka ka. Accompanied by Luo Xiu's angry shout, countless huge towering ancient trees popped up instantly on the ground of the entire battlefield, forming a dense primeval forest. The king's army, the rebel army, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers were all bound and entangled by trees and vines, so they couldn't move. Ah! Help! Damn, what are these things? Shocked, terrified, restless, struggling, screaming, shouting. Now, all the soldiers of the king's army and the rebel army were scared to pee, and couldn't believe the facts before them. An unspeakable fear filled their hearts, and their bodies struggled desperately but they couldn't break free. A corner of the battlefield. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates who were fighting against the members of the Warlords Society were also tightly bound. Their faces were full of disbelief, and their eyes were full of disbelief. Hey, what kind of power is this? It's too exaggerated. Zoro was hung on a huge ancient tree, just able to see the entire battlefield. He felt that his entire worldview was about to collapse. In front of the palace, Luo Xiu stood up slowly, patted the dirt on the palm of his hand. His expression was indifferent, as if he had done an insignificant thing. Aside, Vivi, Robin, Cobra and others were all dumbfounded and stunned. My brain went blank and I lost the ability to think. Eyes wide open to ultimate, pupils are almost out of focus. The expression on his face was almost shocked to the point of distorting. Oh my god. This. What kind of power is it? Create a force that controls hundreds of thousands of soldiers in an instant. God. I'm afraid it's nothing more than that. Chapter 18 Shocking Cheers. Heroes to save Alabasta. Master Luo. Luo Xiu, is this also ninjutsu? Vivi pointed to the forest that almost covered the entire capital, and asked stammeringly, his words becoming awkward. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that humans could possess such power. Yes, not bad. It's wood-style ninjutsu. If you want to learn it in the future, you can. Luo Xiu nodded slightly. Really? Vivi was full of surprise and asked in disbelief. In her opinion, this powerful ability should not be passed on to the outside world. Nature, however, it is a little impossible for you to achieve such power, but it can also make you a strong person on your own. Vivi is now a member of Akatsuki, so naturally Luo Xiu will not hesitate to teach her ninjutsu. The stronger Vivi is, the more beneficial it will be for his future plans. Thank you so much, Lord Luo Xiu. Hearing Luo Xiu's affirmative answer, Vivi was very excited and bowed to Luo Xiu to thank him. As for reaching Luo Xiu's level, Vivi has never thought about it. As long as she has enough power to protect the country of Alabasta, she will be satisfied. Okay, Vivi, let's talk about cultivation later. You can start countering the rebellion. This guy is Bentham from the Pakistan Warlords Society. He can imitate others. This war was able to be fought, and he was responsible for the greatest contribution. Many things were pretended and instigated by him behind the scenes. There are also Warlords pirates mixed in with the rebel army and the king's army. I have found them all. As long as the conspiracy is made public and the culprits are beheaded, the rebellion can be quelled. Luo Xiu appeased the excited Vivi, manipulated wood style to capture Bentham and the pirates from the Warlords Society mixed in the crowd, and sent them to Vivi. Thank you Lord Luo Xiu. Master Luo Xiu, please send me to the high tower of the palace, where there is a phone bug broadcast. Vivi pointed to the high tower of the palace behind and asked Luo Xiu. There's no need to be so troublesome, hold on to me. Luo Xiu glanced at the crumbling tower behind, shook his head lightly, then hugged Vivi's slender waist, and rose into the air. Ah! Vivi exclaimed, and subconsciously hugged Luo Xiu's body tightly, feeling the hormonal breath coming from Luo Xiu. Her heart was pounding like a deer. Luo Xiu took Vivi to the sky, right above the battlefield. Raise your hand. A huge tree rose into the sky, providing Luo Xiu and Vivi with a foothold. That's it, Vivi. Luo Xiu put Vivi down and stood aside. Advertisement. Call. Vivi let out a deep breath, and glanced at Luo Xiu beside him, feeling extremely at ease, with infinite courage in his heart. Everyone, I am Princess Vivi. Please don't be nervous, be afraid. These trees will not harm you, they are to save you. With the help of Luo Xiu Yinton, Vivi's voice spread throughout the battlefield. All the rebel army and the king's army all looked at the sky at the same time. Princess Vivi. That's Princess Vivi, what happened? Princess Vivi said that these trees and vines are not harming us but saving us? Are these trees and vines made by Princess Vivi? Under Vivi's reassurance, everyone on the battlefield calmed down a little. They looked at Vivi in the sky, waiting for her explanation. Listen everyone, this war is a conspiracy of pirates. They use dancing powder to put the blame on the royal capital. The purpose is to make the people disappointed with the royal family, cause a rebellion, and steal Alabasta to subjugate the country. It's this evil pirate, he has demon fruit power, he can imitate the appearance of others. He imitated the royal family, nobles, and rebels to instigate multiple identities, making the people hate the royal family. Originally, they were about to succeed, however, a hero descended from the sky, saw through their plot, and captured these pirates. It was he, Lord Luo Xiu, who saved Alabasta. Wow. Vivi's words immediately caused an uproar, everyone's eyes widened, their faces full of disbelief. Them got tricked. All this is a conspiracy of pirates. They want to steal Alabasta. Shock. Regret. Countless rebels were dejected, their hearts collapsed, and they covered their heads with tears of regret. Ah. How can it be repaired? What have I done? I just said, how could His Majesty the King be so cruel? Everything is a conspiracy, we were tricked by pirates. Your Majesty, I am sorry for you. Advertisement. Sorry, Princess Vivi. Damn me. The truth came out. Countless rebels wailed, anger, regret, hesitation, apprehension and other emotions filled their hearts, wishing to die immediately. Originally they thought they were fighting for tomorrow, for hope. But it's actually fighting for pirates. This feeling of being used as a gun simply broke them down. High in the air. Vivi heard the remorse of the rebel army, a relaxed expression appeared on her nervous pretty face, and then said again. Everyone, don't be sad, don't be upset, everything is the pirates' fault. The past cannot be stopped, we should learn from the lessons and look forward to the future to make Alabasta even better. Aside. Luo Xiu looked at Vivi's solemn and calm expression, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile of appreciation. Although Vivi is still a little immature now, she has already begun to look like a queen. Let us thank Master Luo Xiu, he saved Alabasta. He saved the lives of countless of you, Lord Luo Xiu, he is our Alabasta hero. At last. Vivi looked at Luo Xiu and almost shouted with her loudest voice to express her inner gratitude to Luo Xiu. Oh, Master Luo Xiu, Master Luo Xiu. Master Luo Xiu. Hundreds of thousands of people shouted in unison, and almost everyone exhausted all their strength, looking at Luo Xiu in unison. Look crazy. I worship. It was this man who, with his almost godlike power, stopped this war, saved this country, and saved their lives. Now, Luo Xiu is the hero in the hearts of all of them. Chapter 19 Ninja Force. Build Sinagakure in Alabasta. Shocking cheers resounded throughout the entire capital. Under Vivi's deliberate promotion, Luo Xiu's heroic image is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Coupled with Luo Xiu's godlike strength, the worship and awe of Luo Xiu reached the peak. A hero. Hearing the cheers from the crowd in Alabasta, Luo Xiu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, with a happy smile on his face. Very good feeling. My fellow citizens of Alabasta. The culprit who started this war will be executed now. I hope you can learn from this lesson and believe in your king, he will lead you to glory. In full view. Luo Xiu manipulated the trees and vines to hang Bentham and the pirates from the Balog Society, hang them. Bang bang bang. The bodies of Bentham and those pirates exploded in the air, bursting out a series of dazzling blood flowers, like blooming bloody fireworks. Blood rains down. When it fell on the tree, the person's body, face, and ground looked extremely cruel. But, this did not make the citizens of Alabasta feel any fear, but rather excited and grateful. Died. Great. The gang of pirates who started the war and tried to steal Alabasta deserves nothing. Oh, hero. At the moment when Bentham and those pirates died, the cheers in the capital reached their peak, and some people even tore their lips and kakuzu torn, and their mandibles were dislocated. The feeling of watching your enemy die in front of your own eyes is really refreshing. The deafening cheers reached Luo Xiu's ears, he could feel the excitement of these people, and he could understand it too. Once. He killed the celestial dragons with his own hands, and he probably felt the same way. Subsequently. Luo Xiu snapped his fingers, and all the trees and vines that bound everyone were untied, allowing them to regain their freedom. Land on both feet. Whether it is the rebel army or the king's army, they all have the feeling of surviving after a catastrophe. Looking up at the vast forest that covers the sky and the sun, they swallowed subconsciously, and their hearts were full of awe. This kind of power really surpassed their imagination, making them unable to resist at all. Advertisement Luo Xiu took a look at the crowd, and if he wins people's hearts together, he must do it thoroughly. Summoning Katsuyu technique. A giant Katsuyu appeared, and then dispersed into countless smaller Katsuyu, crawling towards those injured. Everyone, don't panic, these Katsuyu are my summoning ninja beasts, they can heal everyone's injuries. Luo Xiu's voice rang in everyone's ears, making everyone who was a little afraid of Katsuyu calm down immediately, and even walk towards Katsuyu on their own initiative. They didn't have the slightest doubt about Luo Xiu's words, Luo Xiu was the hero who saved them. Green chakra bloomed from Katsuyu's body, those wounded soldiers, people recovered in a moment, even some dying people were no exception. Woo, Lord Luo Xiu, thank you Lord Luo Xiu. Thanks. Thank you for saving my life. Countless wounded who were rescued thanked Luo Xiu one after another, especially those rebels, who were even more grateful to Luo Xiu. They were sinners and they were able to be treated, and they shed tears of emotion. Reached an unprecedented height. Call. Luo Xiu took a deep breath and treated tens of thousands of people at one time. Even though he was a sage of 6 paths body, he felt a little bit of pressure. Thank you, Lord Luo Xiu. Vivi took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from Luo Xiu's forehead, his eyes were full of gratitude and awe. Vivi, let them all go back. Starting today, Alabasta will have a new life. Luo Xiu gently stroked Vivi's head, comforting him softly. Feeling Luo Xiu's warm hands, Vivi felt unprecedented peace in her heart, as if as long as this man is around, there will be no danger. Then she turned to face the rebels and said loudly, "Everyone, go home. Your parents, wives, and children are all waiting for your reunion. In the name of the princess, I promise that no one will be held accountable this time, and I will go back to my hometown and work hard to rebuild Alabasta." Vivi spoke out to appease everyone, making these rebels completely relieved. "Sorry, Princess Vivi, Your Majesty the King. We were wrong. We will never doubt His Majesty the King again. We will work harder and harder to build Alabasta in the future." A group of rebels kowtowed to apologize to Vivi, and then left the capital with apology and shame, secretly vowing in their hearts to do their best to atone for their sins and build Alabasta. With this incident, the loyalty and cohesion of Alabasta citizens have become stronger. In the future, it will play an indispensable role in facing the world government. Advertisement, call. Looking at the rebel army leaving slowly, Vivi let out a deep breath. The rebellion finally subsided, with few casualties. All this is because of the man in front of me. Vivi stared at Luo Xiu without blinking. Gratitude, reverence, and admiration, all kinds of emotions flowed in his eyes. The strength of this man was deeply engraved in her mind, making her heart beat. After quelling the rebellion, Luo Xiu took Vivi back to the collapsed palace, looked at the ruins, and slapped his hands on the ground. Earth-style city wall reconstruction technique. Instantly, the ground of the collapsed palace wall that was originally smashed by Luo Xiu quickly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and returned to its previous state in the blink of an eye. Wow, Lord Luo Xiu, ninjutsu is too powerful. It feels as if there is nothing you can do. Seeing the restored city wall, Vivi's beautiful big eyes sparkled suddenly, and the beautiful Sakura Momoko let out bursts of exclamation. She found that Luo Xiu is like a treasure, which can surprise her anytime and anywhere. Well, ninjutsu has a wide range of applications. It can be used not only for combat, but also for assisting life. For example, earth style, wood style can be used to make houses, and water style can be used to make rivers, which is just right for Alabasta, a country that lacks water. I will pass on the cultivation method of Genin technique and select some loyal people to practice. It will play an indispensable role in the development of Alabasta and in our future plans. Luo Xiu has a unique advantage in this world, and he intends to build a ninja army in One Piece world. As the god of ninjas, mastering all ninjutsu does not lack training methods, but lacks people. It just so happens that the geographical environment of Alabasta is very similar to the Kingdom of the Wind in the Hokage world. You can build a Sanagakure here and train your own ninja troops. Really, great. Thank you so much, Master Luo Xiu. When Vivi heard that Luo Xiu was going to spread ninjutsu training methods in Alabasta, his face was full of excitement. Vivi has seen the power of ninjutsu with his own eyes. Although it is impossible for ordinary people to practice ninjutsu comparable to Master Luo Xiu, it is still a huge, leap-forward improvement for Alabasta. Ninjutsu is really a magical power. Cobra felt the intact body, stepped on the ground with the soles of his feet, felt the stronger city wall than before, and burst out in awe. Perhaps, Vivi following this man will bring Alabasta to an unprecedented glory. Chapter 20. As long as I don't die, I will protect you forever. Robin joins. Hey, Locked Doll, stop playing dead, surrender, or shall I continue to beat you until you surrender? Luo Xiu set his sights on Locked Doll, who was blocking the ground. His observation haki was so advanced, he had already discovered that Locked Doll had regained consciousness, and he was just pretending to be dead there. Locked Doll, Vivi, Robin and the others immediately turned their gazes to him, especially Vivi, subconsciously showing a look of fear on his face, but seeing Luo Xiu next to him regained his composure. Advertisement: with Master Luo Xiu around, Locked Doll can't make any troubles at all. Ah, I really can't hide it from you, a monster. I hear it, your ambition, I saw it, your strength. A man like you is worthy of my following. I surrender and am willing to be a sharp knife in your hands. See the leader. Locked Doll knelt on one knee and chose to surrender. Whether it is strength or ambition, the man in front of him is deeply impressed by him. It is not a shame to surrender to this man, but a kind of honor. He who knows current affairs is a hero. Originally, I was going to save you and take a few more shots, but it seems that I don't need it. Luo Xiu's words made Locked Doll break out in cold sweat instantly, and he glanced at Luo Xiu with fear in his eyes. The scene where he was slapped by Luo Xiu just now rang out in his mind, and his body shivered involuntarily. Fortunately, I chose to surrender. Since you joined Akatsuki and became my subordinate, you must be loyal first. No matter who it is, if it betrays, I will do my best to hunt down and kill it until I die. Do you understand? Luo Xiu's face was dignified, and his voice seriously warned Locked Doll. Don't worry, leader, since I choose to join, I will not betray. Crocodile immediately assured Luo Xiu that in the face of Luo Xiu's terrifying and invincible strength, he had already planted the seeds of fear in his heart, and he did not dare to have any thoughts of betrayal. Well, let me trust you. Take off the hook on your arm, I will give you a surprise. Obey. Locked Doll took off the golden hook on his arm, revealing his severed arm. Ninja regeneration technique. Luo Xiu's hands quickly formed a mudra, and a surge of chakra full of vitality surged out of his hands, acting on Locked Doll's body. Locked Doll only felt the numbness and itching of the severed arm. Advertisement under his shocked and surprised eyes, the arm that had been broken for many years grew back. Hiss. Vivi, Robin and others couldn't help being amazed, and were shocked again. Severed limb regeneration. What a terrifying ability this is. If everyone in the sea knew about it, they would definitely go crazy. In this era of great pirates, battles are happening every day, and it is really normal to lose hands and feet. Don't see you, even the redhead of the 4 emperors lost his arm. Locked Doll shook the newborn's arm, not as weak as imagined, but very strong, full of strength, even stronger than his original body. His eyes looked at Luo Xiu, almost wanting to worship him.
This man is too mysterious and too powerful. Thank you, leader.
Crocodile is the sharp knife in the hands of the leader, and he will go through fire and water, and will not hesitate. Locked Doll knelt down on both knees, grabbed the ground with his head, thanked Luo Xiu heavily, and respected Luo Xiu like a god.
Well, for the time being, you will maintain your identity as 7 warlords of the sea and control Alabasta's underground grey industry, but you are not allowed to endanger civilians. Vivi, if there is anything inconvenient for the royal family in the future, you can ask Lock to do it. One of you is in the light, and the other is in the dark, and together you maintain the order of Alabasta. Luo Xiu gave instructions to Vivi and Lock. There can never be absolute white and black in this world. Only by controlling both white and black in your own hands can you create a good order. Obey. Vivi and Locked Doll bowed to the command. Vivi, though I might feel sorry for you for doing this, let you work with someone who just took over your country. But for future plans, I can only ask you to make a small sacrifice for the time being. Luo Xiu looked at Vivi apologetically. After all, Locked Doll just planned to take over their country not long ago. It's okay, Master Luo Xiu. Since Locked Doll has become your subordinate, we will be colleagues from now on, so we should put aside the past. Advertisement. What's more, the Alabasta's underground world will be deterred by Clock Doll, which will also make the order of Alabasta more stable. Vivi shook her head lightly, expressing that she didn't care, looked at Luo Xiu with a smile on her face, and felt happy and joyful that Luo Xiu valued her. Thank you for your understanding, Vivi. Believe me, Alabasta will definitely be stronger in the future. Luo Xiu looked at the sensible girl in front of him, raised his palm and touched her head, with an apology in his heart and a relieved expression. He decided to give her a big gift. I trust Master Luo Xiu. Vivi nodded heavily, full of trust in Luo Xiu in her heart. She believed that Luo Xiu would be able to protect Alabasta's safety and make Alabasta stronger. Excuse me, Lord Luo Xiu, do you still need archaeologists? Robin, who had been standing aside all this time, finally mustered up the courage to ask. Nico Robin, son of the devil. Ha ha, it's really a ridiculous title. In order to cover up their ugly past, those rotten guys from the world government slaughtered hundreds of thousands of people in O'Hara, and finally called an 8-year-old child who survived by chance a devil. It's ridiculous. When Luo Xiu saw Robin, he remembered the plot of killing O'Hara in the original book, and let out a sneer, with a strong mockery and contempt on his face. This kind of world government that kills civilians indiscriminately is rotten to the extreme. Woo. Luo Xiu's voice touched the softest part of Robin's heart, tears streaming down his face. Over the years, under the propaganda of the world government, everyone thought she was a demon, shouted and killed her, and left her displaced and suffering. Now, I finally heard someone speak a fair word for her, denouncing the atrocities committed by the world government. Robin, as long as you join Akatsuki with sincerity, I assure you, Xiao will be your most solid support. You don't have to be wandering, you don't have to hide in Tibet, you can pursue history with dignity. As long as I don't die, I will protect you for the rest of my life. Boom. Luo Xiu's voice exploded in Robin's mind like a thunderbolt, causing her to cover her mouth in disbelief and burst into tears. Chapter 21 Confused Luffy, is the war over? That sonorous and firm voice, and that pity and loving eyes completely broke Robin's defenses. How many years? Since the fall of O'Hara, no one has really cared about her. Everyone wants to capture her in exchange for a bounty, or use her to interpret historical texts. Now, a person with the same fate as her appeared, who cared about her from the bottom of his heart and was willing to protect her. Robin's strong heart was shattered, and he rushed into Luo Xiu's arms and cried loudly regardless of his image. Advertisement. Woo, woo, woo. Facing Robin who lost his composure, Luo Xiu was slightly stunned, but more distressed. Robin's experience is very similar to his. They are both persecuted by the world government and have a painful past. Fortunately, Luo Xiu met Hancock to cuddle with each other, met Tiger to rescue, and met Rayleigh and Shaki to teach. But Robin has been alone so far. Do not worry. From now on, we will be life and death partners. Luo Xiu lightly patted her on the back, comforting her softly, letting Robin vent his inner grievance in his arms wantonly. A partner who depends on life and death. With tears on his face, Robin nodded fiercely at Luo Xiu, with a serious look on his face. Sol, I found a partner who really cares about me. He. Robin looked at Luo Xiu who was full of pity for him, and felt unprecedentedly happy and joyful in his heart. He thought of what his friend Sol once said to him when he was in Olaha. One day you will meet a real partner on the sea. Now. She met. Clock Dar. Suddenly, there was a cry in the sky, and a young man with a bucket on his back riding an eagle descended from the sky. What? That is, Luffy. Vivi looked at the boy who fell from the sky, with a look of astonishment on his face. He didn't expect Luffy to appear at this time. Advertisement. Wow, the cat. You're still alive. Lockdoll's eyes widened, and he looked at the lively Luffy who appeared in front of him in disbelief. He remembered that he obviously sucked him into a mummy and threw him into the quicksand. How could he be alive? Luo Xiu saw Lockdoll's expression and shook his head slightly. Luffy is the child of destiny. How could he be so lightly and be slammed by you? If you don't show up by yourself, the next plot is to beat you with the protagonist aura, and then save Alabasta. Lockdoll, I have found a way to defeat you. Let's start the second round. Vivi, don't worry. This time, I will definitely not lose again. With the bucket on his back, Luffy clenched his fists and looked at Lock with confidence. Humph. Lockdoll didn't speak, stood behind Luo Xiu with arms folded, looked at Luffy with disdain, and didn't pay attention to him at all. Now that he is Luo Xiu's subordinate, naturally he will not do anything recklessly. Damn. Luffy, Crocodile has surrendered to Master Luo Xiu, and is now considered to be a member of Alabasta. The war is over, the rebellion is settled. Vivi stood up and said to Luffy with some embarrassment. What Vivi said made Luffy look confused, tilted his head, and looked at Vivi with a silly expression. Who I am? Where am I? What am I going to do? Wasn't Locke the pirate who wanted to steal Alabasta? Surrender to Master Luo Xiu. Who is Master Luo Xiu? Why is Crocodile counted as Alabasta again? Luffy felt that his mind was messed up, not enough at all. In short, there is no need to fight anymore. Thank you Luffy and everyone for taking care of me all the way, rest well, and I will entertain everyone to my heart's content. Vivi hurriedly stopped Luffy, for fear that he would act impulsively on Crocodile, and at the same time thanked Luffy from the bottom of his heart. Although she failed to help herself save the country in the end, she took good care of her along the way, allowing her to return to Alabasta safely. Oh, okay, since you say so, Vivi, then forget it. I'm going to beat that Lockdoll guy away. Advertisement. Luffy scratched his head, stopped thinking about such complicated things, and looked at Lockdoll with a disappointed look. He was still ready to take revenge. Wow, the cat, who do you think you are? Although I don't know how you survived in that situation, but a weak chicken like you, no matter how many times, I will defeat you. Seeing Luffy's swearing appearance, Crocodile was furious and cursed. In the eyes of Lockdoll, Luffy is an ant that can be crushed to death. Okay, stop arguing. This is the end of this matter. Luo Xiu looked at the two who were about to fight, and stopped him with words. This future sun god might be his vanguard against the world government in the future, Admiral. Of order, leader. Lockadar immediately shut up, with a respectful expression, not daring to disobey Luo Xiu in the slightest. Huh, are you Lord Luo Xiu that Vivi said? Luffy looked at such an obedient Lock, and was very surprised in his heart. He didn't expect such a powerful Lock to be so respectful to a person. Yes, I am Luo Xiu, the man who will become the king of the world in the future. It's a pleasure to meet you. Luo Xiu stretched out his palm and showed a kind smile. As the saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is a friend. Luffy, the future sun god, is destined to stand on the opposite side of the world government in the future. When he grows up, he may become his main force against the world government. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the One Piece in the future. Hello. Luffy straightened his straw hat, introduced himself solemnly, and reached out to hold Luo Xiu together without any flinching. Luo Xiu looked at Wong Luffy, who hadn't grown up in front of him, and suddenly had an evil thought in his heart. I don't know if I beat him up now, will I do sit-ups like I did to Mr. Guy in the future, and then fight back? Of course, this is just an idea. If you screw Luffy now, whether it's his father in the Revolutionary Army, the grandfather of the Marine hero, or the red-haired four emperors who led the way, they will all go crazy. Although Luo Xiu is not afraid, a trouble is inevitable, and there is no need for that. There is no direct conflict of interest between him and Luffy. Even like-minded people to some extent. Chapter 22 Sandstorm 3 Brothers and Brothers. Transplant cactus cells to Vivi. Night fell. The entire Alabasta palace was brightly lit, and bursts of laughter came from it. In order to thank Luo Xiu for saving Alabasta, and to thank the Straw Hat Pirates for bringing Vivi home safely, King Cobra held a grand banquet. Banquet restaurant. Luo Xiu looked at all kinds of funny members of the Straw Hat Pirates, and couldn't help laughing. Especially the mascot, Chopper, puts two chopsticks against his nose and mouth, and swings wildly there. How funny it is. These people are indeed happy. In fact, in Luo Xiu's eyes, Luffy and his group can only be regarded as fake pirates. They are more like a group of adventurers, an alternative among pirates. However, this world is more of the kind of pirates who burn, kill, loot and do all kinds of evil. If I overthrow the world government in the future, I must end this so-called era of great pirates, so that this sea will no longer be called a pirate. The banquet lasted until late at night, and everyone fell asleep with happy smiles on their faces. In a luxurious bedroom, Luo Xiu lay on his back on a luxurious big bed, thinking about future plans in his mind. Originally, his plan was to dare to recruit Lockdoll before the Straw Hat Luffy, but there were some changes in it, and he became the hero who saved Alabasta. Now, the citizens of the entire kingdom of Alabasta respect and trust themselves very much. Even Princess Vivi, the heir to the royal family, has become his subordinate. This was a pleasant surprise. With Alabasta as the foundation, the ninja force that Luo Xiu had always planned in his mind could be carried out smoothly. Building Sunagaker in the desert-based environment of Alabasta is perfect. Ding. A new island has been detected. Agree to the check-in conditions. Do you want to sign in? Just as Luo Xiu was thinking, a system prompt sounded in his mind, which filled his heart with anticipation. Sign in. Who is the one? Better come to someone from Sunagaker. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to host for getting the characters Gaara, Tamari, and Konkuro. Is it summoned? Good guy. It turned out to be the third sister and brother of Sandstorm, so sleepy, they came to give pillows. He is wondering how to build Sunagaker and form a ninja army. Advertisement. Call. With the sound of Luo Xiu's voice, a pitch-black vortex appeared in front of Luo Xiu, and the three siblings Tamari, Gaara, and Konkuro walked out of the black hole. See God of Ninjas. Gaara, Tamari, and Konkuro immediately knelt down on one knee to pay respects to Luo Xiu. In their will, Luo Xiu is the supreme god. Get up. About the situation in this world, I believe you all know the moment you arrive, establish Sunagaker in this country as soon as possible, and form a ninja army. Every summoned character will be automatically implanted with the basic information of the world by the system, which is very considerate and saves Luo Xiu from wasting a lot of talking. Obey. The next day, Luo Xiu introduced the three Sandstorm siblings to Vivi, Robin, and K-Lock Doll. Vivi, these three are Tamari, Konkuro, and Gaara. They are my subordinates. I will leave them in Alabasta to teach ninjutsu and form a ninja army. I hope you will cooperate fully with Vivi. Vivi looked at the sudden appearance of Tamari, Konkuro, and Gaara with a slightly surprised face, because she had no idea where these people came from, and the palace guards did not report anything. But she was relieved when she thought of Luo Xiu's miraculous ninjutsu. How could a mere royal palace be able to stop Lord Luo Xiu? Don't worry, Master Luo Xiu. I will definitely support the work of the three and complete the establishment of the ninja army as soon as possible. Naturally, Vivi fully supported Luo Xiu's orders. Not to mention, the establishment of the ninja army will also make Alabasta stronger. If you meet someone like K-Lock Doll next time, you won't be as embarrassed as yesterday. Vivi, find a quiet room, it's time to honor the surprise given to you. After settling the matter established by Sunagaker and the ninja force, Luo Xiu is ready to fulfill the surprise promised to Vivi and transplant her immortal cells into her. Surprise. Could it be? Master Luo Xiu, please follow me. Vivi thought of Luo Xiu's previous promise to herself, a blush of excitement appeared on her fair and pretty face, she looked really beautiful, and quickly took Luo Xiu's arm and ran towards her room. She can't wait to learn those amazing ninjutsu. Luo Xiu was dragged by Vivi to trot all the way to her bedroom. Based on pink and blue, some posters and oil paintings were hung, and a row of dolls were placed on the large princess bed. Lord Luo Xiu, let's start. Advertisement. How should I do? Vivi urged Luo Xiu somewhat out of breath, with excitement written all over her pretty face. Lie down, lift up your clothes and expose your belly. Okay, Master Luo Xiu. Vivi immediately lay down numbly, and according to Luo Xiu's instructions, he lifted his shirt to reveal his flat belly without a trace of fat. Seeing that Vivi was ready, Luo Xiu gathered the chakra into his hands to form a chakra scalpel, cutting off the nerves around Vivi's abdomen first, so that she could not feel the pain. Then cut off a piece of flesh in the dantian, and then transplanted his own immortal cells to stimulate the vitality of chakra to repair. It was done in less than a quarter of an hour. Okay, Vivi. How do you feel? This is the first time that Luo Xiu has transplanted immortal cells to others. I wonder what the effect will be. It feels very comfortable, the whole person seems to have been sublimated, and there is a warm feeling all over the body, full of strength. Feeling the changes in her body, Vivi clenched her fists, and could clearly feel the majestic vitality contained in her body. Look at my gestures, Yin Wu Si. Wood-style wooden bondage. Luo Xiu demonstrated to Vivi a simple wood-style seal gesture, which is very slow and easy to learn. Yin Wu Si. Vivi carefully followed Luo Xiu's teachings to form the seal. Although it was slow, it was a success. An arm-thick tree emerged from Vivi's hand and wrapped around Luo Xiu's arm. Successful. Lord Luo Xiu, I succeeded. Seeing the tree protruding from his hand, Vivi jumped up excitedly, hugged Luo Xiu's neck, and hung on Luo Xiu like a koala. The girl's body fragrance directly hit Luo Xiu's nostrils. Yes, it seems that you are very talented in ninjutsu, Vivi, and you succeeded the first time. Luo Xiu patted her head and praised with a smile. Able to perform ninjutsu successfully in one go, Vivi is clearly gifted in this area. Maybe, I can cultivate a female version of Senju Hashirama in the future. Chapter 23 Leave. Vivi's determination. The reverence of Luo Xiu. It's all thanks to Lord Luo Xiu. Thanks. Moi. Hearing Luo Xiu's praise, Vivi's big sapphire-like eyes narrowed into crescent moons, and kissed Luo Xiu hard on the cheek. Advertisement. Immediately after realizing the boldness of his actions, Vivi hastily let go of Luo Xiu and stood aside with his head bowed, looking shy, rubbing the corners of his clothes with his small hands, raising his head to peek at Luo Xiu from time to time, his voice muffled. Yes, sorry, Lord Luo Xiu. Vivi is so excited. Luo Xiu liked the girl's shyness, and couldn't help reaching out to touch her cheek, and a scroll appeared out of thin air with the other hand. This is the sealed book, which records various ninjutsu training methods. Now you have my immortal cells transplanted into your body, it should be full attribute chakra, able to practice all ninjutsu. However, a person's energy is limited. I suggest focusing on wood style and supplementing the rest. Cultivate well, don't let me down. Luo Xiu handed the sealed book to Vivi, preparing to train her well instead of treating her like a vase. Vivi, transplanted with Luo Xiu's fairy cells, has raised his glass to the potential of the world's top powerhouse. Thank you, Lord Luo Xiu. Vivi will definitely work hard and will never let you down. Feeling Luo Xiu's deep expectations for her, Vivi put away her shy girlishness temporarily, with a serious face, and assured Luo Xiu in a solemn voice. Ninjutsu must be kept secret. The sealed book can be destroyed when necessary. I can create this thing at any time. It must not be allowed to fall into the hands of the world government. Otherwise, we would have no advantage against the world government. Luo Xiu exhorted Vivi in a serious voice. The Book of Seals records most ninjutsu such as wind, fire, thunder, earth, water, etc. If they are obtained by the world government, their strength will undoubtedly be increased. Master Luo Xiu, please rest assured. Even if Vivi dies, the sealed book will never fall into the hands of the world government. Vivi took Luo Xiu and handed her the sealed book, and she was very moved. What kind of trust and value is it to give such an important thing to herself? She secretly swore in her heart that she would use her life to protect this sealed book. Practice hard. I hope that the next time we meet, you will already be a strong person who can stand alone. Luo Xiu encouraged Vivi in a gentle voice, full of expectations for her future. Advertisement. Hearing this, Vivi's expression changed, and there was a look of sadness on his face. Lord Luo Xiu, are you leaving? Yes. Summit War is coming soon, time is running out, I still have a lot of things to do, I can't stop. Gee. Lock Doll is just the beginning. Moria, Bear, Hawkeye, Enel from Sky Island, and even Golden Lion, Luo Xiu wants to take them under his command. Although most of them are stepping stones on the growth path of the protagonist Wang Luffy, most of them are defeated by the protagonist Halo, and their own abilities are beyond doubt. Especially Enel and Golden Lion were defeated by King Luffy, who can't know hockey. It's really forced to hang up. Enel is a thunder fruit capable person, even if the rubber does not conduct electricity, the terrifying high temperature generated by the hundreds of millions of volts of lightning is enough to melt the rubber in an instant. The upper limit of thunder fruit is very high, not weaker than today's Hojigas and Admiral. For a person with such high potential, Luo Xiu must take him under his command. When Vivi heard that Luo Xiu was going to leave, his expression became very sad, reluctant to give up, and tears flowed faintly in his eyes. Although the two got along and knew each other for a short time, they left an indelible impression on Vivi, and a deep admiration arose in their hearts. If she could, how she wished to always be by Luo Xiu's side. But Vivi understands Luo Xiu's ambitions and dreams, and now that his strength is low, he will only be a burden. The only thing I can do now is to practice hard, become stronger, develop Alabasta, and provide a sufficient backup foundation for Lord Luo Xiu. Lord Luo Xiu, I will definitely become stronger. Next time we meet, Vivi will definitely be able to fight side by side with you. Holding the scroll of the sealed book, Vivi looked at Luo Xiu stubbornly, her voice full of unprecedented firmness. Ah, I believe you. Looking forward to our next meeting. I look forward to fighting side by side with you. Luo Xiu looked at the girl with a firm expression in front of her, and covered her head with a big warm hand, with a big smile on her face, and her voice was full of trust. Subsequently, Luo Xiu summoned Kei Lakadar, Tamari, Konkuro, Gaara and others together, gave instructions, and left Alabasta with Robin and Conan. The walls of the palace. Looking at Luo Xiu's disappearing back in the air, Vivi bit her lip, tears streaming down her face, and secretly made up her mind. Master Luo Xiu, next time, Vivi will definitely stand by your side and fight side by side with you. Advertisement. After flying out of Alabasta, Luo Xiu landed on the sea, built a small sailboat with wood style, and prepared to go to Gaia Island. Luo Xiu, who is familiar with the plot, naturally knows that Sky Island is in the sky above Gaia Island. When you arrive at Gaia Island, you can reach Sky Island by flying straight up. Chief, I read the historical text of the Alabasta royal family yesterday, do you want to hear it? Robin took the initiative to come to Luo Xiu with attachment in his eyes, ready to report to Luo Xiu the historical text he saw in the underground of the palace. It's about the ancient weapon Pluton, let's talk about it. Luo Xiu lay on his back, holding a glass of red wine brought from Alabasta in his hand, sipping it lightly, with a calm expression, not paying much attention. Compared to ancient weapon Pluton, Luo Xiu believes in his own power more. Well, it records that the ancient weapon Pluton is in Wano Kuni. Robin looked serious and his voice was slightly heavy. After all, this is a powerful ancient weapon. O Pluton, a secret guarded by the Kazuki family for generations, buried for centuries, awaits the one who will free him from his destiny. Luo Xiu's words surprised Robin, do you know Pluton? Ah, a little understanding. The three ancient weapons, Pluton, Poseidon, Uranus, among which Pluton is in Wano Kuni, Poseidon is in the Fishman Island, the strongest Uranus should be in the hands of I Am, the king of celestial dragons. Although Luo Xiu's previous life comics have not been read, but a lot of information about the three ancient weapons has been disclosed, and Luo Xiu still knows it well. You know everything. Then why don't you go find the ancient weapon? Luo Xiu looked at Robin with a startled expression, and took her words with a smile. Robin nodded dumbly. He didn't understand why Luo Xiu knew the location of these ancient weapons but remained indifferent. Because I believe in myself more than the so-called ancient weapon. No matter how strong the external force is, it is an external force after all. Only when you are strong yourself can you be truly powerful. In the face of absolute strength, ancient weapons, powerful enemies, and conspiracies are all in vain. Luo Xiu's confident voice and Haki's voice shocked Robin's heart. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Luo Xiu infatuatedly, his heart was full of admiration. Even if you know where the ancient weapons are, you don't go after them, even if you know their powerful power, you don't care. What a confident man Haki is. Chapter 24 The Frozen Sea. Fight Aokiji. Boss, you are really a shocking man. Robin looked at Luo Xiu's confident, Haki, resolute face, and the admiration in his eyes almost overflowed his eyes. That is, our leader is the god of ninjas, a man who will become the king of the world in the future. Conan echoed from the side, and was also impressed by Luo Xiu's Haki. Advertisement. Suddenly, Luo Xiu's expression became serious, and then an excited smile appeared on his face. Ah, I met another one. The most loyal dog of celestial dragons. After draining the red wine in the glass in his hand, Luo Xiu slowly got up, walked to the bow of the boat and looked at the sea. Far away, a man in a white suit with an afro is riding a bicycle across the sea. Robin and Conan saw the strange-looking Luo Xiu, and walked to his side one after another, followed Luo Xiu's gaze, and saw the man riding a bicycle sailing on the sea in the distance. Seeing that man, Robin's pupils shrank suddenly, his dusty memory revived, his face became terrified, and his body trembled slightly. That is, Admiral of Headquarters, Aokiji. Luo Xiu glanced at the terrified Robin beside him, knowing that she was reminded of her childhood experience, he gently took her shoulders and leaned into his arms. Rest assured, with me here, I won't let you get hurt. Robin felt Luo Xiu's warm embrace, and listened to his whispers, his trembling body calmed down, the fear in his heart slowly dissipated, and he felt the peace he had before. Yes, I am not alone anymore. Luo Xiu, he promised that he would protect me. Think up to this point. Robin plucked up the courage to stand out from Luo Xiu's arms, and looked directly at Aokiji in the distance. She believed that Luo Xiu would be able to protect herself. Ah la la, met an incredible person. You didn't go to New World, but came to paradise, just for the devil's son, Nico Robin. Is there any ulterior secret between you? For example, ancient weapon. Aokiji's bicycle stopped about 100 meters away from Luo Xiu, and he looked at Luo Xiu and Robin with serious eyes. These two are extremely dangerous figures on the sea. Luo Xiu has the ability to almost kill the Admiral of Headquarters, and Robin has the ability to interpret the historical text and awaken the ancient weapon. Now that these two are standing together, even Aokiji, who is the Admiral of Headquarters, can't help but feel his scalp tingle. Hehe. Advertisement. Worthy of being the most loyal dog of the celestial dragons. Are you worried about Master? But, who gave you the courage to appear in front of me? Luo Xiu crossed his arms and stared at Aokiji indifferently, his eyes filled with terrifying killing intent. Ah la la, it seems that brother Luo Xiu really hates celestial dragons as much as the rumors say. But, I also have my justice. Betting on my life, I must keep you here today. Aokiji can become Marine Admiral, he naturally has his own persistence in his heart, he can't just watch Luo Xiu and Robin, two people who are full of danger to the world, together. Justice. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. The justice of your Marines is the justice of protecting the celestial dragons. Luo Xiu covered his forehead and laughed wildly, the laughter was full of endless ridicule, he sneered at the justice in Aokiji's mouth, and then his eyes were fixed, full of murderous intent. Gamble your life. Didn't the last Marine Admiral who said that to me run away like a dog? But today, how can you escape without the speed of light? Water-style water dragon bomb technique. The seal was completed almost instantly, and the calm sea instantly surged with monstrous waves. This endless sea is simply the natural home of water style. Clatter. Jiaolong goes to sea. 4 water dragons over 100 meters in size rushed towards Aokiji from 4 directions, front, back, left, and right, full of power. And, seawater still has a natural restraint on devil fruit capable people. What an exaggerated ability. Ice Age. Aokiji looked up at the huge seawater dragon, and let out a violent shout, a burst of icy chill emerged from his body. Click, click, click. A tooth-piercing sound sounded, and the 4 water dragons in the sea with a radius of 1 kilometer were instantly frozen, forming a huge ice surface. Armed kunai Reikiri. Shish. The moment Aokiji activated his ability to freeze the sea, Luo Xiu immediately launched an attack on Aokiji. Several kunai carriers entangled with armament Haki stabbed Aokiji like shooting stars. Advertisement. Aokiji's eyes are serious. He didn't dare to underestimate Luo Xiu's attack, and his body kept elemental at all times. With a thought, the air conditioning exploded. An iceberg more than 10 meters high instantly appeared on the trajectory of Luo Shukuwu's flight. Bang bang bang. The iceberg shattered, and kunai also fell. Swish. The figure of Luo Xiu suddenly appeared without a place of suffering, his cheeks bulged slightly, and the fire-style ninjutsu exploded instantly. Fire-style fire dragon technique. A huge, scorching, extremely high-temperature fire dragon sprayed out from Luo Xiu's mouth and attacked Aokiji. The terrifying high temperature made the surrounding ice cubes begin to melt. Ice cube razor pheasant. Aokiji stretched his arms, the ice cubes condensed, and instantly turned into a huge ice bird, flapping its wings and flying towards the fire dragon with icy cold air. Kai. The blazing fire dragon collided with the cold ice bird, and a steaming high-temperature water vapor burst out. Wind-style vacuum sphere. Call. The howling wind blows all the water vapor in the air towards Aokiji's direction, which contains several powerful air cannonballs. Aokiji looked at the incoming water vapor, his complexion changed, and the cold air spread from his body, freezing all the incoming water vapor. This high-temperature water vapor contains the energy of seawater. Seawater. But the biggest nemesis of devil fruit. Boom boom boom. The air cannonball rushed through the water vapor and hit Aokiji's body, the majestic wind chakra exploded, and Aokiji's whole body instantly shattered, turning into ice slag all over the sky. Fire-style fire extinguishment. Luo Xiu's attacks followed one after another without giving Aokiji a chance to react. Boom. A huge hot fireball like the sun instantly devoured Aokiji, who had burst into ice slag, and the intense high temperature directly melted the ice surface into a huge hole. Clatter. The sea is turbulent. The waves are surging. Steaming. Chapter 25. Luo Xiu's feeling of pressure. Choking Aokiji. Click, click. The ice condensed and formed a figure in the distance of Luo Xiu. Aokiji was panting slightly, with burns appearing on his body. Although he can elementalize and avoid some damage, he is not completely immune to elemental attacks. The flames emitted by Luo Xiu fire style are hotter than magma. This is the strength of the leader. Even facing the highest combat power of naval headquarters, it can be easily suppressed. Robin, who was pulled by Conan in the sky, looked at the injured Aokiji. His delicate and pretty face was shocked, and his heart was shocked. Robin, who experienced the O'Hara incident in his childhood, has a deep-seated fear of the Admiral of headquarters. Just a golden phone bug can wipe out an island. It's not. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the leader's strength. Watch it, Robin. The Admiral of headquarters, which once brought you infinite fear, is not worth mentioning in front of the leader. Conan's tone was full of pride, and his purple eyes looked at Aokiji on the ice field with disdain. Admiral of headquarters. World government's highest combat power. In front of the leader of my family, I can only be slaughtered. Hiss. Such an earth-shattering power is only the tip of the iceberg, so how strong is this man's strength? Ice cube 2 thorny spears. Aokiji crossed his arms, the cold air condensed, and 4 ice spears appeared in front of him, flashing fierce light, and rushed towards Luo Xiu with the cold air. Fire-style Huo extinction. Call. Luo Xiu clasped his hands together, his cheeks bulged, and the surging chakra turned into a raging flame, as wide as the sea, instantly engulfing and melting Aokiji's attack, and flocked towards Aokiji unabated. The moment Luo Xiu cast fire style, countless icicles suddenly appeared on the ground. Chi. The ice spike instantly turned Luo Xiu into a hedgehog. Successful. Aokiji emerged from the ice on the ground, looking at Luo Xiu, who was pierced into a hedgehog by his own ice spikes, with a look of surprise on his face. Lava-style spiral shuriken. A fiery breath emerged from behind Aokiji, carrying a strong threat. Before turning around in time, Aokiji immediately elementalized. Next second. Boom. Advertisement. Aokiji's body exploded, turning into icy slag, then melted in an instant, and then condensed again, and his figure appeared 100 meters away. Tick-tock. A string of blood dripped slowly from Aokiji's back and dripped on the white ice field, which looked extremely dazzling. There was a large area of burns on his back. Although Aokiji was elementalized at the first time, the power of the spiral shuriken integrated into lava style was too powerful, and even the elementalization was still hurt. Whispering sound. The response is fast enough. Luo Xiu originally wanted to use the wood clone to catch Aokiji off guard, but he reacted, otherwise he would suffer even more damage. Water, fire, lava, and some other weird and mysterious abilities. What kind of power is this? Aokiji felt the burning and stinging pain in his back, staring at Luo Xiu solemnly. His strength is too strange, powerful. Kizaru was almost killed by carelessness in his first fight with him. Even now that I'm fully motivated, I'm still suppressed by it, and various abilities will be pinched later, and the fighting consciousness can be called terrifying. This kind of person is really terrible. Ha ha. How? Scared. Luo Xiu let out a mocking sneer, trying to make Aokiji angry inside, thus showing his flaws. But how could Marine Admiral reveal his flaws so easily? Ice ball. Aokiji stretched his hands forward, several icicles quickly condensed in the air, and rushed towards Luo Xiu. Lava-style burning river great eruption. A stream of magma spewed out from Luo Xiu's mouth like a river, and greeted Aokiji's icicle with an extremely scorching breath. Laugh. Lava engulfs the icicles. Aokiji looked shocked, and quickly pulled back. This lava temperature, even taller than Sakazuki's. Shadow leaf dance. The moment Aokiji pulled back and retreated, Luo Xiu cast body flicker technique and came to Aokiji almost instantly, and the entangled armament hockey kicked Aokiji's chin with his right foot. Boom. Aokiji's whole head was kicked violently by Luo Xiu, and then his whole body turned into ice and fell to the ground. Fire-style Longyan singing technique. Air. Luo Xiu turned around and instantly released a fire style. Several dragon-shaped flames fell together with the elemental Aokiji. Advertisement. Boom boom boom. The dragon fire hit Aokiji, and there were violent explosions. The ice sheet was directly blasted through, and the seawater gushed out, forming a huge water column of more than 10 meters. Ah la la, is even physical skill so powerful? Aokiji's figure was condensed more than 10 meters away from Luo Xiu's side, with several burns on his chest, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Luo Xiu's series of attacks caused him a lot of damage. Aokiji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His expression was unprecedentedly dignified. Physical skills, Haki, and that weird ability, there is no shortcoming or weakness at all. It's so strong that it's suffocating. Since long-range attacks can't gain any advantage, then close combat. Ice Saber. Aokiji snorted softly, and condensed an ice blade in his hand, ready to fight Luo Xiu in close quarters. As a Marine Admiral, I know not only the fruit ability, whether it is physical skills, Haki, or swordsmanship, they are all top-notch. Are you going to fight melee? Ah, a futile struggle. Luo Xiu sneered, and pulled out Reikiri from his waist. Whether it was long distance or melee combat, he was worthy. His swordsmanship is from Rayleigh, but the blue is better than the blue. Even compared to the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, it's not much worse. Luo Xiu covered the big sharp knife Reikiri with both hands, wrapped the Conqueror's Haki around it, and swung at Aokiji from bottom to top. God avoids. A burst of sword energy shot out, and Luo Xiu opened up a wide crack in the ice instantly, even splitting the sea below the ice. Wherever you go, it's like an abyss. Avoid God. It turned out to be God's avoidance. Aokiji couldn't help exclaiming when he saw Luo Xiu's sword move. This move, he is too familiar. I don't know how many times I have seen Luo Jia following Garp to hunt down One Piece. But, at this moment, he felt that Luo Xiu's divine avoidance was more powerful. How is this possible? Is he stronger than One Piece Luo Jia? Chapter 26 Admiral of Headquarters killed. On the occasion of shock, Luo Xiu's slash has come to Aokiji. Clang. Aokiji held the ice blade horizontally in front of him, holding the handle of the blade in one hand, and pushing the back of the blade with the other. The terrifying force caused his figure to retreat violently, and his feet were in 2 deep ravines on the ice. In just a few breaths, he slid thousands of meters away. Drink. Aokiji roared angrily, and with a sudden force of both arms, he pushed Luo Xiu's slash into the sky. Call out. The sword energy skipped over the clouds, and a huge gap was split open. It looked as if the sky had been split open. Next moment, the figure of Luo Xiu suddenly appeared beside Aokiji, and the sharp big knife Reikiri covered the jet black armament Haki, and the black Amaterasu flame slashed at Aokiji's neck fiercely. Ding! Aokiji swung his knife to block, but only for a moment. The black Amaterasu flame spread to the ice saber in Aokiji's hand, burning it, melting it, and burning it to Aokiji's arm. Hiss! This black flame. Aokiji looked at the black flames in front of him, felt a strong heart palpitation, immediately let go of the ice saber in his hand, and retreated quickly. Amaterasu black flame slash. Holding knives in both hands, Luo Xiu slashed at the retreating Aokiji from top to bottom. The sharp sword energy and black Amaterasu flames chased Aokiji straight away. In danger, Aokiji can only avoid damage with elemental words. Laugh. The sword chi slashed Aokiji's body, and his body was broken, split in two, and the black Amaterasu flame was burning at the smooth cut. When Aokiji condensed his body again, he found that the black flame had not been extinguished, and was still burning on him. Damn it! What kind of flame is this? It was able to keep burning elements attached to my body. Aokiji looked at Amaterasu Heian, whose body was like a tarsal maggot, his expression was shocked, and his forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Immediately afterwards, he elementalized again and peeled off the element-burning Amaterasu black flame from his body to get rid of it. Huh. Aokiji looked at Heian on the ground, panted heavily, and fear flashed in his eyes. This black flame is too terrifying. Fortunately, he is an elemental type, otherwise, he can only get rid of it by cutting off the flesh and blood on his body. One sword flow flame dragon slash. Advertisement. Aokiji had just gotten rid of the Amaterasu black flame. Luo Xiu's slash struck again, and the black dragon-shaped sword energy pierced the void and rushed towards Aokiji. Shave. Facing the sword energy attached to Amaterasu's black flame, Aokiji no longer dared to use elementalization to block it, and immediately dodged to dodge. Frozen time capsule. During the dodge, Aokiji grasped the void with both hands, and the cold air was instantly compressed to form several ice capsules and thrown towards Luo Xiu. Fire-style fire dragon flame bullet. 4 flaming dragons flew out of Luo Xiu's mouth, swallowing Aokiji's frozen time capsule in an instant, and then continued to pounce on him unabated. Boom. Flames. Ice chips fly. Sea water splashes everywhere. Water-style great waterfall technique. Taking advantage of the turbulent sea water, Luo Xiu instantly used water style, and a large waterfall tens of meters high rolled up, submerging the area where Aokiji was located. Ice Age. Aokiji's cold voice came from under the waterfall, and the huge waterfall was instantly frozen, and covered with countless ice thorns. Armament Haki flew towards Luo Xiu. Kamui. Luo Xiu's eyes opened suddenly, and the Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly to form a space vortex, absorbing all of Aokiji's attacks. Lightning-style Kilin. Boom. The black clouds in the sky let out a bang. Violent lightning struck Aokiji straight from the air, and the dense thunder was like a Kilin running in the air. Crackling. Aokiji's figure was hit hard. No one can be faster than thunder. Boom. Aokiji's body exploded again. This is the number of times he was blown up by Luo Xiu. But, this time the damage done to him was heavier than ever before. Even turned into elements, the terrifying thunder is still wantonly destroying his body. PFF'd. Aokiji regains his human form and spits out a mouthful of blood. Armed strange power fist. The moment Aokiji just regained his human form, Luo Xiu flashed to him. Chakra concentration. Armed color coverage. Advertisement. A powerful punch hit Aokiji's face hard. Instantly. Aokiji's cheeks were directly deformed and twisted, the facial features on his face were almost squeezed together, saliva mixed with blood spewed out wildly, and his brain went blank for a moment at this moment. Call out. His body was like a shooting star, piercing the sky in an instant, flying into the distance, and fell into the sea with a plop. Luo Xiu kicked his feet, and his body turned into a flash of lightning to catch up with Aokiji. Looking at the direction where Aokiji fell, his hands quickly formed seals. Dust escape boundary stripping technique. A white ball of light emerged in Luo Xiu's hand, and Luo Xiu threw it to where Aokiji fell. The moment the white light ball was thrown by Luo Xiu, it instantly enlarged, and it kept expanding. Everything touched by the white light ball will be wiped out. Air, sea water, ice. All reduced to the tiniest molecule. Everything within a radius of 1 kilometer has turned into nothingness, and the land under the sea can be clearly seen from the sky. Oh my god. What kind of power is this? In the sky, Robin, who was watching the game with Conan, was completely dumbfounded. She knew that Luo Xiu's strength was very strong, but she never expected it to be this strong. Even the sea is smoothed out. Dust escape. A very terrifying blood inheritance limit. As long as there is enough chakra, it can almost annihilate all substances in the world. Conan gave Robin popular science, and at the same time his face was extremely shocked. Although she knew about Chen Dun, it was the first time she had seen such a powerful Chen Dun. After all, not everyone has the endless chakra like Luo Xiu. Destroy all matter in the world. Aokiji he. Have you been killed? Robin looked at the flattened sea below, but he didn't see Aokiji for a long time, and his voice was full of shock. Probably. Anything touched by Dust Dun will be annihilated. Chapter 27 Robin's Admiration. Burn the hyenas. Claw la la la. The sea water is pouring in crazily, forming a huge vortex, like an endless abyss, as if it can swallow everything. Half an hour. Aokiji's figure did not resurface. Luo Xiu's body was floating in the air, his brows were furrowed, his eyes were looking around, and observation haki spread out to search for Aokiji's figure. But did not find any breath. Could it be that he was really killed? Luo Xiu's voice was slightly puzzled. Although the power of Chen Dun is very powerful, there is no doubt about it, but after all, the opponent is the Admiral of Headquarters, the highest combat power of the world government, and it seems a bit unreal to be killed so easily. After searching again, Luo Xiu saw that Aokiji could not be found at all, so he gave up and turned back to Robin and Conan. Boss, did you kill that Marine Admiral? Conan asked immediately when Luo Xiu came back. Do not know. Maybe he was killed, or maybe he escaped. Luo Xiu shook his head lightly, he couldn't be sure whether Aokiji was dead or not, anyway, he couldn't perceive it. Forget it, leave him alone. A mere Marine Admiral, nothing to worry about. Hearing this, Robin was speechless and stared at Luo Xiu in astonishment. Mere area, not so much to worry. That's the Admiral of Headquarters. One of the highest fighting forces in the world government. In front of you, he was said to be like a little Karami. The three landed on the sea, Luo Xiu recreated a sailboat with wood style, and continued to Gai Island. On board, Robin was sitting opposite Luo Xiu, with his chin resting on his hands, smiling all over his face, and staring at Luo Xiu unblinkingly with a pair of beautiful big eyes, full of admiration and attachment. This man really kept his promise. Protect yourself. Even facing the highest combat power against the world government. This feeling of being protected is really good. Robin, although our leader is very handsome, you don't have to stare at him all the time, right? Be careful falling in love with him. Conan looked at Robin's obsessive look, and teased in a teasing voice. I'm already in love with him. No matter what, I will follow the leader for the rest of my life. Robin didn't care about Conan's teasing, and admitted bluntly, still staring at Luo Xiu infatuatedly. From the moment Luo Xiu accepted her, cared for her, and protected her, Robin made up his mind that no matter what happens in his life, he will always be by Luo Xiu's side. Relax, Robin, I will never let anyone hurt you again in this life. Faced with Robin's intentions, Luo Xiu naturally wouldn't back down, stood up, stretched out his hand to hold her pretty face, and solemnly promised. I believe in you. Robin smiled, like 100 flowers blooming, and his voice was full of trust. Advertisement. After a few days, Luo Xiu, Conan and Robin came to Magic Valley Town on Gai Island. Let's rest here for a night, and we will go to Sky Island tomorrow morning. As soon as Luo Xiu's words fell, there were bursts of mocking laughter from all around. Ha ha ha, did I hear you right? Someone actually said to go to Sky Island. Ha ha ha, another fool who was deceived by the big talker. How could Sky Island exist in this world? Quote. Luo Xiu didn't care about the ridicule of the pirates around, they were just a bunch of ants, not even qualified to make Luo Xiu angry. Luo Xiu took Robin and Conan into a tavern with no expression on his face. Just sit down. A tall man with blonde hair, brown eyes and wearing a blue waistcoat came up to Luo Xiu's side. Hey, I heard you're going to Sky Island. Take me one. Ha ha ha. The man picked up a bottle of wine and took a sip, laughing wantonly. His voice, eyes, and expression were full of sarcasm. Hey he he, Bellamy, you are really bad, and you are making fun of these newcomers again. Bellamy's deputy, Sax, hugged two hot beauties and laughed loudly, causing all the pirates in the tavern to roar with laughter. Sky Island, here is a complete joke. Luo Xiu still had a flat expression on his face, drinking red wine and eating the food in front of him leisurely, as if he wasn't the one being ridiculed by the outside world. Hey, boy, I'm talking to you, do you hear me? Do you want to die? I'm Bellamy the hyena, the great pirate with a reward of 50 million Bailey. Luo Xiu's calm appearance made Bellamy furious, stood up and roared loudly at Luo Xiu, threatening. Bah ha ha ha, gulu gulu. Luo Xiu was still enjoying the wine and food as if nothing had happened, not paying attention to Bellamy at all. 55 million berry. Sorry, there is still more than 1/10 of my fraction. Bellamy's voice sounded like a dog barking to Luo Xiu's ears. Although it was a bit noisy, it didn't affect his eating and drinking. Ha 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 ha. Bellamy, it seems that others don't take you seriously at all. That's it. That's it. Bellamy, come on, kill him. Oh, kill him, kill him. Advertisement. The pirates around were booing one after another, asking Bellamy to get rid of Luo Xiu, the arrogant and ignorant newcomer, who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Boy, go to hell and find your Sky Island. Bellamy raised her fist and slammed Luo Xiu's temple fiercely. Woo! Accompanied by Bellamy's fist swinging down, the pirates screamed strangely, looking excited, looking forward to the moment when Luo Xiu's head was blown off by Bellamy. For these blood-licking pirates, nothing excites them more than bloody violence. Hey, can't you let people have a good meal? Hyena, you can bark, but you can't bite me. Bite me, I will kill you. Luo Xiu shook his head slightly, let out a helpless sigh, and stared slightly. Amaterasu black flame instantly appeared on Bellamy's body and wrapped her up. Ah, damn it, what is this? It's hot, it's hot, it's hot. Bellamy's movements came to a sudden stop, and she stepped back again and again, screaming and wailing, falling to the ground and rolling non-stop, trying to extinguish the black inflammation on her body. But it didn't work at all. The black flame is getting hotter and hotter. Ah, help me, help me, help me. Bellamy screamed and rushed to the surrounding pirates, begging for help, scaring the surrounding pirates to dodge again and again. How dare they touch it? What? Woo. Bellamy's screams changed from strong to weak, and finally lay on the ground and let out a few whimpers before being silent, and turned into ashes in just a few breaths. Quiet. There was no sound. Needle drop can be heard. The pirates in the entire tavern stared at the dust on the ground motionlessly, their eyeballs protruded, almost protruding from their sockets, bloodshot all over, full of endless horror. Dead. Bellamy, the big pirate with a bounty of 55 million Baileys, was killed so easily. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed their eyes. Gulu. The surrounding pirates turned their gazes to Luo Xiu, who was cooking. His Adam's apple surged, and he swallowed with difficulty, not even daring to take a breath. Suddenly, a pirate's pupils shrank, and he took out a reward order from his arms with trembling hands, looked at Luo Xiu, then looked at the reward order, and couldn't help taking a breath. He. Chapter 28 Hawkeye's Challenge. A duel at stake. He is the god slayer Luo Xiu. Harsh, terrified, trembling screams resounded throughout the tavern. Instantly, all eyes focused on Luo Xiu's face. Luo Xiu. Slayer. God slayer Luo Xiu. The man who killed the celestial dragons and nearly killed the Admiral of headquarters. Oh my god, it turned out to be him. What a powerful existence are we mocking? The pirates in the tavern recognized Luo Xiu's identity, their faces turned pale from fright, they covered their heads and screamed in horror, and knelt down on the ground with weak knees. Terrified. Soul flies away. Petrified. Scared out. Scared. Now, the hearts of all pirates are filled with unparalleled remorse. Damn it, why should I owe Robin, Conan, the red wine here is really good, cheers. Luo Xiu and Robin, Conan continued to drink as if nothing had happened, as if they had crushed an ant to death. The pirates in the back stared at Luo Xiu's back, but they didn't dare to move, their foreheads were covered with cold sweat, and their eyes were full of fear. Half an hour. Hi, comfortable. Luo Xiu ate and drank enough, hiccuped, and lay back on the chair with a lazy expression on his face. But, this wine hiccup was like a thunderbolt in the ears of the surrounding pirates. They fell to the ground one by one in fright. Boss, which hotel here is more comfortable? Luo Xiu looked at the trembling boss in front of the bar, with a gentle smile on his face. Go out and turn right. The hotel about 200 meters away from our store is the largest hotel in the area. The bar owner replied tremblingly. Although Luo Xiu looked gentle and polite, he was the man who dared to kill the celestial dragons and almost killed the Admiral of headquarters. Oh, thanks. Let's go. Robin, Conan, after sailing on the sea for many years, the body is a little tired, go to the hotel to take a hot bath and sleep, and go to Sky Island tomorrow morning. Luo Xiu thanked the bar owner, then stood up, stretched his shoulders, led Robin and Conan up and left the bar, without even looking at the pirates around him. How could the dragon care about ants? Advertisement. But this time, no one dared to taunt Luo Xiu anymore, and everyone watched Luo Xiu leave in awe. It wasn't until Luo Xiu's figure completely left the tavern that everyone breathed out a deep breath and fell limp on the ground, feeling like they were alive after a catastrophe. I didn't expect this legendary figure to appear in the small place of Magic Valley Town. Sarkis swallowed, his voice trembling and frightened. Could it be? Sky Island really exists? Maybe. This kind of big man won't come to such a small place for no reason. Maybe Sky Island really exists in this world. After Luo Xiu left, the pirates in the tavern talked a lot and began to doubt the authenticity of Sky Island, but all of this had nothing to do with Luo Xiu. How can the frog at the bottom of the well know the vastness of the sky? The next day, Luo Xiu got up early, practiced self-discipline for 2 hours, and swam around Gaia Island to exercise his body. Although he has become extremely powerful now, he still hasn't given up on improving himself. Although the current generals in the sea will not be his opponents, but the world government has stood for 800 years, so it must have its own foundation, and it must not be inflated. Robin, Conan, get ready to go. Go to Sky Island. After washing off his sweat, Luo Xiu changed into a white casual outfit and waved to Conan and Robin who were sitting on the sofa. Sky Island, it's really exciting. Robin closed the book in his hand, and smiled at Luo Xiu, with a look of anticipation on his delicate face. The three of them had just walked out of the hotel gate when a man exuding a sharp aura walked towards them. Wearing a black top hat, a burgundy plaid shirt, a black windbreaker, and a black long sword on his back, his eyes are as sharp as an eagle. 7 warlords of the sea, Hawkeye, Mahawk. When Luo Xiu saw the person coming, his expression was slightly surprised. He didn't expect to meet Hawkeye in Magic Valley Town. God Slayer, Luo Xiu. The long-lost powerhouse. I can feel that you are a powerful swordsman. Do you want a duel between swordsmen? Mahawk walked to Luo Xiu's side, stopped, and looked at Luo Xiu with a pair of sharp eyes, flashing with excitement. He could feel the fierce aura emanating from Luo Xiu's body. That is the edge that only great swordsmen have. As the world's #1 swordsman, he has reached the peak of swordsmanship, unmatched by anyone. In the past, there were redheads who could compete with him. Now, with the red hair and broken arm, Hawkeye felt that it was no fun to compete with him. It's too cold to be high. Hawkeye felt a kind of invincible loneliness, he longed for a powerful opponent. When Luo Xiu heard this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, he was worrying about how to subdue Hawkeye, but unexpectedly he came to his door himself. Advertisement. For a proud person like Hawkeye, to subdue him naturally needs to defeat him in his best field. It is good. If I win, your life belongs to me. If I lose, the same conditions apply. How about we bet our lives? Luo Xiu looked at Hawkeye and proposed the conditions for a duel. Hawkeye did not hesitate at all. As the world's #1 swordsman, he is not afraid of any opponent. The two came to a no-man's land on Gaia Island and faced each other hundreds of meters away. Jung. Mahawk pulled out the Wushwang big fast knife Yi from his back, and the blade made a buzzing sound, as if he was excited for the upcoming fight between dragons and tigers. 12 working knights of the Supreme Sword. Please advise. 21 Reikiri. Please advise. The two performed the etiquette between swordsmen respectively, and the momentum on their bodies began to rise steadily, and they collided with each other, forming a powerful and fierce aura. Quick, look, that's Mahawk, the world's #1 swordsman, and Luo Xiu, the Godslayer. They are dueling. Who can win? If it's hard power, it must be Godslayer Luo Xiu. After all, even the Admiral of Headquarters is no match for him. But if it's just dueling swordsmanship, Mahawk should win. After all, the opponent is the world's #1 swordsman, representing the pinnacle of swordsmanship in this sea. It started. When the pirates on Gaia Island heard the news of the duel between Luo Xiu and Mahawk, they all came to watch the battle one after another, discussing a lot and looking excited. A duel of this level is rare to see once in a lifetime. Field. Mahawk's eagle-sharp eyes froze suddenly, and Yarrow raised the supreme sharp knife in his hand, and swung it suddenly, as fast as black lightning. Eagle flash. A 100-meter wide, dark green dragon flew out from the supreme sword, turning into an eagle and flying towards Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu had a serious expression on his face, holding knives in both hands, his arms were bulging muscles, and the conqueror's was entangled, slashing hard from bottom to top. God avoids. The same 100-meter-long sword Chi flew out from Reikiri in Luo Xiu's hand, no less than Hawkeye, even. Still have it. Chapter 29 Sword Dao Crushing. The world's #1 swordsman changed hands. Chi. 2 sword Chi over 100 meters long collided in the air, confronting each other. After a while, Mahawk's dark green sword aura was torn apart by Luo Xiu's golden sword aura, and turned into a sky-filled sword light, flying in all directions. The ground is split, trees are cut, rocks are smashed. Just the aftermath of the shattered sword energy will destroy everything around it. Hiss. Is this the slash of the world's greatest swordsman? Simply terrifying. Just the aftermath has such terrifying and destructive power. It's hard to imagine how powerful that frontal slash will be. Although Mahawk is powerful, Luo Xiu, the Godslayer, is even stronger. Even the world's #1 slash is torn apart. It's so scary. The moment the two fought against each other, the surrounding pirates screamed in surprise, their faces were full of shock, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. For them in the first half of the Grand Line, this kind of power is simply an unattainable existence. Under the amazed gazes of countless people, Luo Xiu's sword Chi shattered Hawkeye's sword Chi and charged straight at him. Hawkeye saw that his sword energy was being torn apart, and the expression on his face did not show the slightest panic, but a strong look of excitement. It's been a long time since I met such a strong opponent. As the number one swordsman in the world, he is not afraid of any powerful opponent, even if he has no opponent. Jung. With a soft groan, a dark green sword aura flew out of the supreme sword again, and rushed towards Luo Xiu's sword aura. Boom. The two sword chi collided together, and a moment later they exploded, creating a gust of wind and dust all over the sky. In this storm of sword energy, all the grass, trees, sand and stones were smashed to pieces. There are criss-crossing sword marks on the ground. Even the clouds in the sky were blown away, and it became clear and sunny. Gulu. This terrifying scene made all the pirates in Magic Valley Town watching the battle dumbfounded, and even forgot to exclaim. Their faces were dull and shocked. Although the sun in the sky in Tian is very big, they still feel a biting cold. Advertisement. Even though they were thousands of meters apart, they could still feel the sharpness of the aftermath of the sword energy, and their eyes were slightly stinging. What a terrifying way of swordsmanship. After a confrontation of sword chi, it was obvious that Luo Xiu had the upper hand, and Hawkeye needed to swing two sword chi to counteract it. However, this did not increase Hawkeye's numbers. On the contrary, it aroused his long-lost fighting spirit, and his blood that had been cooled for many years, reminded him of the scene where he once chased the world's number one swordsman. Then, isn't he just challenging swordsmen who are stronger than him one after another, so as to ascend to the throne of the world's number one swordsman? Bring it on. Let's fight. Aha. Eagle hits the sky. Hawkeye let out a long cry, raised his arms high, and kicked his legs on the ground. His body rushed towards Luo Xiu like a shooting star. Fly down from the sky like an eagle hunting. Show your sharpness. Longxiang flash. Luo Xiu didn't show any weakness, holding the handle of the knife with one hand and pushing the back of the knife with the other, flying like a dragon, bullying him. Clang. The two long knives collided fiercely, making a crisp and loud bang. The power of the two, Haki, and the sword energy are constantly clashing, and the white air currents emit circles and circles at the intersection, sparks burst out, and lightning dances. Luo Xiu gathered the chakra in both arms, and his strength rose again. He instantly overwhelmed Hawkeye and flew him flying. The fierce sword energy left a long and narrow wound on his abdomen. Hawkeye was thrown high into the sky by Luo Xiu, and with his strength, he turned around and slashed at Luo Xiu. Hawk hunting. Dragon nest flash. Reikiri in Luo Xiu's hand swung quickly, shattering Hawkeye's sword energy. He jumped up and rushed to the sky, holding a knife in both hands, and slashed down at Hawkeye. Dragon hammer flash. Eng. With a dragon chant, Luo Xiu's whole body was wrapped in the dragon-shaped sword energy high above the sky, exuding a frightening power. Clang. Hawkeye raised his sword to block, but his strength was far from that of Luo Xiu's. Luo Xiu directly fell him from the sky and fell heavily on the ground, smashing the ground into a deep pit, and the whole ground trembled. Advertisement. Even many pirates who were thousands of meters away from the battle were shocked and fell to the ground. What a powerful swordsman. Long lost blood. Bring it on. A life-threatening duel. Hawkeye was kneeling on the ground at Yeben with the supreme sharp knife. The corners of his mouth and abdomen were bleeding continuously, but he didn't care at all. There was only excitement in his sharp eyes. Standing up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Hawkeye raised the supreme sharp knife in his hand and charged at Luo Xiu again. Ding ding dang dang. Boom. Crack. The two collided again and again. The clash of long swords was like hammering iron, and the earth couldn't bear the strength of the two. The sword energy shattered, collapsed, and trembled again and again. The entire uninhabited land of Gaia Island has become devastated, and there is no intact land. Even the pirates watching the battle retreated 10,000 meters away. The battle between the two was too terrifying. Even if they were thousands of meters apart, it was still full of danger. Many unlucky pirates were smashed into pieces by the sword energy, and they were so scared that they retreated again and again. Clang. Luo Xiu and Hawkeye clashed again with long swords in their hands. Boom. Hawkeye was sent flying again by Luo Xiu, rolling dozens of somersaults on the ground, and the whole person crashed directly into the rocks on the beach. Hiss. Fear. The world's number one swordsman, Hawkeye Mahawk, was completely crushed by Godslayer Luo Xiu with sword skills. 1,000 meters away, a pirate watching the battle with a telescope couldn't help but gasp when he saw this scene, and let out a shocking, incredible exclamation. What? The world's number one swordsman, Hawkeye, was crushed in swordsmanship. How can that be? The surrounding pirates were all stunned, each with an unbelievable expression, looking horrified. Hawkeye Mahawk. That represents the pinnacle of kendo in this sea. Could it be? Is the throne of the world's number one swordsman going to change hands today? Chapter 30 Victory. Hawkeye submits. Chapter 30 Victory. Hawkeye submits. Hawkeye crawled out from the pile of rocks, looking very embarrassed. Shortness of breath, gasping heavily, the top hat on his head flew to nowhere, and the wine-red check shirt on his body was only a few rags hanging on his body. There are sword marks all over the arms, abdomen, and legs. On the other hand, Luo Xiu, who was standing opposite Hawkeye, was intact, not blushing, not panting, forming a stark contrast with Hawkeye. What a powerful swordsman. Ha ha. It turned out that I was watching the sky from a well, and I'm still far from the peak of swordsmanship. Hawkeye looked at the unscathed Luo Xiu and let out a self-deprecating laugh. Once, he thought that his kendo had reached the pinnacle of the world. But, today, the man in front of him gave him a hard lesson, letting him know what it means to be someone beyond others, and there is a sky beyond the sky. Compared with the man in front of me, my swordsmanship is like the gap between the moon and the sun. When I thought I was at the top, I was actually just at the foot of another mountain. I lost. But, can you show me the world's peak sword moves? Hawkeye graciously conceded defeat. The outcome was already very clear. He tried his best but was covered in bruises, and the opponent was able to handle it with ease, but was unscathed. He could feel that Luo Xiu didn't try his best. As a swordsman, he wanted to see Luo Xiu's strongest move. Then you may die. Luo Xiu's words were not to scare Hawkeye, but to state a fact. His kendo master inherited from Rayleigh, combined with the martial arts, anime and other theories and moves he had seen in his previous life, it can be said that it completely surpasses the understanding of kendo in this world. It is not difficult to kill Hawkeye with a single sword. Die. Ha ha. From the moment I picked up the sword, I have put life and death aside. If you can see the pinnacle of swordsmanship in this world, why should you be afraid of death? Hawkeye smiled boldly, and had no doubts about Luo Xiu's words at all, but there was no fear at all on his face, and there was only the desire and yearning for the stronger kendo. Luo Xiu saw Hawkeye's expression of not fearing death and longing for a stronger kendo, and a sense of admiration rose in his heart. This is a pure swordsman. It is good, I promise you. Get ready to face death. Advertisement. Luo Xiu slowly put Raikiri into the scabbard, his legs were slightly bent, his body was slightly sideways, one hand was holding the scabbard, and the other hand was holding the handle of the knife. It is an extremely sharp sword. I can't wait to ask for it. Hawkeye sensed the aura emanating from Luo Xiu's body, and his body trembled slightly, not because of fear, but because of excitement. Holding the handle of the knife with both hands, the muscles swelled, Hawkeye covered it, shouted loudly, and slashed his strongest move at Luo Xiu. Drink. Eagle Smasher Slash. The dark green splash flew out suddenly, like a green horse, extremely sharp, as if it could tear everything apart, even the air had some tiny white cracks. It is Hawkeye's strongest blow. Huh. Luo Xiu faced Hawkeye's strongest blow, his eyes were closed tightly, his breathing was steady, and his face was as usual. Suddenly, his eyes suddenly opened, flashing a sharp light. Swinging his right arm, the long knife comes out of his body in an instant, the speed is as fast as ultimate. Sky Dragon Flash. The sword light flickered, and everyone felt that the world was shrouded in white light. Whether it was Hawkeye or the pirates who were fighting outside 10,000 meters away, their eyes were stinging. Hawkeye resisted the pain in his eyes, and stared at Luo Xiu's sword moves without blinking, for fear of missing any details. But, he didn't see any details at all. The sword light disappears, and the world recovers. Luo Xiu still maintained the posture of drawing his sword, as if he had never moved. PFF'd. Hawkeye's abdomen suddenly shot out a stream of blood, and from his shoulder to his left abdomen, a huge wound ran through his entire upper body. The body fell straight and hit the ground heavily. Is it the best sword move in the world? I didn't react at all, I didn't see any trajectory at all, and when I reacted, my body was in severe pain. Really strong. Hawkeye lay on the ground, feeling the fierce sword energy ravaging his body from his wound, his eyelids became heavier and heavier, and his consciousness slowly began to dissipate. Are you going to die? It is an honor to die under the strongest sword move in the world. Facing the imminent death, Hawkeye didn't have any sadness or fear in his heart, and there was even a smile on the corner of his mouth. Advertisement. Hey, Mahawk, now your life is mine, don't think about dying. Luo Xiu's voice rang in Hawkeye's ears, and Hawkeye, who had closed his eyes and waited for death, suddenly opened his eyes, and saw Luo Xiu make a few strange gestures, and a ball of green energy emerged from his hand and put it on his wound superior. Under the effect of green energy, the wounds on his body healed quickly, and he recovered in just a few breaths. What is the ability of Devil Fruit? It has such a powerful healing effect. Hawkeye stood up, moved his body, and felt the same as before he was injured, and there was a strong sense of disbelief in his sharp eyes. This is not a Devil Fruit ability, but ninjutsu, medical ninjutsu. Luo Xiu folded his palms and explained with a smile. Ninjutsu. It's really a magical and powerful ability. Hawkeye felt a burst of surprise, sighed in his mouth, and then straightened his face. Starting today, my life is yours. Regardless of any order, even if it asks me to commit suicide, I will not hesitate at all. As a pure swordsman, Hawkeye would naturally abide by the terms of their duel. Very good. Put your life on mine first, and win him back when your swordsmanship surpasses mine. Hearing Hawkeye's promise, Luo Xiu smiled happily, and another 7 warlords of the sea was recruited. Now it's just Bear and Moria. This phone bug is for you. I will call you when I need you to do something. Normally, your freedom is not restricted. Luo Xiu took out a phone bug from his pocket and handed it to Hawkeye. A strong lone ranger like him is only suitable for playing the peak game, and he doesn't need it at all in normal times. Welcome anytime. Hawkeye took the phone bug, bowed slightly, then turned and left. Now, the pirates watching the battle around the no man's land collectively fell into a sluggish state, with turbulent waves in their hearts, as if a magnitude 8 earthquake had occurred. Although they couldn't hear the conversation between Luo Xiu and Hawkeye so far away, they could see the result of the battle through the binoculars. Hawkeye was completely defeated, being crushed by Godslayer Luo Xiu from beginning to end. Endless shock. Deeply amazed. It's hard to imagine, what kind of terrifying swordsmanship is it to finish crushing Mahawk on the swordsmanship. From now on, the world's #1 swordsman has changed hands. Chapter 31 Sengoku is a little panicked. Thor Enel. After a few days, the news that Luo Xiu defeated Hawkeye Mohawk on Guy Island and became the world's #1 swordsman spread throughout the world, shocking all parties. Naval Headquarters, Office of the Marshal. Boom. Sengoku slapped the table. Damn it. I didn't expect this guy to defeat that Hawkeye guy with just swordsmanship. It's terrifying. Very scary. This guy didn't use swordsmanship at all when he was fighting with him. He almost killed me without using all his strength. Kizaru's tone was dignified, completely devoid of the usual teasing and ridicule. The last time I played against Luo Xiu, I still have lingering fears even today. Almost. If he doesn't wash it naturally, he will burp. Luo Xiu's strength has completely surpassed that of Admiral, especially the move called Dust Dungeon, which can annihilate all matter it touches. Especially now that he's got Nico Robin, a dangerous woman who can decipher the text of history. If he intends to pursue the ancient weapon, the world may be in danger. Aokiji, whose head, neck, and arms were all wrapped in bandages, spoke solemnly. I had a fight with Luo Xiu in Dahai before. Originally, Aokiji sensed Luo Xiu's threat and planned to risk his life to kill Luo Xiu. But, Luo Xiu's strength was far beyond his ability to deal with it. Even if it cost him his life, he couldn't kill him. In the end, he almost killed him. In the end, he turned into an element and hid in the sea before escaping. Sengoku, I have already said that we must deal with Luo Xiu first. Now, our two admirals in naval headquarters almost fell into his hands. Isn't that enough to prove his threat? Obviously, the first half of Luo Xiu's trip to Grand Line was to find Nico Robin and use her to find ancient weapon. If he waits until he establishes the power of the four emperors before mastering the ancient weapon, even if we naval headquarters want to deal with him, it will become extremely difficult. Garp said solemnly. His words made the entire conference room fall into silence, making it extremely dull and depressing. Everyone can feel a heavy pressure. Advertisement. Luo Xiu himself has the world's top strength, plus Nico Robin who can read historical texts. This combination is really terrifying. Sengoku admitted that he panicked a bit. But, it's too late to regret it now. I admit, Garp, you are right. But it is imperative to wipe out the Whitebeard pirates. I have reported to the world government, and Master Five Elders has agreed. Although Luo Xiu's potential threat is very strong, it hasn't become a reality after all. The most threatening to us right now is still the four emperors. Sengoku still sticks to his guns. His dream is to break the monopoly of pirates on New World, so that Marine can stop in New World and realize his justice of ruling the world. TCH. Sengoku, you care too much about letting Marine rule the New World. Luo Xiu is the one who poses the greatest threat to our Marine, and even the world government. Sengoku, you'll regret it. Hearing that Sengoku was still stubborn, Garp took out the senbei from Sengoku's drawer, poured them all into his mouth, ate them in one bite, and left the marshal's office angrily. Garp. I am the marshal. Sengoku slapped the table and roared. I don't know if it was because Garp ate up his senbei, or because Garp questioned his decision. Aokiji and Kizaru looked at each other, with helplessness in their eyes, and a feeling of sympathy. In fact, they still agree with Garp's proposal in their hearts. But both Marshal Sengoku and the world government have agreed, and even they, as Admiral, cannot change it. I wish Luo Xiu didn't grow up so fast. 10,000 meters high, Sky Island. Luo Xiu took Conan and Robin for a walk on the lovely streets of Angel Island. The streets are full of elders and white-winged Sky Islanders. Luo Xiu and the three of them look very different among them, and the rate of return is very high. This is Sky Island. It turns out that there are really angels. It's such a magical place. Robin looked at the surrounding buildings and residents with surprise on his face. The text that records the history of Poseidon should be in Shandora. After you finish reading it, we'll go find that guy with long ears, Enel. Luo Xiu said that he would lead Robin to find historical texts, so naturally he would not break his promise. Advertisement. Shandora, the legendary ancient city that the big talker Rolando said. Robin has a wealth of knowledge, so he has heard about the city of Shandora, which is rumored to be full of gold. Actually, Rolando didn't lie, but Shandora was originally part of Gaia Island, and was washed to Sky Island by the upwelling current, so when Rolando returned to Gaia Island again, the Golden City disappeared. Luo Xiu casually explained that he naturally knew what was going on back then when he was a numerical plotter. Boom. Crack. As soon as Luo Xiu's words fell, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck Luo Xiu fiercely. Oh, did you hear that? I have to say that Enel is also a genius. He combined observation hockey with lightning to enhance perception, to the point of monitoring the entire island. Luo Xiu raised his head and casually sucked the thunder into Kamui's space, and praised him casually. What? Run. My lord has sent down punishment. Residents of Sky Island on Lovely Street panicked when they saw Enel's thunderbolt, and ran away screaming. These years, Enel's high-handed rule over Sky Island has carved their fear of Enel into their bones. Robin, it seems that the search for the historical article can only be delayed a little bit. I have to deal with Enel first. Luo Xiu looked at the sky, and his observation hockey could clearly sense a figure approaching rapidly. The voice just fell. Enel's figure appeared in the sky above Luo Xiu's head, holding a golden staff, looking down at Luo Xiu condescendingly, as if looking down on a humble ant. The worm from Qinghai actually uttered words to offend the gods, and he will die. God's punishment. Chapter 32. The Frog in the Well. See the power of the world. Boom. Enel raised his hand and pressed down hard. A thunderbolt as thick as a bucket struck Luo Xiu. Ah, don't show off your petty tricks. Reikiri. Luo Xiu let out a smirk, kicked his legs on the ground suddenly, his body leapt high and rushed towards Enel in the air like a fired shell, his right hand was palmed, and the majestic thunder attribute chakra converged and sizzled like 1,000 birds Naruto. The lightning from Enel was directly cut off by Luo Xiu, turning into elements and dissipating in the air. What? Can actually cut off the lightning? Luo Xiu's move of Reikiri immediately caused Enel to exclaim in disbelief, and he froze there for a moment. The combat awareness is really bad. Luo Xiu looked at the stunned Enel, and couldn't help complaining in his heart, how dare he be stunned when the two were fighting. Thunder Fruit is simply invincible in Sky Island, no one has ever been able to resist his lightning. Now that Luo Xiu has cracked his lightning with one move, Enel can't accept it. Armed Strange Power Fist. When Enel was in a daze, Luo Xiu's figure had already flown to Enel's side, his right arm muscle swelled, raised high, covered with a thick layer of armament haki, and condensed the majestic chakra. Boom. It was a solid blow to Enel's head. Puff. A mouthful of blood spewed out wildly, and a severe pain invaded his brain, almost making him faint. Boom. Enel's body fell heavily to the ground, causing the entire land of Angel Island to tremble. The strong impact set off a violent gust of wind, and weeds, trees, and gravel were blown everywhere. Cough cough cough. How is this possible? The god is invincible, how could you hit the body of the god? Enel was lying on the ground with a dry cough, his face was covered with blood, and he looked at Luo Xiu in the sky full of incredulity. Stupid frog in a well. Do you really think you'll be invincible after eating a piece of Logia's thunder fruit? Advertisement. In Qinghai, there are countless people who can kill you. You can only dominate this small place. The two exchanged positions. Luo Xiu's body was floating in the air, with his arms folded, his chin raised, and he looked down at Enel, with contemptuous and mocking eyes. Hateful. It's just a fluke hit by taking advantage of my god's carelessness. Next you won't have another chance. Enel stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stared at Luo Xiu with an angry face, his body was full of lightning, exuding a terrifying and violent power. 30 million volts Thunderbird. Give me death. Enel held the golden staff and hit the thunder drum on his back, releasing lightning, forming a huge thunderbird and flying into the sky, heading straight for Luo Xiu. Thunder. I will too, play with you. Lightning-style Black Panther. Luo Xiu looked at the huge thunderbird flying towards him, his hands were almost reaching the ultimate, and the seal was completed almost instantly. The majestic chakra gushed out from his mouth, forming a huge black thunderbird with a length of more than 10 meters. Ah! Luo Xiu's black leopard instantly tore up Enel's giant thunderbird, roaring and continuing to rush towards Enel. Damn it! Why is this Qinghai native able to control thunder? 60 million volts Brontosaurus. Enel cursed angrily, and quickly tapped the thunder drums on his shoulders, sending out a stronger attack. The thunder and lightning formed a giant thunder dragon, and rushed towards Luo Xiu's black thunder leopard with claws and claws. Boom! Brontosaurus and Black Panther collided in the air, sending out a violent explosion. The wind is raging. Thunder flurry. Houses collapsed, trees snapped, and the ground caved in. Hateful. As a 60 million volt discharge just as good as this man. Enel raised his arms to cover his cheeks to block the howling wind, fixed his eyes on Luo Xiu who was floating in the air unaffected, and was once again shocked by Luo Xiu's strength. Lightning-style Qilin. Advertisement. The Black Panther's attack was broken up, Luo Xiu formed a seal again, and cast a more powerful lightning style. Roar. A roar like a giant beast almost pierced Enel's eardrums, and the surging chakra in Luo Xiu's body was sent out crazily, forming a Lei Qilin with a body height of hundreds of meters. Hiss. So strong. Feeling the power of Lei Qilin, Enel couldn't help but gasp. He never thought that one day he would meet someone who could compete against him on thunder, even worse. Without any hesitation, Enel launched an attack immediately. 100 million volts Thunder Beast. Boom boom boom. Enel kept beating the thunder drum on his shoulders, releasing the thunder and lightning that he usually stored in one go, forming huge thunder beasts one by one. Wolf, lion, tiger, eagle, python. One by one, they crazily rushed towards Lei Qilin. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder kept exploding in the air, and even the giants of Angel Island, who were far away from here, could hear it clearly, covering their ears and hiding under the bed trembling. Terrible. The residents of Angel Island never imagined that someone could compete with the gods of Sky Island. Half an hour. The thunder in the sky slowly dissipated, and the entire kilometer radius was shrouded in smoke and dust. Enel stood on the ground panting heavily, staring fixedly at the figure floating in the air behind the smoke, feeling extremely apprehensive in his heart. He felt that the other party didn't use all his strength at all, just like a cat playing with a mouse, teasing himself. Hateful. How could this Qinghai native be so powerful? Enel clenched his fists, his expression was startled, angry and frightened. He had met people from Qinghai before, but he had never met a person from Qinghai who was as strong as Luo Xiu. The frog in the well. Let's see how powerful the world is. Armed Day Tiger. Luo Xiu stood at a high altitude and looked down on Enel, his fists were already raised high, covered by armament haki, but it wasn't that kind of jet black, but a more advanced fluid. Boom. The arm suddenly came down, and a strong wind pressure was released, and the high-level armament haki was mixed with it, forming a ferocious tiger. Chapter 33 God. Let you see what a real god is. Ha 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 ha. Stupid Qinghai people, I'm a god. No matter how powerful you are, no matter how terrifying the wind pressure is, you won't be able to harm me. Facing Luo Xiu's attack, Enel not only did not show the slightest fear, but laughed mockingly, and even opened his hands to welcome the arrival of the day tiger. He does not know. There is also a power in this world called armament hockey. This so-called god is probably not a fool, is he? Conan, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, was speechless when he saw the way he laughed and opened his arms to meet Luo Xiu's attack actively. Really brave. Even the Admiral of Headquarters, known as the highest combat power in the world government, dare not do this. Robin also nodded seriously, looking at Enel with a look of pity. She could already predict Enel's end. Boom. A loud noise, like a thunderclap, almost resounded throughout Sky Island. Puff. Enel was hit head-on and fell to the ground in an instant. The smile on his face stopped abruptly, and his expression became astonished, painful, and distorted. He felt his body received a violent impact, and his flesh and bones were crushed by a powerful force. Press. Destroy. Kacha kacha kacha. The ground behind Enel couldn't bear the huge force of Luo Xiu's punch, and let out an unbearable scream, and it shattered inch by inch, spreading in all directions like a spider's web. Damn. What kind of power is it? Enel was crushed to the ground by Luo Xiu's armed day tiger. His face was full of disbelief. Why the air cannon from this fist would cause damage to his body. Half an hour. The power of this punch slowly dissipated. Enel lay on the ground panting heavily, with torn wounds all over his body, trickling with blood, looking extremely miserable. Although he is carrying Logia's top thunder fruit, and his ability development is not bad. But the physique is too bad. The two Logia's Admiral of Headquarters, Kizaru and Aokiji that Luo Xiu met before, are not at the same level at all. Kizaru was able to take Luo Xiu's spiral shuriken head-on, Aokiji was able to take his monster power punch head-on, and Enel was almost killed by a hit from Luo Xiu's armed color day tiger. The frog in the well. Have you seen how powerful the world is? Advertisement. In Qinghai, there are many Logia abilities that are the same as yours, but I don't know how many times stronger than you. Elementalized, do you really think you are a god? Hockey, sea water, there are so many things that sea stone can restrain you. Sad frog, can only live in the well forever. Luo Xiu's mocking voice reached Enel's long ears, making him angry, but also generating a kind of self-doubt. Could it be? Am I really a frog in a well? Is this world so vast, with so many abilities that can restrain me? Do not, will not, I am God. Thor, stop talking big there. Stupid Qinghai people, let you experience the ultimate power of this god. 200 million volts. Thor. Enel roared with anger, and released the strongest lightning that he could release at this moment, and his whole body quickly swelled and turned into a giant of lightning with a height of hundreds of meters. Thunder flashes. The momentum is amazing. The world changes color. The blue sky suddenly became pitch black, with dark clouds gathering in the sky, strong winds, lightning and thunder. Stupid Qinghai people, did you see that? This is the power of God. Shake it. Fear. Ha 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 ha. Enel, who turned into a giant of thunder and lightning, seemed to have found his confidence again. His basketball-sized eyes glared at Luo Xiu angrily, wanting to see him trembling in fear. But, facing the tall thunder giant in front of him, Luo Xiu still kept his calm posture with his arms folded, his expression indifferent, as if he was not facing the 100-meter thunder giant, but a harmless kitten. Luo Xiu's calm appearance made Enel extremely embarrassed, and his laughter became intermittent, and he suddenly felt like a clown. Hateful. Advertisement. Stupid Qinghai people, die for me. Thunder God Fist. Enel, furious and angry, brandished a mountain-sized thunder fist and smashed Luo Xiu with terrifying and violent lightning. He wanted to blow Luo Xiu into ashes with one punch. God. Let me show you, a poor frog in a well, what a real god is. Luo Xiu looked at Enel, who became angry from embarrassment and arrogant, and let out a contemptuous smile, and then his eyes changed rapidly, the patterns of Mangekyo Sharingan flowed in the pupils, and the majestic chakra spewed out like an erupting volcano. Instantly, a half-length giant skeleton covered Luo Xiu, followed by muscle meridians, legs, 4 hands, and finally a layer of armor, with a pair of wide wings growing out from behind, and a long chakra knife hundreds of meters on his waist. Susanoo. The 1,000-meter giant appeared in front of Enel in the blink of an eye. The thunder giant with hundreds of meters is like a baby in front of Luo Xiu's Susanoo. Omega D Omega. Seeing this, Enel almost p******* D in fright, a pair of basketball-sized eyes almost flew out of their sockets. I pinch a horse. This. Now, Enel felt like there were 10,000 beasts whizzing by in his heart. This is amazing. Let's hang up. Thor, I'm a brother Lei. Arm. Luo Xiu stood on top of Susanoo's head, gave a soft drink, and controlled Susanoo to raise his right fist, covering the high-level armament hockey, and smashing it hard at Enel. Hey. Sack. Autumn bean sack. Enel looked at the fist that was bigger than his own Thor's body, with endless horror on his face. He waved his hands at Luo Xiu repeatedly in fright, and shouted. Boom. Chapter 34 Sky Island New God. Susanoo's mountain-like giant fist swung heavily, and instantly hammered Enel, the incarnation of Thor, into the ground. The majestic power made the whole Sky Island tremble. The ground cracked and collapsed, and a huge Tianqing with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters appeared. The air wave is rolling. The wind is blowing. Dust is all over the sky. It was as if a magnitude 18 earthquake had occurred. Now, Enel felt an indescribable pain attacking the nerves of his brain. Every inch of flesh, every bone, and every nerve felt torn apart. The severe pain made Enel unable to bear it at all, and let out a wailing sound that was extremely shrill. Almost all over Sky Island. To the astonishment of those Sky Island residents sheltering at home. That Qinghai native was able to beat God so shrilly and scream. Could it be? The god of Sky Island is about to change hands. Think up to this point. Countless Sky Island residents are full of anticipation and a little apprehension. Enel's high-handed rule has made all Sky Island residents physically and mentally exhausted and frightened. They hope that one day they can change to a relatively moderate ruler. I wonder if this strong man from Qinghai can defeat the god of Sky Island. On the battlefield, Susanoo raised her arms and stood in front of Enel. Luo Xiu stood above Susanoo's head like a god overlooking the world. The frog in the well. Have you seen what a god is? Luo Xiu's haughty and majestic voice reached Enel's ears, but at this moment he was powerless to answer. Huh. Enel was lying in the Tianqing. His breathing was weak, his breath was like gossamer, his pupils were almost out of focus, his eyes were blank, and he fell into deep self-doubt. Luo Xiu's punch shattered all of Enel's pride and made him realize how small he really is. God. Just a poor frog in a well on Sky Island. Advertisement. Surrender to me, I will show you a wider world and let you gain stronger power. Luo Xiu took advantage of the situation to make a solicitation. At this moment, when Enel was most vulnerable physically and mentally, and when he was most afraid of Luo Xiu, he was most likely to succeed. The wider world. Luo Xiu's voice gave Enel, who was dazed, a gleam of yearning. All along he thought he was invincible. But this battle with Luo Xiu made him deeply aware of his own weakness. He was powerless in front of this man. He was completely hanged and beaten. Qinghai, are there many strong people like you? Enel asked weakly. There is probably no strong person like me. But there are many stronger than you, such as Naval Headquarters 3 Admiral, Field Marshal Sengoku, Hero Garp, 4 Emperors Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, Redhead, and some powerful people from world government. Luo Xiu's voice carried a touch of arrogance. He wasn't bragging. The only person in this sea who could rival Luo Xiu's strength was probably the Lord I Am, who had lived for hundreds of years in the depths of the holy land of Mariejois. There are so many. Enel was stunned when he heard Luo Xiu's words, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the first sentence. After all, it's no shame to lose to someone as powerful as Luo Xiu. But the latter sentence brought a deep blow to Enel. It turns out that there are so many people in Qinghai who are stronger than him. At this time, Enel suddenly felt grateful. Fortunately, I didn't rashly go to Qinghai to implement my plan to conquer the infinite land. Otherwise, I don't know how I died. What will happen if I don't surrender? Enel looked at Luo Xiu standing on Susanoo and asked weakly. How about it? Probably so. Armed. Luo Xiu manipulated Susanoo to raise his fist and cover it with a layer of high-level armament hockey, ready to tell Enel what would happen if he didn't surrender with practical actions. Sack. Joke. Surrender. I surrender. Seeing Luo Xiu's waving fist, Enel sat up in shock in a dying state, waved his hands again and again, loudly expressing his willingness to surrender. He didn't want to be hammered by this kind of fist again. It's enough to experience that feeling once. Advertisement. You're smart. But since you choose to surrender, don't let me think about betrayal, otherwise even if you run to Tianya Cape, I will kill you with my own hands. Understand. Luo Xiu warned Enel in a cold voice, and Susanoo's huge fist stopped in front of him, making Enel break out in cold sweat, trembling, and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Understand. Absolutely not. Hearing Enel's assurance, Luo Xiu nodded in satisfaction, withdrew Susanoo, and landed slowly on the ground. Summoning technique Katsuyu. Boom. A puff of smoke flashed, and a small Katsuyu appeared on Enel's body, emitting green energy to repair his seriously injured body, allowing the wounds on his body to heal slowly. My lord, this is. Enel looked at Katsuyu on his body, feeling the recovery of his body, with a look of wonder on his face. A ninjutsu that can heal injuries. Since you have become my subordinate now, naturally I cannot let you lie there seriously injured. Luo Xiu said calmly, hitting a stick, giving a sweet date, giving both kindness and power, is the most effective means of imperial power. Thank you, my lord. Enel immediately bowed to thank him, with a touch of gratitude in his heart and a touch of admiration. I treated adults like that before, and adults can still treat me regardless of past suspicions. This kind of mind is really admirable. Call. Enel exhaled heavily, his eyes fixed, his body turned into lightning and flew into the air, and he took out a loudspeaker. Listen up everyone, Sky Island. Starting today, I, Enel, will no longer be a Sky Island god. The new god is Master Luo Xiu. Enel almost yelled Luo Xiu's name with his loudest voice, and the loudspeaker sounded throughout Sky Island, reaching the ears of all Sky Island residents. When the residents of Angel Island heard this voice, they all showed shocking expressions on their faces. The gods of Sky Island. Has it really changed hands? Chapter 35 Establish Cloud Shinobi Village on Sky Island. Accompanied by Enel's shouts, many Sky Island residents poked their heads out of the windows, with expressions of surprise and uncertainty on their faces. From now on, Lord Luo Xiu is the supreme ruler of Sky Island, and his words are the supreme oracle. If someone dares to disobey this god, no, I will kill it myself. Enel's voice sounded again, confirming Luo Xiu's status once again. Hiss. The god of Sky Island. has really changed hands. That Qinghai native defeated Enel and became the new god of Sky Island. So strong. He was able to defeat Enel. I don't know what kind of person this ruler is. Residents of Sky Island were shocked when they heard Enel's declaration, and they talked a lot. Their expressions were a little surprised, but their hearts were a little apprehensive. Hee. Pretty sensible. Seeing Enel's movements, Luo Xiu showed a satisfied smile on his face, and his body rose into the air. Dear Sky Island residents, I am Luo Xiu, the ruler of your new land. I declare that with immediate effect the laws established by Enel will be abolished, democracy and the rule of law will be restored, and equality and freedom will be established. I hope that Sky Island can become a country without exploitation, oppression, freedom, harmony, equality, justice, and the rule of law in the future. All of this requires us to build together. Luo Xiu's voice spread in all directions along with the sound waves, clearly reaching the ears of every resident of Sky Island. Excited, ecstasy. Numerous Sky Island residents ran out of their homes to cheer loudly and pay respects to Luo Xiu. Oh, awesome. See the gods. Long live Lord Luo Xiu. Shocking cheers resounded throughout Sky Island. The country that Luo Xiu said was simply the country that all of them dreamed of. Aside. Advertisement. Enel touched his nose in embarrassment when he saw the carnival of Sky Island residents. He didn't expect that he was so unpopular in the hearts of these Sky Island residents. But more in my heart is my admiration for Luo Xiu. It's such an easy feat to gain the support of all Sky Island residents. It is very simple to rule a country, as long as you have absolute strength, but if you want to win the support of all citizens, you need more than just strength. After enjoying the cheers from the residents of Sky Island, Luo Xiu followed Enel to his shrine, and then had the chieftain of Sandia and the original ruler of Sky Island, Ganfer, summoned here. One of the two sides is the aborigines of Sky Island, and the other is the residents of the original Gaia Island. There has been a war for hundreds of years between the two sides. Now that Luo Xiu has become the supreme ruler here, it is natural to solve this problem. Otherwise, it might become a hidden danger when fighting against the world government in the future. See Lord God. Chief Shandia and Ganfer saluted Luo Xiu respectfully. Let me introduce myself, Luo Xiu, from Qinghai, the leader of the Xiao organization. These two are my partners, Akatsuki Cadres, Conan, Nico Robin. Now that I am the supreme ruler of Sky Island naturally belongs to the Akatsuki organization. Luo Xiu introduced himself a little bit, Conan and Robin. Now that Sky Island is the territory under his command, it is necessary for them to know what kind of power they are. Clear. The two bowed and nodded, their expressions full of awe. The purpose of bringing you here today is to resolve the war between you two. The so-called God's Island Apayado is a part of Gaia Island washed up by Qinghai's soaring ocean current. It belongs to the territory of the Sandia people. Angel Island will return it to them. In the future, Apaya will be governed by the Sandia people, and Angel Island will be governed by Ganfer, you Sky Island aborigines. Both of you should cooperate with each other to build Sky Island together. Luo Xiu explained the reason why Sky Island is called the Island of Gods, and resolved the hatred and war between the two sides. The chief of Shandia was overjoyed when he heard the words, and quickly knelt down to thank Luo Xiu. Thank you, Lord God, for upholding justice for the Sandia people. The Sandia people will always be your most devout believers. Hundreds of years of war, they are to regain their own land. Now Luo Xiu can easily help the Sandias realize it with just a few words. Now, his gratitude, admiration for Luo Xiu reached the peak in an instant, and he kowtowed non-stop to thank him. Follow the oracle of the gods. Ganfer naturally did not dare to disobey Luo Xiu's order, so he quickly and respectfully accepted the order. Okay, let's all go back. I'll take my leave. Advertisement. After leaving Chief Shandia and Ganfer, Luo Xiu walked to the window and looked at the Sky Island shrouded in clouds and mist, feeling very happy. Come to Sky Island. Not only conquered Enel, but also became the god of Sky Island, adding another force under his command, and another force against the world government. And the environment here is very similar to the Land of Thunder in the world of Hokage. It should be a very good choice to build Cloud Shinobi Village here. The ninja troops, coupled with the various shellfish rich in Sky Island, must be very powerful in combat. Ding. A new check-in location has been detected. Do you want to check in? A system notification sounded suddenly in Luo Xiu's mind, making him feel even better. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to host for getting fourth Rinnegan, Killer Bee, Wooden Golem, Darui, Linen. Whoa, there are so many. Luo Xiu was very excited when he heard the reward from the system, 1 Shadow, 2 Jinchuriki, and several powerful Jonin. Now you don't have to worry about building Cloud Shinobi Village. Call. The black space vortex surged. I, Killer Bee, Wooden Golem and others walked out of it one after another, kneeling on one knee. See God of Ninjas. Don't be too polite. I will leave it to you to build the Cloud Shinobi Village on Sky Island. I will inform Chief Sandia and Ganfer later, and they will fully cooperate with you. Luo Xiu waved them to get up, and explained the matter of their establishment of Cloud Shinobi Village. Obey. Everyone bowed down immediately, and they were very excited to build Cloud Shinobi Village in this world. Subsequently, Luo Xiu released a book from the Kamui space and handed it to Rinnegan, which recorded the method of Haki cultivation. You should learn the power of this world, armament Haki and observation Haki as soon as possible. It will greatly improve your combat power. Haki is a must-have power for masters in the world of pirates. For all the top powerhouses, whether it is the physical technique route or the fruit route, Haki is extremely advanced. If Reikajai and Killer Bee can master the two-color Haki proficiently, the Admiral level combat power is hard to say, and the Emperor Deputy level combat power is still no problem at all. Yes, I will definitely not disappoint the God of Ninja. Chapter 36 Guidance of One Piece, the Legendary Child of Destiny. The next day, Luo Xiu introduced Reikajai, Killer Bee Cloud Shinobi to Chief Sandia and Ganfer, and asked them to fully assist in the establishment of Cloud Shinobi Village. If someone has the resources, the establishment of Cloud Shinobi Village does not need Luo Xiu to worry about at all, and he can be a hands-off shopkeeper with peace of mind. Luo Xiu led Robin to the lost city of Shandora, and found the golden clock guarded by the Sandians for generations, with a black stone inlaid under its base. It is one of the historical texts. It's really spectacular. It's hard to imagine that this is something that people made hundreds of years ago. Standing in front of the huge golden clock, Luo Xiu was amazed in his heart. This golden clock is hundreds of meters long by visual inspection, which is an inestimable wealth. Ancient weapon, Poseidon. Sure enough, as you said, leader, this historical text of Sky Island records the location of Poseidon. Robin stood in front of the black history text and saw the records on it. It was Poseidon that recorded the meaning of the three ancient weapons. Huh, here's another string of text. Robin saw a few lines of text engraved next to the base of the golden clock, and his expression was a little surprised. These texts are exactly the same as those on the historical text, and they are all ancient texts. Oh, that should be left by the One Piece King Luo Jia, in order to guide future generations to the final place Raftel. Luo Xiu is familiar with the plot, so he naturally knows what it's about. One Piece Luo Jia, why did he keep these? Robin tilted his head, with a puzzled expression. Wouldn't it be nice for him to become the One Piece himself? Why should we guide future generations? I don't know exactly why, but it's probably waiting for a certain child of destiny who is said to be fighting against the world government. Luo Xiu thought of Wang Luffy whom he met not long ago. I don't know if I cut off his archaeologists, no one can read and understand the historical text, and finally can we collect all the road signs and find the way to Raftel? Child of Destiny, isn't that the leader you? Robin's eyes lit up, and she looked at Luo Xiu excitedly. She felt that Luo Xiu was very similar to this legendary Destiny child. Powerful, fight against the world government again. Came to Sky Island again by chance. Advertisement. It's not. I'm not a pirate. Luo Xiu was slightly taken aback. Unexpectedly Robin would think that he was the child of destiny, and immediately shook his head in denial. Raftel or something, he's not interested at all. Luo Xiu has only one goal. That is to kill the celestial dragons and overthrow the world government. 2. The leader's dream is much bigger than becoming the One Piece. I will definitely do my best to help the leader realize your dream. Robin nodded slightly. Knowing that Luo Xiu's dream was far beyond what One Piece could match, he looked up at Luo Xiu with firm eyes, and tried his best to help Luo Xiu realize his dream no matter what, even if it cost him his life. Not hesitate. Well, work hard together. Feeling Robin's firm determination, Luo Xiu felt warm in his heart, and now he is no longer alone. After Robin recorded the content of this historical article, Luo Xiu and Kamui collected the huge golden bell into the Kamui space as funds for fighting against the world government in the future. After all, going to war with the world government also costs money. After a few days, everything in Sky Island is on the right track according to the direction of Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu left Sky Island and returned to Qinghai aboard the Ark proverb made by Enel. No, it should be called Dawn now. It has to be said that Enel is a genius in shipbuilding. It turned out to be able to create a ship that can fly with electricity. In a world where pirates are relatively backward in technology, this ship is definitely in the leading position. Boss, where are we going next? To attack naval headquarters. I want to see if the yellow monkey you mentioned is faster than me. Enel leaned against the side of the boat, looking at the blue sea, gnawing on an apple, his eyes sparkling eagerly. These days, Enel has learned about the situation in Qinghai from Luo Xiu, and has known many famous experts. He is eager to try and can't wait to fight against them. Especially Kizaru with sparkling fruit. One of the two is Thunderbolt and the other is Flash, both of which have the ability to be as fast as Ultimate. Advertisement. I'm not sure if he's faster than you, but he must be better than you. When will you improve your physique to be eligible to compete with Kizaru? Luo Xiu glanced at Enel and shook his head slightly. In terms of fruit ability alone, Enel may be comparable to Kizaru, but in terms of overall strength, Enel will give up. Not even armament hockey, and a horse with poor physique. Marine 3 Admiral can pull out anyone casually and fight for days and nights. Enel, this guy can play a day is not bad. Don't worry, boss. Now I am seriously exercising my body every day, and armament hockey has some ideas, and I will be able to practice after a while. And the electromagnetic gun move you gave me is almost done. Compared to when I was on Sky Island, my strength has improved a lot. There was a smugness in Enel's voice, and he looked at Luo Xiu with deep awe. That electromagnetic cannon really impressed him. If fully activated, he can almost run through an island. But, even such a powerful move was blocked by the leader with a giant named Susano. The strength of the leader is simply unfathomable. Don't be inflated, Qinghai has many ways to deal with you. Don't accidentally overturn the gutter. Luo Xiu looked at the complacent Enel, frowned, and warned angrily. What the leader taught me. I must be careful in everything and never be arrogant. Enel nodded quickly when he heard Luo Xiu's lesson, not daring to refute. During the conversation, an island like a huge fountain came into the eyes of Luo Xiu and others. It is the capital of 7 waters. The capital of the 7 waters. The environment here is perfect for building Kurigakure. Chapter 37 Planning the capital of 7 waters, the horror of the iceberg. Standing at the bow of the boat, Luo Xiu looked at the capital of 7 waters in the distance, and the environment here couldn't help but think of Kurigakure in his heart. This environment full of water is a paradise for Kurigakure who is good at water style. Kurigakure. Is it a ninja village similar to Cloud Shinobi village on Sky Island? Hearing Luo Xiu's voice, Enel tilted his head and asked suspiciously. As Luo Xiu's subordinate, he naturally knew of the existence of ninja village. Good. Cloud Shinobi village is good at lightning style, while Kurigakure is good at water style, and the environment of 7 water capital is very suitable. Luo Xiu nodded. He was already thinking about how to take down the capital of 7 waters. Since it is suitable to establish a ninja village, then I will go and defeat it to you, the leader. It's just a good time to try the power of my super electromagnetic gun. Enel looked at the capital of 7 waters in the distance, twisted his neck, looked excited, eager to try, and couldn't wait to perform in front of Luo Xiu. Boom. Luo Xiu raised his fist, wrapped around Haki, and hit Enel on the head with a hammer. UB **********D, don't give me impulsiveness. Really? If I knew it earlier, I wouldn't have taught you the electromagnetic gun. Since Enel, this guy learned the electromagnetic gun, he always wanted to find someone to fight and try the power of the electromagnetic gun. But in fact, to put it bluntly, I just want to pretend. Sorry, Chief. People don't dare anymore. Enel clutched his head, tears streaming down his face, looking aggrieved, like an angry little daughter-in-law. Ha ha ha. Enel's amusing look made Conan and Robin beside him couldn't help covering their mouths and smiling coquettishly, like blooming flowers. If the people of Sky Island see Enel's appearance, they will be shocked and drop their jaws. Who would have thought that the arrogant, and supercilious god of Sky Island would turn into such a funny figure? Okay, stop playing tricks. Speed up, hurry up to the capital of the 7 waters. Yes, leader. Hearing Luo Xiu's order, Enel immediately got up and stood at attention, saluted Luo Xiu, ran into the cabin to discharge to increase the power output, and instantly increased the speed of liming to a higher level. Advertisement. Soon, the Dawn docked at the shore of the capital of 7 waters, and immediately attracted the attention of countless people, with greed in their eyes. Half of the materials of the Dawn are made of gold, and it is difficult for anyone not to be tempted by such a huge fortune. But, when they saw the people on board, they immediately dispelled their greedy thoughts, with expressions of horror and fear on their faces. Yes, it's God Slayer Luo Xiu. Someone on the pier let out a frightened and ear-piercing scream, and the people around immediately ran away in fright, and the birds and beasts scattered in all directions. Am I that scary? Luo Xiu pointed to his nose, turned his head and asked Robin beside him with some gloom. Hee. Boss, you are a ferocious criminal offering a reward of 5.6 billion Baileys. Robin covered his mouth and smiled, thinking Luo Xiu's depressed look was very cute. God Slayer. Wow, good hockey title. Boss, why do they call you a God Slayer? Are there gods in Qinghai? Enel heard the exclamation of everyone on the pier, looked at Luo Xiu with admiration, and felt that this title was very hockey. God, it's just a bunch of pigs. Luo Xiu's voice suddenly became indifferent, and Enel shuddered involuntarily, and looked at Luo Xiu in horror. He didn't understand why Luo Xiu suddenly became so angry. The gods of Qinghai, also called celestial dragons, are the nobles of this world. They are the descendants of the 20 kings who created the world government. They claim to be the descendants of the creator. They have no power in themselves, but they enjoy supreme privileges. The leader was captured by them as a slave when he was a child, and he was tortured. Robin spread the information about celestial dragons to Enel and told the reason of Luo Xiu's anger. What the hell? It's just a bunch of idiots relying on their ancestors. Leader, don't worry, if I meet the so-called gods in Qinghai in the future, I will definitely turn them into roast pigs. Upon hearing Robin's introduction, Enel immediately showed a disdainful expression, and patted his chest to promise Luo Xiu. Let's go, find a place to rest first. Luo Xiu calmed down, jumped from the Dawn to the pier, and walked to the capital of 7 waters. Conan, Robin, and Enel followed. The other side. Advertisement. Carrera Corporation. Khalifa was wearing black business attire, with fishnet socks on his legs, and walked into Ace Bagu's office with high heels. Mr. Bingshan, I just received the news that a vicious criminal with a reward of 5.6 billion has landed in the capital of 7 waters. God killer Luo Xiu. Bingshan jumped up from the office chair instantly when he heard the words, with a panic, nervous, and apprehensive expression on his face. Kill celestial dragons, defeat Marine Admiral, and win the world's #1 swordsman. Now who in the whole ocean doesn't know the prestige of Luo Xiu? It's hard for someone to keep calm after hearing this name. What is his purpose in coming? Is it also for the Pluton blueprint? Bingshan sat down again, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. His first thought was that Luo Xiu came here for the design of Pluton. Otherwise, a place like the capital of 7 waters has nothing to attract such a big man. Mr. Bingshan, what should we do? Khalifa poured Bingshan a cup of coffee to suppress his shock, and asked in a low voice with a slight tremor. Even as an agent of CP9, she couldn't help feeling nervous about the arrival of a big man like Luo Xiu. Why did such a big man appear in the first half of the Grand Line? Is it also for the Pluton blueprint? Khalifa and Iceberg totally thought of a piece. It is believed that Luo Xiu is for the design of Pluton. As everyone knows, Luo Xiu already knew where Pluton was, and he didn't even care about the real Pluton, let alone the mere design drawings. How to do? There is no way at all. It's easy for this kind of character to destroy the capital of Seven Waters. Don't bother him, everything. Let it be fate. Say it. Bingshan slumped directly on the chair, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. He knows. Facing a character like Luo Xiu, I have no ability to resist at all, and can only resign myself to fate. Chapter 38. Assassination from the World Government. On the street, Luo Xiu and his group were driving slowly in the waterway in the special transportation vehicle of the capital of Seven Waters, Bulu. Wow, even. This country is full of water, even the meat is made of water, many times, many times. Enel sat in the last row, gorging on water and meat, yelling like a bumpkin who had never seen the world. Shut up, you be asterisk 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 D. Luo Xiu put his hand on his forehead, black lines appeared on his forehead, and he regretted bringing Enel down from Sky Island. Sometimes Luo Xiu wonders if this guy has been suppressed in Sky Island for too long. Yes, search, 0. Enel immediately closed his mouth full of food when he heard Luo Xiu scolding, and responded inarticulately, looking particularly funny. I am sorry to have such a silly subordinate. After appreciating the local conditions and customs of the capital of Seven Waters, Luo Xiu led everyone to stay in a luxury hotel in the capital of Seven Waters. Night fell. The entire capital of Seven Waters became very quiet. Suddenly, several black shadows leapt quickly between the roofs of the capital of Seven Waters, and they all arrived at the roof of the hotel where Luo Xiu was. It is the world government's top agent CP9. The world government issued an order to obliterate Nico Robin at all costs, and never let that man get the ancient weapon. Lu Qi said indifferently to Kaku, Bluno, and Khalifa beside him. Clear. Several people nodded solemnly, clearly aware of the seriousness of this matter. If that horrible man uses Nico Robin to get the ancient weapon, it will be a huge threat to the world government. The world government knew that CP9 didn't have the ability to kill Luo Xiu, so they had no choice but to choose to kill Robin, completely cutting off Luo Xiu's possibility of finding the ancient weapon. Be careful, that man was the man who almost killed Marine HQ Admiral. Lu Qi said in a deep voice, revealing a heavy pressure in his voice. Even though he is known as a rare genius in the world government for a century, he still feels nervous when facing a man who is almost Admiral of Headquarters. He's not cocky enough to think he can beat Marine Admiral. Yeah haha, look, what did I find? A few bugs. Just as Lu Qi, Kaku and the others were about to act, a burst of mocking laughter suddenly sounded from behind them. Lu Qi and the others shrank their pupils instantly, with a shocked expression on their faces. Look back. A man wearing a white turban, bare-chested, carrying a thunder drum, and holding a golden trident was looking at them mockingly. It's him. Advertisement. The man who follows God Slayer Luo Xiu during the day. Has been discovered. Khalifa pushed his eyes on the bridge of his nose, his eyes showed a look of fear, and his voice trembled involuntarily. What their CP9 is best at is lurking in assassination. Now that she's exposed and found out by that man, I'm afraid it's more ominous than good. Damn it. As expected of a powerhouse beyond the Admiral of Headquarters. Bluno, retreat first. Lu Qi immediately ordered to retreat without hesitation. He is very aware of the gap between himself and the world's top powerhouse like Luo Xiu, and he has no chance at all if he is discovered. Door. Upon hearing this, Bluno immediately activated the door fruit ability, ready to lead CP9 to retreat. But, the moment Bluno just activated his ability, a dazzling electric light pierced the night and bombarded him, piercing his abdomen with a big hole. Bluno looked down at his empty stomach, his face was full of disbelief. So fast that he couldn't react at all. Boom. Bluno's body fell suddenly, fell from the roof, and fell heavily on the ground. No. Isn't it? Killed Bluno in an instant. Khalifa subconsciously covered his mouth with his hands, his face was pale, and he looked at Enel in horror, he didn't expect his strength to be so terrifying. Logia, Thunder Fruit ability user. Lu Qi's face was as gloomy as water, and he looked at Enel with apprehension. He didn't expect that this strange guy turned out to be the legendary Thunder Fruit user. Really, the person who can follow that man will not be a weak person. Kaku, Khalifa, wait for me to stop him, you escape as quickly as possible, and pass this information to the world government. Thunder Fruit, if nothing goes wrong, it will definitely become an Admiral-level force in the future. Lu Qi gave instructions to the two people beside him in a deep voice. From the blow that Enel just killed Bluno, Lu Qi realized that he and others could not be Enel's opponents at all. Can only escape one as one. Hey, do not make jokes. Just you bugs who want to run away in front of me. Enel's observation hockey is the pinnacle. He heard Lu Qi and the others' conversation clearly, digging his ears, his voice was full of deep disdain. Advertisement. It's now. Escape. 6 styles maximum round 6 king gun. Lu Qi yelled loudly, his body swelled instantly, turned into a huge leopard man, rushed towards Enel, and unleashed his strongest attack. While Lu Qi attacked Enel, Kaku and Khalifa immediately fled on the moonwalk. Boom. Luo Xiu's attack directly bombarded Enel's abdomen, and the powerful shock wave instantly penetrated Enel's abdomen. Yeah, it worked. Enel looked down at his abdomen being pierced by Luo Xiu, his voice was full of jokes. Hateful. Finger pistol Madara. Luo Xiu stretched out his sharp leopard claws, swung his arms quickly and stabbed at Enel, forming phantoms in the air. Whoosh whoosh. Luo Xiu poked out one transparent hole after another in Enel's body. Huh, huh, huh. After stabbing for a while, Luo Xiu stopped, panting and looking at the incomplete Enel in front of him. There was no joy in his eyes, only deep solemnity. Elementalize. As the world government's top agent, he is naturally not those noobs. For those who have not mastered Haki, those with Logia ability are unrivaled existences. Ah, you can't let those two little bugs escape, or the leader will get mad. Enel didn't pay attention to Luo Xiu in front of him at all, and took out 2 gold coins from his trouser pocket, spreading his knowledge, covering the fleeing Kaku and Khalifa, and locking them in. 10 million volts electromagnetic gun. Shish. 2 dazzling electric lights cut through the night in an instant, illuminating the sky like day, hitting Kaku and Khalifa with precision, and piercing through their bodies. Kaku, Khalifa. Luo Xiu turned around and looked at the 2 people who were hit in the air, with a look of incomparable horror on his face, and a strong anger and deep helplessness emerged in his heart. Hateful. There is no way to escape. Yeah, haha. Run. Where are you running? It's your honor to die under the skills that the leader taught me. Enel sensed Kaku and Khalifa who were pierced in an instant, and laughed excitedly, with fanatical admiration on his face. Chapter 39. The Choice of Iceberg. Luo Xiu looked at Enel who was laughing wildly in front of him, with a hint of despair on his face. Hit. Can't beat. Escape. Can't escape. What to do? Why, don't you plan to escape? There was a flash of lightning on Enel's body, and his body recovered. He took out a red apple from his pocket and gnawed it leisurely. He looked at Luo Xiu playfully, not paying attention to him at all. Hateful. Fight. Tempest kick guy bird. Luo Xiu's legs were slightly bent, and he jumped into the air suddenly. His right leg slashed like a sharp sword with a blue slash, forming a huge flying bird and pounced on Enel, then stepped on Moonwalk and fled without looking back. TCH. Fearless struggle. Enel looked at Luo Xiu who was fleeing wildly, took a bite of the apple, and then threw it away, throwing a gold coin, and his fingertips shone with lightning. Boom. A powerful electromagnetic cannon instantly pierced Luo Xiu, stepping into the footsteps of Kaku and the others. Okay. It's time to call it a day. The electromagnetic gun taught by the leader is easy to use, much more powerful than ordinary electric discharge. After solving CP9, Enel walked leisurely into the hotel and used an electromagnetic gun, which made him feel very happy. At the same time, Carrera headquarters, Iceberg residence. Luo Xiu sat on Bingshan's office chair, calmly drinking the coffee Robin made for him. Hello, Mr. Iceberg. Let me introduce myself, the leader of Xiao organization, Luo Xiu. Bingshan was sitting on the edge of the bed in his pajamas, looking at Luo Xiu in front of him, with a wry smile on his face. It's time to come. Luo Xiu, the Godslayer, everyone above the sea knows, everyone knows, I don't know why you came to find me, a little man. Bingshan tried his best to calm himself down, but facing Luo Xiu, his body still trembled involuntarily. In front of this man in front of him, he couldn't keep his composure at all. Mr. Bingshan, don't underestimate yourself. As the apprentice of Mr. Tom, the world's #1 shipbuilder, Mr. Bingshan's shipbuilding technology is definitely the best in the world. Luo Xiu took a sip of his coffee and praised from the bottom of his heart. Tom is the #1 shipbuilder in the world, and Bingshan and Frankie have done their best. I am afraid that no one in the world is better than their shipbuilding skills. Luo Xiu planned the capital of 7 waters, not only to build Kurigakure, but also to obtain the shipbuilding technology of the capital of 7 waters. Advertisement. In the future, the confrontation with the world government will naturally require the army. In this ocean-based world, ships are essential equipment. Mastering the capital of 7 waters is equivalent to mastering the world's most advanced shipbuilding technology. Lord Luo Xiu, do you mean to let me build a ship for you? Bingshan asked tentatively. If it's just this request, he can still accept it, as long as it's not for Pluton. Shipbuilding. You can say the same. However, let the entire capital of 7 waters build a ship for me. Luo Xiu's words made Bingshan's pupils shrink immediately. He couldn't help but gasped, and stared at Luo Xiu in amazement. He never expected that Luo Xiu's ambition would be so huge. He actually wants to monopolize the shipbuilding industry in the entire capital of 7 waters. Are you kidding me? Bingshan asked cautiously. Do you think I'm joking? Luo Xiu smiled, but it made the iceberg chill all over his body. Seriously, really want to monopolize the shipbuilding industry in the capital of 7 waters? For what? Form a powerful fleet and dominate the entire sea. Boom. The window of Bingshan's room was suddenly opened, and Conan waved his white wings and flew in with a person. Leader, people have brought it. Conan came to Luo Xiu's side, and threw the person in his hand to the ground. This is Frankie. When Bingshan saw the figure on the ground, he couldn't help exclaiming, and looked at Luo Xiu with panic. Few people know that he and Frankie are brothers and sisters, and more importantly, the design of Pluton is on Frankie's body. It hurts. Stupid Bingshan, what is going on? Frankie rubbed the back of his painful head and questioned Bingshan loudly. Bingshan, Frankie, the last disciple of Tom, the world's #1 shipbuilder. Want to help Mr. Tom take revenge. Luo Xiu's words shocked Bingshan and Frankie. Their fists were clenched, and their expressions were full of aggrieved hatred and pain. Revenge. They dream about it. Advertisement. But there is no such ability at all. The enemy who killed them and their master is the world government. You help us avenge Mr. Tom. If you can help us avenge Mr. Tom, I can promise you everything. Bingshan stood up suddenly, looking at Luo Xiu with fiery eyes. He saw a glimmer of hope for revenge. Stupid Bingshan is right. If you can help us take revenge, my life will be yours. Frankie also echoed loudly. To avenge Master Tom is the hope hidden in their hearts for many years. Seeing this, Luo Xiu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile. Of course. Your Master Tom was killed by CP9 Chief Spandam. Now, he's at the Ennie's lobby. As long as you want, I can take you there to kill Spandam and even destroy Ennie's lobby anytime. Oh, right. By the way, my people have already solved everything for you, the world government CP9 agents lurking next to Mr. Bingshan. World government agent. When Bingshan heard this, his expression was not particularly surprised. He had already noticed it in his heart. It would be surprising not to have a world government agent by your side, with the secret of Pluton's blueprints in his hands. It's Khalifa, Lu Qi and the others. Bingshan asked in a deep voice. Yes, Khalifa, Lu Qi, Kaku and the owner of the bar, Bluno. It's really them. Bingshan was a little disappointed. After all, these people were his right-hand men. So, Bingberg, Frankie, tell me your options. Luo Xiu stood up. His face became serious and solemn, waiting for them to make a choice. After killing Spandam, destroying Ennie's lobby, and helping Master Tom get revenge, I will join Akatsuki. Bingshan clenched his fists, his gaze was determined, and he made a choice. He chose revenge. If I miss this opportunity, I am afraid that I will never have the chance of revenge again in this life. Me too. Chapter 40 comes to Ennie's lobby. Scared Spandam. Very good. Luo Xiu couldn't help showing a satisfied smile on his face when he heard the choice of Bingshan and Frankie. Congratulations to the leader for getting two of the world's top shipbuilders. Conan and Robin bowed down to congratulate Luo Xiu. When Bingshan and Frankie made a choice, the result was already doomed. Spandam. Ennie's lobby. To Luo Xiu, it was just a destructible existence. Bingshan and Frankie were slightly surprised when they saw Conan and Robin looking like they were winning. They just believe that Luo Xiu can kill Spandam and destroy Ennie's lobby. After all, that is one of the three major institutions of the world government. Let's go. Let's go now, and we will arrive around tomorrow morning. Luo Xiu turned around and walked out of the Carrera headquarters, took out his phone bug and called Enel, asking him to bring the Dawn over. Lean less. A spaceship appeared in the sky, and Enel waved to Luo Xiu. Ship. Flying in the air. When Bingshan and Frankie saw the Dawn flying towards this side, they showed surprise expressions on their faces. As a shipbuilder, they were obviously very interested in such a ship. That's the spaceship that Enel built on Sky Island, and you should have something to talk about. Luo Xiu grabbed the iceberg with one hand and Frankie with the other, and jumped onto the Dawn. Super. When Frankie came to the Dawn, he roared excitedly, with bright stars shining in his eyes, and ran around excitedly on the ship, looking left and right. It's amazing. With gold as the conduction and electricity as the power, it is really a perfect ship. Even Bingshan, who has always been calm and composed, couldn't help but burst into admiration. Ha ha ha, that must. This is a ship that my uncle has painstakingly built, and it can go to the infinite land. Seeing the popularity of the boats he built, Enel immediately showed a proud expression. Frankie and Bingshan were very interested in this spaceship, and they kept asking Enel about everything. Facing the two who admired his work, Enel also readily answered the questions. The three of them were harmonious and lively together unexpectedly. With Enel, the unlimited power bank, Dawn flies very fast. The next day, the sun was rising, the sky was blue, and the Dawn appeared above Ennie's lobby. Iceberg. Frankie stood on the boat and looked down at Ennie's lobby below, their fists clenched tightly, their eyes full of hatred. Advertisement. Then, their Master Tom was killed here. Don't worry, you will be able to take revenge soon, I will capture Spandam and give it to you. Luo Xiu patted the shoulders of the two of them lightly, and comforted them. Please, Lord Luo Xiu. Bingshan and Frankie bowed deeply to Luo Xiu, betting everything and pinning all hopes of revenge on Luo Xiu. Rest assured, Luo Xiu jumped onto the bow, and the observation hockey spread, covering the entire Ennie's lobby, and soon found the figure of Spandam, who was still immersed in a dream and did not wake up. Lean forward, fall freely from the air, and quickly form mudras with your hands. Wood-style birth of the tree realm. The moment Luo Xiu landed on the ground, he slapped his hands on the ground. Under the urging of chakra, which contained the majestic vitality, countless grass seeds grew rapidly, and instantly grew into towering trees, covering the entire judiciary tower. Spandam, who was immersed in a dream, was hung up by the trees and vines and sent to Luo Xiu before he could figure out what was going on. Ah, what happened? What happened? Spandam looked at himself being hung in midair, and instantly woke up, yelling and waving his hands and feet, and poured down a lot of snot and tears in fright. Air. Iceberg. Frankie was stunned when he saw the forest suddenly appearing on the Ennie's lobby, his eyes widened, full of incredible. Is this the power of the world's strongest bounty hunter? Enel controlled the Dawn and slowly landed next to Luo Xiu. Bingshan and Frankie saw the face that they wanted to kill in their dreams. Spandam. Bingshan and Frankie gritted their teeth and called out the name of their enemy, their eyes filled with endless anger. Caught it, you can do it at any time. Luo Xiu snapped his fingers and sent the spandam hanging in the sky to Bingshan and Frankie. Hey, what do you want to do? I am a senior official of the world government, and my old man Spandine serves the celestial dragons in the Holy Land. If you touch me, you will die. Spandam tried to intimidate Luo Xiu and others by using the names of world government and celestial dragons. But, what he didn't know was that these two titles would only hasten his death. World government. Celestial dragons. I killed them. Advertisement. Luo Xiu crossed his arms and looked at Spandam, a waste with a sneer on his face. Not only did he not feel the slightest fear of his threat, but he was very excited. His favorite thing is to slaughter the celestial dragons and slaughter their loyal dogs. You are God Killer Luo Xiu. When Spandam saw Luo Xiu's face, his pupils shrank immediately, and he let out a terrified scream. Not long ago, his father warned him not to provoke Luo Xiu, a lunatic. He is the master who dares to kill even celestial dragons. People from the world government will definitely die if they provoke him. Horror. Panic. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A burst of pungent water flowed down Spandam's legs and feet, making him pee in fright. Iceberg, Frankie, I leave it to you, solve it quickly. Luo Xiu pinched his nose and waved his hands in disgust, turned around and jumped on the Don, away from this disgusting guy. Spandam, die, we've been waiting for this day for 20 years. Bingshan and Frankie pulled out a pistol and aimed it at Spandam's head. This moment, they have waited too long. And many more. You can't kill me, I am a high-ranking official of the world government, you will not be able to escape even if you kill me. I can give you money, devil fruit, and even recommend you to become officials in the Holy Land. Facing the black muzzle of the two, Spandam panicked, begged for mercy loudly, threatened and lured. But, how deep is the hatred buried in the hearts of Bingshan and Frankie for 20 years? Not impressed at all. Boom, boom. The two fired at the same time, and the two bullets pierced the air and rushed to Spandam's forehead. Ah, help me, help me, help me. Chapter 41 Meteorites falling from the sky. Facing the threat of death, Spandam uttered a shrill cry for help. Tempest kick, shave. In the nick of time, a blue slash cut off the vines hanging Spandam, and the body was caught and saved. It's CP9 stationed at Ennie's lobby. Call, saved. Jabra, quick, kill these two for me. Looking at the figure in front of him, Spandam breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately angrily ordered Jabra to kill Bingshan and Frankie. Sir, I think it's better for us to escape first. Jabra in werewolf form held the Spandam, and did not immediately execute his order, but looked at Luo Xiu standing on the Dawn with fear. That one. But the existence of Admiral beyond the marine headquarters. Ah yes. Escape. Run away. Spandam saw Luo Xiu's figure with his eyes, and the anger in his heart disappeared instantly, leaving only deep fear. Hey, Jabra, didn't you say you wanted to escape? Why are you still standing here? Run away. Spandam looked at the motionless Jabra and roared loudly, he just wanted to escape from Luo Xiu's sight now. I want to escape too. But, the body is completely out of control. Jabra's voice trembled, and his whole body trembled. He felt a tremendous pressure, pressing on him like a mountain, making him unable to move. Panic, horrified, cold sweat instantly filled his forehead and soaked his clothes. What a terrifying man. Just relying on the momentum made me so scared that I couldn't move, and the blood all over my body seemed to be congealed. Hey, Jabra, stop kidding, escape, I order you to run away. Spandam yelled at Jabra in horror, he couldn't believe his ears. Jabra is second only to Lu Qi in CP9. Advertisement. Even if he loses to that man, at least he can escape. Isn't it too outrageous to be unable to move now? Really, the mouse hiding in the dark just hides in the stinky ditch, maybe it can get away with it. You don't really think you can save someone from me? Luo Xiu stood at the bow of the Dawn ship, with arms folded, with a contemptuous voice and a proud look, exuding an incomparable haki from his body, making people unable to resist surrender and worship, without arousing any desire to resist. Hateful. Move me. Jabra roared wildly in his heart, his brain desperately wanted to push his body, but his body didn't respond at all. Wood-style cutting technique. Luo Xiu's arms swayed slightly, and the surrounding trees and vines rushed towards Jabra and Fukuro. The sharp spikes pierced their bodies instantly, and quickly grew and spread, destroying their internal organs and bodies. Accompanied by bursts of mournful wailing, the bodies of Jabra, Fukuro, and others were directly supported by wood-style. Spandam, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, was so frightened that he slumped on the ground. No, impossible. The super agent trained by the world government was killed so easily. Help. Who can save me? Spandam knelt on the ground and covered his head, weeping bitterly in fright, shouting to the sky, how he hoped someone could come to save him. But, what greeted him was two bullets. Boom, boom. Bingshan and Frankie shoot again. This time, no one could save Spandam. Two bullets hit his head without any accident, splashing a dazzle of blood, and Spandam's voice stopped abruptly. Dead. Finally dead. Mr. Tom, I finally avenged you. Bingshan couldn't help but burst into tears when he saw Spandam, who had lost his breath. The hatred accumulated in his heart for more than 20 years was finally avenged. Ah woo woo. Mr. Tom, you may rest in peace. Look, I will definitely create the most powerful ship in the world in the future. Frankie knelt down and cried bitterly, tears flowing like a fountain, but his expression was unprecedentedly determined. Such a huge movement immediately attracted some Marine soldiers stationed at Eni's lobby and world government guards to the Tower of Justice, and they were stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. What's going on? What happened? Advertisement. Why are there such huge trees and vines around the Tower of Justice? Look, there is a ship in the sky. Did someone hack into the Eni's lobby? That person is God Slayer Luo Xiu. My god, it turned out to be that man. Quick, call for help from Marine headquarters, and ask for Admiral's support. The Marine soldiers below spotted Luo Xiu's figure through the binoculars, and their faces turned ashen-colored with horror. They quickly picked up the phone bug and called for help from Naval headquarters. That man is not something they can match. When the Marine general was about to request support from Naval headquarters, Luo Xiu had already brought the iceberg, and Frankie came over the Eni's lobby. Hey, the next step is to destroy this Eni's lobby. I don't know if those celestial dragons will feel pain when they hear the news. Luo Xiu looked down at Eni's lobby below, a look of madness appeared on his face, and his black and white eyes instantly turned into a spiral-shaped Rinnegan. Looking up to the sky, the endless chakra converged on Rinnegan, and a huge gravitational force rushed to the sky. Tengai Shinsei. Under the powerful gravitational pull of Luo Xiu Rinnegan, a huge meteorite from outer space began to fall towards Eni's lobby. Below, Marine Vice Admiral, stationed at Eni's lobby, is calling Naval headquarters for help. Boo 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 boo. The phone rang a few times and was quickly connected. Moses, this is the Marshal's office at Marine headquarters, and I am Marshal Sengoku. Hi, Marshal Sengoku, I'm Carl Liu, Eni's lobby Marine Vice Admiral. The Godslayer Luo Xiu has invaded the Eni's lobby. Backup requested. Request. After speaking, he suddenly felt a shadow covering him, subconsciously raised his head, his pupils shrank, his eye sockets instantly widened to ultimate, his eyeballs were bloodshot, his face was distorted in shock, and the phone bug in his hand slipped down involuntarily. A huge meteorite was reflected in his pupils. Liu Carl's legs went limp, and he fell to the ground. Now, everyone on Eni's lobby has the same expressions as this Marine Vice Admiral. The pupil shrank into a needle shape. Eyes fly out of their sockets. Mouth grows to ultimate. Shock, fear, trembling. Then, what is that? Chapter 42. The End of the World. The Lost Island. Jaw dropping. Stunned. Now, everyone on the Eni's lobby looked extremely horrified to the extreme. A meteorite with a diameter of several thousand meters fell from the sky, blocked the sun, and enveloped the entire Eni's lobby. The impact of the falling meteorite caused the atmosphere to burst into bursts of unbearable explosions, and circles of white airflow visible to the naked eye spread from under the meteorite to the surroundings, setting off a violent gust of wind. Hoo. The wind is raging. It's dark. The waves are churning. This scene is like the end of the world. Hey, what are you kidding? Dream. I must be dreaming. Wake up. Is this kind of power really something that humans can possess? Quick, run away, help. Countless Marines recovered from the shock, immediately covered their heads and screamed in horror, and fled to the Eni's lobby. Cries, howl, SOS. For a moment, the sound resounded over the entire Eni's lobby, and the entire Eni's lobby was in chaos, and there was no order at all. Everyone is running away desperately. Hey, what the hell is going on? Talk. Sengoku roared loudly among the phone bugs thrown on the ground. But at this moment, no one answered at all, and everyone was running desperately. Naval headquarters, inside the Marshal's office. Sengoku's expression was very anxious, and he kept shouting with the phone bug, but no one answered. There were only noisy shouts, help, and wailing. Hateful. What the hell happened to Eni's lobby? Luo Xiu, how dare he invade Eni's lobby? Sengoku slapped his hand on the table, looking surprised and angry. The status of Eni's lobby is second only to naval headquarters, and it is one of the very important institutions of the world government. Once it is destroyed, the consequences will be disastrous. Aokiji, Kizaru, you two immediately lead 10 warships to support Eni's lobby, make sure to save him. Sengoku immediately ordered. Eni's lobby is very close to naval headquarters, and it can be reached quickly through the Gate of Justice. The words of the two admirals should be able to stop it. Very scary. Are you going to face that scary guy again? Kizaru's expression was somewhat reluctant. If possible, he really didn't want to face that terrifying man again. But, this time he had to go again. Advertisement. If Eni's lobby is destroyed by Luo Xiu, then the face of naval headquarters and world government will be completely wiped out. Ah la la, when I hear that man's name, I tremble a little. But this time with Pelusalino, we should be able to stop him, right? Aokiji also looked heavy. His thoughts were similar to Kizaru's. He didn't want to face Luo Xiu again, but he had to. This is their duty as Marine HQ Admiral. Soon, Aokiji, Kizaru and 2 admirals led 10 warships and tens of thousands of naval headquarters elite soldiers left naval headquarters in mighty force. Eni's lobby. The huge meteorite is only less than 100 meters away from Eni's lobby, and the surrounding area of the meteorite directly ignited a raging fire due to the intense friction with the atmosphere, like a blazing sun. Can't escape. I can't escape at all. The meteorite is too big. Eni's lobby is going to be destroyed. Looking at the meteorite that was about to fall, countless marine soldiers and world government officials were paralyzed on the ground, looking at the meteorite in horror, waiting for death to come. Under the desperate eyes of everyone, the meteorite fell little by little. 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters. Boom. With a deafening bang that resounded through the sky and the earth, a giant meteorite fell on Eni's lobby. Kacha kacha kacha. The entire Eni's lobby shattered in an instant, and all buildings and creatures on the island were wiped out. The endless sea water splashed high, causing a huge tsunami, and huge waves of several kilometers swept in all directions. In the sky, Luo Xiu stood on the dawn and witnessed all this, and his heart didn't fluctuate much. From the time he decided to embark on the path of overthrowing the world government, he was doomed to be accompanied by blood and corpses. One will succeed and 10,000 bones will dry up. Not to mention overthrowing the world government that ruled the sea for 800 years. However, Iceberg, Frankie, Enel, Robin, and even Conan couldn't keep calm like Luo Xiu. One by one, they looked at the Eni's lobby who was smashed to pieces by the meteorite and gradually sank to the bottom of the sea. The entire island and tens of thousands of lives on the island were wiped out in an instant. This kind of power is really beyond the imagination of all of them. A long time. The sea has gradually returned to calm, and the Eni's lobby has completely disappeared, replaced by a part of a huge meteorite. Even the sea can't completely submerge this meteorite summoned by Luo Xiu. One can imagine how huge this meteorite is. Let's go. Luo Xiu looked at the disappearing Eni's lobby, patted Enel who was still in shock, turned and walked into the cabin. What? Advertisement. Oh. Enel, who came back to his senses, looked at the huge meteorite on the bottom of the sea, then at Luo Xiu who walked into the cabin, and swallowed hard. If the boss had used such a trick when he was in Sky Island. Thinking of this, Enel couldn't help shivering, and his awe of Luo Xiu grew deeper in his heart. Deck. Bingchen and Frankie looked at each other, and they could understand each other's meaning, that is, they must hold Luo Xiu's thigh tightly. Now that they killed Spandam and participated in the destruction of Eni's lobby, they have already stood on the opposite side of the world government, and there is no retreat at all. At the same time, Aokiji, Kizaru and Admiral are on their way to Eni's lobby with 10 warships. Sudden, a tsunami several kilometers high hit them. Hey, just kidding. Why is there such a huge tsunami in this place? Is that Whitebeard coming? Aokiji, Kizaru and all the marines on the 10 warships were all stunned, looking at the huge tsunami that covered the sky and the sun in disbelief, and couldn't believe their eyes. In their impression, only Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, can create a mid-level tsunami. Ice Age. Before he could think about it, Aokiji immediately jumped into the air, and endless cold air burst out from his body, freezing this huge tsunami. Who? After the freezing tsunami, Aokiji was back on board, slightly out of breath. Even as the Admiral of Headquarters, freezing such a huge tsunami took a lot of his energy. Oh, it's scary. This tsunami is not caused by that monster Luo Xiu, is it? Kizaru looked up at the iceberg floating thousands of meters above the sea, his eyes widened under the brown sunglasses, revealing a strong look of fear. I'm afraid I have something to do with Luo Xiu, so hurry up, I wonder how Eni's lobby is doing now. Aokiji's voice was full of dignity, and there was a faint premonition in his heart. Under the command of the two admirals, the fleet immediately moved forward at full speed. Half a day later, they arrive at where the Eni's lobby is. Aokiji, Kizaru, and tens of thousands of naval headquarters stared at the surface of the meteorite out of the sea, each lost in thought. Sluggish. Consternation. Incredible. Vice Admiral, the flying squirrel, took out the nautical chart and looked at it carefully, then looked at the surface of the meteorite, and then looked at the nautical chart again, repeating this cycle a dozen times. In the process, his expression gradually became terrifying, exaggerated, horrified, and even distorted. Here is the Eni's lobby.
2 FP Chapter 43 Naval Headquarters Panic. The world government is furious. The terrified screams of the flying squirrels resounded through the sea area, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Immediately, everyone's face reveals a deep sense of disbelief. Eni's lobby? You tell me this bare rock is Eni's lobby? How can that be? We're late, it looks like Eni's lobby has disappeared. Kizaru walked over to the meteorite, looked at the meteorite under his feet and some Eni's lobby wreckage floating around, and probably guessed what happened at that time. After all, not long ago in the marshal's office, he also heard the exclamation from the phone bug in the Eni's lobby. One of them mentioned meteorites. Obviously, Eni's lobby has been crushed by this huge meteorite. The horror of this man is far beyond our imagination. He can summon such a huge meteorite. Eni's lobby is not guarded by Admiral-level powerhouses, so there is nothing they can do. Aokiji also came to Kizaru to watch this terrifying scene, and Luo Xiu's strength once again refreshed his cognition. Very scary. It seems that naval headquarters and the world government have an extra terrifying enemy. Looking at Eni's lobby who had been erased from the map, Kizaru's tone was not as relaxed as usual, but full of incomparable solemnity. This sentence is so scary because he feels terrible from the bottom of his heart. Even as a Marine Admiral, he can't completely wipe an island off the map. It seems that it is not a good decision for the world government and Mr. Sengoku to choose to fight Whitebeard. I have a feeling that this man has great ambitions. Mr. Garp's feeling is right, the menace of Luo Xiu is probably more than that of Whitebeard. Aokiji looked serious. As time went by, he became more and more able to feel the terror of this man Luo Xiu. And He always felt that Luo Xiu was planning something big. Well, anyway, the decision has been made. The news about the public execution of Fire Fist Ace has been released. Even if you want to regret it, it's too late. Let Marshal Sengoku and the world government take care of any problems. Regarding who is right and who is wrong, Kizaru doesn't want to ask too much. He just does his own job well and can just fish for nothing. Yes. The war with the Whitebeard pirates is imminent. Advertisement. I hope that man won't make a big move at this time. Aokiji sighed. Regarding the matter of taking the lead in dealing with Luo Xiu or Whitebeard, he can't say who is right and who is wrong. He can only say that the meanings to naval headquarters and world government are different. Flying Squirrel, you lead a warship to patrol around to see if there are any survivors. The rest. Go back to naval headquarters. Aokiji looked around, looked at the disappearing Ini's lobby, and ordered the Flying Squirrel weakly. This time, naval headquarters and the world government are probably going to lose their heads. Naval headquarters, office of the marshal. Sengoku was stunned when he heard the reports from Aokiji and Kizaru, and the black-framed frog glasses fell to the ground with a thud. What did you say? What? The Ini's lobby disappeared. Sengoku suddenly jumped up, his face turned pale with fright, his voice almost raised to 180 decibels. The entire marine building could hear it clearly. Disappeared. According to the on-site observation, it should be that Luo Xiu used some ability to summon a giant meteorite and destroy Ini's lobby. Aokiji's exact answer made Sengoku slump down on the chair. Now, he really regretted it in his heart. If they had followed Garp's advice and dealt with Luo Xiu first, Ini's lobby would not have disappeared. And what worries Sengoku even more is that Luo Xiu may launch an attack on marine headquarters while naval headquarters and Whitebeard unfold. Given his hatred of celestial dragons and world government and what he's been doing during this time, it's quite possible. A Whitebeard pirate group that Sengoku is confident dealing with. But, if you add Luo Xiu, a powerhouse beyond the Admiral level, the solution will be hard to say. Accidentally. There is a real possibility of the marine headquarters being overturned. If that were the case, not only would it not be possible to accomplish the justice of King's Landing, it would even become a disgrace in the history of marine. Think up to this point. Sengoku picked up the phone bug and dialed the number of Holy Land Mariejois. Boo 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 boo. The phone rang a few times before being connected, and a majestic voice came from the opposite side. Sengoku, what's the matter? Your Excellency 5 Elders, Ini's lobby was destroyed by Luo Xiu. Sengoku reported to 5 Elders with a heavy voice. Advertisement? What? Ini's lobby was destroyed? How dare he? 5 Elders' angry and unbelievable exclamation suddenly came from the phone bug's receiver. Your Excellency 5 Elders, the battle between the marine headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates is imminent. If Luo Xiu chooses to attack the marine headquarters at this time. Sengoku didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was already obvious. If Luo Xiu chooses to attack naval headquarters at this time, then naval headquarters is probably not the opponent. Sengoku didn't reply immediately on the other end of the phone, and there were waves of discussions and discussions. Half an hour. 5 Elders finally had a reply. Luo Xiu's strength is indeed somewhat strong, but Luo Jia's bloodline must disappear in this world, and the Whitebeard pirates must be eliminated. This sea will never allow a second One Piece to appear. In order to prevent accidents, I will send 2 Admiral backups led by Sora, Momosagi and T-Pig, to support naval headquarters. Hearing this, Sengoku was overjoyed, and the worries in his heart dissipated a lot. Kong is the last marshal of naval headquarters, and he, Garp, and Zephyr's mentor, the strength is terrifying. Coupled with 2 Admiral candidates who are not weaker than Admiral of headquarters, then this battle must be foolproof. Yes, don't worry, Your Excellency 5 Elders. This time, Marine will definitely wipe out the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku assured the 5 Elders that the reinforcements sent by the Holy Land gave him a strong confidence. Well, let's go and do it, we are waiting for your good news. Ba-da, after 5 Elders finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Ha ha ha. With the support of Commander Kong, coupled with the strength of naval headquarters and the 7 warlords of the sea, no matter if it is the Whitebeard pirates or Luo Xiu, as long as they dare to come, they will surely die. Sengoku put down the phone bug and let out a hearty laugh. All the worries in his heart were swept away. He is well aware of the strength of Commander Kong, who is also a person who surpasses the Admiral of headquarters. As everyone knows, 7 warlords of the sea is about to become Luo Xiu's. And Luo Xiu's strength is far more than that. How bright Sengoku is smiling now, how shocking his heart will be then. The Summit War is destined to destroy the naval headquarters and make the world government feel the pain. Chapter 44 The big news that caused a sensation in the world. Build Kirigakure. After a few days, the news that Ini's lobby was destroyed by Luo Xiu spread throughout the world, causing an uproar. Alabasta, the royal palace. Holding the newspaper, Vivi looked at Ini's lobby, who was replaced by a meteorite in the picture, with a look of excitement and reverence on his face. Wow, your lord leader has done another big thing that caused a world sensation. I also want to work hard to practice, and strive to fight side by side with the leader as soon as possible. Vivi looked at the contents of the newspaper, his eyes showed firmness, and immediately sat cross-legged and began to refine chakra for practice. Dressrosa, the royal palace. Doflamingo held the newspaper, and the content on it made him feel extremely happy. Foo. Destroy the Ini's lobby? The next step is to destroy naval headquarters? What a crazy and terrifying man. Although Doflamingo is celestial dragons, he hates celestial dragons and hopes to destroy them one day. Seeing the destruction of Eni's lobby now is naturally extremely exciting. For this man, he felt more and more admiration. New World, aboard the Moby DK. Father, the Eni's lobby was wiped out, and it was Luo Xiu, the famous godslayer not long ago. Marco with the pineapple head reported to Whitebeard with a newspaper. Destroyed the Eni's lobby. Gu la la la, what a capable brat, if only he could be adopted as a son. When Whitebeard heard the news, he let out a heroic laugh, with deep appreciation in his eyes. Forget it, Dad. This kind of person is very ambitious, and he will not be inferior to others. Marco shook his head lightly. He didn't think that people like Luo Xiu could be subdued. Who knows? Lousy is Whitebeard. Gu la la la. Whitebeard looked proud and downed a bottle of wine with a big smile, but deep in those hockey eyes there was a hint of worry. Now, Ace was arrested and Naval Headquarters announced that he would be executed publicly. Advertisement. Whitebeard knew that this was a trap set by Naval Headquarters for himself, a trap he had to jump into. No father would stand by and remain indifferent to his son being publicly executed. He had a premonition that he might never come back after this trip. What would happen to his sons if they lost their blessing? If Luo Xiu can become his son and join the Whitebeard Pirates, he may be able to protect the safety of everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates in the future. But all this is just Whitebeard's imagination. If he wants to take Luo Xiu as his son, Whitebeard is not qualified enough. If the Whitebeard Pirates join Luo Xiu's command, it will be about the same. The rest of the Beast's pirates, Red Hair Pirates, Big Mom Pirates and other major forces also got the news one after another, and they were shocked. Eni's lobby. That is one of the institutions under the world government second only to Naval Headquarters. It is a symbol of world government power. It's easy to destroy this island. Any royal pirate group can do it, but they can't bear the consequences of destroying this island. This means being an enemy of the entire world government. Even the royal pirates cannot afford this price, but that man just did it. Are you really not afraid of the world government? The capital of Seven Waters, the headquarters of Carrera. This time, Luo Xiu, the protagonist of the world-shaking news, is discussing the establishment of Kirigakure with Bingshan, Frankie, Terumi Mei and others. Okay, let's make a decision like this first, and if you encounter any problems in the future, feel free to contact me through the phone bug. Yes, leader. On the day he came back from Eni's lobby, Luo Xiu refreshed the sign in rewards, and got Terumi Mei, Dao Di Zai Bi Yuzan, Hoshigaki Kisame, Black Hole Ya and others. Luo Xiu believes that on the basis of Terumi Mei and others, with the capital of Seven Waters as the foundation, the structure of Kirigakure can be built soon. Time is running out. Hurry up. Luo Xiu leaned on the chair and looked at the newspaper in his hand. It was the news that Naval Headquarters announced that it would publicly execute Fire Fist Ace not long ago. Now 7 warlords of the sea. Luo Xiu has just subdued K-Lock Doll and Hawkeye. Hancock was originally his man, leaving Jinbei, Moria and Doflamingo. Iceberg, Frankie, you secretly build warships. Terumi Mei, you are in charge of establishing Kirigakure, the ninja force. Time is running out. I must dare to subdue all the remaining Shichibukai before the Summit War, and then give Naval Headquarters a surprise. Luo Xiu got up and gave instructions to Bingshan, Frankie, Terumi Mei and others, and was about to leave to take down the next Shichibukai. Obey, leader. Guaranteed to complete the task. Bingshan, Frankie, and Terumi Mei all bowed and saluted, making promises to Luo Xiu. Advertisement. Luo Xiu nodded slightly, and then led Conan, Robin, and Enel out of here. After a few days, Luo Xiu came to the sea area of the Devil's Triangle and found the Thriller bark. Godslayer Luo Xiu, what are you doing here? Moria looked at the man in front of her and trembled a little. Her heart was full of fear. She wondered why such a big man came to him. Moria, do you think you can get revenge on Kaido with these low-level zombies? I'm afraid he'll be gone in one breath. Luo Xiu pointed at the zombies around him and shook his head lightly, his voice full of deep disdain. Kaido is fighting in the New World, but you only dare to hide and survive in the Dark Sea. Whether it is strength or power, you are very different. Wanting revenge is simply a dream. Luo Xiu's words were merciless and tore open Moria's bloody scar. He flushed with anger, but he dared not refute because of Luo Xiu's strength. What do you want to do? Moria tried her best to suppress her anger and asked through gritted teeth. Surrender to me. Just a Kaido, nothing to worry about. Surrender to me. I will take you to the peak of this world. Luo Xiu looked at the tall Moria in front of him, and directly stated his purpose. His voice was full of confidence, full of incomparable hockey. Experience the peak of this world? You want to be the Pirate King? Moria looked at the hockey man in front of her with a slightly odd voice. One Piece? Do not. The layout is small. I will overthrow the world government and become the king of the world? Boom! Luo Xiu's voice hit Moria's mind like a bolt from the blue. Her pupils shrank suddenly, her huge body backed away involuntarily, and she stared at Luo Xiu in amazement. To overthrow the world government and become the king of the world? Such ambition. How about the 45th chapter? Do you feel my spirit? Moria's breathing was a little short, and she looked at Luo Xiu in disbelief. He thought Luo Xiu's ambition should be to become the One Piece. Never expected that Luo Xiu's ambition is to overthrow the world government and become the king of the world. Too crazy. How dare you have such ambitions? The world government has ruled the sea for 800 years, and it is deeply rooted. How could it be overthrown? Don't. Stop kidding. Although your strength is strong, it is simply a dream to realize this ambition. Moria feels that Luo Xiu is a lunatic. For everyone, One Piece is an unattainable dream, let alone the king of the world. He never even dared to think about it. Dream? Ah. That's because you were weak. When you are strong enough, the whole world will crawl under your feet. Alabasta, Sky Island, Kingdom of God, capital of Seven Waters, Amazon Lily, including Hawkeye, and Rayleigh have all become forces under my command, and there will only be more in the future. The celestial dragons are bound to be destroyed. The world government will be overthrown. Luo Xiu's voice was sonorous, confident. Haki. The conqueror's haki on his body exploded, and a violent storm was rolled up, with the momentum of swallowing the world. Boom. Crack. With Luo Xiu as the center, the ground cracked inch by inch and spread in all directions. Dust, gravel, vegetation, and even Moria's zombies were blown away. A light suddenly appeared in the originally dark sky, which made Moria cover her eyes involuntarily. Look up. The dark clouds in the sky were actually shaken away by Luo Xiu's conqueror's haki. Plop, plop, plop. All the creatures on the thriller bark fell to the ground in a coma, foaming at the mouth, and their eyes turned white. Except for Luo Xiu's group and Moria, there is no one who can wake up in the entire thriller bark. What a terrifying conqueror's haki advertisement. It actually caused substantial physical damage. Moria was kneeling on the ground, struggling to support herself. Her forehead was covered with cold sweat, and her expression was full of pain. She felt that her brain was as painful as being pricked by a needle. Fear. The man in front of him is really terrifying. Under the cover of this man's conqueror's haki, there is simply no desire to resist. Moria had a feeling that if Luo Xiu wanted to kill herself, it would only take a moment. How? Have you felt my courage? Luo Xiu looked at Moria, who was prostrate on the ground and couldn't get up, and slowly restrained the conqueror's haki. Tick-tock. Sweat dripped from Moria's forehead, and she knelt on the ground, supporting her body with her hands, panting heavily. Just under the impact of Luo Xiu conqueror's haki, he felt like he was about to suffocate. This man, he really has the courage to annex the whole world. I am willing to surrender. I am willing to assist you to ascend to the throne of the world. Moria's eyes suddenly became fanatical, worshipping. This is a world where the strong are respected, and it is only natural for the weak to submit to the strong. Luo Xiu's strength, courage, and ambition have completely won Moria's respect. Very good, the right choice, rest assured. Follow me, you won't regret it, I will give you the power to defeat Kaido. Luo Xiu looked at Moria, who knelt and surrendered with satisfaction. This time it went smoothly and expectedly, but it was reasonable. Moria's ambition is very small, and her biggest wish is to seek revenge from Kaido. She is not even as good as Crocodile. After seeing the power of Luo Xiu, she naturally chooses to surrender. Thank you, leader. Hearing this, Moria quickly bowed to thank her, with a longing look in her eyes. Advertisement. Kaido is the eternal pain in his heart. In the first battle at Wano Kuni, he lost to Kaido and lost all his friends, so he huddled in this dark place, making zombies day and night, hoping to get revenge one day. But, Moria also understands that the gap between the two is too great. If nothing else happened, he would never be able to take revenge in his life. But now, he sees hope. Moria believed that the man in front of her would be able to help her get revenge. This is the chakra training method, as well as Shadow Ninjutsu and Zeon Taijutsu 8 inner gates. Practice hard, one day you will be able to kick Kaido to death. Luo Xiu took out a few scrolls from the Kamui space and handed them to Moria. His shadow fruit and the shadow secret technique of the Hokage world are a perfect match. Give him an 8 inner gates, and he will definitely become one of his subordinates in the future, capable go-getters. Thank you, sir, for the reward. Moria took the scroll that Luo Xiu had given him, couldn't wait to open it, and was immediately attracted by the contents. Chakra, ninjutsu, everything is so mysterious and fresh to Moria. If one can succeed in cultivation, with the blessing of this kind of power, one's strength will increase dramatically. Surpassing Kaido is not a dream. Practice well. Do not let me down. Luo Xiu threw him a phone bug, and then led Conan, Robin, and Enel out of the thriller bark. Congratulations to the leader. Moria hugged the scroll and knelt to bid farewell to Luo Xiu. Her attitude was extremely respectful. After Luo Xiu left, after a long time, Perona, Absalom and others woke up from their coma. Head hurts. Master Moria, where's that terrifying man? Perona flew to Moria with a princess umbrella, covered her head, and looked around with lingering fear, looking for Luo Xiu's figure, with a deep look of fear on her face. I fainted directly under the aura of that man. Moria didn't answer Perona, but watched the direction where Luo Xiu disappeared with fanaticism, and solemnly announced. From today onwards, the Moria pirates will cease to exist. I will join Akatsuki and assist Lord Luo Xiu to ascend to the throne of the world. Chapter 46. Moria's determination. A brief reunion with Rayleigh Shaki. Perona, Absalom and the rest of Moria's subordinates were stunned when they heard Moria's solemn declaration. Did not expect. During this period of time when they were unconscious, the Moria pirates were gone? Master Moria, which person did you choose to submit to? Perona asked in a low voice, feeling a little unbelievable. This is too fast. You fell into a coma too quickly, and you didn't realize the horror of that man at all. He now has the initial power to fight against the world government. His strength, ambition, and courage deeply impressed me. 20 years wasted in this dark place, too much time wasted. That man made me feel the long-lost blood. I choose to surrender and do my best to help him ascend to the throne of the world. Sensing the puzzled gazes of her subordinates, Moria patiently explained, her voice full of firmness and passion never seen before. Perona, Absalom and others felt a little strange seeing such a determined and passionate Moria, but they were more happy. Lord Moria finally cheered up. Lord Moria, no matter what decision you make, we will firmly follow you, Absalom said firmly. Hee ha, little ones, work hard to become stronger. Let's follow Lord Luo Xiu to the top of the world. Moria opened her arms and laughed loudly at the sunshine in the sky. Her eyes were shining with fighting spirit like never before. Oh! Excited shouts spread throughout the island, reaching the ears of Luo Xiu who had just arrived at the beach, causing a smile to form on the corner of his mouth. Moria, looking forward to your transformation. Sabadi Archipelago. Luo Xiu asked Enel to dock the boat on the shore, and led the crowd to the stingy rip-off bar. Hi, Mr. Rayleigh, Shaki, you're all there. Luo Xiu saw Rayleigh and Shaki and greeted them warmly. Haha, little boss, you have done a lot of big things that have caused a sensation in the world. When Shaki saw Luo Xiu, there was a smile on his face, and he took out a bottle of fine wine from the wine cabinet and handed it to Luo Xiu. Small fights are not worth mentioning. Advertisement. By the way, Mr. Rayleigh, help my boat out, I'm going to the Fishman Island. Luo Xiu waved his hands modestly, then turned to Rayleigh and said. No problem, are you planning to subdue Jinbei? Rayleigh raised his eyes and looked at Luo Xiu with a smile on his face. As a member of Xiao, he naturally knew Luo Xiu's plan. Yes, now Shichibukai is down to Jinbei and Doflamingo. Jinbei should be very simple. After all, their sun pirates were once slaves of celestial dragons, and they hated the world government very much. Doflamingo's words may take some work, but it's not a big problem. Luo Xiu took a sip of wine and said with a relaxed expression. Haha, you are probably the only one who dares to speak like that. Rayleigh didn't doubt Luo Xiu's words, he was deeply aware of how powerful this young man in front of him was. Not just strength, mentality and wisdom are also unmatched. He could already imagine what kind of expression Sengoku would have when he knew that all of their 7 warlords of the sea were under Luo Xiu's command in the upcoming war. I'm looking forward to it. Mr. Rayleigh, Shaki, let me introduce you. This one is Conan, my secretary. This one is Nico Robin, O'Hara's surviving archaeologist. This one is Enel, from Sky Island, with the ability of Logia Thunder Fruit. In addition, there are Princess Vivi of Alabasta, K. Dar, Iceberg of the 7 Waters, Frankie, Hawkeye, and Moria, all joined me and became members of Akatsuki. Luo Xiu pointed to Conan, Robin, and Enel beside him, introducing them to Rayleigh and Shaki, and at the same time explaining the personnel and forces under his command. Oh, the little leader has already possessed such a huge power without knowing it. It's amazing. Shaki took a deep puff of the lady's cigarette, with a look of surprise and admiration on his charming face. She didn't expect that Luo Xiu would take in so many forces in such a short time after leaving Sabadi Archipelago. The Xiao organization had begun to take shape. Ha ha ha. Doesn't this just show that our vision and choice are correct? Rayleigh took a sip of his wine and laughed happily, his face was full of relief. This kind of person is simply a born leader. Advertisement. Luo Xiu stayed in Sabadi Archipelago for a short one day, and after the film was coded, he went to the Fishman Island. The dawn slowly sank to the bottom of the sea, and the scenery of the deep sea came into everyone's eyes. All kinds of magical sea creatures are very beautiful. Wow, what a big fish. Look, that fish is glowing. My god. Why does that fish look like a tiger? Enel, a Sky Islander, kept yelling and yelling at the sight of the deep sea, looking extremely excited. Very pretty. The sea is really a magical place. It is also rare for Robin to put down the books in his hands to appreciate the beauty of the deep sea. As dawn continued to dive, an island wrapped in huge bubbles came into view of Luo Xiu and others. The Fishman Island, here we come. Entering the Fishman Island, Luo Xiu's observation Haki diffused to cover the whole of Fishman Island, and found Jinbei's figure easily. Luo Xiu brought Conan, Robin and Enel to the palace of the Fishman Island. Stop, Dragon Palace City prohibits outsiders from entering. The guards didn't know who Luo Xiu was, so they waved their weapons to stop him. Ahole! How dare you block the way of the leader, are you courting death? Seeing Luo Xiu being stopped, Enel immediately stepped forward and scolded them, and bursts of lightning flashed from his body to hit them. Enel, stand down, remember, we are not pirates, don't act indiscriminately, they're just performing their duties. Luo Xiu spoke out and scolded Enel, yes, leader. Hearing this, Enel immediately restrained the lightning on his body and retreated, as quiet as a kitten. Tap tat tat. A sound of footsteps came from the Dragon Palace City, and a blue-skinned murloc came into Luo Xiu's eyes, causing the corners of his mouth to rise slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. The person who came was Luo Xiu's target this time, Jinbei. Chapter 47 Zuidan Persuasion Technique, Jinbei, long time no see. Luo Xiu waved his arms to greet Jinbei. Haha, Luo Xiu, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years, and now you have become a famous person in the world. Jinbei also smiled and waved to Luo Xiu, with a happy look on his face. Luo Xiu and Jinbei know each other, and they are still very good friends. At first they were slaves in Mariejois, and they were finally rescued by Fisher Tiger together. Jinbei joined the Sun Pirates, and Luo Xiu followed Hancock back to Daughter Island. What a big shot, just slaughtered a celestial dragons, beat up 2 admirals, and destroyed an island in the world government. Luo Xiu waved his hand with a humble expression on his face. Jinbei's smile suddenly froze on his face. Listen. Do people say? Which one of your incidents is not a big event that caused a sensation in the world? You be asterisk 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 D. Don't stay in my Versailles. Haven't seen each other for many years. Have a good drink. Go. My treat. Jinbei stepped forward, punched Luo Xiu, and then wrapped his arms around his shoulders, ready to take Luo Xiu to the tavern for a good drink. Luo Xiu, the Godslayer, has long admired his name. I am Neptune, king of the Fishmen Island. If you don't mind, you can come and sit in the Dragon Palace. Just as Luo Xiu and Jinbei were about to leave, Neptune came out from the palace and extended an invitation to Luo Xiu. My pleasure. Luo Xiu intends to take the Fishmen Island under his command, so naturally he will not refuse Neptune's invitation. When Neptune heard Luo Xiu's promise, a smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he quickly told the ministers around him. Order the servants of Dragon Palace City to bring out all the fine wines I have collected. Today I will treat Mr. Luo Xiu well. Yes, Your Majesty the King. The servant immediately took orders and left. Mr. Luo Xiu, please follow me. Neptune turned sideways and made a gesture of invitation, with a rather respectful attitude. Although he is the king of the Fishmen Island, after all, this is a world where strength is the most important thing. Luo Xiu was the figure standing at the top of the sea, and Neptune didn't dare to act like a king in front of Luo Xiu. Led by Neptune, Luo Xiu and his party came to the banquet hall of Dragon Palace City. All the delicious food and wine were brought up by the beautiful mermaid lady. Wow, it's a mermaid, so beautiful. Enel looked at all the graceful Murloc girls, his eyes almost straightened. Boom. Advertisement. Luo Xiu wrapped Armament Hockey's fist and hammered directly on his head, smashing him so hard that there were stars in his eyes. Sorry, my subordinate has been in Sky Island for too long and has never seen the world. Ha ha ha, it's okay, this is a compliment to the Fishmen Island. Neptune smiled and waved his hands to show that he didn't care. At the same time, he also had a good impression of Luo Xiu in his heart. As the world's top powerhouse, he was not domineering, but humble and polite, which is rare. Everyone took their seats. Welcome Mr. Luo Xiu to the Fishmen Island, cheers.
Neptune raised his wine glass to welcome Luo Xiu. Thank you. Come on, Jinbei, everyone. Cheers. Luo Xiu bowed slightly, raised his glass in response, and invited Jinbei and the others at the same time. Cheers. Everyone toasted and met together, then raised their heads and drank it all. The atmosphere was very good. Luo Xiu, what is your purpose for coming to the Fishmen Island? Don't tell me you're here to find me. Jinbei put down his drink, looked at Luo Xiu, and asked Luo Xiu's purpose. This question immediately attracted Neptune, making him feel a little uneasy, and he glanced at Nico Robin nervously. This woman can decipher ancient texts, so they are here for Shirahoshi, right? Haha, Jinbei, you guessed it right, I'm here to find you. I established an organization called Akatsuki. Jinbei, come and help me. Let's slaughter those celestial dragons who tortured us and overthrow the corrupt world government. Facing Jinbei's inquiry, Luo Xiu didn't hide anything, and directly stated his purpose. As soon as Luo Xiu said this, the entire banquet hall instantly became extremely quiet. Jinbei, Neptune, the 3 princes, the Murloc guards and the mermaid maids were all stunned. Staring at Luo Xiu in a daze. Consternation. Sluggish. Incredible. Hey, Luo Xiu, are you kidding me? Cold sweat broke out on Jinbei's blue forehead, and his voice trembled slightly. Luo Xiu's words really exceeded his expectations. Jinbei, I'm serious. Naval Headquarters has announced that Fire Fist Ace will be publicly executed, and Whitebeard must lead the pirates to rescue him. This is bound to be an epic war. Advertisement. And I will give the Naval Headquarters and the world government a surprise in this war. I want them to feel the pain, to taste the pain. Kill the celestial dragons, and start by slaughtering their loyal dogs. Luo Xiu looked at Jinbei with an extremely serious expression, with a strong evil spirit on his face, and his voice was full of hatred for celestial dragons, world government, and naval headquarters. Luo Xiu, you want to destroy naval headquarters? Jinbei stood up suddenly, his eyes widened, and he looked at Luo Xiu in shock, and couldn't help but exclaimed. He never expected that Luo Xiu would have such a crazy idea. Shouldn't they be destroyed? Justice. Ha ha. Their justice is nothing but the justice of the celestial dragons. Only the celestial dragons are beaten, and the Marine Admiral is dispatched. Also, slave human trafficking is strictly prohibited. However, in the Sabayati archipelago, the marine underground is so popular, especially your mermaids and murlocs from the Fishmen Island. I don't know how many people have been captured by slave traders, and the biggest buyers among them are celestial dragons. Isn't this too ridiculous? Luo Xiu had a strong sarcasm on his face, and scoffed at Marine's justice. They may have defended some common people, but they were more of a tool to maintain the celestial dragon's rule. Don't do it even if you know it's dark. Even if you know the crime, you still condone it. This kind of justice is completely distorted. What Luo Xiu said made Jinbei and even Neptune empathize, and felt that what Luo Xiu said was very reasonable. On the Fishmen Island, countless murlocs and mermaids are captured and sold every year, and most of them end up in the hands of celestial dragons. They hate, helpless, sad, but helpless. Resist, Jinbei. Together we overthrow the world government, overthrow this rotten justice, and establish a new order. Let the sea no longer have discrimination, and any race can coexist peacefully. No matter whether it is a Murloc or Murloc, they don't need to hide in the seabed of 10,000 meters, and they can live freely anywhere. Let us work together to break the darkness and bring light to this world. Luo Xiu's mouth was like a machine gun. Mouth escape persuasion technique. Jinbei, Neptune, and all the mermaids and Murlocs present were shocked by Luo Xiu's words. They were full of yearning for the world he described, and their hearts were surging and their blood was boiling. If it is not helpless, who would like to live in this 10,000-meter seabed all day long? Even Murlocs and mermaids long for the sun, the sea, and freedom. Now, they felt that Luo Xiu's figure was so tall and sacred, as if he was a god sent by heaven to save the Fishman Island. Chapter 48 Jinbei joins. The Fishman Island returns. Excited, eager. Whether it is Jinbei or Neptune, they are full of longing for the orderly world depicted by Luo Xiu, eager to live in such a world. No discrimination, no arrests, full of equality and freedom. What a wonderful world that would be. This kind of world, does it really exist? Neptune's voice was a little trembling, a little unbelievable, but full of anticipation and hope. Exist. It will definitely exist, as long as we work together. Without buying and selling, there will be no harm. In the order we have established, whether it is human trafficking or buying slaves, the death penalty will be imposed. If things go on like this, no one will dare to sell and buy slaves, and the Murlocs will never be threatened again. Luo Xiu's sonorous voice was not trying to fool Neptune, but giving him a specific way. Under the deterrence of powerful force and strict laws, no one will dare to engage in human trafficking again. Jinbei. Neptune looked at Jinbei with questioning eyes, and he admitted that Luo Xiu's words moved his heart. Facing Neptune's questioning gaze, Jinbei looked serious, looked at Luo Xiu, and made a decision in his heart. It is good. I join. I am willing to fight for a future for the Fishman Island. I hope that one day, Murlocs and mermaids don't have to hide in the 10,000-meter seabed anymore, and they can wander freely in the sea without worrying about being caught or being discriminated against. Jinbei was moved by Luo Xiu's words. He is willing to fight with Luo Xiu. If the world government can be overthrown, then those dark and dirty deals will definitely cease to exist, and the Fishman Island will be truly liberated and truly equal and free. Welcome. Do not worry. Our goals and dreams will surely come true. The darkness will be shattered, and the dawn will come. Luo Xiu stretched out his palm and just held Jinbei together, which means that Jinbei is becoming a member of Xiao. Mr. Luo Xiu, if you need help from the Fishman Island in the future, please let me know. I swear in the name of the king of the Fishman Island will always follow Mr. Luo Xiu. Advertisement. Seeing that Jinbei agreed to join Luo Xiu, Neptune immediately expressed his attitude and was willing to become a subsidiary force under Luo Xiu's command. The future of the Fishman Island cannot depend on Jinbei alone. Very good. I assure you, I will do my best to protect the Fishman Island from now on. Whenever I see enslaved Murlocs and mermaids, I will do my best to rescue them. Whenever I encounter slave traders who catch Murlocs and mermen, I will do my best to hunt down and kill them. Luo Xiu was very satisfied with Neptune's attitude and solemnly made a promise to him. The Fishman Island will be a force under his command from now on, so it is natural to give full protection. Thank you, Lord Luo Xiu. Neptune was delighted when he heard Luo Xiu's promise, and immediately bowed to thank him. Even his title changed accordingly, and he completely regarded himself as Luo Xiu's subordinate. The Fishman Island has the protection of a strong man like Luo Xiu, which will definitely make those human traffickers afraid, and they will not dare to catch the Murlocs and mermen easily. Let us fight for a better tomorrow, work together, and cheer together. Cheers. Luo Xiu raised his wine glass with a passionate voice, filling the crowd with fighting spirit and enthusiasm, full of longing for a better future. They stood up and raised their glasses to cheer. Cheers. The wine was stirring, and everyone drank it all in one gulp. Whether it was Luo Xiu and the others or Jinbei and the others, there was a lot of joy on their faces, and both parties were very satisfied. The banquet that followed became very lively, with everyone pushing and changing cups, toasting and laughing. Especially the guy Enel jumped directly on the table and beat the drum on his shoulders, rapped, sang songs, howled like ghosts and wolves, and his twisting and jumping looks very ghostly, funny. Ha ha ha, giggle, he. The whole banquet was full of laughter, and the atmosphere was very warm. In the end, some mermaid girls and mermaid guards were misled by Enel and imitated Enel's rap. If Enel had been in his previous life, he would have been an excellent granny. Luo Xiu looked at the people who were gradually being led astray, and thought of the ghost video of Xiao Potion in his previous life, and complained in his heart. The banquet lasted until late at night, and everyone was so drunk that Enel lay down directly under the table, and even Robin, who had always been quiet, had a flushed face. Neptune arranged a luxurious bedroom for Luo Xiu and others so that they could have a good rest. Luo Xiu was lying on the big shell-shaped bed, his face was slightly drunk, and there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. This time was the happiest and most enjoyable time since his plan was implemented. Ding. Check and sign into the new location. Do you want to sign in? The system's prompt sound came to Luo Xiu's mind. Sign in. Advertisement. Ding. The sign-in is successful. Congratulations to host for obtaining Konoha Sanin Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Oh, it turned out to be Konoha Sanin. Hearing the system rewards, Luo Xiu's face was overjoyed. These three are all cage level. Especially Uncle Snake, not only powerful, but also very good at research, such as cell transfer, blood inheritance limit, cloning technology, mech technology, artificial human technology, and even directly related to immortality. Whether in the world of Hokage or the world of pirates, Uncle Snake is the world's top scientist, not even weaker than Vegapunk. Nice. With Uncle Snake, in the future, it will not be weaker than world government in terms of technological research. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Luo Xiu slowly fell asleep with longing for a better future. The next day, Neptune finds Luo Xiu. Master Luo Xiu, I have one thing to ask for your help. What's the matter? But it's okay to say. Now the Fishman Island has become a subordinate force under his command, and Neptune is also regarded as his subordinate. If there is any difficulty, Luo Xiu will naturally help. It goes like this. The little girl Shirahoshi has been attacked and harassed by a man named Van der Daken, causing Shirahoshi to hide in the hard shell for a long time and cannot come out. It's been more than 10 years, and I didn't even attend my mother's funeral. If possible, I hope Lord Luo Xiu can save the little girl. Please, Lord Luo Xiu. Neptune bent down 90 degrees and begged Luo Xiu respectfully. For his daughter Shirahoshi, Neptune felt very guilty, but there was nothing he could do. He kept sending Dragon Palace guards to capture Van der Daken, but he couldn't catch him, so he could only let his daughter hide in the hard shell tower. Shirahoshi. Hearing Neptune's request, the image of the character seen in the previous life animation appeared in Luo Xiu's mind. Delicate, beautiful, charming and cute, with a timid personality, she is a mermaid who can arouse people's desire to protect. Chapter 49 Shirahoshi's Hero. Kill Van der Daken. No problem, it's a small matter, just take me to where Shirahoshi is. Luo Xiu stood up with anticipation on his face. He also wanted to meet this mermaid princess who was said to be as beautiful as Hancock. Thank you Lord Luo Xiu. Please follow me. Neptune was overjoyed when he heard Luo Xiu's promise, and immediately went to the front to lead the way for Luo Xiu. Led by Neptune, Luo Xiu soon came to the hard shell tower where Shirahoshi lived. Open the door, nothing will happen if I'm here. Luo Xiu turned to Neptune and said, with a strong confidence in his voice. Okay, Master Luo Xiu. Open the door. Neptune responded, and immediately ordered the soldiers of the Poseidon army guarding the hard shell tower to open the gate of the hard shell tower. Squeak. Pushed by the guards, the wide gate opened slowly, and a huge murloc came into Luo Xiu's eyes. Look up and down. Luo Xiu feels similar to the image he saw in the anime in his previous life. A head of long pink slightly curly hair, wearing a golden sea bream hair ornament, 2 shell earrings hanging on both ears, eyes as blue as the sea, beautiful and lovely appearance, huge body but not a bit bloated, on the contrary the coordination is just right. The rumors are true, and the beauty is indeed not lost to Hancock. Luo Xiu has the most say on this point. Father. And who is this adult? Shirahoshi blinked her beautiful big eyes and looked at Neptune and Luo Xiu suspiciously. It's not time for dinner yet. Shirahoshi, let me introduce you, this is Master Luo Xiu, the world's top powerhouse. This time I'm here to save you. Starting today, you don't have to hide in the hard shell tower anymore, you can go anywhere you want on the Fishman Island and do whatever you want. Neptune pointed to Luo Xiu and introduced it to the people with a very excited tone. Really? Can Shirahoshi really want to go anywhere he wants on the Fishman Island? I want to see the ocean, I want to see the flowers, I want to see the sun, I want to raise a pet puppy. Neptune's words made Shirahoshi's heart full of excitement, and he said a series of things he wanted to do. Certainly. Advertisement. I promise, I will help you realize these wishes of yours. Luo Xiu flew to Shirahoshi's side, reached out and touched her head with a look of pity. Although she is a princess, she has been staying in a cage-like hard shell tower for more than 10 years. It is really pitiful that she has never even seen the real sea as a mermaid. Wow, thank you so much Master Luo Xiu. Love you. When Shirahoshi heard that Luo Xiu was willing to help her realize her wish, she hugged him excitedly. Hey, Shirahoshi, let go, I'm going to be out of breath. Although Luo Xiu's body of more than 2 meters tall is quite powerful, but in front of Shirahoshi, who is more than 10 meters tall, he is still like a small bean, and he was almost suffocated by Shirahoshi's arms. Ah, I'm sorry, Lord Luo Xiu. Shirahoshi didn't mean it. Are you all right? Shirahoshi quickly pulled Luo Xiu out of his arms, and looked at Luo Xiu pitifully, with tears rolling in his blue eyes, as if he would cry in the next second. Call. It's okay. Let's go out and do what you want to do, and I can catch him when Van der Daken makes a move. Luo Xiu took a big breath of fresh air and gave Shirahoshi a warm smile. Okay, Master Luo Xiu, let's go. I want to go to the forest of the sea to pay homage to my mother. Shirahoshi cheered excitedly, hugged Luo Xiu, and approached Luo Xiu with her beautiful and lovely cheeks to give him a cute stick. No problem, let's go. Mr. Neptune, don't worry, Shirahoshi will follow me and nothing will happen. Luo Xiu took Shirahoshi out of the hard shell tower, turned around and assured Neptune. I naturally believe in Lord Luo Xiu's strength. Shirahoshi will leave to Lord Luo Xiu. With Luo Xiu by his side, Neptune would naturally not worry about Shirahoshi's safety. With this man guarding him, it can be said that Shirahoshi is the safest person in the world at this moment. Shirahoshi followed Luo Xiu to the sea forest, shouting excitedly along the way. Wow, Master Luo Xiu, look, that's coral, so beautiful. That's a starfish, it's so big. Advertisement. There are also rocks, schools of fish, and many beautiful flowers. These scenes are normal in the eyes of ordinary people, but they are so fresh in Shirahoshi's eyes. Call out. While the people were excitedly admiring the view of the Fishmen Island, a gigantic axe rushed towards Shirahoshi from afar, slashing straight at her facade. What? Master Luo Xiu. Shirahoshi was frightened by the axe and screamed in terror, subconsciously hid behind Luo Xiu, and curled up into a ball. Shirahoshi need not be afraid. I will protect you. Luo Xiu touched his head comfortingly, caught the axe with one hand, exerted a little force on the palm of his hand, and crushed the axe with a click. Wow, Lord Luo Xiu is amazing. Shirahoshi, who was frightened and tearing up, saw Luo Xiu smashing the axe with his bare hands, and his delicate face suddenly showed excitement and admiration, and his eyes were full of little sparkling stars. Wait, I'll catch the villain who attacked you. Luo Xiu comforted, and the observation hockey spread, covering the entire Fishmen Island. Following the flight path of the axe, he found Vander Daken hiding in a corner. Universal pull. Luo Xiu's eyes instantly turned into 9-go Jade Rinnegan, and a terrifying gravitational force spread, and Vander Daken, who was 10,000 meters away, immediately flew towards Luo Xiu uncontrollably. Ah hey, what happened? My body. Vander Daken let out bursts of horrified cries, his expression full of panic and fear. Soon, Vander Daken was caught by Luo Xiu's universal pull, and was strangled by Luo Xiu. Seeing the huge and beautiful figure in front of him, Vander Daken was stunned. White. Princess Shirahoshi. How could he not know what was going on at this moment? The B*********** D hiding in the dark has been attacking an innocent and kind little girl for more than 10 years. It's not an exaggeration to think that a villain like you can be cut to pieces. Disappear forever. Amaterasu. Chapter 50 Shirahoshi caused a sensation. Luo Xiu meets celestial dragons again. Luo Xiu's eyes stared at Vander Daken suddenly, and black flames appeared instantly, enveloping Vander Daken. Ah, hot. Sorry. Forgive me. The scorching heat made Vander Daken let out a series of screams, begging for mercy, and a scorching smell from his body. Luo Xiu grabbed Vander Daken's neck and threw it suddenly, and the powerful arm threw Vander Daken directly into the sea. Even if he fell into the sea, the Amaterasu flame on Vander Daken's body still didn't go out, and it would keep burning until it burned him out. Let's go, Shirahoshi. From now on, you will no longer be harassed. Luo Xiu clapped his palms, as if he had done an insignificant thing. Wow, Master Luo Xiu is really amazing. Thank you so much. When Shirahoshi saw that Luo Xiu had easily dealt with the villains who had attacked him for more than 10 years, he yelled excitedly and walked around Luo Xiu, very excited and happy. Looking at Shirahoshi's cheering appearance, Luo Xiu also showed a smile on his face. Such an innocent girl has been hiding in the closed hard-shell tower because of scum like Vander Daken. It is simply a great sin. After solving Vander Daken, Luo Xiu accompanied Shirahoshi to the cemetery of Princess Yumamori Otahime, watching the little girl confide to her mother what happened over the years. Lord Luo Xiu, I've been waiting for a long time. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to mourn my mother. Shirahoshi rubbed his red eyes, came to Luo Xiu's side, hugged Luo Xiu with both hands and stuck to her cheeks, full of deep gratitude to Luo Xiu in his heart. Don't worry anymore, you can wander freely in the sea from now on, and I will always protect you. Luo Xiu reached out and touched her head and comforted her softly. For such an innocent and pure girl, Luo Xiu liked her from the bottom of his heart. Shirahoshi hugged Luo Xiu tightly, although his body was small, it brought him an unparalleled sense of security. Shirahoshi, didn't you say you wanted to see the sun? I'll take you there. Luo Xiu looked at the extremely insecure little girl in front of her with pity in her eyes. Is it okay? Shirahoshi immediately showed surprise on his face. She has never seen the sun since she was born, and she has always heard about the sun from other people's descriptions. Shirahoshi was eager to see the world above the sea and feel the warmth of the sun. Of course. Advertisement. Close your eyes, count to 3, and we're at the surface. Great. For Luo Xiu's words, Shirahoshi didn't have any doubts, and immediately closed her eyes and started counting. In her impression, Luo Xiu was an omnipotent hero. 1. Flying Thunder God. Swish. Almost in the blink of an eye, Luo Xiu brought Shirahoshi to Sabayati Archipelago from the seabed of 10,000 meters. Luo Xiu has left Flying Thunder God spells in every place he has visited, and Sabayati Archipelago is naturally no exception. 2. 3. After counting, Shirahoshi immediately opened his eyes, and immediately covered them with his hands. Staying on the bottom of the sea for a long time, Shirahoshi has been exposed to the cold light sources of various marine organisms, and Genichi feels a little uncomfortable when he is suddenly exposed to the sun's geothermal light. Wow, it's so warm. Is this what sunlight feels like? After getting used to it, Shirahoshi slowly moved his hands away, feeling the warmth of the sun shining on his body. Look, it's a mermaid. A big mermaid. So beautiful. I feel that her appearance is not weaker than the pirate queen Boa Hancock. So beautiful. Mom, I'm in love. The appearance of Shirahoshi immediately attracted the attention of countless people on Sabayati Archipelago. Many men see Shirahoshi's beautiful and lovely appearance, their hearts are pounding, their eyes are full of love, and they feel that they are in love. Master Luo Xiu. Shirahoshi felt the eyes of everyone in Sabayati Archipelago who wanted to eat her like a wolf. A timid expression appeared on his face, and he curled up and hid behind Luo Xiu. But how could her huge body escape? This timid, soft look immediately caused another howl of wolves. Ah, my little heart. Kawaii, kawaii. It can't be done. It can't be done. I can't take it anymore. In this regard, Luo Xiu is not surprised. Shirahoshi's appearance is not weaker than Hancock's. In addition to the status of a mermaid, no LSP can be indifferent to Shirahoshi. Hey, you guys. Scared my little princess Shirahoshi. Luo Xiu's expression became serious, his eyes suddenly became haughty, fierce, a trace of conqueror's haughty spread from him. Instantly, advertisement. All the noise stopped abruptly, and everyone felt a heavy pressure on their bodies, as if their throats were being strangled by a pair of invisible hands, almost suffocating. At this moment, everyone turned their attention to Luo Xiu. When they saw Luo Xiu's familiar face, their pupils shrank suddenly, their faces were full of fear, their foreheads were sweating profusely, and their bodies were shaking like chaff sieves. Gulu. Countless people's Adam's apples surged, and they swallowed with difficulty. Some people even slumped on the ground when their legs went limp. That man, yes. It's God Slayer Luo Xiu. Did he kidnap the mermaid? Very likely. After all, he is the criminal with the highest reward in this sea, a villain who is more terrifying than the New World 4 emperors. Luo Xiu's reputation can be said to be known to everyone in this sea. After the destruction of Eni's lobby, Luo Xiu has become the world's most heinous criminal and villain under the propaganda of the world government, and even reached the point of crying at night in many places. No, Master Luo Xiu is not a bad person. He is a good man. He is the hero who saved me. I will not allow you to speak ill of him. Under Luo Xiu's surprised eyes, Shirahoshi, who has always been timid, stood up and loudly reprimanded those who humiliated Luo Xiu. In Shirahoshi's mind, Luo Xiu is the hero who saved her and brought her light, and no one will allow anyone to humiliate her. At this moment, there was a loud noise from behind. Quick, run away. Marine Admiral is absolutely terrifying. Rush over. Don't let any pirate go. Quote. Luo Xiu saw many pirates frantically rushing towards this side, followed by many marines. What's going on? It always feels a little familiar. The observation hockey spread, covering the entire Sabayati archipelago. Luo Xiu immediately knew what happened, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Celestial dragons. We met again. Perhaps. I can prepare one more surprise for naval headquarters and world government in Summit War. Chapter 51 Marine Admiral was scared away by. Sorry Shirahoshi, I ran into something and need to deal with it a little bit. Next time, I will take you on a tour of the Sabayati archipelago. Luo Xiu suppressed his hatred for celestial dragons temporarily, and smiled a relatively gentle smile at Shirahoshi, with a little apology. It is obviously impossible to lead Shirahoshi to play Sabayati archipelago in this situation. It does not matter. Lord Luo Xiu, get busy first. Shirahoshi is already very satisfied if he can feel the sunshine this time. Shirahoshi shook her head to show that she didn't care. She is a very sensible and very easy to satisfy girl. The things that Luo Xiu took her to do today have made her feel very satisfied. Good boy, I'll send you off to the Fishman Island first. Luo Xiu touched her head. Shirahoshi's sensibleness made him feel more affectionate. Flying Thunder God. Shirahoshi only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the scenery in front of him turned into Ryugu Castle. Wow, Lord Luo Xiu is really amazing. He crossed 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye, from the surface of the sea to the bottom of the sea. Although Shirahoshi had experienced it, he just closed his eyes and had no sense of experience at all. This time I saw it with my own eyes and personally experienced the instant teleportation from the surface of the sea to the bottom of the sea, and my admiration for Luo Xiu was even deeper in my heart. Shirahoshi. Lord Luo Xiu. When Neptune saw Luo Xiu coming back, he immediately stepped forward to say hello. Mr. Neptune, Van der Daken has been killed by me. Shirahoshi will not be attacked anymore, and he is completely free. I encountered something in the Sabayati archipelago. Let's go first. Say it. Before Neptune could answer, a flying thunder god returned to the Sabayati archipelago. He can't wait to slay those celestial dragons. Sabayati archipelago. Neptune looked at the disappearing Luo Xiu with a dazed expression. This is obviously 10,000 meters under the sea. Father. Shirahoshi is so happy today. I went to mourn my mother, saw a lot of novel things, and also got sunshine, so warm. Shirahoshi happily told his father about his experience today. And many more. Shirahoshi, you said Lord Luo Xiu took you to the Sabayati archipelago. Just for a short while. And there is no boat, no coating, how did you get there? Neptune looked bewildered and didn't understand at all. So, this place is a full 10,000 meters away from Sabayati archipelago. And it's still in the deep sea. How did you get there? I don't know either. I felt like Xiu arrived in the blink of an eye, and then came back in the blink of an eye. Lord Luo Xiu is amazing. Shirahoshi bit his index finger and tilted his head, but he couldn't explain why. Anyway, he felt that Luo Xiu was super powerful. All right. Advertisement. Master Luo Xiu's strength is beyond our guess. Neptune listened to his daughter's words as if he heard his own daughter's words, so he didn't understand at all, so he was even more confused, so he stopped thinking about it. The other side. Luo Xiu returned to the Sabayati archipelago, just in time for a famous scene. Kizaru, this guy is a supernova in one mouthful and one horrible kick. Yo, it's scary. Everyone who is strong is like a monster. Boom. Kizaru's body appeared above the playing disc Apu, and an upside-down golden hook kicked Apu off the ground in an instant. The house collapsed, and the ground cracked. When the surrounding pirates didn't react at all, the body appeared beside the strange monk Uroj. A dazzling light flashed on the leg and kicked Uroj's waist, and his whole body flew upside down like a cannonball in an instant, knocking down countless houses along the way. Good. So strong. Is this the strength of the Admiral of Headquarters, the highest combat power of the world government? Captain Hawkins, Captain Apu, Captain Uroj, Captain Kidd, Captain Trafalgar, these supernova pirates with a bounty of over 100 million are completely crushed, and they are not a single enemy at all. Horrible. The surrounding pirates were completely taken aback by Kizaru's overwhelming strength. There is a look of horror on the face. The body trembles with fear. The cat was dug up. The murderer who wounded the celestial dragons can't let you go. After solving Hawkins, Arpu and others, Kizaru turned his target to Luffy. Dogs, cats, scratching, hitting. Luffy swung his fist quickly and attacked Kizaru. The fist was very fast, leaving afterimages in the air. But no amount of power can hurt Lodia without Haki's fists. What happened? This guy's body is similar to that of a smoker, so he can't hit him at all. Luffy watched his fist shuttle back and forth in Kizaru's body, but he couldn't do any damage to Kizaru at all, and the expression on his face became flustered and nervous. Yo, what a terrifying fist. Boom. As soon as Kizaru's voice fell, Luffy's body was instantly kicked away, spewing out a mouthful of blood, and screaming in pain. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and others let out a worried exclamation, and rushed to support. Devil Wind Foot Shout Meet Shoot. Ghost Chi 9 Blades Ashura Magic 9 Flashes. Both of them had seen the power of the Admiral of Headquarters, they didn't dare to make any excuses, and they all used their strongest attacks. Boom. Shoo. Sanji kicked Kizaru's head off and Sodong cut off Kizaru's waist. But not a trace of blood flowed out. Oye. It worked. Ha ha ha. Marine Admiral is nothing special. Advertisement. Zoro. Sanji, it's really you. Usopp looked at Kizaru who fell to the ground, and immediately laughed with his hips on his hips. He didn't know the horror of Marine Admiral at all. Don't let your guard down, the Admiral of Headquarters is not so easy to defeat. Luffy ran over from afar, looking embarrassed, with blood on the corner of his mouth, looking solemnly at Kizaru's corpse on the ground. Yo, it's scary. The body was blown up. Kizaru's corpse suddenly jumped up from the ground with a playful voice, a flash of dazzling light flashed, and it was completely restored. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were short of breath, looking at Kizaru nervously, feeling like they were about to suffocate. Too strong. The attack is totally useless. So. Next, please go die. Bang bang bang. With a flash of golden light, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were instantly kicked away without any reaction. Puff, ah. When the three of them flew out and vomited blood in the air, they realized that they were attacked. How is it possible? The three of them were instantly. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp and Nami looked at the helpless Luffy, Zoro and Sanji, their eyes were horrified, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Just when Kizaru was about to continue chasing Luffy and others. Papa, nice show. How? The loyal dog of celestial dragons came out to protect its master again. A burst of applause accompanied by mocking words reached his ears, causing Kizaru to stop, and turn to look at the clapping person, his pupils shrank suddenly. God Slayer Luo Xiu, goodbye. Say it. The whole person instantly turned into a golden light and rushed to the sky, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What? Luo Xiu was stunned for a moment. Luffy and the others were stunned. All the pirates around were stunned. They stared blankly at the direction where Kizaru disappeared. Marine Admiral is. Chapter 52 The Shock of the Supernova Pirates. Numb, shocked, silly. All the pirates around stood there dumbfounded, they couldn't even believe their eyes, they felt as if they were dreaming. Admiral. That's Marine Headquarters Admiral, the highest combat power of the world government. At once. So escaped. Obviously he is so strong. A supernova with one kick. But, faced with this man, he didn't say a word, and slipped away as quickly as possible, as if Temiao's wife was about to have a baby. Not to mention all the pirates around, even Luo Xiu himself was a little confused. Even he didn't expect Kizaru to be so cowardly, so he slipped away. It seems that the last time he really cast him out of the shadows. Gulu. Usopp watched Luo Xiu swallow a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, his legs were swinging straight, his upper and lower jaws kept colliding, and he was trembling. Yes, it's him, the man who once appeared in Alabasta. Saved. When Usopp saw this familiar figure in front of him, his heart was filled with unparalleled shock. This man who had a relationship with them was so powerful. Even Admiral at the Marine Headquarters ran away immediately when he saw it, like a mouse seeing a cat. This man, he is God Slayer Luo Xiu. Seeing Luo Xiu's face, Kid opened his eyes suddenly, and shouted out loud. The sound is mixed with trembling, shock, and fear. God Slayer Luo Xiu. It turned out to be him. No wonder Admiral Kizaru ran away. In this place, Kizaru was almost killed by this man. No way. Marine Admiral was almost killed. Real. What do you think happened to the number 1 island that was cut into 2 pieces? It was the man in front of me who cut it off. Advertisement. Hiss. It's so terrifying. As Kid called out Luo Xiu's identity, the surrounding pirates finally recovered from the shock and understood why Kizaru escaped so quickly. Because, facing this man, if you don't run away, you may die. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Luo Xiu. Fear, admiration, etc. are all kinds of emotions. Ah, saved. Thank you, Luo Xiu. At this time, Luffy came from a distance twisting his sore neck, showing a big face to Luo Xiu, and thanked him. Well, it's okay, I didn't do anything. It's me, thank you for saving Kami. Luo Xiu waved his hand indifferently, but thanked Luffy instead. The Fishmen Island is now a subordinate force under his command, so it is natural to have the responsibility and obligation to protect the mermaids from harm. Luffy and the others are considered to have done him a favor unintentionally. Hey, isn't it, the cat has dug it up and can talk to such a big man so calmly. How dare he? That's the highest bounty in the world, the one Admiral of headquarters will run away from if he sees it. The pirates around saw that Luffy was not afraid, and they talked with Luo Xiu calmly, all of them widened their eyes, full of disbelief. Facing the world's top figure like Luo Xiu, it would be nice not to be scared, let alone have a conversation. For the sake of saving Kami, let me send you a piece of information. Your big brother Fire Fist Ace will be publicly executed by naval headquarters. Luo Xiu looked at Luffy with great interest, wondering how would Luffy participate in this summit war under the influence of his own butterfly. Hancock became his man, and it was impossible to help Luffy anymore, and Lao Sha and Jinbei also surrendered to him. What kind of adventure will the Child of Destiny get? What, Ace? Is he going to be publicly executed? Luffy couldn't believe his ears, how long had it been before their brothers met in Alabasta? That's right, Blackbeard Marshal Teach captured Firefist Ace to exchange for a 7 Warlords of the Sea position at Marine HQ. And the Marine headquarters chose to publicly execute Firefist Ace, using this as bait to attract the Whitebeard pirates to come and destroy him. Public execution Firefist Ace. Eliminate the Whitebeard pirates. Kid, Trafalgarlo, Euroj, Apu, Drake and others who just walked over with serious injuries were all stunned by the news that Luo Xiu broke. Never thought. Marine actually used the Firefist Ace as a bait to plan such a grand war. Whitebeard. That is the strongest man in the world. Advertisement. Naval headquarters is going to fight the Whitebeard pirates. This will be an epic war that can change the direction of the world pattern. Hey, if Whitebeard dies at naval headquarters, there will be a vacancy in the position of the New World 4 emperors. This is an opportunity. When Kid was shocked, he grinned suddenly, his expression was wild, and his eyes revealed infinite ambition. Obviously, he wants to compete for the position of 4 emperors. Not only him, Euroj, Arpu, Trafalgaro all have this idea. As the supernovas of this era, almost all of them came to Sabayati Archipelago from their respective sea areas, so they naturally have their own arrogance and ambition. 4 emperors. Stop kidding, little ones. You guys who don't even know hockey went to New World just to deliver food. What Kid said made Luo Xiu want to laugh. Guys who can't even know hockey want to compete for 4 emperors. It's simply whimsical, idiot's dream. Even if this seat is given to them, it is impossible to sit there. Faced with Luo Xiu's ridicule, Kid and the others felt unwilling and angry, but they didn't dare to refute. After all, the man in front of him is the man Kizaru would run away from. But they are not the enemies of Kizaru. The gap is really too big. Looking at the unconvinced Kid and others, Luo Xiu didn't care, as long as he didn't offend him, whatever they did had nothing to do with him. Universal pull. Luo Xiu's eyes turned into the thread-shaped 9-hook jade Rinnegan, and when he stretched out his arms, a powerful gravitational force burst out, and the 3 celestial dragons, Rhodes World, Charos, and Shululia, were drawn to Luo Xiu from afar. The sudden appearance of 3 celestial dragons surprised Luffy, Kid, Luo and others. This is, the 3 celestial dragons from the auction house. What does he want to do? It is said that the battle for fame of this man in front of him was killing celestial dragons. Should he kill celestial dragons again this time? Probably. Luo Xiu hates celestial dragons extremely, this is already known to everyone in the sea. Kid and others have speculated that Luo Xiu may kill celestial dragons again. But they guessed wrong. Although Luo Xiu will abuse them, he won't kill them yet. Because they still have an indispensable role in the upcoming summit war, it is 10 times, 100 times more useful than killing them. Chapter 53 The Strongest Illusion, Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Kamui. A space vortex appeared, sucking all the 3 celestial dragons into it, and Luo Xiu also followed into the Kamui space. Disappeared. What ability is this? When Luffy, Kid and others saw Luo Xiu disappearing, they were shocked, their eyes stretched out, and their jaws fell to the ground. This kind of power is beyond their imagination. It's really scary. Is this the strength of the world's highest bounty criminal? But fortunately, I left. When the surrounding pirates saw Luo Xiu leave, they breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from their brows. Some even fell to the ground in collapse. This man brought them an unparalleled sense of oppression just by standing there. I made a decision. I'm going to save Ace. Luffy's face became serious, and his eyes became extremely determined. He and Ace are good brothers who grew up together, and now knowing that Ace is about to be publicly executed, it is impossible to be indifferent. Hey, the cat is digging, are you kidding me? Fire Fist Ace was executed at the Marine headquarters. Do you know where it is? There are so many masters there, there are 3 guys as powerful as Kizaru. And also the legendary hero Garp, Marshal Sengoku, Marine Chief Instructor Black Arm Zephyr and many elite Vice Admiral and elite soldiers. Just because you want to save people in this kind of place. It's just a dream. Trafalgarlo couldn't believe his ears when he heard that Luffy was going to rescue Ace. Just one Admiral Kizaru makes them supernova pirates helpless, not to mention the marine headquarters full of masters. Don't talk about saving people. After going there, even I have to die there. I don't care where that is. I don't care who's there. I just know that I'm going to save Ace, even if I die. Advertisement. We have drank the sworn wine. I have already lost a big brother, and I will never lose this one again. There was no fear on Luffy's face. Even hearing Luo's description of naval headquarters was so terrifying, Luffy didn't flinch in the slightest, and his expression was extremely resolute. No solution anymore. Where the captain is going, even if it is a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, he must go forward bravely. Hehe, naval headquarters must have many beautiful marine ladies. Zoro and Sanji stood next to Luffy with the same resolute expression, without the slightest timidity or flinching. Wait a minute, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, that kind of place. Usopp's face was full of fear, his voice was full of panic, the powerful strength just now was still deeply engraved in their minds, which made him say to Navel from the bottom of his heart. Headquarters was daunted. Usopp, do you want Luffy to feel the pain of losing a loved one? Nami snapped loudly. Even the always timid she chose to support Luffy without hesitation. Go. What are you kidding? How could I have such an idea? Isn't it naval headquarters? Watch me Usopp punch Kizaru, kick Aokiji, shoot Akainu with a slingshot, and knock down all three admirals. Stirred by Nami, Usopp immediately became strong and calm, and started bragging mode, but no one paid attention to it. Whatever you want. Sending death is none of our business, let's go. Although Luo was shocked by the attitude of the Straw Hat Pirates, he didn't say much, and led his subordinates to turn and leave. TCH. A bunch of stupid guys. Who do you think you are? You still want to save people in naval headquarters? Dream. Kid also ridiculed Luffy and the others, laughing at their arrogance, and ignorance. In his opinion, this is simply an impossible thing to do. The rest of Apu, Yoroj, Hawkins and others also left with ridicule on their faces. Everyone felt that the Straw Hat Pirates were going to die. Far away, Rayleigh watched from under a red tree, his eyes fixed on Luffy's straw hat. Monkey D. Luffy, is he the one chosen by Rubber Fruit? Luo Jia, please forgive me, I believe in the facts I have seen with my own eyes more than the illusory fate. Advertisement. If fate really exists, I believe Luo Xiu will be the one to break it. Rayleigh muttered to himself. Compared to the immature Luffy, Rayleigh is still more willing to choose to believe that Luo Xiu is the one who can save the world and overthrow the world government. These years, he was the one who witnessed Luo Xiu's growth with his own eyes. Rayleigh was shocked and impressed by the power given by the sky, the terrifying talent, the hard work, the temperament of a natural leader, and so on. The supernovas dispersed separately. The Marines also retreated because of Admiral Kizaru's escape. The riots caused by the celestial dragons ended in such an anticlimactic way. At the same time, Luo Xiu's figure appeared on the other side of the Sabayati archipelago, and a tall figure holding a Bible stood in front of him. It is the tyrant bear. Although he bears the name of a tyrant, he is actually a very gentle person. Bartholomew Bear. Say, should I call you 7 warlords of the sea? Or a cadre of the Revolutionary Army? You came here to save Luffy and the others, I've done it for you. I'm curious, what is the reason why you would rather be transformed by the world government and lose your sense of self? Kumahara Furui Mubo's expression suddenly became incredulous when he heard Luo Xiu's words. Turning his head to look at Luo Xiu, his eyes were filled with doubt and shock. Whether he is a cadre of the Revolutionary Army or transformed by the world government, it is a top secret. How could the man in front of me know? God Slayer, Luo Xiu. What is your purpose? Shang stared at the man in front of him alertly, and slowly took off the black gloves on his hands, ready to strike at any time. Well, don't be nervous. I mean nothing, it's just. I just want to subdue you. As Luo Xiu's voice fell, his eyes turned blood red, and Mangekyo Sharingan emerged. The strongest illusion, distinguished heavenly gods, activate. Chapter 54 Subdue the Tyrant Bear. Feel the pain. The bear's spiritual consciousness was invaded and controlled by Luo Xiu. At this time, Luo Xiu is like a programmer, and Shangdi's spirit is like a blank program waiting for Luo Xiu to edit. This ability is like a bug. Bear's self-awareness is not much left after Vegapunk's transformation, and Luo Xiu edited it very easily. Loyal to Luo Xiu, loyal to Xiao, never betray. Okay. Editing done. Luo Xiu withdrew the distinguished heavenly gods, feeling a little sour in the eyes and a little tired in spirit. As the strongest illusion, distinguished heavenly gods consumes a lot of spirit and chakra. The stronger the opponent's spirit, the greater the consumption. In the original book, distinguished heavenly gods needs to cool down for more than 10 years once it is used. Although Luo Xiu's sage body doesn't need to cool down for more than 10 years, it still takes a few months. This is also the reason why Luo Xiu didn't use distinguished heavenly gods on K. Lakadar and the others, just to subdue the bears. Bear is not the same as Lockdoll, Moria, and Hawkeye. They are relatively pure pirates. Shang, as a cadre of the Revolutionary Army, has a very firm belief in his heart. Luo Xiu cannot be subdued by pure force, and even if he is beaten to death, he will not choose to betray. From his willingness to be transformed by Vegapunk for a certain agreement to losing his self-awareness, it can be seen how determined the bear's heart is. Luo Xiu admires this kind of person very much. He believes that Shang will definitely be able to become his effective subordinate. Boss, why are you here? Shang looked at Luo Xiu with a calm expression and a respectful attitude, without any sign of being manipulated or controlled at all. Just like his allegiance to Luo Xiu is a matter of course. It's nothing, I just heard that there are a few celestial dragons here, come and catch them, and prepare to give the world government a big surprise in the next war. Looking at the respectful bear in front of him, Luo Xiu couldn't help showing a satisfied smile on his face. Distinguished heavenly gods really deserves to be the strongest illusion. This effect, simply heaven-defying. Oh, yes, leader. In order to prevent you from raiding naval headquarters when naval headquarters is at war with the Whitebeard pirates, the world government has specifically requested support from the world government. The world government will send Kong, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, and 2 admiral alternates, Momoshiki, to sit in naval headquarters. Advertisement. Without hesitation, Shang reported to Luo Xiu what he knew about Marine's inside information. Kong, Momoshiki, T-Dolphin. Luo Xiu murmured, their information appeared in his mind, not much was mentioned in the original book. But Kong, as the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, must be super admiral level, and Momoshiki and T-Fish are also admiral level combat powers as admiral candidates, but they are slightly weaker than Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji. But it doesn't matter. No matter who it is, even if the 5 elders personally come to sit in town, Luo Xiu is confident that naval headquarters will be destroyed. Don't worry about Sabayati Archipelago anymore, go back and follow my orders. Obey. Bear bowed, then turned and left, his expression normal, completely unaware that he had changed his allegiance. After subduing the bear, Luo Xiu was very happy. Then I thought of the 3 celestial dragons I just caught, and my mood suddenly became more cheerful. Kamui. A space vortex emerged, and Luo Xiu's body slowly disappeared. Next second, his body appeared in the Kamui space, looking at the 3 unconscious celestial dragons lying on the ground. A cruel smile flashed across Luo Xiu's face. I don't know if you can stand the torment those celestial dragons once gave me. Water-style water waves. Clatter. The turbulent water spewed out from Luo Xiu's mouth, and unceremoniously washed over the bodies of Ross World, Charos, and Shululia, awakening the unconscious 3. The family of 3 woke up and looked around blankly, a little confused. Damn untouchables. Where is this place? Why don't you kneel when you see the noble celestial dragons? Seeing Luo Xiu standing leisurely in front of them, Charles immediately pointed at Luo Xiu's nose and shouted loudly. It's this lofty attitude. Simply disgusting. However, please find out the situation and see who I am. This is my world. Luo Xiu made a casual move, and a chair flew to Luo Xiu's side. He sat down leisurely and looked at Erlang's legs, looking down at them from a high position, with mockery in his eyes. You are, Godslayer Luo Xiu. Advertisement. Seeing Luo Xiu's face, Ross World's pupils shrank suddenly, and let out a piercing, horrified scream. When Charlois and Shululia heard their father's screams, they saw Luo Xiu's face clearly, and their expressions suddenly became terrified. Luo Xiu. This name is like a demon among celestial dragons. After all, the news of Luo Xiu killing celestial dragons has spread throughout the sea. Auctioned celestial dragons like slaves, gouging out tongues, buttonholes, and dismembering like a savage demon. What do you want to do? We're celestial dragons. If you move us, the world government will send Marine Admiral to attack you. Ross World trembled his lips and threatened Luo Xiu with a trembling voice, but he didn't have the slightest confidence. Marine Admiral. Ha ha, sorry, I just scared one away. Do you think that the battle between the Marine headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates is imminent, and the world government will choose to send a number of admiral-level combat forces to rescue you trash at this time? Luo Xiu sneered. At this time, he still threatened him with the identity of celestial dragons, or that they have nothing but the identity of celestial dragons. Let us go. Bailey, gold, famous swords, beauty, devil fruit, whatever you want, we can give you all. Seeing that the hard ones are not good enough, Luo Z World is ready to come to the soft ones, hoping to tempt Luo Xiu with gold and silver treasures to save his life. What do I want? Ha 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 ha. I just want you to feel the pain. Luo Xiu put his palms on his forehead, and laughed out loud. His laughter was cold, penetrating, and even a little sick. Hearing that, the Ross World family shuddered and trembled. Ninja Shadow Clone Technique. Boom, boom, boom. A puff of smoke flashed, and several shadow clones exactly like Luo Xiu appeared around their family in Ross World. Feel the pain. Experience what Ling Kai is. Chapter 55 Ling Chi Celestial Dragons. Come and experience what the real conquerors is. As Luo Xiu's voice fell, several shadow clones immediately held down the 3 celestial dragons. One of them, Shadow Clone, took out a blade as thin as a cicada's wing and approached Charos, who had just yelled at Luo Xiu. Hey, what are you going to do? I am celestial dragons. A descendant of the great creator. No. You don't come here. Looking at Luo Xiu's avatar that was approaching him constantly, his expression was full of fear, and he wanted to struggle but couldn't move. Oh, by the way, do you know what Ling Kai is? The execution starts from the feet, and then cuts 1,000 knives on your body, so that you can experience the greatest pain before you die. With a smile, Luo Xiu popularized the punishment of Ling Kai to the 3 celestial dragons. Ross World, Charles Rose, and Shalulia all turned pale with fright when they heard Luo Xiu's Ling Kai punishment method. Their faces turned ashen, and their bodies trembled incessantly. Laugh. Under the terrified eyes of the 3, Luo Xiu's shadow clone slowly cut off one of Charlo's toes, and the severe pain invaded his brain, making him scream like a pig. Ah, pain, pain, pain. Father, save me. Aside, seeing his son begging for help, and hearing his son's wailing, Ross World couldn't help turning his head away, not daring to speak, for fear that Luo Xiu would make him suffer this pain in the next second. Laugh. Another knife fell, and Ross World's other toe was also slowly cut off. Ah, help me. Save me. Father. Sister. Help me. When did the celestial dragons, who were always on top, suffer like this? Totally unbearable. Howled for a while and passed out in pain. Ah, there is really enough waste. Luo Xiu taunted him, and threw a water style on Charles Rose's face to wake him up. Want to pass out? Dream. Give me a good sobriety to feel the pain. It's just the beginning. 1 knife, 2 swords, 3 swords. With the passage of time, slices of flesh and blood were cut from Charloise's body, and each slice made him scream and wail in pain to the point of ultimate. During the period, I fainted from the pain countless times, but was woken up immediately by Luo Xiu. He was about to die, so Luo Xiu used medical ninjutsu to treat him. With Luo Xiu around, it's impossible for Charloise to die. Can only feel the pain so clearly. Father. My lord father. Aside, Sha Lulia, who witnessed her elder brother being lingering with her own eyes, hid behind her father shiveringly, looking for a sense of security. Horrible. Just looking at it makes her scalp tingle. Gulu. Ross World swallowed hard, looking horrified and terrified. He looked at his barely grown-up son, and when he thought that he would suffer such torture soon, his heart was filled with endless fear. I leave it to you, clone. Advertisement. Give them the top 10 tortures of the Manchu Qing dynasty one by one, but don't kill them, I still have use for them. Now that the summit war is coming, there is also Doflamingo, the most difficult to conquer among the Shichibukai, and I have no time to waste on these wastes. Anyway, the memory and experience of the final avatar will be fed back to my mind. Relax, main body. Let's make these celestial dragons feel the pain of ultimate. The avatars showed cruel smiles one after another, and they swore to Luo Xiu's body that their will was the same as Luo Xiu's, so naturally they would not show mercy to the celestial dragons. Luo Xiu nodded, left the cutting space, and returned to the island of Man. As soon as he returned to Dragon Palace, Luo Xiu saw Shirahoshi's huge and beautiful body running towards him quickly, with a sweet smile on his delicate pretty face. Master Luo Xiu. Seeing Shirahoshi's sweet smile, Luo Xiu seemed to be healed. The negative emotions just caused by celestial dragons disappeared slowly, and my heart became peaceful and peaceful. Although Shirahoshi is a mermaid, in Ling Shou's eyes, he is like a pure and lovely little angel. Shirahoshi, you won't be waiting here for me forever, will you? Luo Xiu waved his hand to greet Shirahoshi, and was slightly surprised that Shirahoshi appeared at the first time. Yeah, Shirahoshi has been waiting here for Lord Luo Xiu's return, and wants to see Lord Luo Xiu as soon as possible. Shirahoshi came to Luo Xiu's side, stretched out his palm to hold Luo Xiu in the palm of his hand, and kept rubbing against his cheek, very intimate and full of attachment. In Shirahoshi's heart, Luo Xiu is the hero who saved her, and the figure of Luo Xiu has already filled the hearts of innocent girls. Looking at the innocent mermaid in front of him, Luo Xiu felt a little moved in his heart, and couldn't help reaching out and touching her head. Thank you, Shirahoshi. Lean less. Neptune, Jinbei, the 3 princes, Conan, Robin, Enel and others also came out of Dragon Palace one after another. Boss, where have you been? Why didn't you take me with you? I thought you didn't want me anymore. Enel looked at Luo Xiu with some grievances. It's like an abandoned daughter-in-law. S off. Luo Xiu kicked Enel angrily. I originally wanted to take Shirahoshi to the Sabayati archipelago, but I encountered a few celestial dragons and dealt with it a little bit. No problem. Facing everyone's doubts, Luo Xiu explained lightly. The war is coming, we should go. Jinbei, accept the naval headquarters recruitment normally during the summit war, everything is waiting for my order. Luo Xiu exhorted Jinbei. Don't worry, leader, since I joined Akatsuki, I will definitely obey your orders unconditionally. Mountain of knives and sea of fire, do whatever you want. Jinbei looked solemn and said firmly. Since he chooses to join Luo Xiu's command, he must offer his loyalty. Lord Luo Xiu, are you leaving? Shirahoshi looked at Luo Xiu reluctantly, and tears appeared in an instant, swirling in his eyes, as if he would cry in the next second. Shirahoshi, be good, don't cry. I will leave a spell on you, contact me when you are in danger, and I will appear by your side immediately. When we meet next time, I will take you to swim in the sea and visit more beautiful scenery. This is an agreement between us. Luo Xiu gently rubbed Shirahoshi's head, made a promise, and left a flying thunder god spell on her arm. Thank you Lord Luo Xiu. Shirahoshi will always be waiting for you. Shirahoshi bit his lip to stop crying, and lightly touched the flying god thunder art on his arm, with a look of longing, looking forward to the days when he would travel the sea with Luo Xiu. Enel drove the dawn over, Luo Xiu jumped on it, waved goodbye to Shirahoshi, Jinbei, Neptune and others. Goodbye, 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 Lord Luo Xiu. Shirahoshi waved his arms and watched Luo Xiu leave slowly, with a deep reluctance on his face, trying his best to hold back his tears to prevent them from flowing out. 0. Seeking flowers. Advertisement. After a few days, Luo Xiu and his party came to Dressrosa and went straight to the high ground of the palace. Meow, 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 meow. An incredible person has come. Doflamingo, who was drinking red wine by the pool and enjoying the sun, suddenly changed his expression, looked at the sky, and let out a unique laugh. In the sky, the figure of Luo Xiu standing on the dawn caught his eyes. Young master, that is. Standing next to him, Torrebel looked up at the spaceship in the sky, with a look of astonishment on his face. Flying ship, God Slayer, Luo Xiu. Doflamingo said the name of the visitor, with a dignified voice and a bit of reverence. After all, that man did what he always wanted to do but couldn't. What? God Slayer Luo Xiu, it turned out to be him. The surrounding members of the Don Quixote family immediately let out a piercing exclamation, with a little fear on their faces, and even some little Karami's legs began to tremble in fright. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. .00. Now Luo Xiu's reputation, no matter it is the world, the Grand Line or the New World, it can be said that everyone knows it. Killing celestial dragons, hammering Admiral of Headquarters, destroying Eni's lobby and other world-sensing events all show his strength. Facing a character like Luo Xiu, they will naturally feel fear and fear. Under the watchful eyes of all members of the Don Quixote family, the dawn slowly landed from the sky. Luo Xiu, Conan, Robin, Enel, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru jumped off the boat one after another. All the members of the Don Quixote family stared at Luo Xiu and the others in unison, with serious expressions, tense expressions, shortness of breath, and felt their heart beating rapidly as if equipped with a small electric motor. Hey 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 hey, Godslayer Luo Xiu, may I ask why a big man like you comes to Dressrosa? Buy munitions. Buy man-made devil fruit. Doflamingo looked at Luo Xiu in front of him, even he felt a terrifying pressure. I came to Dressrosa for one purpose. That is to subdue you. Surrender to me, Doflamingo. Luo Xiu bluntly stated his purpose. Facing someone like Doflamingo, you don't need any fancy words, you only need absolute strength, and absolute experience enough to make him surrender. Surrender. She. God Slayer Luo Xiu, I admit that you are very strong, but if you want me to surrender, you are not qualified. Oh, Doflamingo, the man who was destined to become king. Doflamingo's face became very ferocious, and he let out a burst of crazy laughter. How could he be willing to surrender to others with Conqueror's Haki? Boom. The Conqueror's Haki on Doflamingo's body suddenly exploded, and a domineering momentum instantly swept the audience. Hey, Dover is a born king, a man with Conqueror's Haki. Submit to the Conqueror's Haki of Dover. Torrebel laughed wildly at the side, and they were willing to assist Doflamingo just because he had the qualifications of a king. This kind of conquerors should not be shamed. Come, feel what a real Conqueror's Haki is. The voice fell. Boom. Long time. Chapter 56 Ultimate's Conquerors. The color of knowledge that disappeared. Crush the pride of Doflamingo. The Conqueror's Haki in Luo Xiu's body exploded unreservedly, the invisible Haki completely formed its substance, and the red Conqueror's Haki instantly swept across the entire palace, spread to the entire Dressrosa, and enveloped the entire island. Plop, plop, plop. All members of the Doflamingo family, except the cadres, rolled their eyes and passed out. All creatures on the entire island of Dressrosa are stunned. Even the fish in the waters around Dressrosa fainted, lying on their backs on their stomachs. Boom. There was a sound like a balloon bursting. Doflamingo's Conqueror's Haki was as fragile as paper in front of Luo Xiu, instantly crushed, and dissipated. Boom boom boom. Thunder bursts. Woo. Howling wind. Crack. The ground is cracked. The originally sunny sky instantly became cloudy, with flashes of lightning flashing in it, and the whistling wind was like the blade of a paint shop, making Doflamingo's cheeks hurt. The ground and the wall were cracked inch by inch, covered with dense cracks like spider webs. The water in the swimming pool is constantly stirring, tumbling, rolling up high waves. Instantly, the whole Dressrosa is like the end of the world. 653. Boom. The cadres of the Don Quixote family couldn't bear the pressure of Luo Xiu Conqueror's Haki, so they knelt directly on the ground, creating two deep pits on the ground. Some cadres such as Dellinger, Mahabath, and Baby Five Jorah, who were weaker in strength, fell to the ground and passed out after holding on for a while. There are only a few left who can stay awake. Are you kidding me? What a horrible Conqueror's Haki this is. Torbol's big snot flowed directly into his mouth in shock, he felt that every cell in his body was trembling, even his soul was trembling. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How is it possible that Dover's Conqueror's Haki is completely crushed? Dream. I must be dreaming. Diamante roared crazily in his heart, he didn't want to believe everything in front of him. Doflamingo was chosen by them, and he was destined to become the king in the future. How could it be crushed? Impossible to be crushed. Damn it. If it's a dream, wake me up quickly. Luo Xiu's Conquerors makes the Don Quixote family cadres shocked, frightened, and trembling. This Conqueror's Haki seems to be able to swallow the sky, swallow everything, and let time and everything surrender under it. Among them, the one with the deepest feeling is Doflamingo. He bears most of Luo Xiu's Conqueror's Haki. Cold sweat involuntarily oozes from the forehead, and the body trembles uncontrollably, shivering and chilling. Doflamingo felt as if his body was frozen by the polar ice, unable to move and difficult to control. What happened? How can there be such a Haki? Even facing the monster Kaido, there is no such feeling of fear in the depths of the soul. Who? Doflamingo gasped heavily, with a ferocious face and bulging veins on his forehead, desperately trying to straighten his body. Can't surrender. I am king. Doflamingo roared crazily in his heart. Haki, strength, and spirit have reached ultimate, and he wants to use his conqueror's Haki to fight against Luo Xiu again. Advertisement. Come to a king versus king confrontation. But, no matter how hard Doflamingo tried, the conqueror's Haki in his body just couldn't get out, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. Suddenly, Doflamingo's expression freezes. Knowledge color. Why did my observation Haki expire? Just now, when Doflamingo closed his eyes and tried his best to stimulate the Haki in his body to break through Luo Xiu conqueror's Haki, he couldn't feel the figure to be repaired. You can't even feel the outside world. What happened? Is it an illusion? Doflamingo closed his eyes again, and found that the surroundings fell into darkness, silence, no perception at all, and no feedback from observation Haki at all. Immediately, his eyes opened suddenly, and he stared at Luo Xiu in horror. No way. This man's conqueror's Haki is so horrible that it can disable observation Haki. Simply appalling. Kill observation Haki. How can there be such a terrifying conqueror's Haki in this world? Doflamingo's Adam's apple surged, he swallowed with difficulty, his face was dripping with cold sweat, and the sweat was dripping. Once, he is proud of owning conqueror's Haki, and firmly believes that he will become a king in the future. Now, all his pride was shattered. The conqueror's Haki he was so proud of was so vulnerable in front of this man, he was crushed in an instant. This man, what kind of terrifying and huge ambitions do you have to emerge with such a domineering spirit? How about this conqueror's? Luo Xiu saw that the endurance of Doflamingo and others reached the limit, and slowly dispersed the conqueror's Haki. With Luo Xiu conqueror's Haki gone, Doflamingo felt light all over, relieved, and breathed in fresh air, as if a mountain had been removed from his body. Very strong. But, so what? Armed bullet string. Doflamingo made a sudden attack, a sharp thin line popped out from his arm, covering armament Haki, piercing Luo Xiu's heart. Really? It's impossible for an ambitious guy like you to surrender so easily. In that case, then hit until you surrender. Luo Xiu's expression froze, his body suddenly disappeared in place, and reappeared, he had already come to Doflamingo's side. Armed leaf hurricane. Luo Xiu's right leg was wrapped with a black and translucent armament Haki, and he kicked Doflamingo's head with a howling wind. With his current physique and Haki, even the most common Konoha body art has incomparably extraordinary power. So fast, observation Haki didn't capture him at all. Feeling Luo Xiu's quick and powerful kick, Doflamingo's expression was horrified, his body was completely unable to dodge it, and he could only cover his head with armament Haki with all his strength. Doflamingo let out a cry of pain, and instantly felt as if his head had been hit by a mountain, his consciousness went blank, and he fell into a shutdown state in an instant. Call out. His body was like a meteor falling from the sky, smashed out instantly, smashed through the palace wall, flew out of the high ground of the palace, fell into the rapeseed field, and smashed a deep hole in the ground. Dover. Advertisement. Hateful. Sticky fire cannon. Seeing that Doflamingo was kicked away by Luo Xiu, Torpal immediately attacked Luo Xiu. Fire-style big flame bomb. Jiraiya flashes out from behind Luo Xiu and burns Torbal's slime cannonballs with a fire-style shot. Disgusting snot ghost, don't bother our leader. Jiraiya gave Torable a disgusted look, feeling very disgusted at this snotty, covered guy. Hole. Get out of the way. Sticky chains. Seeing that Jiraiya blocked him from saving Doflamingo, Torable was furious, stretched out his hands and sprayed out a dark green slime, forming a long chain and flying towards Jiraiya. Fire-style fire dragon flame bomb. Jiraiya is completely true. His hands quickly formed seals, and a stronger fire style spewed out from his mouth, forming a huge fire dragon, facing Torbal's attack with scorching heat. Boom. Torbal's slime was hit by Jiraiya's fire dragon flame bomb, and there was a violent explosion. The slime secreted by his slimy fruit is flammable and will explode if exposed to an open flame. Cough cough cough. Why is this guy able to use fire? Torable coughed from the smoke and dust of the explosion, with a look of dread on his sloppy face. Flame is simply invincible to his abilities. For Torable, Luo Xiu didn't care at all, such a guy is not worth doing it himself, it is enough to leave it to Jiraiya and them. Luo Xiu turned his eyes to the direction where Doflamingo flew out, and flew up to chase him. Hole. Don't even think about leaving. Half-moon funeral. Diamante saw that Luo Xiu was about to get up and chase Doflamingo, cursed angrily, and immediately made a move, pulled out the long sword at his waist, and suddenly slashed at Luo Xiu. Summoning technique hyphenation point triple Rashomon. A huge door like the mouth of an abyss instantly appeared on the ground, blocking Diamante's sword energy, swallowing and digesting it. Damn it. These guys are all very strong. Diamante saw that his attack was blocked, and an ugly look appeared on his face. Pika. Doctor. Use your fruit ability to help the young master. He alone is no match for that man. Diamante turned around and shouted to Pika who was wearing a gold mask 0.4, these cadres, could not break through the defense of Luo Xiu subordinates, and could only pin their hopes on Pika's fruit ability. Give it to me. I will definitely not let that be ********* D hurt the young master. Pika's shrill voice sounded, and Jiraiya, Enel and others couldn't help laughing. With such a huge body and such a high-pitched voice, it is impossible not to laugh. Ha 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 ha. You are such a big guy, but your voice is like ABCH, I laughed to death. Enel covered his belly and laughed, tears were on the verge of falling. Pika, leave them alone and go support the young master. Diamante shouted at Pika immediately, for fear that he would chase and kill Enel in a fit of anger, instead of supporting their young master. Don't worry, I know. Save this guy's life for me, and I will kill him with my own hands later. Although Pika was annoyed by Enel's ridicule, she still had a clear sense of priorities, and immediately activated the stone fruit ability to sneak into the ground, ready to support Doflamingo. Hey, want to support? Did you ask me? How can you let a man and woman like you bother our leader? 30 million volts electromagnetic gun. Call out. Chapter 57 Violent Tsunade Heim. Robin's Tathagata palm. A flashing and violent lightning shot out from Enel's palm, leaving a dazzling trail in the air. Boom. The ground exploded. The dirt is flying. Ah ah ah. Accompanied by a shrill scream, the huge body of the secondary card was blasted out from the ground. Enel's observation haki can be said to be one of the most prominent characters in this sea. Under the cover of his observation haki, Pika's figure is completely invisible. Hateful. What a strong observation haki. Pika fell to the ground, half kneeling, staring at Enel solemnly, with scorched marks all over his body and a scorched smell. Just now he had clearly dived to a depth of more than 100 meters underground, but he was still found. If it wasn't for observation haki's early warning and avoiding the vital point, I'm afraid he would have been killed by now. Armed katakana middle dot octopus. Pika turned into a rock and dived into the ground, and merged into the rock of the King's Highland. Suddenly, there were 8 huge tentacles on the ground, covered with dark armament haki, stabbing Enel from all directions. Slow. Too slow. Who can this attack hit? Enel looked at the attack coming towards him with a calm expression. He even took out an apple and took 2 bites before disappearing in place as a flash of lightning. Appearing again, his figure has appeared above the rock giant. Enel threw away the apple in his hand, threw a golden marble, and the lightning on his body frantically gathered in his hand. 100 million volt super electromagnetic gun. Instantly. A giant electromagnetic cannon with a diameter of 1 meter was launched from Enel's hands. The strong impact made the air burst into ear-piercing explosions, rolling up white airflows visible to the naked eye. Boom. The rock giant transformed by Pika exploded in an instant, and the ground where it was located exploded, creating a gigantic crater with a diameter of over 1,000 meters. Even though Pika had diverted to hide underground at the moment of Enel's attack, he was still bombarded by the full wave of the electromagnetic gun. Even though he was covered with armament haki's defense, the surface of his back was scorched by the terrifying high temperature, which made him sweat in pain and was terrified. Damn. Just the aftermath of the explosion has this kind of power. If it is hit head-on, it will probably be wiped out in ashes. Hateful. Not only is Godslayer Luo Xiu as strong as a monster, but his subordinates are also top-notch masters. Torrebel, Diamante and the top cadres of my 3 major families are not opponents at all. Dover. Pika was hiding hundreds of meters above the ground, with a gloomy expression and a shadow cast in his heart. Top to bottom, everyone in the Don Quixote family is no match at all. The other side, only Gladius, Raoji, and Sayonara are left in the cadres of the Don Quixote family who are still sober. There are 3 women left, and their strength should not be strong. Later, Gladius will hold them back with his explosive fruit ability, and Sayonara and I will rush over to support the young master. Advertisement. Raoji stared at Conan, Robin, and Tsunade, and whispered to Gladius and Sayonara beside him. The 2 nodded in understanding. Explosive projectile. Shish. Gladius stretched his arm forward, and the catapult on his arm instantly released several black balls, flying towards Conan, Robin, and Tsunade. The black ball kept expanding, and expanding during its flight. The last ones became as big as cannonballs. Boom boom boom. All the black balls exploded the moment they approached Conan, Robin, and Tsunade, and a series of violent explosions engulfed them all. Sionir. It's now. Lao Ji yelled at Sional next to him, and rushed out first, followed by Sional. Running around. Is my mother allowed? Monster power fist. Rao Ji, who was running wildly, suddenly saw a white fist hitting him. He didn't care much about how much power such a delicate fist could have. But, when Tsunade's fist landed on him, he realized how stupid and ridiculous his thoughts were. Boom. Tsunade's fist hit Rao Ji's face fiercely, his cheeks twisted instantly, the features on his face were almost squeezed together, blood and saliva mixed with 2 teeth spewed out from his mouth. Painful groans came from his mouth, his eyes were white, his pupils were almost out of focus, and his consciousness was slightly unconscious. He's so big that he can't even use an armed haki. Now I have tasted the bitter fruit. Although Tsunade is a woman, she is an extremely violent woman, she can be called a female tyrannosaur. Whoosh. Lao Ji's body flew backwards like a fired shell. Body flicker technique. The figure of Tsunade disappeared in place, and appeared in the sky above Rao Ji in the next second, with his right leg raised high. Heavenly hunting feet. A large amount of chakra condensed on the legs, kicked Rao Ji hard, and kicked him heavily in the stomach. Boom. Click. Even if the ground shattered and collapsed, forming a huge deep pit. Ah! Lao Ji wailed in pain. His body bent into a bow, a fountain of blood spewed out from his mouth, his eyeballs turned into copper bells, blood shot all over his eyeballs, tears of pain flowed out. Women. Weak. Tsunade jumped away, raised his white fist, raised his head and looked down at Lao Ji, his body exudes a strong haki. Cough cough cough. Lao Ji struggled to support his body with his hands, knelt on the ground and kept coughing in pain. He felt as if the intestines in his stomach had been shattered. The power of this woman is so terrifying. Advertisement. Really, as that man's subordinate, even a woman should not be underestimated. De Wang Fist Mystery Combat Fist. With a roar, Lao Ji immediately released the power stored in his body. The whole body instantly soared, and the bones and muscles in the body swelled and became extremely strong. Facing Tsunade's terrifying power, Lao Ji didn't dare to push it any further, and immediately used his strongest power. Armed seal of Ji. Lao Ji made a Ji posture with both hands, his muscular thighs were slightly bent, and then he kicked on the ground suddenly, his body rushed towards Tsunade like an arrow from the string. All the strength is poured into this punch. The terrifying power directly hit the sonic boom. Mali Chara scalpel. Competing for strength, Tsunade never fails. Green chakra emerged on her white palm, forming two long chakra knives, rushing towards Raoji brazenly. Clang. Tsunade's chakra long knife collided with Raoji's palm, making a crisp metal clashing sound, and a burst of violent air burst out in the middle of the confrontation, blowing Tsunade's golden hair fluttering and fluttering, making Raoji feel his cheek sting. Laugh. Raoji's hands were cut by Tsunade's chakra scalpel and a stream of blood flowed out. How is it possible? Raoji stared at the wound on his palm in disbelief with wide-eyed eyes, with an unbelievable expression on his face. This is the haki and power he has stored for many years. Ninja nervous system rupture. Through Raoji's wound, Tsunade converted chakra into electrons and injected them into his body, interfering with his nerves, interfering with the brain's transmission of electrical signals to his body. What? How? What's going on? Body. Out of control. Raoji's expression suddenly became extremely horrified, and he looked at Tsunade in front of him in disbelief. What kind of ability is this? Heavenly hunting feat. Under Raoji's horrified and appalled expression, Tsunade kicked him in the stomach with a 360-degree turnaround, sending him flying. The most powerful thing about Tsunade is not his fighting ability, but his medical ninjutsu. Medical ninjutsu can save people, but it can also kill people. Raoji is no match at all. Tsunade stopped Raoji, and another Saoner who wanted to break through was stopped by Robin. Under the guidance of Luo Xiu, Robin has initially mastered the application of observation haki and armament haki, and has made great progress in the development of fruit abilities. As a time traveler, Luo Xiu's thinking can be described as unconstrained, helping Robin develop many powerful moves. Just like now, myriad purples and reds Tathagata palm. Robin crossed his hands, activated the fruit ability, formed a huge arm, and the huge palm fell from the sky, and took a heavy shot of Sional who was swimming fast on the ground. Sional fell to the ground with a pacifier in his mouth, and looked at the palm that fell from the sky with a shocked face. Ah hey, what a terrifying trick this is. Chapter 58 Senju Guanyin. Paper that explodes. Boom. Robin Tathagata took a picture, and the ground liquefied by Sional instantly splashed water, setting off huge waves of more than 10 meters, and the whole ground trembled. Puff. Sional was hit by Robin's Tathagata palm head-on, and felt his body trembling. All the internal organs in his body were displaced, and a mouthful of blood spurted out wildly, and his expression became a little sluggish. This was the result of seeing the ground liquefy, dived into the water, and blocked part of the impact. Hard to imagine. What would happen if you were hit by this huge palm? It will be smashed to pieces. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Sional quickly suppressed the pain in his body and sneaked into the ground, walked around behind Robin, and jumped out suddenly. His hands were like a pair of iron clamps trying to hug Robin's back. Mau back fall. Dazzling 100 blossoms phantom wings. Sional's attack was captured by Robin's observation haki, and the fruit ability was activated instantly, forming a pair of huge wings behind his back. The wings flapped suddenly, and his body immediately flew into the sky, avoiding Sional's back fall. In the sky, Robin turned around, clasped his hands together, closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then opened his eyes suddenly, and a sharp light flashed. 1,000 purples and reds hyphenation point Senju Avalokitesfera. Robin let out a soft drink, and the flower fruits ability exploded with all its strength, forming one arm after another behind the back. The figure coincided with the sun behind it, and it looked like a holy Guanyin. Armed. Thousands of arms clenched into fists, covered with a layer of armament haki. The color is not very dark, but it is completely enough to deal with Shonal. Whoosh whoosh. Thousands of fists wrapped in armament haki waved, rushing towards Han O'Neill who couldn't use his strength in the air. Hiss. This woman. There is such a terrifying move. Oops. Because Sional just wanted to hug Robin, his body jumped out of the ground and was in the air. He couldn't use his strength to dodge, and he couldn't activate the fruit ability. Song Nang watched thousands of fists wrapped in armament haki come towards him. Boom 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 boom. Ah. Robin's thousands of fists kept bombarding Saonir's body. No one was spared on his head, neck, body, and limbs, and there were bursts of screams in his mouth. Hammered from the air to the ground, from the ground to the ground, directly turned Saonil Hammer's eyes white, and lost consciousness. Huh. Robin looked at Sionel, who was lying unconscious in the pit, and slowly breathed a sigh of relief, stopped the attack in his hand, looked at where Luo Xiu was, with a happy smile on his face. Finally help you. Rao Ji. Sionir. Gladius couldn't help but let out a worried exclamation when he saw that his two companions were both defeated and unconscious. Unexpectedly, the breakout plan of the three of them was blocked so easily. Moreover, Rao Ji and Sai O'Neill were easily defeated. So strong. Really strong. As expected of that man's subordinate. Instead of worrying about others, you should worry about yourself first. Shish. Advertisement. Seeing Gladius looking around, Conan threw two paper shurikens at him without hesitation. Paper. Gladius looked at the paper shuriken flying towards him, with doubts on his face, but he didn't dare to be careless. He just witnessed the price Rao Ji paid for his arrogance. Gladius stepped back, Conan's paper shuriken stuck where he was. With a bang, the ground exploded, creating a deep crater, making Gladius' eyelids twitch. Explode. Paper can explode, and the power is so huge. Gladius looked at the deep pit that was blown out where he was originally, his eyes were wide open, his expression was shocked, and he felt very incredible. He doesn't understand. Why can paper have such a terrifying explosion power, not weaker than his explosive fruit, even worse? How can that be? The explosive power of paper is stronger than that of popping fruit, can you believe it? Shish. Just as Gladius was shocked, several paper shurikens flew towards him again. Stone throwing and blasting. Seeing the power of Conan's paper shuriken, Gladius dared not be careless, immediately stretched out his arm, and threw a few gray cloth bullets at Conan's paper shuriken. Boom. The two collided, and there was a violent explosion in the air, setting off a huge cloud of smoke. Gladius landed from the air, kicked his legs on the ground, and the rock under his feet exploded instantly. With the help of this recoil force, Gladius flew towards Conan. In mid-flight, his arms expanded and he blasted straight at Conan. Black feather arm cannon. Boom. When Gladius rushed to Conan's side, his arms swelled to the maximum, and there was a sudden violent explosion. Clatter. Conan's body exploded suddenly, turning into confetti flying all over the sky. What kind of ability? Gladius looked at the confetti flying all over the sky, with a vigilant expression and a solemn face. He could feel that the other party hadn't suffered any harm at all. The sky filled with pieces of paper converged about 100 meters in front of Gladius, and recondensed into Conan's figure. Touching her white palm suddenly, Sakura Momo sipped coldly. Detonating talisman formation explosion. Boom 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 boom. Under Gladius' horrified expression, all the pieces of paper scattered around him exploded in an instant. Just now when Conan performed the paper clone transfer, all these pieces of paper that fell off her body were injected into chakra by her, and turned into detonating symbols one by one. Pillars of fire shot up into the sky. The ground was blasted out one deep pit after another. The scorching air waves churned and spread in all directions. Dust, gravel, grass and everything on the ground were overturned. Half an hour. The air waves subsided slowly. Advertisement. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Gladius' figure emerges from it, half kneeling on the ground. The original hedgehog-like hair was blown into curly hair, the glasses were also blown to pieces, the clothes on his body were torn, and the skin was extensively injured, exuding a burnt smell, and blood was everywhere on his face and body. It looks very miserable. This woman's ability. What exactly is it? So strong. It's so weird. Gladius half closed his eyes, his expression was dignified, horrified, and terrified. As a person with the ability to explode fruit, he was actually injured by the explosion. Simply unbelievable. Dance of shikapaper. Asuka explosion. In the sky, seeing that Gladius did not fall down, Conan frowned slightly with his purple eyebrows, and the white wings on his back suddenly waved, countless pieces of paper injected with chakra formed flying birds and rushed towards Gladius. Hateful. What a tricky ability. Gladius saw the flock of paper birds flying towards him, cursed angrily, and immediately fought back the pain in his body. With his current physical condition, if he is hit hard again, the consequences will be disastrous. Shaki paper dance spider burst. Conan fixed his eyes, predicting the place where Gladius will fall, and waved his wings again. The paper scattered on his body formed dense spiders and flocked to the place where Gladius fell. The sky is low and the double attack. Gladius, there is no retreat, there is no escape. Boom boom boom. The moment he landed on the ground, the spider swarm on the ground instantly exploded. PFF'd. Gladius was blown away, blood sprayed wildly, and then fell heavily to the ground, lying on the ground gasping heavily, feeling as if his body was not inferior to him at all. Can't move. Completely lost the ability to fight. Money is good. What an irony. Unexpectedly, the explosive man, who is capable of exploding fruit, will be bombed one day and lose his fighting ability. Gladius had a self-deprecating expression on his face, then his head tilted and he lost consciousness, and passed out. The three cadres Gladius, Rao Ji, and Seonir were crushed and eliminated by Conan, Tsunade, and Robin with overwhelming strength. The other side, facing Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Enel's Toripal, Diamante, and Pika are also in a hard fight and will soon lose. Ninja Toad Oil Bomb. Jiraiya's hands were like phantoms, and he quickly completed the mudra. With a puff of mouth, the chakra in his body turned into butter and sprayed out, spraying on Toribul's body. Ah, sticky, what is this? Oops, Toribul exclaimed, looking at the butter on his body, he suddenly turned pale with shock. The slime secreted from his own body is already combustible, and now it is drizzled with butter. If it encounters an open flame. In fact, Jiraiya thinks so too. While Toribel is panicking, Jiraiya has completed the seal. Put your hands together, put your middle and index fingers together, and make your mouth bulge like a toad. Fire-style Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Chapter 59 The Susanoo Buddha. Let Doflamingo feel the real despair. A huge fire dragon spewed out from Jiraiya's mouth, split into three in the middle of the flight, and surrounded Toribel in a zigzag shape, making it inescapable. Boom. 3 fire dragons bombarded Toribel's body and exploded instantly. A pillar of fire rises from the sky. The flames will overwhelm it. Ah, there were bursts of screams in the flames, and a smell of charred meat spread in all directions. Hot hot. Toribel jumped out of the flames and kept rolling back and forth on the ground to extinguish the flames on his body. At this time, Toribel looked extremely embarrassed. The mucus on his body was burned away, revealing his crooked and scorched body. Ninja Rasengan. Sky. Jiraiya appeared in front of him holding a giant Rasengan. The mucus on Toribel's body had just been blown away, and it was too late to secrete any more defenses. Boom. Rasengan was bombarded on his stomach by Jiraiya. The earth under him couldn't bear such a terrifying force, and it cracked open, causing him to sink deep into the ground. PFF'd. Toribel vomited blood, feeling as if his intestines had been strangled, and his internal organs ached like needles. The pupils constricted, the body convulsed, and under the stimulation of severe pain, the brain instantly lost consciousness. Done. Jiraiya made a backflip and landed firmly, clapped her palms with a relaxed expression. Facing someone like Toribel, he doesn't even need to use Sage Mode. Boom. At this time, the high ground of the palace trembled for a while, and the ground changed rapidly, forming a huge rock giant, which looked exactly like Pika. In order to deal with Enel, he directly controlled the rocks of the entire palace height, and merged with the entire palace height. Dancing stones. Clang, clang, clang. The ground controlled by Pika instantly spewed out several rock spears and stabbed Enel in the air. The tip of the spear was covered with dark armament Haki, which looked quite powerful. Too slow, too slow, too weak, too weak. 100 million volt discharge Brontosaurus. Facing Pika's attack, Enel looked relaxed, flickering in the air again and again, dodged Pika's attack completely, raised his hand and a thunder dragon fell from the sky and smashed on the head of the rock giant 533. Boom. Click. The huge rock giant was split into pieces in an instant, and its entire head burst open. However, the rock giant did not lose its ability to move. 2 huge arms covered armament Haki with a fierce howling wind and ruthlessly pushed towards his head. Really? Be ruthless, even beat yourself. Enel joked, his body turned into lightning and instantly left the attack range of the split. How can it be repaired? Pika, who was hidden in the rock, looked at Enel, who kept flashing back and forth, feeling extremely aggrieved. Although the rock giant he controls has powerful attack power, he can't hit it at all. No matter how strong the attack is, it is futile to miss it. Are you just hiding around like a monkey? Pika looked at Enel in the air and let out a helpless and furious cry. Ha ha ha, hurry, he's in a hurry. Although I know that you are about to be defeated, do you think you are my opponent in a face-to-face battle? Just enough cat and mouse game. Enel pointed at Pika and laughed loudly, but then his face froze, revealing a hint of sternness. The thunder and lightning in the body were unscrupulously released, and the whole body swelled rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it becomes a thunder giant, whose height is not weaker than Pika. 200 million volts Thor. Come, I don't hide, so what about you? Enel hooked Pika, not paying attention to him at all. Damn it. B*************** D. Stop looking down on people. Armed stone fist. Pika roared angrily, but the shrill voice did not have any deterrent effect, but made people feel very funny. Advertisement. Ha ha ha, your fist is as weak as your voice. Let you see what a real fist is. Enel laughed at Pika mercilessly, Thor's fist raised high, and blasted at Pika's boulder fist. Boom. Crack. Accompanied by the sound of violent thunder and lightning, Pika's rock giant fist shattered, and the entire rock body exploded completely, revealing the hidden cleave. Thunder punishment drop. Boom. Crack. With a wave of Enel's hand, a thunderbolt thick as a bucket fell from the sky and hit Pika directly. Ah! The thunder and lightning poured into his body instantly paralyzed his entire body, and the surface of his body was scorched by the scorching heat generated by the lightning. He lost consciousness instantly and fell heavily to the ground. Hee hee. It seems like you're the only one left. Orochimaru looked at Diamante in front of him and let out a sneer. He looked like a lion majesty, and Diamante's scalp felt numb. Even more frightening, all the cadres of the entire family fell down. Only myself is left. Too strong. The family cadres are not opponents at all, they are completely crushed. Where did that man find so many strong men? Hateful. Dover can't be defeated. I believe in him. He is the man who was destined to be king. Sword snake sword. Diamante let out a stubborn cry, and launched an attack on Orochimaru. Under the influence of the flying fruit ability, the long sword in her hand stabbed Orochimaru like a crooked lion majesty. Sad. Don't you realize your own weakness? Orochimaru shook his head slightly, and looked at Diamante with pity. He felt that this person was living in a dream. Do you still want to be king at this level? Do not make jokes. Hulker with many snake hands. Countless lion majesty flew towards Diamante from Orochimaru's cuff, biting his neck and entangled his limbs. Damn it, how come there are so many Lion Majesty? Diamante pulled back immediately. Those Lion Majesty didn't seem to be easy to mess with, he didn't want to be bitten. Kusanagi's sword, Sora no Taiken. The moment Diamante retreated, Orochimaru's mouth suddenly opened, and a Kusanagi sword flew out of it, stabbing Diamante straight. What? Bullfighting cape. Diamante never expected that someone could hide the sword in his mouth and fly out, and immediately wrapped his body in the cloak. Although his cloak looks light and fluffy, it is actually made of steel and has the same hardness as steel. He is confident that he will be able to stop it. But. Next moment. Laugh. The Kusanagi sword went straight through his body, and the steel cloak was like paper. Diamante's eyes widened suddenly, and she looked at her pierced body in disbelief, with an unbelievable expression on her face. That sword. Is it the supreme sword? It is so sharp. PFF'd. Diamante spat out a mouthful of fresh AHFH blood, covered her wound and fell heavily to the ground. Summoning Orochi. A puff of smoke flashed by, and a big snake more than 10 meters long appeared beside Diamante and instantly entangled him so that he couldn't move. Wait obediently, the leader's side will end soon. Otherwise, I don't mind making you the big snake's dinner. Orochimaru gave Diamante a cold look and said coldly. If it weren't for the fact that these people under Doflamingo's command might surrender to Luo Xiu, Orochimaru would have killed him long ago. Drink. Doflamingo's angry, aggrieved, and frightened shouts came from the rapeseed field in the distance. At this moment, Doflamingo looked extremely embarrassed. Advertisement. The flamingo sunglasses on the face flew to nowhere, the pink feather jacket on the back only had a few feathers hanging on the body, the clothes on the body were only a few pieces of cloth, and there were wounds everywhere. There are burns, frostbite, sword wounds and more. Accompanied by Doflamingo's angry roar, the entire ground turned into white lines. It is the awakened ability of Devil Fruit, all the inorganic matter around Zhong is assimilated into white lines. White line of wasteland. Doflamingo waved his arms, and the white lines on the ground rushed towards Luo Xiu like white waves, submerging Luo Xiu. The endless curves are twisted into twists to strangle Luo Xiu. Chi chi chi. A black flame burst out from the white thread binding Luo Xiu, and then spread rapidly, burning all these white threads. Luo Xiu's figure emerges from it, and a huge giant skeleton wraps him, covered with black Amaterasu flames. Doflamingo, you should feel the strength gap between us. Even if your fruit ability is awakened, it still can't make up for this gap. Surrender to me. Don't you hate those celestial dragons in the Holy Land? Let's kill him together. Kill them all. Overthrow the world government that is high above and overlooks everything. Luo Xiu's voice is very flat, but it carries supreme haki and majesty. Doflamingo clenched his fists tightly. He knew what Luo Xiu said was the truth, and he also personally experienced the gap between them. But he is not reconciled. Thousand feather-piercing feather strike line. Doflamingo waved his arms, and tens of thousands of white threads pierced towards Luo Xiu like the wings of a flamingo. Each white thread was covered with armament haki. Tough, cold, sharp. Once hit, it is enough to pierce people's hearts with thousands of arrows. But when these white lines touch the Amaterasu flame on Luo Xiu Susanoo's exterior, they are instantly burned, even if covered with armament haki. Hiss. What kind of flame is that? Even haki can burn. Seeing this, Doflamingo couldn't help but gasp. He couldn't believe his eyes. This black flame is so terrifying. No solution anymore. Doflamingo, feel what despair is. Luo Xiu shook his head lightly. It seems that if Doflamingo is not completely defeated and makes him feel hopeless, he will not surrender. He. Despair. I've already experienced it. 16 holy bullets hyphenation point God kills. Doflamingo let out a burst of crazy laughter, gathered all the white lines on the ground, condensed 10 6-paths thick white lines, and covered it with the strongest concentration of armed color bullies. She stabs at Luo Xiu. Experienced. Do not. That's because you haven't experienced true despair yet. Facing Doflamingo's strongest blow, Luo Xiu removed Susanoo from his body, clasped his hands together, and looked solemn. Sage art true several thousand hands. Boom. The ground trembled for a while, and endless towering ancient trees rose from the ground to form a towering, 1,000-meter-high super-huge Buddha statue, with thousands of arms stretched out from behind the Buddha statue. Shocking. But it didn't end there. Luo Xiu's eyes quickly transformed into a scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan. Susanoo. With a light drink, a layer of blue armor suddenly appeared on the surface of the 1,000-meter-high Senju Buddha statue. True Susanoo Buddha. Ding ding ding. Doflamingo's strongest attack hit the prestige Buddha, like a mosquito bites a few times, without moving a bit. Prestige top transformation Buddha. Luo Xiu stood on the head of the majestic Buddha, shouted loudly, and rushed towards Doflamingo with countless fists wrapped in the power of destroying the world. Doflamingo looked up at the sky, his eyes widened to the point of ultimate, and his expression was shocked to the extreme. He felt his soul trembling. Fear. Endless despair breeds in my heart. This. What kind of power is it? Turn out to be. This is true despair. Chapter 60 Doflamingo surrender. Shout out to Dressrosa. Thousands of fists of the majestic Buddha waved, forming afterimages in the air, forming a strong wind pressure. Doflamingo was crushed by the wind and pinned to the ground, unable to move. Even the ground beneath him couldn't bear the force of the wind pressure, and it was shattered inch by inch, its cracking open. Now, he finally realized what real despair is. It was nothing like the despair he had experienced before. Then, He thought that one day he would kill those who brought him despair and pain. But this time, Doflamingo can't give birth to any trace of resistance, revenge, or this kind of power makes him unable to resist in this life. Too strong. Desperately strong. Even the monster who faced Kaido of the beasts did not feel this way at all. Doflamingo closed his eyes in despair, waiting for death to come. Long. The wind stopped, the sound disappeared, and the ears became silent, and the imagined pain did not come. Doflamingo slowly opened his eyes, his body trembled suddenly. Thousands of giant fists as big as mountains stayed in front of him. Gulu. Doflamingo swallowed hard, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his body trembled involuntarily. The scene in front of me is really unbelievable. Doflamingo. Feeling real despair, Luo Xiu stood on the head of the mighty Suzuo, looking down on Doflamingo condescendingly, like a god. To deal with Doflamingo, using the Susanoo Buddha is simply a cannon to fight mosquitoes, and it is not used according to its aptitude. But in order to make Doflamingo feel completely hopeless and not dare to resist after surrendering, Luo Xiu can only resort to this ultimate trick. Facing Luo Xiu's questioning, Doflamingo subconsciously nodded. This time, he truly experienced despair, so. Your choice. Surrender or perish. Doflamingo was lying on the ground looking up at Luo Xiu who was aloof, and seeing the thousands of giant fists floating in front of his eyes, with a smile uglier than crying. Choose. Do I have a choice? But, there is no shame in submitting to such a man. Doflamingo slowly raised his body and knelt down on one knee facing Luo Xiu. I surrender. This man's strength is as powerful as a god, whether it is Kaido of the beasts, the world's strongest man Whitebeard, or the red-haired Shanks heavy lottery Linlin is not his opponent. Perhaps, only the one in the depths of Mariejois can possibly rival it. Perhaps, one day, he will really be able to kill those pigs on the Holy Land. Very good. Smart choice. Advertisement. Seeing that Doflamingo chose to surrender, Luo Xiu showed a satisfied smile on his face, removed the majestic Buddha, and slowly fell to the ground. Get up. From today onwards, you are a member of Akatsuki. I don't want to go into details on the issue of loyalty. You can betray at any time, as long as you bear the consequences. Luo Xiu raised his hand to signal Doflamingo to get up, and glanced at him lightly, his eyes full of warning. This glance instantly made Doflamingo feel like falling into an ice cellar, reminding him of the 1,000-meter giant Buddha in armor before, that kind of power that makes people unable to resist any heart. Shishi. My lord, please rest assured. Since I choose to surrender, I will definitely choose to be loyal to the end. I also want to follow the scene where those guys from your dear land were destroyed. Doflamingo laughed dryly and quickly expressed his loyalty to Luo Xiu. That kind of despair experience once is enough. That's right, leader. Now that Sugar is in a coma, those people who were turned into toys by Sugar have fully recovered. When they wake up from your conqueror's hockey, this country will inevitably fall into chaos. Will you turn them into toys again? Doflamingo kept his attitude very low, and bowed to ask Luo Xiu for instructions. Need not. Remember one sentence, those who win the hearts of the people win the world. Blind violence will only arouse more resistance. When the people of Dressrosa wake up later, just explain everything truthfully. Your Don Quixote family was defeated by me, the city of Dressrosa will naturally become my territory. Facing the hero who saved them, the people of Dressrosa can only be grateful, how can they resist? On dominance, Luo Xiu's idea doesn't know how many streets to use Doflamingo. Relying solely on violence will only increase the number of people who resist. Only the combination of benevolence and force can make a kingdom long-term peace and stability. The right way to govern the country is to show kindness to the law-abiding people and to use force against the law-breaking people. The leader is wise. Doflamingo was amazed by Luo Xiu's sentence, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world, and felt very reasonable. My lord, how to deal with those factories? Doflamingo looked at Luo Xiu and asked in a worried voice. He was afraid that Luo Xiu would destroy all these factories. If that is the case, it would be a pity. After all, this is a very huge resource, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is getting richer every day. Doflamingo's expression made Luo Xiu feel a little funny, how could he destroy all these factories? He is not a saint. Don't worry, I'm not a pedantic person. Those factories will naturally continue to open. In this world, where there is white, there is black. A solitary yin does not grow, and a solitary yang does not grow. Everything in the world is yin and yang. However, these factories cannot continue to exist in Dressrosa and they need to be transferred to an uninhabited island. As for the workers, there are so many scum in this sea, and after catching them, let Granu Sugar turn them into toys and throw them in. When Doflamingo heard the words, he immediately understood what Luo Xiu meant, which was to completely distinguish light from darkness. After subduing Doflamingo, Luo Xiu returned to the Highland of Kings. This place has been completely turned into ruins. But it's not a problem for Luo Xiu at all. With an Earth style, the King's Highland will soon be restored to its original state, and even the Dressrosa Palace will be re-established. The cadres of the Don Quixote family woke up one after another after being rescued by Luo Xiu's medical ninjutsu. Everyone, from today onwards, the Don Quixote family will become a force under the Akatsuki organization. Meet the leader. Doflamingo solemnly announced to the family cadres under his command, and took the lead to salute Luo Xiu. 0. Seeking flowers. Everyone is not surprised by this result. They deeply realize the strength of Luo Xiu's subordinates. His subordinates are also powerful, but how strong is his own strength? Advertisement. There is no shame in submitting to such a powerful man. Everyone followed Doflamingo and knelt down on one knee to Luo Xiu, paying homage together. See the boss. Looking at the crowd who surrendered in front of him, Luo Xiu showed a satisfied smile on his face. Now, Shichibukai has surrendered everything, just waiting for the war to start. It was afternoon. Those citizens who were stunned by Luo Xiu conqueror's haki woke up one after another, countless toys returned to their real bodies, and some memories that were originally erased due to the fruit of the sugar childlike fun emerged one after another. Some people remember that they still have a father. Some people remember that they have a son. Some people remember that they have a wife. Some people remember that they have a daughter. Weeping bitterly, laughing up to the sky, beating your chest and stamping your feet, cheering. 0. All kinds of emotions, all kinds of actions are available. At last, everyone's emotions turned into anger, and they gritted their teeth and called out a person's name. Doflamingo. You be asterisk 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 D. How dare you turn lousy into a toy? Ah, I'm going to kill this B asterisk 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 D. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. The crusade against Doflamingo resounds throughout Dressrosa. Luo Xiu heard the crusade from the Dressrosa people, and knew it was time for him to play. Luo Xiu flew from King's Heights to the sky above Dressrosa. Came to a position where everyone can see when they look up. My fellow citizens of Dressrosa. I'm Luo Xiu. Doflamingo has been defeated by me, and this will be my domain from now on. Under the diffusion of Yinton, Luo Xiu's voice was clearly transmitted to the ears of every Dressrosa citizen, making them involuntarily look up at the sky and look at Luo Xiu. I declare that you are free. From now on, no one will turn you into toys again. No one will erase you from the memory of your loved ones. From now on, Queen, Dressrosa will be a country of justice, rule of law, equality, and freedom. Luo Xiu's words immediately shook the hearts of all Dressrosa citizens, filled with gratitude, and knelt down to worship Luo Xiu. Thank you, Lord Luo Xiu. You saved us. You are the hero of Dressrosa. Ah, Master Luo Xiu, I love you. Let me give birth to a monkey for you. Long live Master Luo Xiu. Shocking cheers resounded throughout Dressrosa, and the figure that every Dressrosa citizen looked at the sky was full of unparalleled gratitude. It was Luo Xiu who brought them back from toys to humans. It was Luo Xiu who reminded them of their forgotten loved ones. It was Luo Xiu who reunited them with their families. Now, Luo Xiu is the hero in the hearts of all the Dressrosa people. God ding. Chapter 61. The Summit War begins. Ready to feel the pain. Luo Xiu stands high in the air enjoying the cheers of the Dressrosa people. This way of appearing on the stage as a hero is the best way to make the people's hearts allege. My fellow citizens, today is your day of rebirth, the day of Dressrosa's rebirth. Let's cheer, let's jump, let's all celebrate Dressrosa's new life. Celebrate your new life. Luo Xiu's words completely pushed the national mood of Dressrosa to a peak. Oh, long live Master Luo Xiu. Everyone chanted, shouted and danced involuntarily. Many relatives hugged each other warmly and wept with joy. Relatives, friends and even strangers gather together, sing loudly, drink to the fullest, laugh to the fullest, and release the pain and depression that have been suffering these days. As Luo Xiu said, today, it's Dressrosa's freshman. Above the sky, 543, Luo Xiu looked at the citizens of Dressrosa who had begun to fall into carnival. With a happy smile on his face, he left slowly and returned to the palace of Dressrosa. Luo Xiu sits on the throne. Conan, Robin, Tsunade stand on Luo Xiu's left, Enel, Jiraiya, Orochimaru stand on Luo Xiu's right. Below, members of the Don Quixote family stand on the left, and members of the in-house family on the right. King Liku, Violet, Rebecca and others looked at Doflamingo and others with a hint of anger and hatred in their eyes. But due to Luo Xiu's majesty, he dared not reveal it. Doflamingo, from now on, you will lead your family members to go underground and be responsible for all the dark work in Dressrosa. King Liku, Dressrosa can continue to be managed by you, but you are not allowed to violate the rules I set. If you can't do it, I don't mind changing it to another person. Luo Xiu glanced at both parties and made arrangements. Yes, Chief. Doflamingo and King Liku took orders one after another. Neither Doflamingo nor King Liku dared to resist Luo Xiu's arrangement in the slightest. They knew very well how powerful this man in front of them was. Let's all back down. Doflamingo, try not to appear in front of the people of Dressrosa. King Liku, go to deal with the aftermath, and lay down the laws and regulations I made. Luo Xiu gave an order, and then waved to them to signal them to retreat. Obey. I'll take my leave. Doflamingo and King Liku paid respectful salutes to Luo Xiu, and slowly exited the palace hall. Time came tonight. Advertisement. Luo Xiu lay quietly on the big soft bed, waiting for the system to sign in. Ding. A new sign-in location has been detected. Do you want to sign in? Very late at night, a system notification sounded in Luo Xiu's mind. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to host Okino, Black Earth, Yellow Earth, Red Earth, Lao Zi, Han, D. Rada. Summon. It's Rock Shinobi. Good. It happens that the environment of Dressrosa is more suitable for the establishment of Iwagakure. Call. Luo Xiu immediately chose to summon. A pitch-black space vortex emerged, and 3rd Tsuchikage Okino led a group of Iwagakure executives out of the space vortex, kneeling on one knee to salute Luo Xiu. Meet the god of ninja. Get up. Tomorrow, we will start to establish Iwagakure on this island and form a ninja force. Luo Xiu gave orders to Okino and the others. Obey. Okino and the others responded in unison. They knew very well the mission for which they were summoned. Nothing to say all night. The next day, Luo Xiu introduced Okino, Haitu and others to the Liku Wang family, and asked them to fully cooperate with Okino to establish Iwagakure. Then it was time to leave Dressrosa. Please wait a moment, Master Luo Xiu. Can I stay with you? I am a person with the ability to stare at the fruit. I can see things as far as 4,000 kilometers away, and I can also see clearly the inner thoughts of people. It can help you detect the enemy's situation. Just when Luo Xiu was about to lead Conan, Robin and others to leave, Violet stopped Luo Xiu, hoping to follow him. Violet will never forget this man's hockey form. The members of the Don Quixote family knelt down and couldn't get up just by virtue of their aura. The scene she saw before fainting was deeply engraved in her mind, making her want to follow this man. Oh, looks like another beautiful young lady is fascinated by the leader. Robin covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly when she heard Violet's request. How could she not see clearly Violet's psychology as someone who has experienced it? No way. The leader is really too good. Conan nodded as a matter of course, not surprised at all. Well, Westbound, your staring fruit ability does have a strong auxiliary effect, just follow me. Advertisement. Luo Xiu nodded, and did not refuse Violet's request, thinking that the ability to stare at the fruit is quite useful sometimes, and maybe it will come in handy at some point. Oh yeah, that's great. Thank you Lord Luo Xiu. When Violet heard Luo Xiu's promise, she immediately cheered and ran to Luo Xiu's side, her face full of excitement and joy. Let's go to the Sabayati archipelago and wait for the summit war to start. With a big wave of his hand, Luo Xiu led the crowd to board the Dawn and sail towards the Sabayati archipelago. Time flies. In the blink of an eye came the day when Ace was publicly executed. Naval Headquarters is going to announce Ace's life experience to the world, and broadcast the whole process live, so that people all over the world can see and hear it. Island 44, Sabayati Archipelago. Several huge screens were hung on the mangrove tree trunks, and almost all the people on the island gathered here. There are civilians, pirates, journalists and other occupations. Supernova Pirate Kid, Trafalgarlo, Euroj and others are also there. Everyone's eyes are fixed on the live broadcast screen, and there is a lot of tension on their faces. Through the live broadcast screen, everyone on the island can see that Naval Headquarters is in full swing, and they can feel a sense of suffocation through the screen. Hiss. The lineup of Naval Headquarters is too strong. Naval Headquarters highest combat power 3 Admiral gathered. There are also legendary sailors, Hero Garp, Marshal Sengoku, a dozen elite vice admirals, hundreds of rear admirals, 100,000 elite captains, and no ordinary soldiers at all. Horrible. Even if Whitebeard has the title of the world's strongest man, it's impossible to save Firefist Ace with this lineup, right? Everyone in the world is amazed and shocked by the lineup of Naval Headquarters. Such a lineup. Such a force. Simply invincible. The idiot cat was dug by 2.5, and it wants to save people in such a heavily guarded and terrifying Naval Headquarters, it's just a dream. Kid remembered what Luffy said before going to Naval Headquarters to save Ace, and couldn't help but sneer. This kind of lineup, just looking at it makes people feel scalp numb and terrified. If the cat was dug up and really went to Naval Headquarters, there is absolutely no way it will come out alive. Trafalgaro also echoed. In his view, saving Firefist Ace from Naval Headquarters with this lineup is completely impossible. In a dense crowd, Luo Xiu, Conan, Robin, Rayleigh and others also looked at the live broadcast screen, paying attention to the situation of this war. It's finally time to start. Celestial Dragons, World Government, Marine Headquarters, are you ready to feel the pain? Luo Xiu looked at the grand and magnificent Naval Headquarters, with a crazy and cruel smile on his face. This moment, he waited a long time. Chapter 62, Luo Xiu appears on top. The world is in an uproar. Sengoku panicked. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. With the world watching, Ace was led to the execution platform in seastone handcuffs. Marshal Sengoku stood next to him with a phone bug in his hand. Before the execution of Fire Fist Ace, there's one thing to announce to all of you all over the world. Fire Fist Ace, state your father's name. Sengoku looked at Ace beside him and yelled at him. When Ace heard this, his pupils shrank suddenly, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. My dad was Whitebeard. Ace called out Whitebeard's name without hesitation. He didn't even recognize that man as his father. No, your father is not Whitebeard. Your father is One Piece Gordy Luo Jia. Sengoku heard Ace shouting, immediately refuted loudly, and announced the true identity of Ace's father to the world. Yi. All the people around the world who were watching the live broadcast of the public execution suddenly fell into an uproar, and all eyes were on Ace in the picture. Shock. Incredible. Incredible. Fire Fist Ace is actually the blood of One Piece Luo Jia. Hey, isn't it? Fire Fist Ace is the son of One Piece. My god, it's terrible. The evil blood of One Piece still exists in the world. Fortunately, Naval Headquarters caught him, otherwise he would inherit the qualifications of One Piece and turn the whole world upside down. No wonder the execution of Fire Fist Ace will be performed publicly, broadcast live all over the world. This significance is too great. 11. Before the live broadcast, the audience around the world heard the true identity of Ace, and their hearts were filled with turmoil. Countless reporters immediately reported to the news headquarters, ready to grab the headlines. This is definitely big news that has caused a sensation in the world. No. It's not. My daddy is Whitebeard and only Whitebeard. Ace denies it loudly. He doesn't recognize that man as his father at all, he only recognizes Whitebeard as the father in his heart. Stop making excuses. Whitebeard has known your identity for a long time, has taken a fancy to your blood, and wants to train you to be the next One Piece. This is also the meaning of taking your head here today. Under the protection of that man in Whitebeard's 07, you will surely thrive and display the aptitude of a king standing at the apex of this world. In order to kill you, even if it is an all-out war with Whitebeard. Sengoku faces the world, with a generous and firm face, and a righteous voice, which has won the admiration of countless audiences all over the world. Marshal Sengoku is really bold. Yeah, we have to thank Admiral Sengoku, otherwise there might be another One Piece in the world. Come on. Marine headquarters. Kill the Whitebeard pirates. Oh, come on. When they learned of Ace's true identity, countless people around the world panicked, and they overwhelmingly chose to support Marine and cheer for him loudly. After all, under the rendering of the world government, One Piece, Whitebeard has already become a heinous villain. He. Fire Fist Ace, is it the blood of One Piece? It's amazing enough. But, whether it's Fire Fist Ace, Whitebeard, or Marine headquarters are not the protagonists today. Doflamingo, who was standing in front of the bay, looked back at Ace on the execution platform with a surprised expression. This identity surprised him, but he didn't care. Because he knew exactly what was going to happen next. Honey, when will you show up? I miss you so much. Hancock sat on Salome, looking at the sea with a pair of watery eyes, full of deep thoughts, as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. It was only Luo Xiu's order that she accept the 7 warlords of the sea's call, otherwise she would not want to come at all. Aside, Moria, Hawkeye, and Jinbei also had calm faces. Compared to what happened next, Ace's identity only surprised them a little. Report Marshal Sengoku. I spotted a large fleet of pirates under Whitebeard in the distance. There are 43 pirate groups, including the big Uzumaki Spider Skayad, Lei Ching Maku Gai, the Ranger Doma, and the Brothers D. Carlban, each of whom is a world-renowned big pirate. On the observation tower, the marine soldiers in charge of reconnaissance immediately reported what they saw to Sengoku through the radio. Whitebeard. Did you see Whitebeard? Sengoku asked loudly. These pirates under Whitebeard are not doing well, the most important thing is Whitebeard and his main fleet. No. Haven't found it yet. Hearing this, Sengoku's face suddenly revealed a dignified look, looking at the wide sea, thinking in his heart from which direction and in what way Whitebeard will attack. Just when Sengoku was wondering, bursts of air bubbles suddenly popped up from the inner harbor of naval headquarters, which made Sengoku look indifferent and startled, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. No way. Advertisement. The bubbles in the inner bay are getting bigger and denser. Clatter. A huge whale ship flew out from the bottom of the sea, and landed heavily on the sea, splashing countless waves, followed by 3 main fleets. This moment, Sengoku's bad premonition became a reality. Looking at the Whitebeard main fleet close at hand, Sengoku showed an ugly look on his face. He never expected that Whitebeard would coat the ship with water and attack from the bottom of the sea. That is, the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby DK, and the main fleet of his captains. Marco, the captain of the first team, Josie, the captain of the third team, Beasta, the captain of the 5th team, and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates are all here. They've invaded the bay. Captain Marine, who was standing at the port, saw the Whitebeard pirates fleet in front of him and couldn't help exclaiming loudly. His body trembled slightly, and there was a touch of fear in his heart. Exclamation mark. The pirate group in front of me is the world's strongest pirate group led by the world's strongest man. Gu la 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 la. Sengoku, long time no see. Is my dear son all right? Accompanied by a burst of heroism and Haki's loud laughter, Whitebeard stood on the bow of the Moby DK holding the supreme sharp knife Kongyun, looking lovingly at Ace on the execution platform. Whitebeard, you don't want to train Fire Fist Ace to be the next One Piece. Since you are here today, stay here forever. The voice of Sengoku de Lingran spread throughout the world through the radio phone bug, making the audience standing in front of the screen all over the world tense up instantly. Is going to war. Although the naval headquarters lineup is strong, the Whitebeard pirates should not be underestimated. Which side will win this war? No. Don't know. But if the Whitebeard pirates win, the consequences will be disastrous. Yeah, if naval headquarters were to lose, the whole world would be thrown into riots. 11. Nervous, excited, apprehensive, uneasy. This is a portrayal of the hearts of audiences all over the world at this moment. Hey, the Whitebeard pirates are here, and it will be our turn soon. Let's go. Among the crowd, Luo Xiu spoke softly to the people around him, then turned and left. Conan, Robin, Tsunade, Rayleigh, Enel and others followed Luo Xiu and left, with a look of enthusiasm and excitement on their faces. Immediately, they are about to declare war on the world government. Starting today, their great career and dream will officially set sail. All the attention of the entire Sabayati archipelago was on the big screen of the live broadcast, and no one noticed a ship slowly rising into the sky, flying from high altitude to naval headquarters. At the same time, Whitebeard officially launched an attack on naval headquarters. Ace, my dear son, wait a minute, I'll come to pick you up right away. Whitebeard inserted the cloud in his hand into the bow of the boat, sank slightly, and formed a horse stance, crossed his arms, clenched his fists, his muscles swelled, and then slammed a hammer to both sides. Caw caw caw. The atmosphere around Whitebeard made crackling sounds like glass, and cracks appeared in the space. This scene, whether it is the elite of naval headquarters or the audience from all over the world, they are all shocked, uproarious and frightened. No. No. Big. Atmosphere shattered. Fear. Is this the strength of the strongest man in the world? Shockingly scary. Feeling the power of Whitebeard, Sengoku immediately picked up the phone and shouted. Men, sailors, don't think that even if you have an advantage in numbers, you can definitely win. Give me 12 points. The other party is the earthquake man who ate shock fruit, and possesses the ability to destroy the world. As soon as Sengoku's voice fell, the sea around naval headquarters boiled and churned instantly. A tsunami with a height of thousands of meters rushed towards naval headquarters, surrounding naval headquarters from all directions. The sun's rays disappear at this moment. Naval headquarters suddenly plunged into darkness. Gulu. Countless naval headquarters stared at the turbulent waves of thousands of meters, their atoms apple surged, and they swallowed with difficulty, the cold sweat on their foreheads poured out, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. Shock. Horror. If these waves are allowed to be photographed, I am afraid that the entire naval headquarters will be submerged. Hiss. As this Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Even with the screen on, I'm scared to pee. A tsunami of this level is enough to destroy any country, any island. You deserve to be called the strongest man in the world. Even the elites of naval headquarters were so frightened that their bodies trembled, not to mention the ordinary people who watched the live broadcast. Countless people couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene, and they were scared to pee on the spot. Advertisement. Today, they finally know why Whitebeard is called the strongest man in the world. Such destructive power. It is worthy of the name. Ah la la, what a terrifying tsunami. But, I've seen it before. Seeing such a huge tsunami, Aokiji, who was sitting on a chair under the execution platform, couldn't help but think of the tsunami he encountered when he went to support Eni's lobby, which was stronger than the tsunami caused by Whitebeard in front of him. Whoosh. Aokiji's figure disappeared from the chair in an instant, and appeared in the sky in the next second. Ice Age. With a shout, Aokiji opened his hands. The cold air broke out, forming two huge icicles extending to the tsunami, and the raging tsunami was instantly frozen. Frozen. It's Aokiji Admiral. What about the strongest man in the world? We still have admirals with the highest combat power in the headquarters. Marine shall prevail. Justice shall prevail. Oh oh oh. This scene greatly boosted the morale of the naval headquarters elite, who immediately shouted cheers, the fear on their faces dissipated, and they became full of confidence. Aokiji, you little brat. Air shock. Whitebeard raised his fist, activated the shock fruit ability, and squeezed Aokiji in the air. Atmospheric shattering. Aokiji rushes into the air with a terrifying blast. Click, click, click. Aokiji's body instantly shattered into countless ice blocks and fell from the sky to the sea surface. The sea water in the bay was instantly frozen, freezing all the fleet of the Whitebeard pirates. Gu la 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 la. Little ones, the Aokiji Imp's ice cube just gives us a good landing point at 703 feet. Let's go. Rescue your brother. The scene in front of him made Whitebeard happy instead of surprised, raised Kong Yunchi in his hand and ordered loudly to the pirates under his command. Oh oh oh. Come on. Rescue Ace. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates led their squadrons to jump off the ship and rush towards naval headquarters enthusiastically. The vanguard prevents the Whitebeard pirates from landing. The artillery unit is aiming at the Whitebeard pirates' ships and members of the rear and firing with full force. Attack. Sengoku gave the order without hesitation. Numerous elite naval headquarters jumped off the high platform and rushed towards the Whitebeard pirates, and the huge caliber artillery was fired one after another. Summit War officially opens at this moment. Now. Luo Xiu came to the sky above Marineford, standing on the dawn overlooking the battlefield below, his expression excited and his heart excited. Behind him, Sand Shinobi Tamari, Konkuro, Gara, etc. Cloud Shinobi Reikage, Killer Bee, Wooden Golem, etc. Mist Shinobi Terumi Mei, Hoshigaki Kisame, Momochi Zabuzai, etc. Rock Shinobi. Hino, Kuroto, Terracotta, etc. and Kona Hasanin, Kakashi, Might Guy, etc. A group of summoned ninja powerhouses stood with their hands behind their hands, exuding a powerful aura. The last one was Jonin, and there were more than 10 cage levels. With the addition of Enel and Shichibukai below, apart from the world government, today's Akatsuki is no weaker than any power in the current sea. Well, what a lively scene. Under the diffusion of Yinton, Luo Xiu's voice was clearly heard by everyone on the battlefield. Hearing this voice, everyone subconsciously looked up to the sky, and a huge ship caught everyone's eyes. A black flag is flying on the ship, dotted with red clouds, and in the middle is a sun shining in all directions, implying that the dawn breaks and the darkness is dispelled. It's really the banner of Xiao organization designed by Luo Xiu. This moment, naval headquarters, Whitebeard pirates, and the audience in front of the live broadcast screens all over the world are all focused on this spaceship. Sengoku looked at the spaceship in the sky, his expression was tense, his face was ugly, and he was flustered. Could it be that man? That is, God Slayer, Luo Xiu. The scouting soldiers on the marine watchtower clearly saw Luo Xiu's figure through the binoculars, and couldn't help shouting in fear and trembling. This voice was broadcast throughout naval headquarters and throughout the world with the broadcast. Wow. The moment the name sounded, the whole world was in an uproar. Sengoku heard the shouts of the scouting marines, and the last trace of luck in his heart disappeared. His expression was as ugly as if he had eaten shang. Hateful. Really, that man. He really chose to raid naval headquarters at this time. This is bad. Chapter 63 exposes the darkness of the world government. In the name of Akatsuki, officially declare war on the world government. With the sudden arrival of Luo Xiu, the entire naval headquarters suddenly fell into a brief silence. Pirates stopped. Marine forgot to attack. Now, the eyes of the world are on that ship. God Killer Luo Xiu. There is no one in this sea who has not heard of this name. Under the deliberate exaggeration of the world government, Luo Xiu's reputation is no less than that of the New World Four Emperors, and he is a vicious criminal with the highest reward in the world. Originally Sengoku planned to use the high bounty to cause some troubles for Luo Xiu, but as time went by, it became more and more worthy of the name. God Slayer. Luo Xiu. Why did naval headquarters come out? To help Whitebeard? No. Don't know, but definitely not here to help naval headquarters. It is rumored that Luo Xiu, the God Slayer, hates celestial dragons extremely, and his strength is so terrifying that even the Admiral of headquarters is no match for him. This is bad. Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, is scary enough, and now there is another Godslayer, Luo Xiu. My god, is naval headquarters going to be destroyed? The moment the audience in front of the live broadcast screens around the world saw Luo Xiu appearing, their hearts suddenly fell into panic. In the hearts of the people of the world today, Marine still represents justice. Asterisk 04. Two of the most terrifying men in the world have appeared in naval headquarters, how can we not let them panic and be afraid? Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, and Luo Xiu, the Godslayer, these two people come together, and they feel as if the end of the world is coming. Under everyone's eyes, the dawn slowly descended from the sky. The figure of Luo Xiu and the strong ninja behind him slowly came into view of everyone. Everyone was dressed in a uniform, and behind the red cloud robe with a black background were 10 huge dazzling suns. It's finally here. Doflamingo looked at the spaceship in the sky and laughed excitedly. His body was trembling with excitement when he thought of what would happen next. My dear is finally here. He finally waited for this day, and his dream starts today. The concubine will definitely stand by your side forever and unswervingly. Hancock rested his chin on his hands, full of longing, happy, excited, and joyfully looking at Luo Xiu in the sky. If he hadn't been concerned about the situation in front of him, he would probably jump to Luo Xiu's side immediately and give him a loving hug and sticker. Leader, Lock Dahl, Jinbei, Hawkeye, Moria, and Shang also focused their eyes on Luo Xiu in the sky, and said silently in their hearts, with respectful expressions. Daddy, that's Luo Xiu, what is his purpose in coming to naval headquarters? Marco walked up to Whitebeard and looked at the sky solemnly, not knowing whether Luo Xiu's arrival was good or bad for their actions. Gu la. Don't worry, Marco, a person's eyes of hatred cannot be concealed. That brat's eyes reveal unparalleled hatred, look at it, Sengoku and the others are going to be in trouble. Whitebeard is an old man who can clearly see the hatred for Sengoku, Marine and world government revealed in Luo Xiu's eyes, which is not a bad thing for their actions of the Whitebeard pirates. I saw two acquaintances. Aokiji, Kizaru, I have to say that your Marine Admiral's ability to escape and dodge is really top-notch. I don't know if you can hide and escape this time. In the sky, standing on the bow of the dawn, Luo Xiu looked at Aokiji on the ice and Kizaru under the execution platform, and let out a burst of contemptuous and playful laughter, which immediately made them look ugly. After all, this is not a glorious thing, and it is said in front of people all over the world. Very scary. Another incredible character has come. This man is much scarier than Whitebeard. Kizaru's relaxed look disappeared instantly with the arrival of Luo Xiu, his body was straightened, his muscles tensed, and he was fully on guard, alert to the extreme. In the face of that man, a little negligence will kill you. Oh, advertisement. That's Luo Xiu who almost killed you in Aokiji. Humph. Whether it's Whitebeard or this Godslayer, all of them will die in naval headquarters today. Akainu looked at Luo Xiu in the air, and hot magma burst out from his arm. He is an absolute believer in justice and absolutely does not allow people like Luo Xiu to exist. Sakazuki, don't underestimate that man. Otherwise, you will die. Kizaru saw Sakazuki's iron head, and as a colleague, he couldn't help but remind him. Sakazuki ignored Kizaru, but stared at Luo Xiu in the sky full of killing intent, thinking about how to kill him later. Seeing this, Kizaru shook his head and didn't try to persuade him anymore, he knew exactly what kind of person Akainu was. Luo Xiu, why did you choose to come to naval headquarters at this moment? Are you going to be an enemy of justice? Sengoku pointed at Luo Xiu and questioned Luo Xiu loudly from the commanding heights of justice. Luo Xiu heard the justice in Sengoku's mouth, as if he heard the best joke in the world, put his palm on his forehead, and laughed wantonly. Laughter is full of sarcasm, banter, contempt. Justice. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. What a high-sounding reason. The righteous Marine will kill hundreds of thousands of ordinary people in O'Hara. The righteous marine will kill all the pregnant women and newborn babies in the entire South Blue Bartai Ryla Island because of looking for the blood of the One Piece King Luo Xiu. The righteous marine will allow the 7 warlords of the sea pirates to legalize and plunder the common people of the world. The righteous marine will watch you lower your eyelids and carry out slave human trafficking. The righteous marine needs to dispatch the strongest marine admiral for maintenance even when those evil-doing celestial dragons are beaten up. Is this justice for you marines? Do not. Justice for you marines is justice for the celestial dragons. Sengoku heard the secrets hidden in the darkness exposed in Luo Xiu's mouth, and his whole body suddenly broke out in cold sweat, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He knew very well what a shock the announcement of these secrets would cause. The glorious image of Marine in the hearts of the sea people will collapse in an instant. Quick, turn off the live broadcast all over the world. Sengoku shouted to his subordinates somewhat angrily. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. A naval headquarters soldier immediately led off, but returned shortly afterwards. No, it can't be turned off. The marine soldier responsible for guarding the live phone bug has been lost. Hearing this, Sengoku's face became even uglier, and he looked at Luo Xiu angrily. Was all this planned? At this time, Luo Xiu's words spread throughout the world with the live broadcast, instantly causing an uproar, a great uproar. Everyone couldn't believe their ears. In the hearts of most people in this sea of marine, there has always been a glorious and righteous image. They never expected that such a glorious and righteous marine hides such an unknown darkness. Kill hundreds of thousands of innocent people on an island without hesitation. In order to find the blood of One Piece, he even killed all the pregnant women and babies on an island at that time. This is simply worse than pirates. Even the most ferocious pirates have never heard of anyone who slaughtered an entire island. Shock, anger. Marine's image is beginning to collapse in the hearts of the people of the world. People all over the world, don't be fooled. Luo Xiu is a jealous and vicious pirate who does everything to discredit the world government. Marine is just and will never do such an evil and cruel thing. Seeing that the live broadcast could not be closed, Sengoku could only refute it, trying to restore the image of naval headquarters and world government. That's right, I can't believe Luo Xiu's words. He is the most vicious bounty hunter in the world. I don't believe a righteous marine would do such a thing. Who knew? Advertisement. As far as I know, Godslayer Luo Xiu never seems to have plundered or hurt the poor people since his debut. And he also saved Alabasta, which was about to be stolen, and Dressrosa. The people in both places regard Luo Xiu as a hero. On the other hand, Marine actually allows pirates to be legalized, and I don't need to say what celestial dragons look like. Once this kind of person is hurt, he must dispatch Marine Admiral. Isn't it ridiculous? Some people in the world believe in Marine, while others believe in Luo Xiu. Smear. Evil. Cruel. Ha ha. Marshal Sengoku, won't your conscience hurt when you say these words? Aren't you afraid that O'Hara's hundreds of thousands of innocent people will find you when you sleep? Olaha's buster call was personally issued by you as Admiral at that time, and it became a glorious stroke in your promotion to Marine Marshal. Luo Xiu sneered again and again, dismissing Sengoku's words and admiring Sengoku's brazenness. Being able to turn right and wrong into black and white in front of people all over the world is also a powerful ability. Hateful. How does this guy know everything? These should all be top secret information sealed deep inside the file. Sengoku's face was angry, and at the same time, he was a little flustered in his heart. The fig leaf of naval headquarters was about to be lifted. Without waiting for Sengoku to refute, Luo Xiu tore off his shirt, exposing the dense scars on his body, as well as the eye-catching footprint of the Tianqiang dragon's hoof on his back to the eyes of the people all over the world. Instantly, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. That imprint. No way. That man is a slave to the celestial dragons. This moment, everyone seems to understand why Luo Xiu wanted to kill celestial dragons and why he hated the world government so much. Ha ha ha, I was once a slave of the celestial dragons. When a celestial dragons came to visit my hometown, because the noble celestial dragons thought the kneeling posture of our city residents was not good, they shot and killed people. My parents were one of them. The rest of the people were all taken away as slaves of the celestial dragons, and became their entertainment tools. Bleeding, cutting flesh, fighting Lee's beast. How painful you are, how loud your screams are, how happy and excited they will be. Can you believe these people? Is it guarded by Marine? Things like celestial dragons shouldn't exist. I am here today, on behalf of Akatsuki, to officially declare war on the world government. All slaves and people oppressed by celestial dragons all over the world, stand up. Raise the banner of resistance. 17. Join Akatsuki, and I will lead you and others to eliminate the unreasonable existence of celestial dragons, overthrow the decadent world government, and establish a just and rule of law, equality, freedom, honesty and friendliness. Spend. I have a dream, the original world without discrimination. I have a dream, may there be no oppression in this world. I have a dream, may the world be full of equality. This sea has suffered for celestial dragons, and the world government for a long time. Let's tear through the darkness together and welcome the light. Luo Xiu's impassioned speech spread throughout the world, making the countless kingdoms, civilians, and slaves oppressed by celestial dragons and the world government feel excited. Fair rule of law, equality and freedom, what a distant vocabulary for them. Now, Luo Xiu's words are like a spark that instantly ignites the anger of countless kingdoms, civilians, and slaves in the world oppressed by celestial dragons and the world government. Avoid. Countless people all over the world roared to the sky and shouted. Oh, Lord Luo Xiu, I would like to join Akatsuki. Kill the celestial dragons. Overthrow the world government. Chapter 64 Shock the world. Shichibukai Rebellion. Reveal celestial dragons. The world is boiling. This world is huge, this sea is vast, and there are many people oppressed by celestial dragons and world government. The fire of rebellion in their hearts was ignited by Luo Xiu. In the past, they were enslaved by the celestial dragons and oppressed by the world government. Every year, they had to pay countless heavenly gold for the celestial dragons to squander. The reason why they did not resist was because they did not dare to resist. World government is too strong, no one can compete with it. Now, someone who can stand up to the world government has appeared, and the anger they have accumulated for countless years erupts like a volcano. Shit. Damn it. Is this your purpose? To overthrow the world government? What a horror, what a huge ambition. Sengoku heard Luo Xiu's proclamation, he could already predict what the world would be like, the expression on his face was extremely ugly, cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Now, Luo Xiu's threat has far surpassed Fire Fist Ace, Whitebeard Pirates, and even Revolutionary Dragon. This man is so scheming. Since his debut, he has been holding back until now, choosing this time to declare war on the world government, to expose the darkness of Marine, and to win the hearts of the people of the world, is really a clever method. Sengoku feels like he's being played around by this man. Boo 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 boo. At this time, the special phone bug in Sengoku's arms rang, and it was a call from the Holy Land Mariejois. Moses, this is Sengoku. Sengoku, you must kill Luo Xiu in naval headquarters at all costs today, you can even give up the Fire Fist Ace, give up the Whitebeard Pirates. As soon as Sengoku was connected, a five elders' voice sounded out of breath. Even they did not expect that Luo Xiu would choose to play this hand during the summit war. Obviously, they have realized the seriousness of the matter. If Luo Xiu is not killed today, in the future there will be countless people on the sea who will respond to Luo Xiu's call, giving him the ability to confront the world government head-on. This is much bigger threat to the world government than the four emperors and the revolutionary army. Yes, Lord Five Elders. Bet everything on naval headquarters, Luo Xiu must be strangled in naval headquarters today. Sengoku assured immediately. In fact, even without the Five Elders Order 473, Sengoku planned to keep Luo Xiu at all costs. This man is truly terrifying. It's so scary that even Sengoku, the resourceful general, is terrified. If this kind of strong and intelligent man is allowed to develop, he will definitely become an unshakable behemoth, which is many times more threatening than Fire Fist Ace. Gu la 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 la. What a terrible man. To overthrow the world government is a more difficult dream than becoming the One Piece. Whitebeard raised his head and carried the figure in the sky, his eyes showed deep appreciation, even admiration, even he never dared to have such ambition. This kind of ambition, this kind of dream reminded him of his young Captain Locks. That is the only pirate who dares to challenge the world government head-on. But because he was too cruel, the hearts of the whole pirate group were not in harmony, and finally died in the Valley of God's battle. Now, Sengoku gritted his teeth and looked at the figure in the air, his heart was full of anger, helplessness and deep remorse. If I had known earlier, I should have followed Garp's advice and dealt with Luo Xiu first. If he had been taken down early, there would be no such thing in the submarine prison. But, no matter how much Sengoku regrets now, it's too late. It has happened. Luo Xiu's goal has been achieved, and he can only do his best to remedy it, killing him here at all costs. Marshal Sengoku, is it alright to borrow your execution platform? A space vortex emerged, and Luo Xiu's figure suddenly appeared on the execution platform, which surprised Sengoku and looked at Luo Xiu in horror. Spatial ability. Before he had time to think about it, Sengoku's body swelled instantly, turning into a golden giant Buddha more than 10 meters high, and his golden palm slapped Luo Xiu fiercely. Big Buddha shockwave. The golden Buddha's palm hit Luo Xiu with a violent shock wave, which contained incomparably violent energy. But Luo Xiu didn't even look at it, and went straight to the middle of the execution platform. His observation haki has seen what's coming. Bear Chong Ob. A huge figure appeared beside Luo Xiu, it was Shichibukai's tyrant bear, stretched out his arm, activated the meatball fruit ability, and hit a shock wave no less than Sengoku. Boom. Advertisement. Two powerful shock waves collided with each other, and a violent wind burst out. The circles of white air waves were clearly visible, and the cloaks of the naval headquarters soldiers around the execution platform rattled. Tyrant bear. Seeing the bear that blocked his attack, Sengoku's face was full of surprise, shock and shock. An ominous premonition rose in my heart. No way. Shocked, Sengoku stepped back from the execution platform and landed next to Garp below. Looking up, Sengoku was dumbfounded. See, the 7 warlords of the sea who were still on the inner bay all appeared on the execution platform. When, Sengoku just went all out on Luo Xiu, totally oblivious to Shichibukai's situation. Just when you launched your attack, Tyrant Bear sent all the Shichibukai to the execution stand using his fruit power. Garp beside him told him why. Hateful, Shichibukai, what are you going to do? Sengoku pointed at Tyrant Bear, Moria, Doflamingo and they shouted and asked. What, Shishishi? Of course I obey the leader's order. Doflamingo laughed and looked at Sengoku playfully, then stood respectfully behind Luo Xiu. What, leader? Sengoku was shocked, Marine was shocked, Whitebeard pirates were shocked, the whole world was shocked. This moment, everyone looked at Shichibukai standing behind Luo Xiu in disbelief. They couldn't believe their eyes. The 7 warlords of the sea belonging to the world government actually stood behind the godslayer Luo Xiu. How is that possible? Hey, Doflamingo, Locke, Tyrant Bear, Jinbei, Moria, Mahawk, Boa Hancock, do you know what you are doing? You are against the world government. Sengoku roared angrily at the crowd of 7 warlords of the sea, questioning them, trembling with anger. He never thought that the 7 warlords of the sea would all submit to Luo Xiu. Damn, when exactly? He. Sengoku. You have no idea how powerful this man in front of you is. Look, naval headquarters will soon cease to exist, and the era belonging to Master Luo Xiu is coming. Doflamingo opened his arms and laughed wildly, looking at Luo Xiu with wild eyes, as if welcoming the coming of Luo Xiu's era. World government. Oh, sooner or later, he will be overthrown by this man. Locke Dar, smoking a cigar, dismissed Sengoku's words. He. Lord Luo Xiu is so powerful that you can't even imagine, he is the man who will become the king of the world. Moria has long been impressed by Luo Xiu's haughty haki, so how could she care about Sengoku's words? As a Murloc, I was also a member of the slaves. I am fed up with the oppression of the world government. Every day, countless Murlocs and mermen are caught as slaves on the Fishman Island, and the biggest buyers are celestial dragons. I will follow the leader to create a country of equality and freedom without discrimination and slave trading. Jinbei's eyes were firm, and he was already deeply disappointed with the world government in his heart, but the strength of the Fishman Island was too weak to fight against the world government at all. Now that Luo Xiu has raised the banner of resistance, he will naturally join and follow without hesitation. Hawkeye didn't speak, and stood aside coldly, his eyes were only on the way of the sword. Following Luo Xiu is because he lost to Luo Xiu, as a pure swordsman, naturally he will not violate his promise. Humph. Luo Xiu is my dear husband, so I naturally stand by his side. World government. It's such a disgusting appellation. The little girl Hancock usually cuddles with Luo Xiu, from the beginning to the end, she never really joined Shichibukai, it was just for expediency. You. Listening to their declarations one by one, Sengoku was trembling with anger, completely speechless. He never expected that the 7 warlords of the sea would all become Luo Xiu's people. Advertisement. They naval headquarters, world government turned into pure beaters. The whole world is in an uproar. Was shocked to the extreme. Everyone in the world has not discovered that there is such a reversal. No. Isn't it? The great pirates of the 7 warlords of the sea have all surrendered to the godslayer Luo Xiu. My god. This is unbelievable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed my eyes. What kind of strength and charm is this, to be able to subdue the rebellious 7 warlords of the sea? It's so scary. Audiences from all over the world who watched the live broadcast were amazed. This kind of transformation is beyond everyone's expectation. Who would have thought that the dignified 7 warlords of the sea would rebel collectively, surrender to Luo Xiu, and join Xiao? Kamui. Luo Xiu let out a soft drink, and the original black and white pupils turned into pitch black Sharingan, and a space vortex appeared. At this time, their expressions were dull and numb, and the moment they saw Luo Xiu, they immediately crawled over like dogs. Please, kill me, kill me, kill me. They cry out for death. God knows what torture they have suffered these days, they just want to die immediately. Rest assured, it will kill you soon. Luo Xiu raised his hand and used wood style to create 3 vines to trap them. Hey, Brother Ace, can you please give me a place? Luo Xiu cut off the chains on his body with a knife, and asked politely. What? Oh. Ace's face was confused, and he subconsciously stepped aside, his whole mind was blank. Who I am? Where am I? What happened? At this moment, no one paid attention to Ace anymore, and all eyes were on Luo Xiu. We don't know what Luo Xiu is going to do, but it must be an earth-shattering event. Oh, people oppressed by celestial dragons, world government all over the world. Look, this is the celestial dragons who usually stand tall. They have nothing to fear, just like us ordinary people, they carry one head on 2 shoulders. Why can they bully us unscrupulously? Why can they enjoy the supreme privilege? Why do we have to let them be slaughtered like lambs waiting to be slaughtered? Here today, I want to show you that celestial dragons are not gods, they will bleed and be killed. With the blood of the celestial dragons, sacrifice the banner of Akatsuki's rebellion. Luo Xiu took the long execution knife of the executioner who had been frightened stupid long ago, and put it on the head of celestial dragons. No, won't it? Godslayer Luo Xiu is going to publicly execute celestial dragons at naval headquarters in front of the whole world. This is crazy. That man, he really dares. Cheat. A lie. The aristocrats of the world, the descendants of the creator, will be publicly executed in naval headquarters. People all over the world are horrified by Luo Xiu's actions. Public execution of celestial dragons. What kind of courage is this? Damn it. Luo Xiu, what are you doing? Release the 3 celestial dragons. Sengoku roars in anger. If celestial dragons were to be publicly executed by Luo Xiu in naval headquarters today, then the majesty of naval headquarters and world government in the whole world would be gone. Ha ha, as the loyal dog of celestial dragons in a hurry. Rest assured, it will be your turn soon. Luo Xiu sneered, raising the execution knife in his hand high. All Marines obey orders. Stop him. Chapter 65 Sengoku Regrets. World government was brutally backstabbed. The force of Akatsuki is officially announced. Sengoku shouted angrily, and rushed forward to attack Luo Xiu first. Big Buddha Shockwave, Garp, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Sakazuki also acted immediately, attacking Luo Xiu one after another. They are also very clear in their hearts, if celestial dragons are publicly executed in front of the people of the world, what kind of consequences will it be? Iron Fist Meteor, Ice Ball, Laser, Dark Hound. 5 powerful attacks bombarded Luo Xiu with powerful destructive and destructive power. The scene was extremely spectacular. I'm afraid that there has never been such a situation in the whole sea where 5 Admiral-level combat forces besieged a person, even Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the world, has never enjoyed such treatment. Hiss. What a terrifying attack. Marshal Sengoku, Hero Garp, and 3 admirals, each of them is a legendary existence among Marines. Can't hold it. Even if Godslayer Luo Xiu is strong, he can't resist the joint attack of the 5 strongest fighters of naval headquarters. The whole naval headquarters and the whole world were shocked by this scene. The joint attack of the 5 naval headquarters Zeons, if it wasn't for Luo Xiu, I'm afraid they would never have seen it in their lifetime. Hey, you guys, don't disturb our leader. Yellow Monkey, I have heard that you are fast, let's compare. 100 million volt super electromagnetic gun. Enel threw a golden marble, and the lightning on his body gushed out crazily. Under the action of powerful electromagnetic force, the golden marble was endowed with extremely terrifying kinetic energy, facing Kizaru's laser. Instantly blow it away, and follow the trail of Kizaru's laser through his arm. Very scary. It turned out to be a thunder fruit capable user. Kizaru glanced at his pierced right arm, then turned his eyes to Enel again, with a look of seriousness in his eyes. Logia Thunder Fruit is undoubtedly one of the top devil fruit abilities in this sea. Its speed is no less than his sparkling fruit, and its attack and destructive power is even higher than his own sparkling fruit. Ha ha, on magma, my old Zyke has never been afraid of anyone. Lava style chakra mode on. Lao Zi sprang out from behind Luo Xiu, the chakra on his body turned into a scorching face, forming a coat to wrap around his body, and a tail grew out from behind, and the pull of 4 tails was continuously sent into his body. Lava-style burning river great eruption. Lao Zi put his palms together, the chakra in his body spewed out like a volcanic eruption, forming a wide river like magma rushing towards Sakazuki.
The lava as wide as a river swallows up Sakazuki's Dark Hound in an instant and submerges it with unabated force. Boiling shield unparalleled strange power. 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han erupted with a burst of terrifying high-temperature steam, and rushed out like a jet plane, rushing towards Aokiji. The scorching heat from the steam burst Aokiji's ice balls. The right leg is raised high, steam spurts, and it kicks Aokiji fiercely with violent force. Ah la la, another monster-like powerhouse. Aokiji can clearly feel the power contained in this kick. Although it does not cover armament hockey, the scorching steam heat is not to be underestimated. The body instantly turned into elements, and was kicked violently with a bang, turning into ice slag all over the sky. Strongest lightning-style armor open. Lightning-style Lei Li is eager. Raikage, who has the strongest physique, burst out with lightning chakra all over his body, his golden hair stood up like a hedgehog, and his clothes were instantly stretched by his bulging muscles. Raikage's physique is slightly comparable to that of the pirates in the world, and he is also a very violent fighter who likes to fight in close quarters. He had a crush on Garp right away. Lightning-style chakra wrapped his fist, covered in a thin layer of armament hockey, and threw it directly at Garp hammer. Boom. Both of them are strong in physical skills and powerful in strength. Their 2 fists collided fiercely, and a burst of violent air flow broke out, setting off a violent wave of air. Bear Shock. Super Strike Whiplash. Shadow Horn Gun. Shimewa Righteous Fist. Arc Moon Sand Dunes. Night Eagle Flash. Slave Arrow. Sengoku, who attacked Luo Xiu first, was the worst. He was besieged by Shichibukai. Even though Sengoku was strong, he was no match for 4 hands. He vomited blood and flew backwards. The attacks of the 5 marine powerhouses were resolved in an instant, and Luo Xiu's actions were not affected at all. Laugh, laugh, laugh. 3 heads soared into the sky, leaving streaks of blood in the air. Now, the whole world is stunned. Killed, really killed it. Advertisement. Celestial dragons were indeed publicly executed at naval headquarters. Whether it's the naval headquarters soldiers at the scene, the members of the Whitebeard pirates, or the people from all over the world who were watching the live broadcast, they all stood on the spot. Jaw dropping, stunned, they couldn't believe their eyes. The celestial dragons, the world's nobles, descendants of the creator, were publicly executed in naval headquarters, the strongest fortress in the world government. Good, so strong. Are you kidding me? Marine Marshal Sengoku, legendary hero Garp, Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu, Admiral, and 5 Marines, the Zeons, couldn't stop that man. Monsters. They're all monsters. The attacks of the 5 naval headquarters powerhouses were all taken over by his subordinates. It's simply terrifyingly strong. Shock. Marvel. This is the first official appearance of the people under Luo Xiu's command in the world, and they are a blockbuster. Whether it's the Marshal Sengoku, the hero Garp, or the 3 admirals, which one is not the one standing at the top of the sea? How can their attacks be received by ordinary people? But, not only did the man's subordinates take over, but they also looked very relaxed.
To be able to achieve this level, even if it loses to Admiral, it will not be inferior. With so many powerful masters, no wonder that man dared to publicly execute celestial dragons in naval headquarters and openly declare war on the world government. Such strength. Maybe it can really pose a threat to the world government, and maybe overthrow them. This moment, the whole world has seen the power of Akatsuki. Not only is the leader of this organization strong, even the subordinates are as strong as monsters. Damn it, where did this Luo Xiu find so many strong men? Sengoku stood under the execution platform, looked at the heads of the 3 celestial dragons on the ground with an ugly face, and was shocked and angry inside. He never expected that Luo Xiu's subordinates would have so many strong men. The joint attack of myself, Garp, and Admiral was easily resolved. It's unbelievable, very scary, everyone who is strong is like a monster. Kizaru is still the familiar mantra, but there is no frivolity or joke in the voice, and the eyes under the brown sunglasses reveal a deep sense of dignity and vigilance. This amount of high-end combat power is no less than that of any 4 Emperors pirate group, and even has it. Sengoku, I said earlier, we have to deal with Luo Xiu first. Now he's fully grown. To deal with him now we have to block our entire naval headquarters. Garp shook his slightly numb fist and said with dissatisfaction. Garp, you are right, I underestimated Luo Xiu's growth rate. Originally, I planned to eliminate the Whitebeard pirates and free up my hands to deal with him, but now it seems that his growth rate is far beyond my imagination. In a short period of time, so many powerful people were recruited, and such a terrifying organization was established. I regret, but it's useless to say anything now, we can only risk everything to kill Luo Xiu here, and we must not let him leave. Sengoku looked at Luo Xiu on the execution platform, and at the moment his heart was full of regret and annoyance. If they had adopted Garp's suggestion to deal with Luo Xiu first, why would there be so many troubles today? That's all there is to it. Hearing that Sengoku regretted it, Garp didn't want to say anything more. He tore off the cloak of justice on his back and burst out with a powerful and fierce aura, ready to use all his strength to take down Luo Xiu with Sengoku. Look, this is celestial dragons. They are mortal like us, they will bleed and die. They're not gods, they're just a bunch of moths, pigs who have been shaded by their ancestors. So, don't worry, don't be afraid, take up the weapons in your hands and resist. Kill the celestial dragons, overthrow the world government, break through the darkness, and meet Li Ming. Luo Xiu raised the execution knife in his hand, swayed the blood of celestial dragons on it, and the sound spread throughout the world. In front of the screen, countless viewers from all over the world watched the live broadcast, their eyes were set on the body of celestial dragons, looking at the blood that flowed all over the ground, the awe of celestial dragons in their hearts, the fear is slowly dissipating. Turn out to be. Celestial dragons bleed too. Celestial dragons die too. Them. It's not a high-ranking god, but a moth, a pig, who takes advantage of the shadow of the ancestors to make a fortune. Advertisement. Why does this kind of person ride on our heads, bullying and slaughtering us like pigs and sheep? Resist. Must resist. The anger in my heart is burning, and the consciousness of resistance is awakening. Now, countless people in front of the screen looked at the corpse of celestial dragons and shouted loudly. Kill the celestial dragons and overthrow the world government. Kill the celestial dragons and overthrow the world government. Kill the celestial dragons and overthrow the world government. 17. All over the world, Grand Line, New World, all over the world, countless islands, those kingdoms that are unbearably oppressed by celestial dragons, world government, civilians, the cries of hard work resound through the sky. The flame of rebellion against the world government was completely ignited by Luo Xiu. Alabasta, Wangdu Square. Countless Alabasta citizens watched the live broadcast of naval headquarters, and many people who had been rescued by Luo Xiu couldn't help but feel excited inside, wishing to stand up and shout to support the hero who saved them, but due to the majesty of the royal family, they suffocated, and their faces turned pale flushed. Upstairs in the palace, Vivi watched this scene and felt that the time was ripe. Taking a deep breath, eyes filled with admiration, he looked at the incomparable figure of Shaki on the live broadcast screen, and picked up the radio phone bug in his hand. Citizens of Alabasta, do you still remember the previous incident of stealing the country? Actually, the mastermind behind the scenes is 7 warlords of the sea, Lokdar, who belongs to the world government. Thanks to Master Luo Xiu who appeared in time to defeat and subdue him, so that our Alabasta survived, saved hundreds of thousands of people, and saved countless families. Lord Luo Xiu is our Alabasta hero. I, Nefeltari Vivi, announce in my capacity as Alabasta's successor princess, that from today Alabasta will leave the world government and join Akatsuki to follow Lord Luo Xiu to overthrow the corrupt world government. Vivi's words spread throughout the entire capital through radio and telephone bugs, reaching the ears of every citizen. They never expected that the mastermind behind the previous conspiracy to steal the country turned out to be Crocodile from the 7 warlords of the sea under the command of the world government. Simply hateful. This moment, all the citizens of Alabasta are filled with anger and hatred towards the world government, plus Luo Xiu saved countless lives of them, no one objected to Vivi's decision. Even excited, the long-suppressed mood of the citizens of Alabasta exploded instantly with Vivi's decision. Oh, support Lord Luo Xiu and overthrow the world government. Long live Lord Luo Xiu. Standing on the tower of the palace, Vivi listened to the cries of countless citizens, looked at Luo Xiu's figure, and showed a happy smile on his face. Finally, I can fight side by side with you openly and above board. At the same time, The capital of Seven Waters, the Fishman Island, Dressrosa have announced that they will break away from the franchise countries of the world government, join Xiao, and become Luo Xiu's forces. All the forces that joined Akatsuki have surfaced at this moment, officially announced. Report to Marshal Sengoku. Alabasta announced that it would break away from the world government and join the practice. A Marine general officer hastily reported to Sengoku. What? Alabasta broke away from the world government franchise. Sengoku's eyes widened and he questioned loudly, he couldn't believe his ears. Alabasta is one of the best superpowers in the world. How come? Before he could finish digesting the news, another Marine general reported to Sengoku. Report to Marshal Sengoku. The capital of the Seven Waters announces that it will leave the world government and join Akatsuki. Report to Marshal Sengoku. Dressrosa announces to leave world government and join Akatsuki. Report to Marshal Sengoku. The Fishman Island announces that it has left World Mansion and joined. One news after another was reported to Sengoku by Marine soldiers, making Sengoku numb. He knew that Luo Xiu's words would have a great impact all over the world, but he never expected to have such a huge impact. Alabasta, the capital of the Seven Waters, the Fishman Island, Dressrosa, each of which is a well-known kingdom, unexpectedly all chose to leave the member countries of the world government and choose to join Xiao Xiao. Exclamation mark. It's not just Sengoku that's numb. The whole world is numb. Through the live broadcast, viewers around the world were able to clearly hear Naval Headquarters soldiers debriefing Sengoku. The whole world knows that Alabasta, the capital of Seven Waters, the Fishman Island, and Dressrosa have left the world government and chose to join Akatsuki. This scene made countless kingdoms who were still watching and hesitating make choices one after another. In just a short time, dozens of kingdoms have chosen to leave the world government. When the five elders of Victory Mariejois received the news, the whole person exploded, immediately dialed Sengoku's phone, and roared with the loudest voice. Sengoku, immediately, eradicate that man at all costs. Soil. Chapter 66. There's mud everywhere. Who gave you a bag of rice? Spicy Tiansai. The ear-piercing sound almost shattered Sengoku's eardrums, making Sengoku involuntarily hold the phone bug away from himself. Yes, Lord Five Elders. Don't worry, I promise you that Luo Xiu will be killed. Sengoku hastily shouted his assurances to the five elders. This scene fell into the eyes of all the people watching the live broadcast all over the world. Hurry up, world government is in a hurry. That man is so terrifying that he made the five elders, the supreme ruler of the world government, so angry. Obviously, that man has shaken the foundation of the world government. Yes, if such a man does not die, he will become the #1 enemy of the world government. Will this man make it out of Naval Headquarters alive? I'm a little confused. Although God Slayer Luo Xiu and his subordinates are very powerful, Naval Headquarters is also as strong as a cloud, and there are 100,000 elites. Look, no matter what, this war will be an epic war that will change the direction of the world. This series of news made everyone in the world overwhelmed and shocked again and again. This will surely be a moment in history. Luo Xiu. That man, with his own strength, he has shaken the foundation of the world government's 800-year-old rule. Simply invincible, but at the same time, it also made him a serious problem in the heart of the world government, an existence that must be erased at all costs. All eyes in the world are focused on Luo Xiu. They are very clear that there will be a great battle in the future, and Naval Headquarters and Akatsuki must die endlessly. Luo Xiu, D. Look what you've done. You're going to throw the whole world into chaos. An evil and cruel person like you must kill you here today. Sengoku tore off the cloak of justice on his body, revealing a strong and sturdy Buddha body, and shouted at Luo Xiu with an angry face. As the resourceful general, he has never been so angry for a moment. Sengoku felt like he was completely in the hands of this man. The summit war he carefully planned has completely become a stage for the opponent to go to the world and achieve fame. His Marine Admiral has become a complete joke. No break, no stand. The world government is corrupt, and the justice of your Marines is also distorted. Uphold the justice of the celestial dragons. Survive the chaos. Break the darkness in the chaos. Brightness in chaos. Only by truly feeling pain can we truly usher in peace. Luo Xiu opened his arms without fear, as if he was embracing the dawn and welcoming peace. Hateful. All Marines obey orders. Gamble the glory of Marine and kill Luo Xiu, the most ferocious criminal in the world. Justice triumphs. Sengoku gave orders to all the Marines, he no longer cared about dealing with Ace, and went to deal with the Whitebeard pirates. Now, he has only one goal. That is to kill Luo Xiu. Justice must prevail. That is inevitable, because justice is written by the victors. For the slogan of Marine, Luo Xiu didn't even think about it, and shouted for justice, but behind the scenes, he did something more ferocious and brutal than pirates. Simply disgustingly disgusting. Marine soldiers. Advertisement. You ask yourself, what is the purpose of you joining Marine? Is it to safeguard the justice of the people of the world, or to safeguard the justice of the Celestial Dragons gang of bastards? Now, I give you a chance to choose again. Continue to be the loyal dog of the Celestial Dragons, maintain the corrupt rule of the world government, and become the accomplice of the Celestial Dragons group of devoid of conscience. Or quit Marine, strengthen your heart of justice, and become a true man of justice who protects the general public. As Luo Xiu's voice fell, many soldiers summoned from Naval Headquarters felt a little shaken in their hearts. For this war, Sengoku summoned all elite sailors from all over the world, and the lowest of them as a lieutenant officer. Many of them who are in high positions have also been exposed to the darkness of Marine, and understand that this place is not as beautiful as they imagined when they first joined Marine. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, Sengoku saw many elite soldiers of the naval headquarters showing wavering and hesitant expressions, and his face became extremely ugly. This man, not only did he shake the hearts of the whole world to rebel, want to shake the morale of the naval headquarters soldiers. How far he wants to play with people's hearts. My fellow sailors, don't be fooled by this man. He is the most ferocious criminal in the world, the source of the world's chaos, and the most evil existence in the world. We should work together to wipe out this man here, return the whole world, and return this piece of heaven and sea to Enshen. Sengoku immediately yelled to appease the morale of the army. If the morale of these elite marine soldiers is shaken, the consequences will be unimaginable. Evil, ha ha, I'm just giving them a chance to choose. Sengoku, if you firmly believe in the justice of your marine, have a clear conscience, and have no ghosts in your heart, what are you afraid of? Luo Xiu crossed his arms and looked at Sengoku, who was flustered, with a sneer of disdain on his face. The reason why I am anxious is because I am ashamed of the justice in my heart, and there are ghosts in my heart. You, don't use your tongue. If you can't escape today, you will be punished by justice. Sengoku felt stuffy in his chest, feeling like his lungs were about to explode. Escape. When did I say I was going to run away? The choice just now is just to give those who truly have a heart of justice a chance to survive. Because the next naval headquarters, the place where Kailong people's loyal dogs are cultivated, will be completely destroyed. Luo Xiu's voice is full of coldness. His purpose of coming here today is to destroy this place. Hiss. All the people in the world who heard Luo Xiu's haughty, cold declaration all gasped subconsciously, and stared at the figure on the execution platform in horror. Destroy naval headquarters. This is the holy land of the entire marine. Now, the most powerful masters and elite soldiers of the entire marine are gathered here. How bold, how strong, how powerful does he have to dare to say such a thing, Hey, Dad, is that man joking? He wants to destroy naval headquarters. On the Moby DK, Marco's dead fish eyes showed a horrified expression, and he couldn't believe his ears. What a crazy move. Even the Whitebeard pirates dare not destroy the entire naval headquarters under the protection of so many strong men. Although that man and his subordinates are very strong, but after all, the number is very small. Today's naval headquarters has a full 100,000 elites. Gu la la la. That man doesn't seem like a person who can make jokes. Look, Marco, this man will be a person who will change the world, and he will become a greater person than Luo Jia. Even Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, couldn't help admiring Luo Xiu. Destroy naval headquarters. Advertisement. Ah. How dare you say it? Stop being so arrogant, you will die today. All Marines obey orders. Attack. Sengoku sneered. He didn't care about Luo Xiu's words at all, he thought Luo Xiu was too arrogant. Wanting to destroy naval headquarters under the guard of such powerful naval headquarters is simply a dream. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. Shish. With Sengoku's order, countless Marines attack Luo Xiu. Shells, bullet, sword chi, waiting for all kinds of attacks to fly towards Luo Xiu one after another. Hyuga Luo Xiu attacked like a dark cloud. Ha ha, it seems that you have already made a choice. Since you choose to continue to be the loyal dog of celestial dragons, then go to hell. Luo Xiu looked at the countless attacks flying towards him in the sky, without the slightest fear on his face. A cold look flashed in his eyes. All die. Are you talking in your sleep? You are the one to die. Great eruption. Akainu completely dismissed Luo Xiu's words, his right arm turned into hot magma, and blasted at Luo Xiu fiercely. Hey, Red Dog, if you want to attack the leader, have you asked me? Lava-style volcanic eruption. Lao Zi was very dissatisfied with Akainu jumping over him to attack his leader. The tail beast chakra on his body exploded loudly, spitting out a lava like a volcanic eruption. Boom. The two streams of magma collided in the air, sending out a violent explosion, and a violent, strong airflow mixed with the pungent smell of sulfur scattered in all directions. The magma splashed down, scaring the surrounding naval headquarters soldiers to run away. Hey, let's get started. Kill all the celestial dragons and start by cleaning up, you loyal dogs. A bag of rice has to be carried on several floors, a bag of rice has to be carried on the second floor, a bag of rice has to be paid, a bag of rice has to be given to me, a bag of rice costs 4.5 for me to wash. There is mud in every grain. Who gave you a bag of rice? Luo Xiu's body slowly floated and flew into the air, his voice was full of depression, hatred, and pain. His eyes gradually turned into a pair of spiral-shaped 9-goose jade Rinnegan, endless chakra churned in his body, like a rough sea endless. Suddenly, Luo Xiu's eyes stared suddenly, and he let out a shout. Spicy Tiansai. The raging chakra is instantly released at this moment, and a powerful, terrifying, and invincible repulsion spreads around the execution platform in all directions. Boom boom boom. Ka ka ka. Everything touched by the repulsion is destroyed, torn, annihilated. House collapse. The earth is torn. Sengoku, Garp, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu, the 5 Marines closest to Luo Xiu, received the most violent impact, and they flew backwards. All the Marines around were not spared, and were all bounced away by this terrifying repulsion. Broken bones. Blood spouts. The Marine soldiers below the general level were killed on the spot. This scene was clearly introduced to the eyes of every viewer in the world through the live broadcast. Even if it was on the screen, countless people were scared and lay on the ground trembling with their heads covered. Naval headquarters is being destroyed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 67. The world is in an uproar. Raised naval headquarters. All-out war. Ah, 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 shrill, painful, ear-piercing screams and wailing resounded over the entire naval headquarters. Blood, corpses, and ruins are now the main theme of naval headquarters. Sons, quick, back. Seeing such terrifying destructive power, Whitebeard could no longer maintain a deal, and immediately rushed to the front of the Whitebeard pirate group, unreservedly launching the burst of fruit power. Kacha kacha kacha. The atmosphere shattered, the terrifying vibration force collided with the repulsion force, and Whitebeard's huge body was constantly pushed back by the repulsion force. Muscles swell, vein protruding. Whitebeard almost tried his best to counteract this repulsion. And his sons were frightened dumbfounded, they all stood there blankly, staring blankly at everything in front of them. Look around. Naval headquarters is almost gone, completely in ruins. In the entire naval headquarters, there is only one execution platform standing there. Gulu. Countless pirates of the Whitebeard pirates watched the terrifying scene in front of them, and couldn't help swallowing hard. Their bodies were so stiff that they couldn't move, and their foreheads were sweating profusely. Even if they are on the periphery of naval headquarters, they can still feel the destructive power. It's really scary. Half an hour. The repulsive force gradually disappeared, the diffuse smoke and dust gradually drifted away, and those live phone bugs placed at the outer tail clearly presented the appearance of naval headquarters to every audience in the world who was in front of the live screen. Hiss. The flat island ground and the ruins piled up on the edge of the island made all the audience who were watching the live broadcast take a breath of air in an instant. The expression on his face was shocked to the extreme, even distorted. Panic. Horrified. Oh 7. Incredible. Is this naval headquarters? Really destroyed. Cheat. A lie. Disappeared. C. Naval headquarters was really destroyed. My god. What a terrifying destructive power. Just kidding. Naval headquarters, in a split second. How terrifying is this man's strength? 17. Audiences all over the world were completely taken aback by Luo Xiu's strength. I can't even say a complete sentence. The voice trembled, containing deep fear and awe. The grand, majestic, and solid naval headquarters turned into ruins in just a few breaths. This kind of strength is really beyond everyone's imagination. A long time. Sengoku, Garp, Aokiji, Akainu, Kizaru and a group of naval headquarters vice admiral, the surviving soldiers slowly crawled out of the ruins, all of them disgraced and in a state of embarrassment. When they opened their eyes and saw the scene in front of them, they were all stunned. What's going on here? C. Naval Headquarters Department. Sengoku's voice trembled, he was stunned, he could hardly utter a sentence, he couldn't believe his eyes, his whole heart was bleeding. Gone. Naval Headquarters gone. It was really destroyed by that guy. Hey, just kidding. Naval Headquarters was razed to the ground. Aokiji shook his head, looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief, completely unable to hold back. Kizaru didn't say it was scary anymore, he stared blankly at the ruined naval headquarters in front of him. Advertisement. Akainu's face was gloomy and frightening, magma dripped from his body non-stop, and he made a scorching sound when he fell on the ruins on the ground. Where are naval headquarters soldiers? Sengoku looked around, only to find that less than 1,000 marine soldiers stood up, and countless stumps and broken arms were buried in the ruins. The ground and the ruins all turned dark red. Even the sea water around Marineford Island turned dark red. Result. Obvious. 100,000 marine elites have lost 1 out of 10. The only thing left alive is myself waiting for these marines who are still standing. Luo Xiu. Damn you. Sengoku looked up at the figure standing high in the sky, his silver teeth were almost gnawed, and endless anger filled his heart. 100,000 elites. This is the backbone of Marine. It's almost wiped out now. He can already imagine to what extent Marine's majesty and dominance will decline in this sea in the future. Ha. Angry. Desperate. Painful. This is exactly what the people of O'Hara felt when you ordered the massacre. This is exactly how the thousands of enslaved slaves in your holy land Mariejois felt. Since they have chosen to be the loyal dogs of the celestial dragons, then you must be prepared to die for your master. Facing Sengoku's angry questioning and roaring, Luo Xiu didn't care at all. He has given these marines a choice. But they didn't cherish it and still chose to be the loyal dogs of celestial dragons. Since he is an enemy, then Luo Xiu will not show any mercy. Sengoku, stop talking nonsense. Take this kid and execute him on the spot. A muscular Kong came out and said to Sengoku with an angry face. Originally, the world government sent him over to support him, just to prevent the naval headquarters from attacking the Whitebeard pirates. But it never occurred to me that Luo Xiu did not sneak attack at all, but chose to be upright and strong. Yes, master. Listen, Marine who is still standing, that guy is the villain who destroyed our naval headquarters. Gamble everything. He must be strangled here today. Avenge for the naval headquarters. Avenge for the fallen naval headquarters. Sengoku issued an angry declaration, making all the surviving Marines look at Luo Xiu full of anger and hatred. Revenge. All the surviving Marines roared in unison, with the breath of mourning soldiers. Superior. Martial Sengoku took the lead in the charge, and the Great Buddha Fruit was used to ultimate, and his body swelled to more than 20 meters, exuding dazzling golden light, and looked full of power. Come on. Garp, Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu, Flying Squirrel, Ghost Spider and all Marines follow Sengoku to charge away like Luo Xiu. Get rid of them. With a wave of Luo Xiu's arm, all the powerhouses behind rushed towards Sengoku and the others. The battle between Naval Headquarters and Akatsuki is about to begin. Luo Xiu, die for me. Conqueror's Coil Big Buddha Shockwave. In a fit of rage, Sengoku made a move without reservation, directly using the power that can only be used by the world's top powerhouse like Conqueror's Entanglement. Sengoku, long time no see. God avoids. The blonde-haired Futura, who has returned to the peak of his prime, swings the Entanglement Royal Color Hockey's slashing attack and hits Sengoku. On the eve of the Summit War, Luo Xiu transplanted immortal cells to Rayleigh, which directly boosted his strength and restored him to the peak state. He was worthy of Sengoku. Rayleigh, you be D, how did you get so young? Sengoku was shocked to see the blonde and muscular Rayleigh. He and himself are both characters of the same era, and they should be very old at this time, and their combat power has declined. Advertisement. Unexpectedly, he regained his youth and maintained the peak strength. It's unbelievable. Ha ha, all this is thanks to the leader. His strength is unimaginable to Sengoku. This decadent world is bound to be overthrown under his leadership. Rayleigh confronted Sengoku with a smile, and seemed to be able to do a job with ease and not lose the wind at all. Hateful. Even if Sengoku is unwilling, he has to admit that it is very difficult for him to win Rayleigh now, and he may even be defeated by him in the end. Fist Bone Meteor. Sengoku was stopped by Rayleigh. Garp leapt, fist raised high, high-level armament hockey covered it, and fell hard on Luo Xiu from the air. Your opponent is me. Rinnegan yelled loudly, and instantly appeared in front of Garp, wrapped in lightning all over his body. The thunder element chakra filled his entire right arm, and at the same time covered it with a layer of armament hockey that had just been cultivated. Heavy explosion. Boom. The fists and elbows intersect, and the huge force instantly causes a burst of air, forming circles of white air waves. Whizzing. Rinnegan and Garp were repelled by their respective huge forces and fell heavily to the ground. Rinnegan took 8 steps back, while Garp only took 4. Garp clearly has the upper hand. After all, he is the one who chased Luo Jia, the One Piece King, all over the world. Although Rinnegan is also very powerful, it is slightly inferior to Garp. Rinnegan, I'm here to help you. Okino saw that Rinnegan was at a disadvantage and immediately flew over to help him. Thanks, Tsuchikage. Earth-style weighted rock technique. Okino applied the weighted rock technique to Rinnegan's fist, which suddenly increased the power of his ninjutsu. Weighted rock lateral bolt of pain. Chop. 057. Drink. Rinnegan let out a yell. His whole body was wrapped in lightning. He jumped up high. The high concentration chakra current all over his body gathered on his arm, and he slashed deeply at Garp. Garp could feel that Rinnegan's attack this time was significantly stronger than the previous one, and his complexion became incomparable. Legs bent, horse gait steady. The muscles in the upper body swelled, and the broken clothes on his body were torn off, revealing a strong and muscular upper body. The right arm was placed on the waist, the right leg was slightly retreated, the waist and the horse were united, and the fist was blasted out like a cannonball. Fist bone collapsing mountain. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. The knives and fists of Rinnegan and Garp slammed together fiercely, making ear-piercing explosions. Crack. The ground under Garp's feet couldn't bear the force of the confrontation between the two at all. It shattered and collapsed, and the broken stones were blown away, and it collapsed. Earth-style yellow spring mire. At the moment when Garp and Rinnegan clashed, Okino cast Earth-style, turning Garp's feet into a swamp and quagmire in an instant, with no point of focus at all. The unexpected change made Garp completely unresponsive, his body tilted, and Rinnegan's hand knife slashed on his abdomen, creating a long and narrow wound, and the wound was ravaged by lightning, emitting bursts of burnt barbecue smell. Damn it! What kind of ability is this? Marsh fruit ability. Garp stepped back into the distance, looking at the quagmire in front of him, his eyes filled with shock. But, Rinnegan and Okino will not give him an answer. Rinnegan chased after the victory, jumped into the air, raised his right leg high, and concentrated the thunder chakra all over his body on his right foot, and then Okino immediately applied the weighted rock technique. Righteous Thunder Fury Thunder Axe. Facing Rinnegan's powerful blow, Garp quickly crossed his arms and covered armament hockey across his head to block. Boom. Click. Garp's arms bent down slightly, the ground under his feet collapsed in an instant, and the ground instantly became torn apart. Earth-style rock fist technique. Earth-style weighted rock technique. Okino's right arm, lying on Rinnegan's back, turned into a huge rock fist, and cast the weighted rock technique, jumped up from Rinnegan's back, and hammered hard at Garp's head. The gigantic fist of the rock continued to enlarge in Garp's pupils, and he cursed inwardly, this man doesn't speak martial arts at all. Boom. Chapter 68 Peak Showdown. The island that was punctured. Okino's weighted rock fist hit Garp's face hard, causing his cheeks to twist and deform instantly, and he flew backwards rapidly, rolling on the ground for dozens of meters before barely stopping. Garp stabilized his figure, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Rinnegan and Okino solemnly. The cooperation between the two is very close and tacit, resulting in the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Where did this guy find so many powerful subordinates? It shouldn't be possible for such a strong person to be unknown in the sea. Garp has lived for most of his life, and he has heard about it, whether it is the strong of the old generation or the new star of the new generation. Logically speaking, with such a powerful strength, it is impossible to be unknown and unknown in the sea. But I have never heard of it, as if it appeared out of thin air. But they really just popped out of nowhere. Here, Garp is in a tough fight. Mariejois and Okino, two cage-level powerhouses, cooperate. Even Garp, the hero who once chased the pirate king Luo Xiu, wants to defeat them in a short time. Possible things. So strong. Father, the combination of those two people under Luo Xiu's command can suppress Garp. When Marco saw Garp, who was at a disadvantage, his eyes were wide open, full of incredulity. How strong Garp is, they, the veteran pirates, know it all too well. Back then, the Whitebeard pirates also encountered Garp. With just the above iron fists, they can fight their father Whitebeard's shock fruit on par. But fell into a bitter battle and fell into a disadvantage. Gu la la la. That man Luo Xiu seems to be able to use a strange ability called ninjutsu, which is a completely different power system from Devil Fruit. Very strong. Whitebeard's eyes are very sharp, he can feel that these people under Luo Xiu are using a brand new power system. Ninjutsu. Wanokuni's ninjutsu. Ninjutsu can't be that strong, can it? Marco was full of doubts. He had heard of ninjutsu. Kazuki Oden, the captain of Whitebeard's second team, was from Wanokuni, but he had never heard of ninjutsu that was so terrifying. Gu la la la. Who knows? This sea is full of too many unknowns, what we know is just the tip of the iceberg of this sea. Perhaps this is some kind of unknown power hidden in the depths of the sea and it may be obtained by Akatsuki. Whitebeard wasn't that surprised. He has seen countless big scenes in his life, and also seen countless strange powers, so he is not surprised by the power of ninjutsu. Maybe. Father, who do you think will win this war? Marco looked at the fierce battle in the field, his eyes were full of scrutiny, and now he still can't see which side can win. Who will win? It's hard to say, but I feel Naval Headquarters has a better chance of winning. Sengoku, Garp, and Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu are the top 3 fighters in this sea, and there is also Kong in the finale, and there are more than 10 Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral, and nearly 1,000 Naval General Headquarters. Those who can survive Luo Xiu's blow are all powerful people. On the other hand, Xiao Xiao's side, although they are also very powerful, they have fewer people. Moreover, I observed that they have a relatively fatal shortcoming, that is, poor physique. Except for the man covered in lightning, the physique of the rest of them is most comparable to that of Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. All their powerful combat power comes from the strange energy in their bodies. Unless Akatsuki can defeat Sengoku and others before the strange energy in his body is exhausted, he will definitely lose. As a strong man who ruled an era, Whitebeard's vision is naturally extremely sharp. After a short battle, he can clearly see the weakness of the strong ninja world. Their combat effectiveness is very strong, but their physique is weak and their battery life is poor. Once chakra is exhausted, ninjutsu will not be able to be used, and physical skills and relatively weak physique alone will not be the opponents of Naval Headquarters powerhouses at all. The key to the victory of this war lies in whether the strong ninja can defeat Sengoku and others before the chakra in the body is exhausted. Father, if Akatsuki loses later, do we want to help? After all, they helped to save Ace. Marco looked at Ace, who was still standing next to Luo Xiu at a loss on the execution platform, and asked Whitebeard's opinion. For Luo Xiu's rescue of Ace, Marco was still very grateful in his heart. Gu la la la. Marco, my stupid son. That man doesn't need to be rescued. Have you forgotten his terrifying strength? To be honest, even if it's your father and me, I'm afraid I'm not his opponent now. Even if Xiao loses to the powerhouses of Naval Headquarters, if they want to leave, Naval Headquarters will definitely not be able to stop them. What's more, just now I just analyzed the situation from what I saw and the information I learned from an objective perspective. The real outcome is still unknown. Advertisement. Regarding Marco's words, Whitebeard smiled and waved his hands, saying that his worries are really unnecessary. How could such a man with terrifying strength need to be rescued by others? Now, almost everyone's eyes in the world are focused on this war. The face is tense, and the heart is disturbed. No doubt. This war will be a war that will determine the future direction of this sea and the era of this world. If Naval Headquarters loses, then the era of Marine's rule will be completely over, and then it will enter the era of Akatsuki's rule and enter the era of Luo Xiu. If Naval Headquarters wins, then he will be able to maintain his majesty, and Luo Xiu will also become a shooting star in the sky. Field. The battle has completely heated up, and everyone has found their opponent. Sengoku vs. Rayleigh, Raikage and Okino vs. Garp, 4 Tails Jinchuriki vs. Akainu, 5 Tails Jinchuriki vs. Aokiji, Enel vs. Kizaru. Today's Naval Headquarters has completely turned into a piece of flat land, a piece of ruins. There is no need to have any scruples when shooting. Every move contains extremely terrifying destructive power. Let those who watch the live broadcast all over the world be amazed and shocked. Let everyone in the world truly see what this sea is, and what the world's top combat power is. Good. So strong. As this the battle of the most powerful people in this sea. Even through the screen, I can feel the terrifying power. Even the fleet of the Whitebeard pirates has retreated to the periphery of Marineford. Most people probably don't even have the qualifications to watch the battle at close range, right? Horrible. Even though Akatsuki is at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, her combat power is absolutely worthy. Who will win this war? Countless people watched this grand war with tension, excitement, and apprehension, and some people were even reluctant to blink their eyes. This, definitely a moment in history. On the battlefield. At this time, the only ones who have not moved yet are Kong and Luo Xiu, the commander-in-chief of the World Government Army, the two leader-level figures. Kong glanced at the scorching battlefield, then raised his head to look at Luo Xiu on the execution platform, his brows twisted into a Sichuan shape. Dawn. Is this really just a startup organization? Its high-end combat power is no less than naval headquarters. Whether it is the four emperors of the New World or the Revolutionary Army, which is the heart of the world government, they are all incomparable. Judging from today's situation, if this man walks out from here today, he will be able to build a huge empire with a wave of hands tomorrow. This man has become a god in the hearts of countless civilians and slaves. He must die here. Kong took a deep breath, slowly took off the righteousness on his back, loosened the suit tie around his neck, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, squatted down, and kicked his feet on the ground suddenly. A big hole was stepped on the ground instantly, and his whole body rushed towards Luo Xiu like a shell fired from a chamber. The right arm is raised high, the strength is concentrated, the muscles are bulging, and the thick veins are exposed. Advanced armed color coverage. Conqueror's Haki twine. No temptation. Kong is attacking with all his might. Kong God collapse. Drink. Kong's figure descended from the sky, and his right fist smashed towards Luo Xiu with unparalleled power, forming circles of terrifying white air waves visible to the naked eye around the fist. This old guy finally couldn't help but shoot. Whitebeard, who was watching the battle from a distance, looked at Kong who made the shot, a solemn look flashed across his face. Kong's strength can be said to be the ceiling of Marine in the past 100 years. The lone Red Redfield, who was once famous in the sea and could keep pace with Whitebeard, Luo Jia, and Golden Lion pirates with just one person, was defeated by him. A man who has trained his body to the ultimate, the pinnacle. Dad, Luo Xiu, will he be Kong's right sheep? After all, this man once suppressed an era. Marco obviously also knows the horror of Kong. Hard to say. Kong's strength is definitely one of the ceilings of this sea, but that man is not a cheap person. So far, no one seems to be able to force him to do his best. Whitebeard shook his head. Although he had seen Kong in his prime, he hadn't seen Luo Xiu in his prime. Advertisement. Look, Marco, whether it is Kong or Luo Xiu, they are the top figures in this sea, and this will be an unprecedented battle. I'm afraid that only a few decades ago, the battle between Kong and Redfield was comparable. Whitebeard didn't let out his signature laugh anymore, but focused on Kong and Luo Xiu on the battlefield. This unprecedented peak battle undoubtedly has a fatal attraction for a man like him standing on the peak of the sea. Just between the conversation between Whitebeard and Marco, Kong's attack has already come to Luo Xiu. Commander Kong, loyal dog leader of the Celestial Dragons, you were the one who captured the escaped slaves in the holy land of Mariejois. It's really disgusting for a person like you to wear the cloak of justice. Luo Xiu looked at Kong in the air, with deep hatred in his eyes. This kind of guy who helps the evil is actually just. Ha ha, it just makes you want to laugh out loud. Spicy Tiansai! Exclamation mark quote. Kacha kacha kacha. Luo Xiu's eyes widened, and the terrifying repulsive force concentrated in front of Kong and erupted. The high concentrated repulsive force even created slight cracks in the space, causing a shock to Whitebeard. Fruit-like visual effects. Hiss. See this scene. Whether it's Kong who is close at hand, or the people in Whitebeard who are watching the battle from a distance, or the audience in front of the World Live broadcast screen, they can't help but take a breath, with a look of surprise on their faces. Dizzy expression. Space. Crumble. That man doesn't have the shock fruit ability. Father. Then, what's going on? Empty. Space cracked. Marco trembled his lips, looking at the broken atmospheric space in front of Luo Xiu with horror, as if he had seen a ghost. What a terrible man. He concentrated the power that destroyed naval headquarters at one point, creating such a terrifying scene, and the control of power has reached an unimaginable level. Exclamation mark quote. Whitebeard's observation Haki has been watching the battlefield all the time, and from his experience, he can naturally see the reason for this terrifying scene. Boom. Kong's body was instantly bounced away by the huge, terrifying, and violent repulsion, and a stream of bright red blood spewed out from his mouth. Hello, Wang Zhao. Luo Xiu's figure disappeared in an instant and appeared in the sky. Chakra surged wildly. A 1,000-meter giant appeared in the air in an instant, and Susanoo was shown in front of the whole world for the first time. Wow, the world is in an uproar. Now, audiences all over the world standing in front of the live broadcast screen were stunned, staring blankly at the purple 1,000-meter giant in the sky. It's like a god descended into the world. Okay. So scary. Even the legendary Oz is not so tall. Marco looked up at the huge, godlike figure in the sky, his jaw almost dropped in shock. They Whitebeard pirates have a demon Ozzy. Originally he thought that Ozzy was the tallest giant in the world, but now compared with Luo Xiu's Susanoo. It's adults and kids. Susanoo fell from the sky, the wings on her back shook suddenly, and she swooped down towards Kong. Advanced armed color coverage. Conqueror's Haki twine. Chakra monster power concentrated. The three buffs are superimposed, and the mountain-like huge fist swung at him heavily. Under the huge figure of Susanoo, Kong's body is as small as an ant. This incomparable terrifying power makes Kong's whole body involuntarily shiver. Iron body Kong. Armed color override change. Unable to dodge, Kong can only use his strongest defense to resist this terrifying punch. Boom. A loud bang pierced the eardrums of countless people in an instant, deafened the ears of countless people, and blood came out of the eardrums. Kong's body was smashed heavily on Marineford Island, the ground collapsed instantly, and endless cracks spread around like spider webs, all the way to the edge. At last, under everyone's inconceivable, unbelievable, and terrified gazes, the entire Marineford Island shattered apart. Chapter 69. The World Government Commander who was hanged. Whitebeard who doubts life. Clatter. The sea is turbulent. The waves are churning. Marineford shattered into several small islands, scattered in all directions. This moment, whether it was Sengoku, Garp and other naval headquarters powerhouses, or Rayleigh, Reikajai Kino and other powerhouses under Yaosho's command all stopped their attacks in unison. All eyes were on Luo Xiu's side, looking at this scene in shock. Punch. Shattered the island of Marineford. They couldn't believe their eyes. This is horrific. Exaggerated. Absolutely appalling. Even the top players like Sengoku and Garp were shocked, not to mention those who were watching the live broadcast. Countless people were scared to pee on the spot. This kind of power is really beyond their imagination, and it simply subverts their worldview. True, really. Island cracked. Hey, you're lying. Is this really the power that humans can possess? Is it a god? This person must be a god. Sluggish. Consternation. #T. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that someone in this world could do it to such an extent. Blast an island with one punch. It's so scary. Sora. Is Commander Sora alright? Sengoku looked at the torn Marineford, his voice trembling. An island can't bear this kind of power, it's hard to imagine how it feels to be punched head-on. At this time, Kong's figure is falling rapidly in the sea water, feeling like all the bones in his body are about to fall apart. Boom. His body quickly flew to the bottom of the sea, hit the bottom of 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 the sea, and smashed the bottom of the bottom of the bottom of the bottom into a deep pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters. It can be seen here. How terrifying is Luo Xiu's punch? 253x. The sea gradually calmed down, but Kong was not seen for a long time. Sengoku, Garp and other naval headquarters executives looked at the direction where Kong disappeared, with a look of worry on their faces. Old Dad, wouldn't Kong be killed by Luo Xiu's punch? Marco asked Whitebeard with a trembling voice. Should. Probably not. After all, Kong's physique is definitely one of the most peak figures in this sea. Whitebeard's voice was a little uncertain. Although he was well aware of Kong's strength, after witnessing Luo Xiu's terrifying punch with his own eyes, his tone was not so sure. It's so scary. What kind of monster is this man? This place, known as the strongest fortress in Marine, was torn apart by his punch. Even Dad can't do it. On the other side, Joe's questioned his father's title of World's Strongest Man for the first time. Gu la la la. If you are Dad, I may be able to do it when I am at the top, but I must use my best. Now, I'm old. Whitebeard smiled freely, and didn't care much about Joe's. After all, people's strength will always decline with age. Wow. A wave suddenly splashed on the surface of the sea, and a figure jumped out of the sea. It was Kong. At this moment, the clothes on his body are almost old, only a few ragged rags are left, and there are many wounds on his body that burst due to the unbearable force of Luo Xiu's terror, leaving fresh blood. Commander Kong. Advertisement. Great. Sengoku was relieved when he saw Gang Kong jumping out of the sea. If Kong, the commander-in-chief of the entire army, is killed with a single punch, then the outcome of this battle will be in danger. So strong. Kong looked up at the huge figure standing proudly in the sky, his expression was unprecedentedly dignified, and a deep look of fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. The strength of this man is beyond everyone's imagination. Life returned. Kong let out a soft snort, the muscles on his body squirmed, the wound healed quickly, and soon disappeared. As the commander-in-chief of the entire army and a strong physicist, his Marine 6 styles has long been practiced to the point of perfection. As expected of the commander-in-chief of the whole army, he is quite strong. In the sky, Luo Xiu saw Kong jumping up from the sea with a sneer on his face. With a thought, Susanoo immediately stretched out her hands and pulled out the 400-meter broadsword from her waist. Hold it high. Black Amaterasu flames spread over it. God flame slash. With a low cry from Luo Xiu, the 400-meter chakra broadsword covered with Amaterasu's black flames slammed down on Kong. Kong, who had experienced the horror of Susanoo, no longer dared to take Luo Xiu's attack head-on, and disappeared in place in a flash. Moonwalk. Kong stepped on the moonwalk, came to the top of Susanoo's head, covered the high-level armament Haki with his right fist, entwined Conqueror's Haki, and hammered at Kongsho Wolf. Kong Katakana middle. Godbreak. The arms behind Susanoo immediately stretched forward, crossed above the head, blocking Kong's attack. Boom. Kong's fist bombarded Susanoo's arm, and a violent air wave suddenly erupted, comparable to a 10th-level storm. Damn it. There are 4 arms. It's tricky enough. Seeing his attack being blocked, Kong couldn't help cursing, lamenting how tricky Susanoo is. Fire style extinguish fire. Luo Xiu, standing on top of Susanoo's head, formed a seal almost instantly, and the majestic chakra spewed out from his mouth, forming a hot and monstrous flame, which instantly submerged Kong. What a horrible flame. Haki looks like it's going to be burned. Kong, who was bathed in the flames, was horrified when he felt his armament Haki being continuously burned. This flame was even more terrifying than Akainu's magma. Kong quickly retreated and stepped on the moonwalk to quickly leave the range of the Sea of Fire. Wood-style birth of the tree realm. Boom. Countless towering trees immediately appeared on the ground of Marineford, and thick vines rushed towards Kong crazily, trying to entangle and tie him up. AHDC, damn it. How much ability does this guy have? Kong dodged in the air and cursed at the same time. Luo Xiu's various abilities emerged one after another, making him dizzying and hard to guard against. Sage Art Land Escape Light Teeth. Luo Xiu observation Haki predicted that a laser-like lantern ninjutsu spit out from his mouth, pointing directly at Kong's heart. Oops. The speed of the Landon laser is too fast, and his attention has been distracted by the countless trees of wood style. He hastily did not dodge completely, and was directly pierced through the shoulder. The body stopped, and both feet were immediately caught by wood style. Next second, Susanoo's huge fist waved to Kong. Boom. Kong exploded in an instant, like a meteor piercing the sky, crashing into the ground with a bang, and crashing into the sea. Fortunately, Kong is a strong physical player, otherwise the moment he was thrown into the bottom of the sea, the winner would have been decided. Commander Kong. Advertisement. Seeing Kong being sent flying again, Sengoku let out a worried cry. This shout immediately exposed Sengoku's weakness. At this time, Rayleigh, who had been transplanted with fairy cells, was at his peak, and of course he would not let go of Sengoku's flaw. The long sword in the hand covers armament Haki, wraps around Conqueror's Haki, and cuts through the Sengoku wolf. Pluton slash. A jet of black ink, like a Shinigami sickle, pierced the air and slashed towards Sengoku. Laugh. Sengoku's huge Buddha body was instantly cut with a huge scar. What? Sengoku let out a yell, and stepped back again and again to open the distance. But Rayleigh would not let go of this opportunity, took advantage of Sengoku's injury and immediately bullied him, making Sengoku suddenly fall into a disadvantage, complaining endlessly. Google gurgle. Bursts of violent bubbles popped out of the sea. Next moment, Kong burst out from the bottom of the sea and headed straight for Susanoo's front, knowing that his attack would only work if he hit Luo Xiu. Call out. The 400-meter chakra knife slashed at Kong, but he dodged it nimbly, jumped onto Susanoo's arm, and continued to run towards Luo Xiu along Shunengu's arm. Snapped. Luo Xiu manipulated Susanoo's arms behind the back to face Kong, as if afraid of mosquitoes. Moonwalk. Kong didn't dare to be shot by him, so he dodged immediately, jumped in front of Luo Xiu with his strength, and slammed his fist at Luo Xiu fiercely. Spicy Tiansai. Explosion of repulsion. After finally getting close to Luo Xiu's Kong, his body flew upside down again. Under the repulsion of the terrifying repulsion, he felt a burst of colic in his internal organs. Universal pull. Kong just flew out not too far away, and he was sucked back under a strong gravitational force. On the way Kong flew to Luo Xiu had already controlled Susanoo's fist to raise high, and when Kong flew in front of him, the fist smashed down hard. Boom. Kong's body was smashed into the bottom of the sea again. Hang. All round crushing. He has been beaten since Kong's shot, and was hammered into the bottom of the sea by Luo Xiu again and again. Far away, Whitebeard is already looking numb. This. Or the Marine Marshal who once suppressed an era. Or the one who defeated Redfield who was on par with the 3 legendary pirate groups. Really, at this moment, Whitebeard really doubted life. In his eyes, Kong is definitely one of the top combat powers in this sea, even surpassing him faintly. But, it is this kind of powerful person who was beaten by Luo Xiu all the way. And, the most frightening thing is, that man still seems to be doing his job with ease, without exerting all his strength. The strength of that man. How terrifying is it? Old Daddy, am I right? Kong, the head of the world government, was beaten by that man all the way. Marco's expression was a little numb. He knew Luo Xiu's strength was very strong, but he never expected it to be so different. Even the commander-in-chief of the world government is not his opponent. Yes, that man's strength has reached an unimaginable realm. It's amazing. Chapter 70 Doomsday Scene. Kong is dead. Luo Xiu's terrifying strength shocked the whole world. Even Kong, who once led Marine to suppress an era, is still crushed and beaten. Good. So strong. That man is invincible like a god. The commander-in-chief of the 3 armies of the world government is no match at all. It seems that the balance of victory in this war is about to be revealed. This side is tilted. Is it time to enter the era of God-Slayer Luo Xiu? With the one-sided battle between Luo Xiu and Kong in the field, the audience in front of the world live broadcast screen is obviously more optimistic about the victory of this war, and more optimistic about Luo Xiu. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. Once Kong is defeated and Luo Xiu, a formidable fighter, is freed up, naval headquarters will definitely lose. Wow. Kong jumped out of sleep again, and jumped onto an open space. His chest heaved rapidly, panting heavily, his silver teeth clenched, his fists clenched, his heart was full of helplessness, anger and unwillingness. After these few attacks, he clearly felt the gap between himself and Luo Xiu. Not an opponent. Since I started attacking Luo Xiu until now, I haven't even touched his clothes Kakuzu, but I've become very embarrassed. If things go on like this, let alone keeping Luo Xiu in naval headquarters, I'm afraid I will soon be unable to support myself. Bet everything. This man must be killed today. Kong stared at Luo Xiu, with a flash of determination in his eyes. Take a deep breath. Kong squatted down slightly, accumulating strength, squeezing his potential, and prepared to use his life return to transform his usual stored and overdrawn life potential into the power of the moment. Aha! Kong yelled violently, his body suddenly became taller, and the muscles on his body swelled a full circle. The original mountain-shaped hair turned into upside-down hedgehog heads, and steaming heat was steaming all over his body, causing a wave of rage. The air wave, the ground under his feet began to be unbearable, and cracked inch by inch. He concentrated all his vitality to this moment, and in exchange for a doubled increase in strength. Now, with only a few hours left to live, Kong risked his own life to kill Luo Xiu. Oh, turned into a super scumbag. Luo Xiu watched with interest Kong, whose hair stood on end and his body was billowing with air, and couldn't help but tease him. This scene made him inexplicably think of the situation where Goku and the others transformed into Super Saiyans in Dragon Ball. Desperate. Kong, this guy directly squeezed out all his vitality in exchange for great power. Kong's strength has been at least several times higher than before. Far away, seeing Kong's appearance, Whitebeard's voice was incomparably dignified. Even in his heyday, he was no match for Kong at this moment. Hiss. Several times. Then Luo Xiu was sure to lose. Kong is preparing to die with Luo Xiu. Marco couldn't help but gasp when he heard what Whitebeard said. He was shocked by Kong's wolf-spicy work. This guy is really desperate to kill that man. Perish together. Not really. If you change someone, no matter who it is, Kaido, Lin, the redhead or even me, Kong in this state will undoubtedly die, and he will die with him. However, the man in front of me can't jump to conclusions. Because, he is far from reaching the upper limit. Whitebeard shook his head and denied Marco's words. Although Kong is very strong at the moment, it seems that Luo Xiu's upper limit cannot be seen. The other side, Sengoku, Garp and other Marines on the battlefield also saw this scene, and couldn't help feeling a touch of sadness in their hearts. Advertisement. As the top powerhouses of naval headquarters, they naturally knew that Kong used life return to squeeze all his vitality in exchange for this short-term peak power king. Regardless of the outcome, Kong will surely die. This is a kind of suicide, a way to die together. Luo Xiu. Today, I will kill you. Kong roared ferociously at Luo Xiu, his body instantly disappeared in place, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared on Susanoo's head, in front of Luo Xiu, as fast as teleporting. The fist covered with armament haki and entwined with Conqueror's haki slammed at Luo Xiu fiercely. The terrifying force made the atmosphere unbearable, and there was an unbearable clicking sound, and the atmosphere appeared like broken transparent glass. Crack. Kong played the effect of Whitebeard shock fruit completely by physical strength. Oh my god, father. When Marco saw this scene, he was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. The atmosphere is broken. Kong did not rely on any abilities at all, and fought out with his own strength. It was simply terrifying and made people feel chills from the inside. It's up to you. This has squeezed out all the vitality of the rest of his life. Whitebeard is still calm. For this scene, he also has some expectations in his heart. Boom, boom, boom. The fist with the terrifying sonic boom came to Luo Xiu almost in the blink of an eye, but Luo Xiu's observation haki had already seen it, and Susanoo's arms rested on his forehead, blocking Kong's fist. But, the next moment, Luo Xiu's pupils shrank slightly. Kacha kacha kacha. There were bursts of shattering sounds from Susanoo's arms, and then they exploded, and both arms were hammered by Kong's unparalleled strength. This punch, after all, was all the force that Kong squeezed out all his vitality, so powerful that even Luo Xiu's Susanoo couldn't bear it completely. Kong's fist smashed Susanoo's arm and continued to charge towards Luo Xiu. Susanoo slammed her wings behind her back, and quickly retreated her body, narrowly avoiding Kong Wen's powerful punch. Lightning-style Qilin. The moment Susanoo retreated, Luo Xiu completed the seal in an instant, and Lei Qilin, who had been fierce and violent all the time, bit Kong. Kong katakana middle. God's crash. Kong didn't dodge at all, he just swung his fist, and with one punch, the 100-meter-long Thunder Qilin was blown away. As expected of a Super Saiyan, there is something. Luo Xiu looked at the unstoppable Kong, his face was still relaxed. What Saiyan? Lousy is Kong. I said that. Today. You must die. When Kong heard Luo Xiu's words, he didn't understand what he was talking about. He stepped on the air suddenly, using the air as a pedal, and shot his body towards Luo Xiu. He wants to kill Luo Xiu within the time he has left. I must die. Ha ha. Then come on. Look who's going to die. Luo Xiu sneered, Susanoo's wings shook, and he faced Kong without fear. The two arms behind him that had been smashed by him were condensed again. This thing is condensed by Chakra's energy. It can be restored in any shape. Armed color, Conquerors, Chakra 3 buff stack. On this basis, Luo Xiu added another main road weighted rock technique. This punch can be said to have gathered Luo Xiu's strongest strength at the moment. 0. Seeking flowers. Drink. Advertisement. Aha! The two shouted angrily at the same time, their fists, one big and one small, collided with each other, and a wave of air like a level 18 hurricane exploded in an instant, bursting out black and red lightning bolts. Boom! Under the aftermath of the battle between the two, the magnetic field in this sky became disordered and changed, and there were loud thunderous noises in the sky. Below, the calm sea water instantly became uneasy, roaring crazily, and the waves were turbulent, rolling up turbulent waves. The naval headquarters powerhouses who were fighting and the strong men under Luo Xiu's command all stopped at the same time, crossing their hands in front of their bodies to resist the storm, and even some weak people couldn't even stand firmly. Outside of Marineford, Whitebeard ordered the fleet to withdraw again and again, until it was 10,000 meters away before there was a slight sense of security. Boom boom boom. All the live phone bugs around died at this moment, and the live screens around the world also went out at this moment. Isn't it too scary? As the phone bug killed by the aftermath even after being so far away. What a terrifying strength this is. Just the aftermath of the battle between the two created such a terrifying scene. It's the end of the world. The whole world was shocked by the last scene before disappearing from the screen. Heavily clouded. Thunder and lightning. The waves are rolling. Howling the hurricane. It's hard to imagine that such a scene like the end of the world was actually caused by the aftermath of the battle between the two. Everyone was in awe of this power. In the face of such absolute power, what is a kingdom or an island worth? On the battlefield, Luo Xiu and Kong were in a stalemate. The muscles on Kong's arm swelled to the extreme. With a pop, a blood vessel burst and a column of blood splashed out. Then, 2, 3, 4. At the same time, cracks began to appear on Susanoo's arm. In the end, Kong's arm and Susanoo's arm couldn't bear the huge force and burst apart. Facing the bursting arm, Kong endured the severe pain, stomped his feet, and while Luo Xiu was relaxing, he swung his left fist and slammed at Luo Xiu, concentrating all his strength and haki. Luo Xiu didn't expect Kong to be so tough. He didn't even give himself a chance to breathe, and directly concentrated all his strength and vowed to kill himself. What a loyal dog. Kamui. Luo Xiu's body was completely hollow. Kong concentrated all his strength and punched an empty hole, and his whole body passed directly through Luo Xiu's body. Missed. How is this possible? Kong looked at the scene of himself passing through Luo Xiu's body in amazement, his eyes widened to ultimate, and his expression was extremely horrified. Nothing is impossible. So, it's you who died. The moment Kong passed through the phantom of Luo Xiu's body appeared from the Kamui space, and there were transparent spheres in his hands. Below, when Aokiji and Kizaru saw the transparent ball in Luo Xiu's hands, their scalps felt numb, their hairs stood on end, and the pores on their bodies trembled as if they were about to explode. Can't help exclaiming at the same time, "Commander Kong, get out of the way." But, it's too late. How could Luo Xiu let go of such a great opportunity? Dust escape primary realm stripping technique. The transparent ball of light came out of his hand, and instantly expanded to cover Kong's body. His body was instantly disintegrated and dissipated, and turned into the most primitive substance of matter, molecules. Commander Kong. 1. Chapter 71. The Marine Headquarters is defeated. Marineford is history forever. Sengoku, Garp, Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu and other marine generals all exclaimed when they saw Kong's body disintegrated and dissipated. The voice is full of shock and sadness. That is the commander-in-chief of the world government army. Suppressed a great figure of an era. And he is also the mentor of Sengoku, Garp and some other veteran marines. But say, Kong is the soul of the entire marine. Now his death is definitely an unprecedented blow to all marines. Kong was killed, far away. Even Whitebeard, who kept calm all the time, couldn't help but widen his eyes, looking at the place where Kong was disassembled, and couldn't believe his eyes. How strong Kong is, Whitebeard has personally experienced countless times. Then, when he was on board the Lox pirates, Kong, as the naval headquarters marshal, did not attack the Lox pirates. In the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, he led the naval headquarters and the Luo Jia pirates to directly kill the New World that almost ruled the entire New World at that time. Lox pirates. However, it was such a powerful person, and he squeezed and overdrawn his vitality and increased his strength several times, but he was still killed. Just how strong is this man? Father, that man actually killed Kong. Marco was so frightened that he sat on the ground. He swears that since he joined the Whitebeard pirates, he has rarely felt fear. But, today, this man made him feel scared. This man, 217, is really strong and terrifying. Marco, inform your brothers that if there is no need in the future, try not to conflict with this man, otherwise even if I try my best, I won't be able to keep you guys. Whitebeard warned Marco in a serious voice. Whitebeard has always had his own arrogance, unyielding, never really admired anyone. Even the former One Piece Luo Jia, Whitebeard only regards him as a strong opponent and friend. Today, this man, what he did, really made Whitebeard admire, even worry. Whitebeard's vision doesn't stop there. He even saw the scene of the sea in the future. Now that Kong is dead, naval headquarters has already lost half of this war. Judging from Luo Xiu's ambition today, the sea in the future is bound to be turbulent and full of blood and rain. The world is about to reshuffle again. What if the Whitebeard pirates have a chance against Shangshao? What about his sons? On the battlefield, the faces of Sengoku, Garp and other marines were full of anger, sadness, and deep fear and jealousy. That man is so powerful that people don't know how to resist. Sengoku, haven't you learned your lesson yet? How dare you be distracted? Between talking, the long sword in Rayleigh's hand had already struck in front of Sengoku, and Sengoku, who was immersed in the shock of Kong's death, couldn't dodge it at all, and was slashed by Rayleigh. PFF'd. Sengoku has another hideous scar on his body. In addition to the previous one, a cross scar was formed in front of Sengoku's body, which looked extremely terrifying. Aggravated rock lateral bolt of pain. Chop. The duo of Mariejois and Okino also took advantage of Garp's absence and seized Garp's weakness to launch a powerful attack. PFF'd. Covered with violent lightning, Chakra's hand knife slammed on Garp's shoulder, cutting a deep bone wound, almost cutting off Garp's entire right arm. Dust escape boundary stripping technique. When Mariejois attacked, Okino did not sit idle, but launched a dust escape on Garp. Hiss. Seeing this white beam of light, Garp's scalp exploded instantly, and a gust of cold air rose from the soles of his feet, straight to the top of the sky, almost toppling his skull, and an unparalleled look of horror appeared on his face. Even, at this moment, the pain of his chopped right arm was completely forgotten. Just now, he saw Master Kong disappearing under this transparent white beam of light with his own eyes. Never get hit by it. The strong desire to survive made Garp's body function reaction reach the ultimate, and he tried his best to shave, and disappeared in the same place in an instant, avoiding the dust escape of Okino. The ground under his feet was crushed by him. Pity. Advertisement. Nearly. When Okino saw Garp avoiding him, he had a look of pity on his face. Although his dust escape was not as powerful as the leader, if this marine was hit, he would have to peel off his skin even if he didn't die, and then Raikage would be able to. It was successfully taken down. 200 million volts super electromagnetic gun. The entire sky turned into daylight in an instant, filled with dazzling light, and everyone on the battlefield could not help but close their eyes at this moment. Taking advantage of Kizaru's astonishment, Enel burst out the most powerful lightning in his body. A golden marble the size of a basketball was thrown by Enel. Under the action of the lightning, a terrifying magnetic force was generated, giving the golden ball unparalleled power. Hey, speed is power. Yellow monkey, have you ever been hit by the speed of light? Enel imitated Kizaru's tone, with a smirk on his face, and the most powerful electromagnetic cannon slammed into Kizaru's body. Kizaru didn't have time to answer. His whole body was pierced in an instant, and a big mouthful of blood spewed out from his mouth. Even if he elementalized his body at the first time, he still suffered serious trauma. This electromagnetic gun not only contains terrifying physical attacks, but also contains elemental attacks. Even the elementalization of the yellow ape cannot avoid the damage caused by the lightning element. Tailed Beast Bomb. Tailed Beast Bomb. Laozi and Han unanimously sent a Tailed Beast Bomb to Akainu and Aokiji. The majestic chakra condenses and compresses in the mouths of the two-tailed beasts, forming a pitch-black energy bomb with terrifying Wia, blasting towards Akainu and Aokiji in an instant. Boom. Boom. The power of the tailed beast bomb is enough to wipe out several mountains in an instant, and the bodies of Akainu and Aokiji, who were hit head-on, exploded suddenly, turning into ice debris and magma. Not only Garp, Sengoku, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu, the top fighters, but the rest of the Marines also suffered various injuries. And the source of all this is the death of Kong. As the commander-in-chief of the entire army, his death dealt a huge blow to all the Marines, causing the strong men under Luo Xiu to seize their flaws and inflict heavy damage on them. Sengoku, get out. We are defeated. With the loss of Marshal Kong, that monster Luo Xiu has been completely liberated. If the battle continues, all the Marines will have to go and confess here. It doesn't matter if we old guys die, but it would be a pity if all the young Marines die. They're Marines elite, Marines spark. If they die, our Marine will be completely finished. Garp clutched his right arm and came to Sengoku to persuade him. The situation at hand, the outcome is already very clear. If the fight continues, all the elites in naval headquarters will die. Hateful. Get out. Sengoku looked at Luo Xiu in the sky, and uttered a few words between his teeth. His heart was full of anger, aggrieved, helpless, and that man is so powerful. Even if he is willing to pay his own life for Luo Xiu's death, he can't do it. Withdraw. All Marines retreat immediately. Sengoku roared loudly, and the remaining hundreds of Marines breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Sengoku's order. They really didn't want to face the terrifying man anymore. Withdraw. Get out. All back. Garp also shouted, there is no need to continue this battle. If it continues, it will be a fearless sacrifice. Whoosh. The remaining naval headquarters generals stepped on their heads one by one, and Moonwalk left the battlefield one after another, looking for the remaining warships to prepare to evacuate. Members of Akatsuki obey orders and come back. Luo Xiu did not let the people under his command pursue, but ordered them to come back. Although everyone was a little unclear why the leader didn't let them pursue the victory, they didn't hesitate at all, and immediately returned to the dawn that was parked high above the sky. What happened? Won't he take advantage of the victory and pursue it? Seeing Luo Xiu ordering all his subordinates to return, Sengoku had a puzzled look on his face and deep worry in his heart. He wouldn't think that Luo Xiu had shown kindness and let them go. Since he chose to recall his subordinates at this time, there must be a big move in the future to avoid affecting his subordinates. Thinking of this possibility, Sengoku's forehead was instantly covered with cold sweat, and he immediately shouted to the entire line of Marines with his loudest voice. Escape. Run away. Escape from this area as fast as you can. Horse. There is deep fear in the voice. His defense had already anticipated what was going to happen next. Escape. Ha ha. Escape if you can. Advertisement. Luo Xiu sneered. His eyes suddenly turned into Rinnegan. He looked up at the sky. The incomparably powerful gravitational force of the sun burst out from his eyes. In space, several huge meteorites surrounding this planet were immediately pulled down, each with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers. Then, what is that? Marco suddenly raised his head and saw a few black spots in the sky that were falling rapidly towards this side. His pupils shrank suddenly, and a thick look of horror appeared on his face. That is a meteorite. Quick, retreat. Order all fleets to leave here as quickly as possible. Whitebeard looked up and saw the falling meteorite. He was shocked and immediately ordered the fleet under the Whitebeard pirates to leave here immediately. If you don't leave, we'll die. Several meteorites fell at the same time, and their total area has completely surpassed the island of Marineford by 0. If it falls, Marineford will become history in an instant, and the shock wave generated by the collision between the island and the meteorite is enough to annihilate everything. No. Won't it? Meteorites are meteorites. A meteorite fell from space. Many Marines who were fleeing also found meteorites falling from the sky. Their faces turned pale with fright, their legs went limp and they fell directly to the ground. Hiss. What kind of ability is this? Question mark exclamation mark quote. This man can actually summon meteorites in space. Such a huge meteorite, Luo Xiu, is he going to completely destroy Marineford, making this island a permanent history, and it can no longer be rebuilt? Sengoku was completely scared out of his wits. All the Marines are scared dumb. Very scary. Is that how Eni's lobby got destroyed? Kizaru looked at the meteorite that was falling rapidly in the sky, with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. When he and Aokiji went to support Eni's lobby, he saw that the meteorite had replaced it. Eni's lobby, but did not see it. Now, he saw it with his own eyes. It can only be described in 4 words: horrible. The sky became dark, the sun was blocked, and the wind pressure generated by the falling meteorite made the entire sea uneasy, panicked, and stormy waves rolled up. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark. 0.0. Run away. Help. Facing these meteorites, which combined were bigger than the entire Marineford island, some Marine soldiers with relatively poor mental quality directly collapsed, crying, yelling, and yelling. They fled in all directions, ignoring the search for any warships, and jumped into the sea directly. Attack. Everyone attacked together. Sengoku was quite calm. Knowing that it was impossible to dodge, he called on all the Marines to attack together. But, at this moment, most of the Marines have been frightened into stupidity. The 3 souls lost their courage, ignored Sengoku's words, and just ran away in all directions. Only Garp, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu, and some naval headquarters elite vice admirals were able to maintain a little calmness and launched an attack on the meteorite. Big Buddha shockwave, fist bone broken star. Great eruption, 8-foot Chong Guyu, purple billed pheasant. Countless attacks plunder the meteorites in the air. But, the attack they launched hastily could not cause much damage to these meteorites. Under the horrified, appalled, and desperate eyes of countless people, the meteorite crashed down. Boom. Caw caw caw. Crash. Marineford, which was originally torn apart, was instantly smashed into pieces, and the terrifying impact instantly set off a hurricane and violent waves. The sea water rose high, and huge waves of 10,000 meters rose into the sky, sweeping in all directions. Sengoku, Garp, and all naval headquarters powerhouses were swallowed by the endless waves. Marineford was utterly destroyed and permanently history. Chapter 72. The world has changed. The era of Godslayer Luo Xiu. Far away, not long after the Whitebeard pirates evacuated, a series of turbulent waves have swept in. Moby DK aboard. Marco, Ace, Josie, Beasta and others saw the waves of tens of thousands of meters, and they were stunned and numb. Everyone's eyes widened to ultimate, and their hearts were shocked to the extreme. Hiss. A tsunami of this magnitude. It is simply ruined. Old father, this tsunami. Marco's voice was trembling, and he was a little at a loss. Facing a tsunami of this level, he had nothing to do. What a terrifying tsunami. Even in my heyday, I couldn't create such a huge tsunami with my full shock fruit ability. In front of this tsunami, everything seems so small and fragile. Facing a tsunami of this level, even Whitebeard, who owns shock fruit and often deals with tsunami, couldn't help being shocked by it. Government's fleet, try to gather behind the Moby DK. Whitebeard commanded Marco with a serious expression. If one is not careful, their Whitebeard pirate group may be swallowed by this unprecedented huge tsunami. Yes, father. Marco didn't dare to neglect, and immediately picked up the phone bug to notify Whitebeard's fleet to hide behind the Moby DK. Hey, listen up, everyone, immediately hide behind the Moby DK as quickly as possible. Quick, must be fast, Marco shouted loudly with the phone bug. After the fleet under the Whitebeard pirates heard about 07, they immediately scrambled to the rear of the Moby DK. I am afraid that only their father Whitebeard can save them at this moment. Now, with Whitebeard's eyes, you must stare solemnly at the rolling tsunami, take a deep breath, squat your body halfway, take a firm horse stance, clench your fists, your arms are bulging, and 2 transparent white aperture. Drink. With a loud roar, Whitebeard swung his fist suddenly, and the power of the phoenix fruit unreservedly exploded. Kacha kacha kacha. Cracks appeared in the atmosphere in an instant, like shattered transparent glass, and a terrifying concussion force rushed along Whitebeard's fists towards the overwhelming huge tsunami. Wow. Under the power of Whitebeard's shock, the sweeping tsunami slowly stopped and gradually became smaller, trying to disperse on both sides. Puff. Whitebeard, who had dealt with the tsunami, suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, half kneeling on the ground. Just now he used shock fruit with all his strength, and he didn't care about the hidden wounds in his body, causing them all to burst out in an instant. Daddy. When Marco, Ace, Joes and others saw Whitebeard vomiting blood. They all surrounded him, with worried expressions in their eyes. It's okay. Just some old wounds. Get out of here quickly. I don't know if there will be a tsunami in the future. Whitebeard waved his hand, indicating that he was fine, and immediately asked Marco and others to leave here. If he did it again, he didn't know if his body would suffer. Yes, father. Marco also had lingering fears, and immediately ordered the helmsman to increase the speed of sailing and leave here as fast as possible. Sabayati Archipelago, in front of the live screen. Even though the screen has turned black at this time, those who watched the live broadcast still did not leave. Their eyes were fixed on the screen, their faces were full of tension and anxiety. Hateful. There is no picture. Advertisement. I don't know what the final result is. Who actually won? Whether it's Kong, the commander-in-chief of the world government, or Luo Xiu, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, they are so strong. What will the future hold for this era? Just as the audience on Sabayati Archipelago was discussing, a huge tsunami was sweeping towards Sabayati Archipelago. Look, what's that? A spectator exclaimed, pointing to the waves in the distance. Many people's eyes were attracted away, and their faces were ashen-colored from fright, and their souls flew away. See, an overwhelming tsunami is sweeping towards Sabayati Archipelago. Tsunami. It's a big tsunami. Run away. Countless people saw the overwhelming tsunami, and immediately covered their heads and screamed in terror, fleeing for 40 years like frightened birds and beasts. Hey, are you a liar? How could there be such a huge tsunami in this place? Did Whitebeard attack the Sabayati Archipelago? Kid immediately thought of Whitebeard when he saw a tsunami of this level, and was shocked to the extreme by the tsunami that covered the sky. Whitebeard won't sit idle and attack the Sabayati Archipelago. I'm afraid this is the tsunami caused by the aftermath of the battle at naval headquarters, which rushed directly to the Sabayati Archipelago. After all, the strength of the two men is obvious to all. Luo was also shocked, but he remained calm. He directly denied Kid's statement and guessed the cause of the tsunami. Battle aftermath. Hiss. What kind of powerful strength is this? Does the tsunami caused by the aftermath of the battle have such power? Hearing Luo's guess, Kid and the surrounding pirates were all shocked, their faces filled with unbelievable expressions. Slip. It looks like this tsunami will engulf the fringe islands of the Sabayati Archipelago. It's better to go to the middle or find a higher place to hide. After Luo finished speaking, he took the members of the pirate group under his command and disappeared in place immediately. If you stay here any longer, I'm afraid you will be directly poisoned by the tsunami. At this time, above Marinfodo, Luo Xiu stood above Dawn, overlooking the disappearing island below, with an indifferent expression, and turned to look in the direction of Red Line Mariejois. I lost 100,000 loyal dogs, and lost the place where the biggest loyal dogs were raised. I don't know if you, who are high above you, will feel pain because of this. This time, it's just the beginning. Next time, it's your holy place, Mariejois. Presumably, at that time, you will really feel the pain. After a few days, a piece of news shocked the whole world. Shock. That man did this to Marine HQ. An eye-catching title, below which is a photo of naval headquarters replaced by several huge meteorites, instantly attracted the attention of countless people, and made those who saw it feel shocked and terrified. The newspapers are scattered in all directions with the news birds of the news agency. Those who have been thinking about the outcome of this war have finally known the situation. What? Advertisement. How is this possible? The commander-in-chief of the world government died in battle. Naval headquarters 100,000 elite all killed. Marshal Sengoku, Hero Garp, San Admiral and other high-level officials are missing, and their lives and deaths are unknown. This is almost everyone's first reaction when they get the newspaper. Shock. Horror. Incredible. For the people of the whole world, the impact of this news is really too great. A thought involuntarily appeared in everyone's mind. The world is going to change. Next, this sea will enter the era of the Godslayer Luo Xiu. Holy Land Mariejois, Pangu City. Damn it. This Morgans is going to make a big report on this matter, and he doesn't care about the world government. The bald five elders slapped the newspaper in his hand on the table, his face was filled with deep anger. With the demise of the naval headquarters, the majesty of our world government has dropped to an all-time low. Nowadays, the major forces on the sea have gradually begun to ignore our world government. The blonde-haired five elders looked melancholy, with a look of deep worry on his face. The destruction of naval headquarters and the demise of 100,000 elite soldiers is definitely a huge blow to their world government. All of us underestimate Luo Xiu. He's too powerful. Even if Kong paid that price in the end, he would have killed him. And he can actually summon such a huge space meteorite. Has his strength reached the level of Master I Am? But, how can a mere slave, who is not from the D clan, possess such terrifying and powerful power? The curly-haired five elders mentioned Luo Xiu with a voice full of shock, doubt, and puzzlement. They investigated Luo Xiu's background. He was just an ordinary slave, not of any special race, nor had any special power. He just disappeared after escaping with that riot, and then came out with this a destructive power. In any case, this Luo Xiu has grown enough to threaten our world government. This will be the biggest threat our world government has faced in the past 800 years, even surpassing the Lox pirates for decades. It must be wiped out. Wearing a white robe and holding a ghostly first generation, the five elders had a cold voice and an indifferent expression. This is inevitable, but the key is how to annihilate it. Now, naval headquarters has been destroyed, and almost all the elites have been wiped out. Sengoku, Garp and the others have not been found yet. I don't know if they are dead or alive. We have almost no one in our hands right now. Curly-haired five elders had a look of helplessness on his face. He also wants to annihilate Luo Xiu, but judging from the current state, it is impossible to do so. The loss this time is really too great. I'm afraid, we can only ask Lord I Am for instructions. The blonde five elders sighed and said the name of the supreme ruler of the world government. That's the only way. The rest of the five elders also nodded in agreement. They really have nothing to do now. Several people made a decision, stood up one after another, tidied up their appearance, and walked towards the depths of Mariejois respectfully.
3FP Chapter 73 I am shocked. The Akatsuki Empire is established. See Master I am. The five elders knelt on one knee, respectfully saluting the figure on the throne. What's up? A majestic, indifferent voice that seemed to contain no emotion rang in the ears of the five elders, making their expressions tense and their bodies trembling involuntarily. To my lord I am, the plan to extinguish the lamp of Whitebeard failed. Several five elders looked at each other, and finally the blonde five elders reported with a trembling voice. Failed? Im's voice suddenly increased, as if it was a little unbelievable, and instantly made the heads of the five elders lower, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Yes, failed, the blonde five elders said boldly. How could it fail? Why did it fail? It's impossible for the Whitebeard pirates to be the opponent of naval headquarters. Im's voice was a bit puzzled. In his impression, naval headquarters should be an easy task for naval headquarters to deal with an old and frail Whitebeard. Report to Lord I Am. Actually, from the beginning to the end of this war, we hardly fought against the Whitebeard pirates. Naval headquarters was destroyed by a man named Luo Xiu. Blonde five elders reports as it is. Haven't you ever fought the Whitebeard pirates? Defeated by a man named Luo Xiu? That means you were defeated by an unknown character? I am staring at the five people below. A terrifying aura suddenly emanated from his body. Five elders instantly felt his body weighed down, as if a mountain was pressed on his body, and his forehead was suddenly covered with cold sweat. They know that Lord I Am is angry. Don't look at them as the supreme power holders with unlimited glory on the outside, but in front of this person, they are just five dogs of a higher level. If I Am wants to, he can take their lives at any time. Yes, Master I Am, please come down. The blonde five elders made an apology. They know that any sophistry is useless. After all, they did not think carefully about this matter, which led to the current situation. Tell me, what's going on? Im's tone was slightly calm. He was very curious. What kind of person could destroy naval headquarters? Yes, Emma, Luo Xiu used to be a slave of Mariejois. He escaped when the Murloc Fisher Tiger made a scene in the Holy Land, and then hid. More than 10 years later, that is to say, it was only recently that I made my debut in the sea. I don't know where I got the incomparably powerful power. I recruited a group of powerful subordinates and came to naval headquarters when we were preparing to fight the Whitebeard pirates. He almost killed the 100,000 elite soldiers summoned by naval headquarters with one move, and killed naval headquarters. Afterwards, Kong led the naval headquarters generals to a decisive battle with Luo Xiu. Kong died in battle, and Sengoku, Garp and others disappeared. The island of Marineford was completely destroyed by several huge meteorites summoned by Luo Xiu, and it ceased to exist. The blonde five elders reported to IM about the general situation of the war. The hall suddenly fell into silence. Only the rhythmic sound of Im's fingers tapping on the table could be heard. However, the five elders could clearly hear the rhythm of Master Im's finger tapping on the table getting faster and faster, more and more urgent, full of anxiety and uneasiness. In fact, at this moment, Im's heart was full of turmoil, and he was shocked by the report of the five elders. It's just that there have been countless years of existence that allowed him to control himself well, and he didn't show it. Incredible. This is the truest thought in Im's heart at this moment. He didn't understand, how did a mere slave acquire such powerful power in such a short period of time, and how did he gather so many strong men under his command? If one or two can be understood, but dozens of them at once, this is unbelievable. Don't act rashly. Send CP to lurk, undercover, investigate his details and find out his weaknesses. Advertisement. Secondly, carry out the world's big conscription, abolish those tedious rules, and announce to the whole world that anyone who joins the Marine, as long as they are strong, can get the corresponding official position. As long as they are strong enough, even Marine Admiral can. Let restore the damaged vitality first, and then find out his details. When the time is right, launch a general attack on him. Be sure to kill him with one blow and wipe him out completely. If necessary, you can apply to me to mobilize the Night of the Gods. After a long silence, the voice of the scene sounded again, and corresponding arrangements were made. Night of God. Five elders was surprised when they heard the words, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on their faces. These are Lord Im's personal guards. Each of them is a powerful person, and the weakest one is at the naval headquarters Rear Admiral level. Yes. I respect the orders of Lord IM. Five elders took orders one after another, got up slowly and retreated. New World, Palace of Dressrosa. Luo Xiu was on the throne, and below stood a group of strong ninjas summoned by Luo Xiu through the system and some local strong pirates subdued by Luo Xiu. Everyone, we have completely stood on the opposite side of the world government. Let me announce the next development plan. First of all, in order to enhance the cohesion and faith of my subordinates, I decided to establish the Empire of Dawn, and set Alabasta, the capital of Seven Waters, Sky Island, the Fishmen Island, and Dressrosa as provinces of the Empire of Dawn. Secondly, vigorously develop the army, recruit and absorb those kingdoms that have separated from the world government, and increase their strength and history. Then, vigorously develop industry, agriculture and commerce. This is a long war, and we must be prepared to fight a protracted war. Finally, enter the New World. This is a region that has almost never been set foot by the world government. As long as you are strong enough, you can conquer it. Everyone, if you have anything to add, feel free to speak up. Luo Xiu spoke out the plans in his heart one by one. Boss, New World is almost the territory of the four emperors. If we step in rashly, it may cause their resistance. If the four emperors' pirates are alone, they will definitely not be our opponents, but if they unite together, or collude with the world government, it will be a big challenge for us. Doflamingo stepped forward and said, with a hint of concern in his voice. His underground forces spread almost all over the New World, and he is very familiar with the form of the New World. Apart from the four emperors, there are many giants in the underground world, none of them are cheap and so on. Although Luo Xiu is very powerful, ruling is not just about being strong alone. DJ. Challenge? No, for them, my arrival is a challenge. If you want to unite, just let them unite, whether it's pirates, or those so-called underground giants, including those rats from the world government. As long as they dare to come, I will let them realize what is strength and what is despair. In front of us, there is absolutely no opponent. Luo Xiu didn't take Doflamingo's words to heart at all. If possible, he hopes that the four emperors of the New World, or the giants of the underground world can unite. In this way, Luo Xiu can wipe them out in one fell swoop. Luo Xiu's self-confidence and Haki's voice instantly infected everyone under his command, with blood boiling and passion surging. Everyone shouted in unison. In front of us, there is absolutely no opponent. Listening to the confident shouts of the crowd, Luo Xiu showed a satisfied smile on his face, as he should have this confidence. Doflamingo, send someone to inform Morgans that the Empire's founding ceremony will be held in a few days. I believe he must be very interested in this news, and let it be broadcast live to the world. I want to let the whole world know about the establishment of the Akatsuki Empire, and let more people join in. Luo Xiu instructed Doflamingo. Obey, Chief, I'll do it right away. After a few days. Dressrosa, King's Heights. Luo Xiu was wearing a black suit and Xiao's black-red cloud suncloak and stood in the palace square. Many reporters took their positions one after another, occupying a good position and setting up a camera phone bug, trying to take a nice close-up of Luo Xiu. His Majesty Luo Xiu, may the live broadcast start? Advertisement Morgans asked Luo Xiu respectfully, with great excitement in his eyes. Being able to broadcast a live broadcast to this lord must be big news that will cause a sensation in the world. He can already predict that his newspaper will sell out. Let's start. Luo Xiu nodded slightly. Obey. Everyone is on position, ready to start the live broadcast, and all the live calls are aimed at His Majesty Emperor Luo Xiu. Morgans got Luo Xiu's permission, and immediately instructed his staff. The employees under Morgans received the order and immediately contacted the live broadcast points in various places through the phone bug to let them connect to the signal. Luo Xiu's figure appeared on the live broadcast screens all over the world, causing a huge sensation in an instant. Luo Xiu's statement can be said to resound through the sea and the whole world. The battle at naval headquarters made the whole world fully realize the strength of Luo Xiu, and understand how strong this man is on the screen. Kingdom? Island? This man wants to destroy it with a wave of his hand? Look, it's Godslayer Luo Xiu. This is the man who brought down the naval headquarters. When I saw this man, I remembered the live broadcast not long ago. It was the war of the century. According to friends of Sabaody Archipelago, after the destruction of the live phone bug at that time, the tsunami caused by the battle clutter directly spread to Sabaody Archipelago. Hiss, it's so scary. Under the attention of the whole world, Luo Xiu picked up the phone bug and spoke slowly. Everyone in the world, I am here today to announce a message to you all. The Akatsuki Empire led by the Akatsuki organization is formally established. The current territories of the Dawn Empire include the original Alabasta, the Kingdom of God and Sky Island, the capital of Seven Waters, the Fishmen Island, and Dressrosa where I am currently. Every time Luo Xiu said the name of the place, the picture of that place would appear on the live broadcast screen, especially the pictures of Sky Island and the Fishmen Island, which immediately shocked countless people. These two places are completely a legend to most ordinary people in this world. Wow, there really is a Sky Island in this world. Look, those people have wings, just like angels. Sky Island is so beautiful, I really want to go there. The Fishmen Island is also very beautiful. There are many beautiful, so good, mermaid ladies. If I can marry a mermaid lady as my wife in this life, I will be satisfied. 17 Sky Island and the Fishmen Island attracted the attention of the whole world almost instantly. The beautiful angels and mermaids made them yearn for these two places, and even some slave hunters and human traffickers. Ready to go to these two places to capture beautiful angels and mermaids to sell to nobles. However, in the next second, they immediately snuffed out this thought from their minds. Dawn Empire is a country ruled by justice and law, a country of equality and freedom, and a country of sincerity and friendship. There will be no more discrimination here. All races have only one identity, and that is the citizens of the Akatsuki Empire, enjoying all the rights and obligations of the Akatsuki Empire. Here, there will be no exploitation and oppression by the wanton aristocrats like celestial dragons, and they will feed themselves and earn money through their hardworking hands. There will no longer be slaves here, and all slave-related systems will be abolished. No matter who they are, anyone who dares to arrest citizens of the Shaoji Empire to sell slaves, I, Luo Xiu, hereby guarantee that Shaoji. The Empire will hunt him down to Cape Tianya, and he will die. The systems one by one have spread to the whole world, making the oppressed people in this world full of yearning and longing for the Empire of Dawn. Especially the people in the territories belonging to the Akatsuki Empire immediately let out excited cheers. Oh, long live His Majesty Luo Xiu. Awesome. This is simply the country of dreams. I want to join the Akatsuki Empire. I want to become a citizen of Akatsuki Empire. Chapter 74. Flock to it. The impotent and furious world government, the rapidly expanding Akatsuki Empire. The whole world is cheering, the whole world is jumping for joy. After hearing Luo Xiu's speech, countless people went out to the Empire of Akatsuki one after another. They longed for such an empire full of freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, and sense of security. World government, Mariejois. 5 elders were also watching Luo Xiu's live broadcast, and everyone's faces were full of anger. This Luo Xiu, it's disgusting. Would it be *******************? Damn it. The 5 elders stared at Luo Xiu on the live broadcast screen, gnashing their teeth and cursing one by one, but they had no choice but to curse. They couldn't be furious here. Although we can't wage a large-scale war on it now and completely wipe it out, we can't let it develop so comfortably. Something must be done to hinder his development. Blonde 5 elders hammered the table with a voice full of anger and deep worry. Really, if we let him develop like this, he will grow into an unshakable towering tree before we recover. Curly-haired 5 elders nodded in agreement. The rest of the people were also silent, agreeing with the words of the 2 of them. Send out the CP organization to assassinate those high-level people who left the world government and joined the Dawn Empire, especially Alabasta, the capital of 7 waters, the Fishman Island, Dressrosa, and assassinate all the high-level people. In addition, send people to intercept and kill those who want to join the Empire of Akatsuki. Since they want to join the Empire of Akatsuki and fight against the world government, then we can't keep them. Let the whole world see what is the end of betraying the world government and being an enemy of the world government. A few 5 elders said something about you, and I said some measures for the development of the Dawn Empire. Their voices were cold and their expressions were indifferent. But Luo Xiu has already guessed their thoughts. 077 Luo Xiu is very aware of the PS of these people who are the rulers of the world government. If they can't get it, they will be destroyed. Everyone, I believe that there must be countless people who are very excited at this moment, and can't wait to join the Empire of Dawn. However, please calm down a little bit, don't go to sea lightly, and stay calm. For the tens of thousands of ordinary people in this sea, the sea is extremely dangerous. There are bad weather, vicious pirates, and terrifying sea beasts. The most important thing is that those bastards in the world government will not just let you join the Akatsuki Empire and make the Akatsuki Empire grow stronger, and they will definitely send people to kill you. So, for the sake of everyone's safety, our Empire of Dawn will send a fleet to cruise the sea, and our strongmen from the Empire of Dawn will specially sit in it. When you see the fleet flying the flag of the Empire of Dawn, you can take it to the Empire of Dawn for free. Luo Xiu's voice came out from the live broadcast, and the plan that 5 elders hadn't even started was aborted in an instant. His words won the hearts of countless people in this sea. On this sea, 90% of the people are ordinary people, exploited and oppressed by the world government, burned, killed and looted by pirates. Who cares about their lives? Absolutely not. Luo Xiu's declaration and measures for their safety have moved countless people to tears. Woo! Your Majesty Luo Xiu, you are so merciful. I must become a citizen of the Dawn Empire. Damn! World government is really not a thing. It is corrupt and dark, and it doesn't want us to run to the light. This dark world government should be overthrown. Your Majesty Luo Xiu, I support you. Thank you, Your Majesty Luo Xiu. I hope you can send your fleet to Goa Kingdom as soon as possible. I don't want to stay here for a day. Ah, Your Majesty Luo Xiu, I love you. I want to give birth to a monkey for you. Ah, adore. Countless emotions exploded in the hearts of the audience who were watching the live broadcast. They are accustomed to being exploited and oppressed, and their lives are full of darkness. If someone suddenly thinks of them and gives them a glimmer of light, then this person is the god in their hearts. Damn it, advertisement, Luo Xiu, can he hear us? The blonde 5 elders slammed their fists on the table with an angry expression when they heard Luo Xiu's words. Luo Xiu's words seemed to be aimed at their plan to curb the Dawn Empire just now. There can't be phone bugs in this room. From the perspective of Summit War, this man is not only powerful, but also his mind is not inferior to his strength. He should have thought of this possibility, thought of the measures that our world government will take to curb the development of the Dawn Empire, and thus issue these declarations, so as to give those untouchables a sense of security. The long-haired 5 elders shook his head, denying what the blonde 5 elders said, and looked at Luo Xiu on the live broadcast screen, full of incomparable dignity. Being strong isn't too scary. The frightening thing is that this person's strength is not only fishy but also brainy. Rule depends not only on strength, but also on wisdom. Now, this terrifying man has it both ways and is invulnerable. Then what to do? Is it just to watch him grow and develop like this? The bald 5 elders said a little anxiously, how can that be? Humph. So what if you guessed it? This world is so big, I don't believe how many troops can escort all the untouchables in Luo Xiu's newly established Dawn Empire. There will always be singles, and even if there is an escort from the fleet of the Empire of Dawn, so what? Except for Luo Xiu, Xiao's leader, the rest of the subordinates are strong, but the CP strongmen under our world government are not weak. We attack their fleet and focus on killing those untouchables. Killing them makes them afraid, killing them makes them afraid, killing them they dare not join the Empire of Akatsuki. No matter how strong Luo Xiu is, he is only one person. The world is so big, I don't believe that he can take care of every fleet anytime, anywhere. The voice of 5 elders holding the first generation Gush was full of killing intent, and he didn't care about Luo Xiu's words at all. He believes that although the Akatsuki Empire will send troops to escort those untouchables, it cannot take care of everyone. As long as they seize the opportunity to massacre, they will definitely make those untouchables fearful and fearful. Good. Seconded. Good idea, just do it. The other 4 or 5 elders' eyes lit up when they heard this, and they all nodded in approval. They looked at Luo Xiu who was speaking live on the screen, frowning slowly, and a sneer appeared on their faces. Amidst the endless cheers from the people of the world and the resentment and anger of the world government, the live broadcast of the establishment of the Dawn Empire came to a successful conclusion. Subsequently, Morgans immediately wrote headlines, published newspapers, and spread the news around the world. After all, there are only a small number of people who can watch the live broadcast with the conditions. Shocked. The strongest empire in the world was established, and that man set up such a law. A striking headline, along with a portrait of Luo Xiu live, was printed on the headlines of the newspaper. Countless people were shocked, excited, delighted, and yearning when they received the newspaper and saw the content on it. This country is simply a dream country. They are looking forward to the arrival of the ships of the Dawn Empire sooner, leading them to the country of their dreams. At the same time, because of Luo Xiu's words, countless people around the world have a deep sense of disgust towards the world government. Luo Xiu's actions were very fast. After the establishment of the empire, he sent a fleet to cruise the 4 seas and the islands of the Great Root, and countless people rushed to the Empire of Dawn. Some islands and kingdoms even declared to join the Empire of Akatsuki. Advertisement: the power of the Akatsuki Empire is growing rapidly at an incredible speed. Even the world government, which even some branch marines have rebelled against, chose to join the Empire of Akatsuki. In just a few months, the population of Akatsuki Empire increased by 1 million from the original basis. Population is the foundation of a powerful empire. Only someone can create wealth, someone can build an army, and someone can make the empire prosperous and strong. This situation made the world government jealous, extremely angry, and terrified. The development speed of Shaoji Empire is really too fast, too fierce. 5 elders immediately began to send CP and troops to assassinate and attack the fleet escorting the civilians of the Akatsuki Empire according to their plan, hoping to contain and hinder the development of the Akatsuki Empire. East Blue. Kingdom of Goa. Since the ordinary people here watched the live broadcast of Luo Xiu's founding of the Empire of Dawn, they have always wanted to escape from this place and live in that dream. But, here the king of the Kingdom of Goa simply let them leave the country. As corrupt aristocratic rulers, they are staunch supporters of the world government. The beauty of the Akatsuki Empire is only for those low-level civilians, but it is a nightmare for the rulers of the feudal emperor and aristocratic class like the Goya kingdom. These nobles don't care about the life and death of ordinary people, as long as they live happily. Therefore, since the live broadcast of the establishment of Shaoji Empire spread all over the world, the Kingdom of Goya directly blocked the ports going to sea for fear that these low-level people would escape. Except for merchant ships, no one is allowed to go to sea. Once found, kill them immediately. Unable to escape, the people here can only pin their hopes on the cruise fleet of the Akatsuki Empire, hoping that one day they can come to this island. 4. Their hope has come. 5 fleets flying the flag of the Akatsuki Empire are sailing quickly towards the Kingdom of Goa. The civilians working at the pier, guarded by soldiers, are overjoyed when they see the flag of the Akatsuki Empire. That is, Akatsuki Empire fleet. Seeing the flag of the sun in the middle of the black-bottomed red clouds fluttering on the boat, the commoner cheered excitedly. Regardless of the guarding soldiers, he threw away the hoe in his hand and ran to the shore, waving to the fleet of the Empire of Dawn. Hey, masters of the Akatsuki Empire, please take me out of this ghostly place as soon as possible. I want to join the Akatsuki Empire and become a citizen of the Akatsuki Empire. The surrounding people who had been working hard heard the shouts and looked up one after another. The numb expressions on their faces instantly turned into joy, and their dead eyes were also full of light. They immediately dropped the tools in their hands and flocked to the seaside. Some people even jumped into the sea and quickly swam towards the fleet of the Akatsuki Empire. It can be seen from this, how eager these ordinary people are for the Dawn Empire established by Luo Xiu. Damn it. You untouchables, what do you want to do? Return, come back to me, you guys are looking for death. Seeing this scene, the soldiers of the Kingdom of Goa who were in charge of guarding the civilians at the pier opened their mouths to curse and raised their whips to abstract away the civilians. The leader of the soldiers even took out his musket and aimed at the civilians rushing towards the Akatsuki fleet. Bang bang bang, 3 shots in a row. 3 bullets rushed towards the civilians in the sea with the sound of piercing the air. Hey, meatballs. What do you want to do to the citizens of our Akatsuki Empire? Chapter 75 World Government Interception, Scared CP0. Water-style water shockwave. As the sound fell, a wave more than 10 meters high swallowed the bullets and swept towards the soldiers of Goya Kingdom by the sea. Clatter. All those soldiers of the Kingdom of Goa who attacked the civilians were washed away by the huge waves. Under the grateful gazes of all the civilians in the Goa kingdom, a ninja with a face mask and a machete descended from the sky and stood on the pier. It is the leader of this Dawn Empire fleet. Dao Di will not be cut again. In order to ensure the safety of these civilians preparing to join the Dawn Empire, a fleet, Luo Xiu dispatched at least one Jonin as its leader. Thank you so much, master of the Akatsuki Empire. Long live His Majesty Luo Xiu. The oppressed laborers and civilians in the kingdom of Goa saw Momochi Zaibu cut him to the rescue, and immediately let out excited cheers. Really, His Majesty Luo Xiu's declaration is true, and he will really send someone to protect us. Ever since more people jumped into the sea and swam to the fleet of the Akatsuki Empire, they couldn't wait to join this dream country and become a member of this empire. Everyone, don't panic. Our Akatsuki Empire welcomes anyone who wants to join, and at the same time guarantees the anji of every citizen of the empire. Hey, hurry up and pick up these people. Dao Di Zai Bu Zan comforted the common people, and at the same time sent a message to the fleet to send small boats to receive these people. Hole. These are people from the kingdom of Goa. You are robbers. What is the difference between you and pirates? The Goya kingdom soldiers who climbed out of the big waves yelled at Momochi no more. Ha ha. Our Empire of Dawn will never force anyone who is unwilling to join the Empire of Dawn to join. At that time, you bastards, block the coast of the port and prevent these common people from going to the Empire of Akatsuki. Corrupt rule can only rely on exploitation and oppression. You can't stop these people's desire for light. Momochi looked at these soldiers of the Goa kingdom disdainfully. The beheading sword in his hand was carried on his shoulder. His eyes were cold and indifferent. As long as the soldiers of the Goa kingdom dared to step forward to stop or kill these civilians, they would immediately cut off their heads with the beheading sword in your hand. Hateful. In the face of the vicious Taudi, these ordinary soldiers of the Goa kingdom did not dare to step forward after all. After all, the prestige of the Akatsuki Empire is too strong. The fleet slowly docked. More than 1,000 soldiers came down. Many of them were genin and shunin, and most of genin were ninja troops newly trained by major ninja villages, and shunin was the character summoned by Luo Xiu's sign in reward. Although the ninja force has not yet been fully established, it has an outline. You go to the town to pass the news, saying that the fleet of the Dawn Empire is docking here, and those who are willing to own the Dawn Empire, please come quickly. Dao Di Zai Bu Zan gave instructions to the soldiers under his command. Yes. Momochi will never behead my lord again. The soldiers of the Akatsuki Empire immediately took orders to go. Quickly, go and inform His Majesty the King. The soldier captain of Goya Kingdom didn't dare to do anything to Taudi and others, so he had to send someone to inform the King of Goya Kingdom. When the King of Goya Kingdom received the news, he was shocked and at a loss. As a remote small kingdom in East Blue, how could he find such a giant as the Dawn Empire? Advertisement. This is a powerful existence that dares to wrestle with the world government. Although he doesn't care about the life and death of those common people, he can't just watch them leave. If all these common people leave, wouldn't the kingdom of Goa be about to perish? Without these ordinary people, who will work? Who will produce? Who will exploit them? Cannot. Absolutely not. The kingdom of Goa has perished and immediately called the world government for help. Hey, Moses. This is the kingdom of Goa, one of the member countries of the world government. The fleet of the Akatsuki Empire is plundering those untouchables at the port of the kingdom of Goa. Please support, please support. The king of the Goa kingdom shouted for help from the world government on the other side of the phone bug. Understood. The world government immediately dispatched strong people to support. The world government is worried about not being able to find a chance to attack the cruise fleet of the Akatsuki Empire, and the king of Goya's call for help is exactly in their arms. After 5 elders heard the news, they immediately dispatched a CP0 strongman to lead a group of elite agents to East Blue, ready to intercept Taudi and then kill this cruise fleet. 3 days later, the 5 large ships of Momoji Zabuza's fleet carried tens of thousands of common people of the kingdom of Goa. No, it should be said that they were citizens of the Empire of Akatsuki, preparing to go to the nearest territory belonging to the Empire of Akatsuki, Rog Town. Since Smoker was conscripted, Rog Town was replaced by an ordinary marine colonel. After the naval headquarters was destroyed, he was killed by pirates. He lost order and became a mess. Later, Luo Xiu sent people to occupy him and became Shaoji, territory of the empire. Everyone be alert. The kingdom of Goa belongs to one of the member countries of the world government. We will definitely be notified by them to the world government if we act with such fanfare, and maybe they will send a fleet to attack. Dao Di Zai Bu Zan loudly told the soldiers under his command to be vigilant. Luo Xiu had warned them before that the world government would never stand by and watch them grow stronger, and would definitely take measures to curb the development of the Dawn Empire, send strong men to snipe the cruise fleet. The voice of Dao Di Zai Bu Zan has not just fallen. Bang bang bang, there were several ear-piercing roars of artillery fire in the distance, and dozens of black shells struck them from the air. Helmsman, be careful to avoid shells. Gunners, return fire. Ninja troops, be careful not to let the shells hit the ships. Taudi gave orders to the soldiers under his command in a calm and unhurried manner. He had already expected this kind of situation in his heart. Boom boom boom. Most of the shells landed on the sea, and a small number of shells that were about to hit the fleet were stopped by the ninjutsu of the ninja troops. Several fleets with world government logos appeared in the distant mist. It is the strong man sent by the world government to snipe the cruise fleet of the Akatsuki Empire. All ninja troops follow me. Prevent the world government fleet from approaching our fleet, and the rest of the soldiers protect the citizens of the empire. Dao Di Zai Bu Zan carried the beheading sword on his back, jumped off the sea first, and ran towards the world government fleet from the sea. Hundreds of genin and shunin followed. Treading water is the most basic compulsory course for ninjas, because the sea is a paradise for water-style ninjas. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. When it was about to approach the world government ship, Dao Di Zai Bu Zan quickly formed a seal, and a huge water dragon more than 10 meters long jumped out of the sea, and went straight to the front warship of the world government fleet. Tempest kick. Just when the water dragon was about to hit the world government warship, a blue air blade flew out of it, and the water dragon, which was never cut again, was split into two, turning into seawater and falling on the deck. A man in a white robe and a red mask stood at the bow of the boat and slowly lowered his raised right leg. 0. Seeking Flowers OO advertisement. Obviously, it was he who made the attack just now. This scene made Dao Di Zai Bu Zan's pupils shrink suddenly, and his eyes became serious involuntarily. To destroy the water dragon bomb so easily, the strength of this person is at least Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Here comes a strong man. However, if it's just Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals, Dao Di will not be afraid if he doesn't cut it. Because this is the sea, it is completely the home of his water-style ninja. Broken knife. Beheading sword. Momochi Zabuzan jumped up from the sea, pulled out the beheading sword on his back, covered with a layer of light gray armament hockey, and slashed at the CPO's head. CP0 looked at Dao Di Zai Bu Zan. The eyes revealed from the mask showed a look of disdain, and the body had no intention of dodging at all. Iron body. Clang. Dao Di's decapitating sword struck CPO's body like it was striking hard steel, making a clear and crisp sound. Iron body hyphenation point cannon fist. CPO's right fist turned black in an instant, and he punched out with lightning speed, hitting Dao Di's stomach, which instantly turned Dao Di's body into a shrimp shape. His eyeballs protruded and were covered with bloodshot eyes. With a wow, a mouthful of blood spewed out. The whole person flew upside down like a fired shell in an instant, and fell into the sea, causing a huge wave. Peach Land will not behead my lord again. Those ninjas who followed Momochi and rushed to the place stopped immediately, exclaimed, and stared at the CPO in horror. This person. So strong. Cough cough cough. Dao Di Zai Bu Zan swam up from the bottom of the sea, half knelt on the surface of the sea, clutching his stomach, coughing up bursts of blood. He felt his abdominal cramping, as if his intestines were broken.
This person's strength is definitely more than Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. In the previous summit war, Momochi Zabuza had fought against Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, and he had a clear understanding of their strength. Although they were lost, they would not lose instantly. But the CPO in white robe in front of him beat him seriously in an instant. The punch was so fast that he couldn't react at all. No solution anymore. We can only ask the leader for support. Momochi Zabuzan is not the kind of brainless reckless guy who can't beat him, but he has to be tough. As a ninja, he must keep a clear mind at all times. Judging from the strength of this white-robed CPO, he can easily kill himself and all the soldiers and citizens of the Imperial cruise fleet. Boo 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 boo. Without further hesitation, Dao Di Zai Bu Zan immediately took out his phone and contacted Luo Xiu. The CPO watched Teodi take out the phone bug without any hesitation. There was no fluctuation in his eyes, and even a mocking look appeared. Request support. Just right. When the supporters from the Akatsuki Empire came and saw the corpses all over the place, the expressions on their faces must be very exciting. The CPO hides a cruel smile on his cheek under the mask. Soon, Momochi Zabuzan put down the phone bug, and the tense, worried, depressed expression on his face disappeared in an instant. Have you asked for help? So, ready to go. RO. The originally murderous and powerful CPO instantly became trembling, his voice trembled, his pupils constricted, he raised his finger and pointed forward, unable to utter a complete sentence. 0. Chapter 76 World Government. I report, Luo Xiu is cheating. CPO's pupils contracted to ultimate, looking at the figure in front of him, his eyes showed endless horror. Luo Xiu, why are you here? The CPO looked at the man who suddenly appeared in front of him, and the fear in his heart climbed to the extreme. As the strongest shield of the world government, Celestial Dragons, although his strength is very strong, even comparable to the Admiral of Headquarters. But, in front of this man, he still couldn't help trembling with fear. In the war not long ago, he saw with his own eyes how the man in front of him destroyed Naval Headquarters. And, World Government Commander Kong also died in his hands. How are you preparing? Luo Xiu's indifferent voice sounded, and he looked at the CPO with a cold gaze, which made him feel like a light was on his back. Luo Xiu had already considered the interception of the world government. Not only is each fleet equipped with Jonin's strong fighters as commanders, but also the Flying Thunder God formula is left on each fleet. If you encounter an invincible and powerful enemy, you can ask him for support. Now that the promise has been made, it is natural to ensure that nothing will go wrong. Hateful, shave, moonwalk. The CPO came back to his senses, almost without any reason, immediately turned around and ran away, not daring to delay at all. He knew that he must not be the opponent of this man in front of him. Run. Ha ha. Can you run away? 097. Universal pull. Luo Xiu looked at the CPO who wanted to escape, with a smirk on his face, his arms stretched forward, his eyes turned into a thread-shaped 9-Guyu Rinnegan, and a powerful gravitational force erupted. Moment. The body of the CPO who ran 1,000 meters away immediately flew towards Luo Xiu uncontrollably. Damn it. The body is completely out of control. Feeling the powerful gravitational force acting on his body, CPO's complexion changed wildly, and he struggled hard, but it was of no avail. Kong can't break free from this gravitational force, let alone he thought it was just CP0. Armed power fist. Luo Xiu raised his fist and covered armament hockey, a massive amount of chakra gathered. Boom. A heavy punch hit the CPO's stomach, which made him feel the same pain as Momochi Zabuza just now, even stronger pain than him. Tears soar. Blood spouts. The whole body is directly bent into a bow. Advanced armament hockey and chakra penetrated through his body, crazily destroying his muscles, internal organs and bones. Whoosh. The CPO's body suddenly flew upside down like a rocket launcher, and was hammered into the bottom of the sea by Luo Xiu with a bang, splashing a stormy sea and setting off a water column hundreds of meters high. Water-style great waterfall technique. Blowing CPO away with one punch, Luo Xiu performed ninjutsu again, and tsunamis with a height of 100 meters rolled up around the world government fleet, surrounding them. Clatter. When the tsunami was photographed, the warships of the world government were instantly shattered, and all the agents and soldiers of the world government were drowned and buried in the sea. In just a few breaths, all the world government troops were wiped out. Rear. The soldiers and citizens on the Akatsuki Empire fleet were all dumbfounded. Incomparable shock, excitement, and gratitude shone in their eyes. Never thought. Advertisement. His Majesty the Emperor actually came to rescue them in person. This moment, whether it is a soldier or citizen who has just joined, the sense of belonging and honor to the Dawn Empire has climbed to the extreme in their hearts, and they can't help but kneel down to Luo Xiu. There are many people who wept with joy and burst into tears. What kind of character is Luo Xiu? Now replacing Whitebeard is called the world's most man. And he is the leader of the Akatsuki Empire. Is an early big man. But it was such a big man who would personally come to rescue ordinary people like them. How can this not move them? Woo, I didn't expect His Majesty the Emperor to come to the rescue in person. I'm so touched. What an honor it is. Thank you, Your Majesty the Emperor. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. I will always be the most loyal subject of the Akatsuki Empire. Luo Xiu returned to the boat, looked at the kneeling citizens, raised his hands, and the gentle chakra lifted each of them up. Everyone, welcome to the Akatsuki Empire. As the Emperor of the Akatsuki Empire, he naturally has the responsibility and obligation to protect the safety of every citizen. Starting today, you will step into the light completely, use your hands to create a bright future. After Luo Xiu encouraged him, his figure disappeared in an instant, and the countless people who watched were stunned, and their hearts were even more in awe. If it wasn't for the adoption that drifted on the sea, they would have thought they were dreaming. Afterwards, Zabuza and Momochi led the fleet to Rog Town and asked Rog Town officials to resettle them. Except for the fleet of Momochi, in the next few months, the cruise fleets of the Akatsuki Empire were intercepted and killed by the world government one after another, but without exception, they all failed. Some people are powerful, such as Reikage, Jinchuriki Killer Bee, Wooden Golem, Lao Zi, Han and others can directly kill the interceptors of the world government. Even if someone loses, there is Luo Xiu's Flying Thunder God now, it's completely possible to do it without fail. In the end, Luo Xiu sent people to collect the news and asked Morgans to report it all over the world, so that the people of the whole world could once again see the ugly face of the world government. Anyone who read the newspapers would curse angrily. Damn, world government is really not a thing. It's okay to be rotten and dark, and not allow others to pursue a bright and happy life. This corrupt government deserves to be overthrown. His Majesty the Emperor Luo Xiu of the Akatsuki Empire, not only personally sent troops to escort the civilians going to the Akatsuki Empire, but also personally rescued them. Having such an emperor, His Majesty is really full of security. This wave, the world government can't steal chickens and lose rice. Not only did it not hinder the development of Shaoji Empire, but it also made Luo Xiu's reputation in the sea to a higher level, making the people of the world more recognized and flocked to Shaoji Empire and Luo Xiu. Mariejois, Pangu City. Blonde Five Elders slapped a copy of the latest newspaper on the table with an angry face. This Morgans, it seems that his wings are really stiff, and he doesn't pay attention to the world government at all. The news reported is all to discredit the world government. Ha ha, he felt that he hugged Luo Xiu, the thigh of the Empire of Dawn. The curly-haired Five Elders sneered, seeing Morgan's intentions. This guy seemed to have completely surrendered to the Empire of Dawn. Leave aside the matter of Morgans for now, compared to this bird, our primary enemy is the Empire of Akatsuki. During this period of time, we sent many CP elites to snipe and kill the fleets of the Akatsuki Empire, but all of them failed without exception. Leaving aside those powerful people in the Akatsuki Empire fleet, even if you encounter those weak ones, Luo Xiu can arrive in no time. This shows that he has mastered a terrible space technology for long-distance travel. If this is the case, our killing plan will never succeed. With that man here, even if we five old fellows go out in person, we can't be his match. The bald Five Elders had a gloomy look on his face, revealing a deep sense of selflessness. Long-distance spatial movement anytime, anywhere, it's just like opening and hanging. There is no way, let's start the world conscription first. Sengoku, Garp, they have almost recovered, let them rebuild naval headquarters, and rebuild the framework of marine. Otherwise, relying solely on the CP of our world government would be too difficult. Long-haired Five Elders no longer propose to stop the development of the Dawn Empire, and they can't stop it at all. Advertisement. Not only did the masters sent out not intercept and kill a single person, but all of them were killed. These are the elites cultivated by their world government at a huge cost. Actually, we don't necessarily have to personally send people to intercept and kill people from the Akatsuki Empire. We can buy pirates with money. Anyway, as long as they have enough money, these desperados can do anything. A sinister grin suddenly appeared on the blonde five elders' face. The rest of the five elders were also enlightened when they heard the words, and felt that they had entered a misunderstanding. Yup, the most indispensable thing in this sea is these dregs. For money, they are desperados who can do anything. Good idea, just do it, everyone agreed, with happy smiles on their faces. For their world government, the most important thing is money. Soon, the world government spread the news across the sea. Killing an ordinary citizen of the Akatsuki Empire can get 10,000 baileys, and killing an official of the Shaoji Empire can get at least 100,000 baileys. The higher the official position, the higher the bonus. As soon as this news came out, the desperados in this sea immediately seemed like sharks smelling blood. Although Luo Xiu's reputation is now resounding throughout the world, the territory of the Akatsuki Empire is too large and too scattered, spanning the four seas, the first half of the Grand Line, and the New World. No matter how strong Luo Xiu is, he can't take care of everyone in every place. Even if it is a patrolling soldier, no matter how many guards there will always be some who slip through the net. All of a sudden, many ordinary people of the Akatsuki Empire, and even some low-level officials were killed, their heads were cut off and they went to the world government to receive the reward. Dressrosa, the royal palace. When Luo Xiu heard the news reported by Conan, his eyes narrowed immediately, revealing a cold light, and his expression was very angry. He also didn't expect that the world government would be so insane that it would directly offer rewards to ordinary people. Order. Issuing a hunting order for those who killed our Akatsuki Empire and went to the world government in exchange for a bounty. After they are caught, they will be publicly executed with the cruelest punishment. Secondly, let the guards everywhere increase their patrols, and make sure to ensure the safety of the citizens of the empire. If the empire cannot guarantee the safety of its people, then the people's sense of trust in the empire will decrease, and fear will make them want to flee. Then, notify Morgans to hype up this initiative of world government, so that the people of the world can see the darkness of world government. HMPH, although the world government's move will make people around the world hesitate and fear joining the 1.5 Empire of Dawn, it will undoubtedly make them hate the world government even more. Luo Xiu issued orders in an orderly manner, issuing several countermeasures in succession. In Naro, from Xiu's point of view, the world government is just jumping over the wall in a hurry. Although this measure will curb the development of Shaoji Empire to a certain extent, but the world government will not get any benefits, and its reputation will be completely rotten in the hearts of the people at the bottom. This is perfectly reflected in the next world conscription conducted by the world government. It lasted for several months, and the conscription didn't even recruit a hair. The civilians have long seen through the ugly face of the world government. Marine is no longer the righteous Marine they know. As for the nobles, it is even more impossible to participate in conscription. At the same time, in order to protect the safety of the citizens of the Akatsuki Empire, Luo Xiu also conducted a global conscription, recruiting strong people with a heart of justice in the world. Contrary to the world government, the recruiting office of the Akatsuki Empire is full. There are so many that the Akatsuki Empire can't accept it at all. The two are in perfect contrast. This situation spread to Mariejois, and the five elders were almost blown up. Damn it. Damn it. 11. These untouchables. One day I will kill all of you. There was a sound of cursing in the hall, accompanied by the sound of glass and porcelain, tables, chairs and benches being smashed to the ground. Break the defense. After all, they still couldn't Chapter 77 form an alliance and cooperate. The Akatsuki Empire that scared the world. Angry, resentful, helpless, exasperated. All kinds of emotions keep intertwining, expanding, and exploding in the hearts of the five highest power holders on the surface of the world government. They never expected that almost no one signed up for the big conscription conducted by the world government. On the contrary, the number of recruits in the Akatsuki Empire is overwhelming. Face. Kai Guguo's slap in the face. How to do? Without a source of troops, how can we fight against the Empire of Akatsuki? After venting, several people finally calmed down a little, frowning, with a very helpless expression. No solution anymore. It can only be recruited by force, and let those soldiers from the world government join the country. The bald five elders said with a heavy face. When the other people heard this, their faces sank. The world government is qualified to forcibly recruit soldiers from the countries that the world government joined. But, in less than half of the cases as a last resort, the world government will not choose the method of compulsory recruitment. If this is done, it will inevitably cause those world government member countries to have a grudge against the world government, and may cause chaos in the world government member countries. That's all there is to it. Just do it. Several people sighed and agreed to this last resort. Five elders never dreamed that one day they and others would be forced to such a degree by a newly emerging force, the Empire. It is necessary to forcibly summon soldiers from allied countries of the world government to replenish the supply of troops. With the world government's order issued, each world government member country has to send its own soldiers to the world government, even if they are reluctant, to supplement the Marines under the world government's command. Conscripted by the world government, almost all the soldiers selected are elites, which is a huge weakening of the overall strength of their kingdom. New Naval Headquarters, former Marine G1 Branch, Marshal's Office. Sengoku sat on the Marshal's seat, with a few hideous scars on his face and neck, which made Sengoku's original elegant temperament a bit more sturdy and fierce. After he was found by the rescuers sent by the world government, he has been disheartened and wanted to resign from the post of Marine Marshal. 07. But the five elders simply won't allow it. Now that the Akatsuki Empire is rising, it has grown into a colossus, and there are still so many pirates in the sea, the world government is worried about the shortage of manpower. How can Sengoku be allowed to resign? Not only did Sengoku not be allowed to resign, but in order to expand the scale of marine, the world government also broke the rules and abolished the three-admiral system. As long as the strength is enough, you can be an admiral without any upper limit. In addition to Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, the three original admirals, Momosuke and T-Pig were also officially promoted to admirals. The world government also recruited a strong Logia Sensen fruit who highly respected the world government. On behalf of Luo Xiu, with the supplement of soldiers from the countries allied to the world government, Marine's vitality has recovered a lot. Even a little bit stronger than before. Everyone, the Akatsuki Empire has become a colossal monster with power spread across the sea, and it is the #1 enemy of the world government. Luo Xiu, I believe everyone here is very clear about that man's strength. What should we do? How to deal with it? Everyone can speak freely. Sengoku looked at the group of admirals and vice admirals in the office, his voice was slightly hoarse, his expression was dignified, with a touch of jealousy and fear. When mentioning that man, Sengoku can't help but think of the scene of Commander Kong's death in battle, and the scene of Naval Headquarters Marineford being completely destroyed. Silence. No one spoke for a long time, or they had nothing to say at all. Thinking of that man's strength, they will feel a deep sense of powerlessness in their hearts, and they don't know how to deal with it. Perhaps, we're doing what we did with the Lox Pirates back then. After a long time, Garp spoke slowly and made a suggestion. Lox Pirates. When the people present heard the name Garp said, they all showed puzzled expressions. Except for Sengoku, Crane and a few others, for most of the Marines in this room, the Lox Pirates is an unfamiliar name, and they have never heard of it. Lox Pirates. The current Akatsuki Empire is stronger than the original Lox Pirates. When Sengoku heard Garp's proposal, a flash of emotion flashed in his eyes. At the beginning, the Lox Pirates were too powerful, and Naval Headquarters was no match at all. They had to join forces with the Luo Xiu pirates to destroy them in the Valley of Gods. Who are this Lox Pirates? Can it be compared with Luo Xiu, the B*********** D who dared to hurt celestial dragons and threaten the world government? Admiral Green Bull spoke out and asked. Words, demeanor, and expressions were full of enthusiasm for celestial dragons and world government. Maybe. Advertisement. Today's 4 emperors, except for the red hair, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin are all the captains of the Lox Pirates. Besides them, there are many big pirate groups, such as Golden Lion, John, Silver Axe, Akoku. Almost every captain has the strength of Admiral of Headquarters. At that time, the Lox Pirates were the unique overlords in the sea at that time. The ambitious Lox wanted to rule the world and launched an attack on the celestial dragons in the Valley of the Gods. As a result, the Naval Headquarters and the Luo Xiu pirates at that time were barely able to destroy it. Garp slowly revealed the historical truth that was erased and buried by the world government. Hiss. After hearing this, all the Marines in the conference room couldn't help but gasp, with shock on their faces. The Lox Pirates were so powerful back then. The legendary pirates Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin are all members of the Lox Pirates. What a horror. Compared with the current Akatsuki, it's not much better. Hateful. Are you going to join forces with the pirates again? Zephyr, with purple hair and sunglasses, had a strong look of anger on his face, and the huge seastone mechanical right arm slammed on the table. His family members were killed by pirates. To let him cooperate with pirates now is to take a knife to his heart. This is also an impossible solution. Although I really don't want to admit it, but the strength of our marine alone is no longer the opponent of the Dawn Empire. Sengoku sighed, with deep helplessness on his face. If he could, why would he want to cooperate with pirates? No way. That's the only way. Hey, I didn't expect that our marine would be forced to cooperate with pirates one day. HMPH. The cooperation is only temporary. After Luo Xiu is eliminated, they will be eliminated next. Mr. Sakazuki is right. This sea will never allow their scum that threatens the world government to exist. Although everyone was somewhat reluctant, they still had to agree to this method. Because Luo Xiu's strength has already made them unable to compete. Okay, since everyone agrees, let's send someone to contact Whitebeard, Kaido, Redhead, Charlotte Linlin. Hopefully they'll agree. A hint of worry appeared in Sengoku's eyes. Fortunately, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin said that they are pure pirates. As long as they promise enough benefits, they will agree to cooperate. Mainly Whitebeard and the Redhead, with Sengoku still a little unsure. After all, Redhead and Rayleigh used to be crew members on the ship of One Piece Luo Xiu, and Whitebeard had a war with Naval Headquarters before. Although they failed to fight because of Luo Xiu, this hatred is an indisputable fact. Give it a try. It is naturally the best to be able to cooperate. If not, there is no other way. New World, Ghost Island. Governor, there is news from Marine that they want to cooperate with the Beast's pirates to deal with the Akatsuki Empire. What do you think? Jin came to Kaido to report on him. Cooperation. Marine is trying to go back to the tricks he used to deal with the Lox Pirates. When Kaido heard Jin's report, he immediately raised his head and laughed. The laughter was full of sarcasm. As a member of the Lox Pirates, he naturally knew the situation of the Lox Pirates back then, and knew Marine's thoughts at once. Boru Boru Bolu. Jin had just finished his report when Kaido heard the voice of the phone bug. It seems that Marine not only found me, but also found Linlin. Kaido watched the phone bug's eyes turn into Charlotte Linlin's appearance, and immediately knew that Marine had also found Charlotte Linlin, and he was not the only one who wanted to unite. Hey, maybe Marine has found you too. What do you think? Cooperate. Or refuse. Just as Kaido picked up the phone bug, Charlotte Linlin's anxious voice came from the opposite side. Ooh, of course it's cooperation. Advertisement. The horror of that man Luo Xiu has completely surpassed that of Captain Lox. If we don't cooperate with Marine, we will soon be wiped out and annexed by the Empire of Akatsuki, and become a stepping stone for him to dominate the New World and become the overlord of the sea. Kaido chose to agree without hesitation. He also watched that live broadcast, and clearly recognized Luo Xiu's strength. Back then, when he had just heard of Luo Xiu's name, he went looking for Luo Xiu to subdue him, but now that he thinks about it, he sweats a little. Thankfully I didn't find it. If I found Luo Xiu in the first place, I'm afraid he would have killed me right away. Mom, we think the same, more. But the guys in Marine obviously want to use us, why don't we form an alliance and advance and retreat together? If the two of us work together, even if we lose to Luo Xiu, maybe we can stop him. Charlotte Linlin's thoughts are similar to Kaido's, but she obviously doesn't believe in naval headquarters. After the Luo Jia pirates cooperated with naval headquarters, they turned around to encircle and suppress the Luo Jia pirates. If they cooperated with Marine to destroy the Akatsuki Empire, they would probably end up with the same result as the Luo Jia pirates. Okay, make an alliance. No matter what happens, we advance and retreat together. Kaido did not hesitate at all, and immediately agreed to form an alliance with Charlotte Linlin. Today's New World is no longer the era when they were ruled by the four emperors. An empire of dawn is pressing on them, and they are almost out of breath. Even naval headquarters is not the opponent of Akatsuki Empire, let alone 400, they are just a four emperors pirate group. Although Kaido seems to be reckless, trying to die everywhere, but that's just a show of strength, he knows that. Some people can't kill themselves. Now, there is a person who can really kill himself, but Kaido dare not do it, because he might be killed. Meanwhile, the other side. On the Moby DK, Redhead and Whitebeard sit opposite each other, with a huge wine bowl in front of them. Hey, Whitebeard, Marine already looked for you. What do you think? The Redhead asked solemnly. Opinion. Gu la la la. Will I, Whitebeard, work with someone who wants to kill my son? What's more, Luo Xiu can be regarded as the benefactor who saved my son. Although I, Whitebeard, am not a good person, I am not such an ungrateful person either. Whitebeard laughed and drank the wine that the Redhead had brought with a very obvious attitude. He is absolutely impossible to cooperate with Marine. Not to mention dealing with Luo Xiu who once saved Ace. But, the current sea can't be chaotic. Luo Xiu, he is not such a man of destiny. The world government will be overthrown, but this person must not be Luo Xiu, not the Empire of Dawn. The Redhead looks serious, although he doesn't want to cooperate with Marine who executed his captain, but in order to wait for Luffy's growth, he still has to maintain the current balance of the sea. Gu la la la. Destiny. Stop making people laugh here, Redhead. Even Rayleigh joined Akatsuki. It can be seen that compared to the so-called fate in your mouth, he chose to believe in that man. I don't know who the so-called man of destiny is, and I don't want to know who he is. None of this has anything to do with my Whitebeard pirates. It's enough for me to keep my family safe. Whitebeard sneered at Hongfa's words. He didn't care what kind of destiny child Hongfa said, he didn't have the ambition to become a king. Song hoped that his family would be safe. Whitebeard, don't get fancy. In this era, no one can be alone. The purpose of the Akatsuki Empire is to overthrow the world government and rule the world. You Whitebeard pirates will be his target one day too. The Redhead didn't give up yet, and tried to persuade Whitebeard. Gu la la la. B asterisk 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 D red-haired brat. Who do you think you are? Are you teaching Lousy how to do things? Lousy is Whitebeard. Whitebeard was furious. Conqueror's Haki exploded, picked up the supreme sharp knife beside him and slashed at the red-haired wolf from Yunchi. Chapter 78 Preemptive Strike. Attack on Wanokuni. Clang. The Redhead pulled out the saber griffin at his waist, blocked it with the horizontal knife, and the Conqueror's Haki broke out. The two long knives slashed together heavily, making a crisp sound of metal clashing, and an invisible air wave suddenly spread to the surroundings, blowing the clothes of the surrounding Whitebeard pirates rattling. Whitebeard didn't hold back much in this attack, and the Redhead was also at full strength. The clouds in the sky are split in two. Well, it seems that the two of them have lost their conversation. Marco stood aside with his arms folded, looked at the two people who were fighting, and then at the split clouds in the sky, with a look of helplessness on his face. But if there is only one Redhead, he still has no worries. After all, not everyone has the terrifying and invincible strength like that man. Red hair, you brat, it's 100 years too early to teach me how to do things. Drink. Whitebeard yelled suddenly. A white halo appeared from the cloud cut. It was the ability of Shock Fruit. A terrifying shock force poured into his body continuously along the long knife griffin in the red-haired hand in vivo. Retreat in stature. The Redhead retreated to the rear of the deck, took a deep look at Whitebeard, and slowly put the long knife in her hand back into its sheath. Whitebeard, do yourself a favor. The Empire of Akatsuki will definitely attack New World. The redhead left a word, and then jumped on board the Redforth, ordering his men to sail away. This brat, Whitebeard muttered, put down Kong Yunchi in his hand and sat down slowly. Father, although the attitude of the red hair is annoying, but what he said is not wrong. With that man's invincible appearance, he must conquer the New World. In the future, our Whitebeard pirates will inevitably face the Akatsuki Empire. If we rely solely on our Whitebeard pirates, I am afraid they will not be the opponent of the Akatsuki Empire. After the red hair left, Marco walked up to Whitebeard and said with a heavy face. This is an indisputable fact. Marco, do you want your father and me to cooperate with the guy who wants to kill my son, and then deal with the savior who saved my son? Whitebeard is a person who values friendship very much, otherwise he would not establish a pirate group with the family as a bond. For those who dare to hurt his family, kill his family, whether it is Marine or the traitor Whitebeard, Whitebeard's heart is full of hatred. No, father, that's not what I meant. I'm really worried about the future of our Whitebeard pirates. Marco saw that Whitebeard was a little angry, and immediately waved his hands again and again. Remember, Marco, although we are pirates and not good people, we must have the minimum morals. Grace is kindness, hatred is hatred. Even if there is a war between our Whitebeard pirates and the Akatsuki Empire in the future, it will be a fair battle between men. Even if you die, you will have no regrets. However, it is absolutely impossible for me to cooperate with those who once wanted to publicly execute my son. Whitebeard's voice is bold and his tone is full of openness. He has fought in the sea all his life, and he has long put life and death aside, and he is not afraid of death at all. Otherwise, they would not have led the Whitebeard pirates to rescue Ace in naval headquarters. That time, he was ready to die at naval headquarters. It was because of Luo Xiu's appearance that he was able to survive for a while. Advertisement. No matter whether it is emotional or reasonable, he will not cooperate with Marine to deal with the Akatsuki Empire. And, Whitebeard had a vague feeling that even if the New World 4 emperors joined forces, they might not necessarily be that man's opponent. If they agreed to cooperate with Marine, they would completely form a death feud with the Empire of Dawn. Once it fails, all his sons will be killed. But now, there is still some room for buffering. If it is really lost, maybe you can choose to retire and let the young and strong sons join the Shaoji Empire. Join if you can't beat it, which is very reasonable. As an old father, Whitebeard is also heartbroken. Dressrosa, the Royal Palace. Boss, the latest news from Naval Headquarters undercover agents, Marshal Sengoku and the others want to unite with the big pirates from New World to deal with our Akatsuki Empire. As Luo Xiu's personal secretary, Conan reported the latest news back to Luo Xiu. Unite with the great pirates of New World. This plot is a bit familiar. It seems that when dealing with the Lox pirates, Marine joined forces with the Luo Jia pirates to eliminate them. Just that battle made Garp's reputation as a hero. Luo Xiu heard Conan's report and muttered to himself, remembering the Lox pirates he mentioned when he was reading comics. History is always strikingly similar. Marine took out this method against the Lox pirates to deal with his empire of Akatsuki again. What does New World 4 emperors say? Luo Xiu raised his head and asked. According to the undercover report lurking in the 4 emperors pirate group, Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin agreed to cooperate with naval headquarters, but the two of them did not trust Marine and formed an alliance. Redhead went to the Whitebeard pirates to meet with Whitebeard. Whitebeard made it clear that he would not cooperate with Marine, while Redhead seemed to want to wait for a certain child of destiny, maintain the balance of the sea, and deliberately wanted to cooperate with Marine to deal with us. Empire. Conan will tell the whole story about the attitude of the 4 emperors pirates that he got from spying. When the Akatsuki Empire was founded, Luo Xiu sent many spies undercover to the naval headquarters and the 4 emperors pirates. He didn't get so inflated that he regarded the heroes of the world as nothing. Know thyself, ever victorious. Luo Xiu still knows this truth. Now, it works very well. Destiny's child. Ha ha. Luo Xiu knew very well who the child of destiny was in the mouth of the red hair, but what was the fate of the child of destiny now? Rayleigh, Shang, and Hancock, these 3 characters who played a vital role in the Straw Hat Pirates in the early stage all became Luo Xiu's subordinates, so naturally they did not help the Straw Hat Pirates. Since the Sabayati archipelago, Luo Xiu has been too busy fighting wits with the world government, and has no energy to pay attention to them. However, Luo Xiu does not believe that someone other than himself, who is not destined to lose to this so-called child of destiny. The world government will definitely be overthrown by him. Boss, what should we do? Conan asked aloud. If Marine and New World's pirates unite, it will definitely be a big trouble for their empire of Akatsuki. Even if they win in the end, countless citizens will be sacrificed. Since we have heard this news, we cannot allow them to unite. Rush between them and conquer the New World. Those who obey will prosper, and those who oppose will perish. Advertisement. New World only needs to have the voice of our Akatsuki Empire. Luo Xiu naturally knew that it would be a big trouble if Marine and the 4 emperors pirates united. In order to cause unnecessary sacrifices, he can only destroy the New World pirates and unify New World before the cooperation between Marine and the 4 emperors pirates is finalized. Our Akatsuki Empire now has a strong army, and the last big conscription absorbed many strong men. Besides, since the Summit War, Ninja powerhouses have practiced two-color hockey hard, and they have all made great progress, especially Reikajai, Might Guy, Tsunade, Killer Bee and other Jinchuriki who are strong and good at physical skills. Armament hockey is no worse than some big pirates. To deal with the Four Emperors pirate group, although it can't be said to be easy, it should be no problem. For Luo Xiu's decision, Conan very much agrees. With the current strength of the Akatsuki Empire, no matter which Four Emperors pirate group it will not be its opponent. Well, let's take Kaido first. Going to attack with great fanfare is no better than hiding your whereabouts. At that time, Kaido will definitely inform Charlotte Linlin. Since the two have formed an alliance, Charlotte Linlin will definitely lead the pirate group to help. Just take them both together. Luo Xiu made a decision, ready to wipe out the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates in one fell swoop. Yes, Chief, I'm going to pass the order. Conan turned and left, passing Luo Xiu's order to the various subordinate forces, telling them to prepare their troops for battle and be ready for battle at any time. After a few days, Port of Dressrosa. 10 advanced warships built by Seven Waters are docked on the coast, equipped with new weapons jointly developed by Orochimaru and Frankie, which combine cannonballs and chakra ninjutsu, and almost every cannonball is a large ninjutsu. However, it is completely an epic-making weapon. The power of ninjutsu shells depends on the size of the chakra attribute stored inside. The strongest ninjutsu that can be carried by shells researched so far is A-level ninjutsu, which is very powerful. Set off. Target Wano-kuni. Kill more. Standing on the main ship, Luo Xiu did not give a long speech to boost morale, because he was the greatest encouragement to the soldiers there. Just because he fought here, made countless soldiers feel excited. Feel excited. Oh. Destroy Kaido. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. Amidst the cheers of 20,000 elite soldiers, 10 warships moved slowly, left the port of Dressrosa, and headed for Wano-kuni. Luo Xiu didn't use ninjutsu or other methods to hide his whereabouts, and told Kaido with great fanfare, I'm coming to beat you. Naval Headquarters, which has been closely watching Luo Xiu's whereabouts, immediately discovered Luo Xiu's actions, and at the same time, the major forces also discovered Luo Xiu's whereabouts. Morgans is now Luo Xiu's loyal dog leg, and after asking Luo Xiu's opinion, he immediately wrote a news report. Shocked. That man actually led 10 warships to that place. Under the huge and eye-catching title, there are several huge photos of the fleet overlooking from the sky, and Luo Xiu at the bow is a big close-up. Black shattered hair, deep eyes, a black suit, a cloak with a black background and red clouds drawing the sun on the back, full of mystery, hockey, majesty. Newspapers spread in all directions with the news birds, causing quite a stir. Ah, this man is hockey as always. Hey, where is this huge fleet going? Hey, this lord actually led the fleet to attack. I don't know which unlucky guy has been targeted by the Akatsuki Empire. Advertisement Chapter 79 Operation of Naval Headquarters. The greeting method of the Imperial Powerhouse. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku heard the news that Luo Xiu led troops to attack Wano-kuni, and called an emergency meeting immediately. Everyone, the latest news is that Luo Xiu is leading a fleet to attack Wano-kuni. This timing is too coincidental. Our side is just preparing to unite with Kaido, Charlotte Linlin and others, and Luo Xiu of the Dawn Empire will send troops to attack Wano-kuni. It is very likely that they have learned that we are going to cooperate with the pirates and are preparing to strike first. It has to be said that Sengoku, as the resourceful general, is quite wise, and he guessed roughly from Luo Xiu's actions. Don't underestimate that man's intelligence. That man's wisdom is no less than his strength. Crane Vice Admiral's voice was full of seriousness. After she was rebuilt in Naval Headquarters, she collected and read a lot of information about Shaoji Empire and Luo Xiu's confidence. Since the end of that war, the Empire of Dawn was established, and they all gained the upper hand in the confrontation with the world government, making every move of the world government ineffective. To some extent, this kind of wisdom is even more terrifying than his strength. Really, that man's wisdom cannot be underestimated. Sengoku nodded, deeply impressed by Suru Vice Admiral's statement. He was once tricked by Luo Xiu in the Marineford battle before, and achieved his reputation. Let Honggulan photo become history forever. So what should I do now? Do you want to support Kaido and help him resist the attack of the Akatsuki Empire? Admiral Green Bull asked. His words immediately made Marine in the conference room feel a strong weird feeling. Marine helps the pirates. This is outrageous. No, I think with the wisdom of that man, he should have guessed that we might support Kaido. Maybe he has set up an ambush and is waiting for us. We don't go to support Kaido, and when Luo Xiu takes away the high 110 hands of the Akatsuki Empire to attack Wano-kuni, we launch an attack on the territories under the Akatsuki Empire to weaken his power. First, take down the town of East Blue Rog. As the previous stop of the Grand Line, it has extraordinary geographical significance and can cut off the connection between the Empire of Akatsuki and the world. Secondly, take the Alabasta Empire. As the largest territory under the Akatsuki Empire, Alabasta has a huge population and economy. Taking this place is equivalent to cutting off an arm of the Akatsuki Empire. Thirdly, winning the capital of the Seven Waters is the most important thing. As the shipyard of the Dawn Empire, if the capital of the Seven Waters is taken down, the Dawn Empire will lose its source of warships. Luo Xiu never imagined in his dreams, we will directly raid his rear. Sengoku pointed to the map hanging on the wall and told everyone about his plan. All the marine generals in the meeting room heard Sengoku's plan and immediately nodded their heads, secretly praising Sengoku's way of playing with the bottom line. Green Bull, you led a fleet to attack Alabasta. Aokiji, you led a fleet to attack the capital of Seven Waters. Smoker, you led a fleet to attack the town of Rog. Seeing that everyone agreed with his plan, Sengoku immediately made an arrangement. 3 Logia-capable users, 2 admirals, and 1 vice-admiral. Sengoku was bound to win these important territories of the Akatsuki Empire. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. The 3 immediately stood up and saluted, then turned and left. After a few days, Luo Xiu led the fleet to the entrance of Wanokuni, and a huge waterfall blocked the Dawn Empire's fleet. Your Majesty, the terrain of Wanokuni is dangerous. According to the information, a giant carp is needed to climb up and enter the inland sea of Wanokuni. Moria respectfully said to Luo Xiu. This time to attack Wanokuni, Moria took the initiative to volunteer. He had been looking forward to this war for a long time. Advertisement. In the past 2 years, he has been exercising desperately, practicing the 8 inner gates and shadow secret technique given to him by Luo Xiu. His strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and his combat power is several times stronger than his previous peak. Carp. Unnecessary. Earth-style light-heavy rock technique. Luo Xiu went down with a ninjutsu, and the 10 warships of his fleet suddenly floated slowly as if they were weightless, crossed the Tianju waterfall in Wanokuni, and came to the inland sea of Wanokuni. On the port, the fleet is densely packed with pirate ships, and as far as the eye can see, there are at least hundreds of them. And the reefs standing on the sea are full of large-caliber cannons. Hearing the news that Luo Xiu personally led the army to attack Wanokuni, Kaido couldn't sleep or eat. It is hoped that the difficult terrain can prevent Luo Xiu from landing at Wanokuni with his fleet. Fire. When Jin saw the fleet of the Dawn Empire flying up, he gave the order without hesitation. Bang bang bang. Hundreds of pirate ships and thousands of cannons are firing at this moment. Thousands of cannonballs flew towards the fleet of the Akatsuki Empire like black raindrops, the density of which made one's scalp tingle unbearably. But, facing the dense rain of shells, the soldiers of the Dawn Empire did not show any fear on their faces. Everyone did not panic, and their bodies stood upright like javelins, waiting for Luo Xiu's order. Luo Xiu, who was standing on the bow of the main ship, looked up at the dense shell rain in the sky. His eyes immediately turned into Jugoyu Rinnegan, and let out a soft drink. Spicy Tiansai. A powerful repulsion erupted instantly from his Rinnegan. All the shells instantly returned to the same route and fell into the fleet of beasts pirates, sending out bursts of violent explosions, and countless pirate ships were blown up and sank into the sea. Then, a 1,000-meter wave surged up, forming a huge tsunami, submerging all the fleets in an instant. Hiss. Air. Jin flapped his wings that were burning with flames, his eyes suddenly widened to ultimate, he couldn't help but gasp, his expression became extremely terrified and horrified. Ahad. Although he knew that these fleets might not be able to stop Luo Xiu, he never expected that all of them would be dealt with in just one meeting. The strength of this man is simply too terrifying. Without the slightest hesitation, Jin turned around and flew away immediately. This man is not an existence that he can fight against at all, let the governor and Bigimum them. Luo Xiu ignored this and ordered the fleet to move on. His Majesty the Emperor is too strong. No matter how many times I watch it, it's still so shocking. Hundreds of pirate ships were wiped out in an instant. It's still relatively light. Back then, His Majesty the Emperor could destroy Marineford. It's just a dream for mere pirates to block His Majesty's footsteps. That's it. That's it. The soldiers of the Akatsuki Empire were so excited when they saw Luo Xiu blowing Kamui and destroying the fleet of beasts pirates with one blow, they looked at Luo Xiu with infinite admiration and awe. Soon, the fleet has come to Ghost Island, which is the base camp of the beasts pirates. As long as Kaido's beasts pirates are taken down, the remaining Kurozumi Orochi and others will have nothing to worry about. Advertisement. Island. Tens of thousands of pirates are all waiting in battle, and everyone's face is full of tension, apprehension, uneasiness, panic, fear and other negative hearts. After all, Luo Xiu's strength was obvious to all in the Marineford battle. The reason why they still have the courage to stand here is because there are 4 emperors on this island. Otherwise, they would have been scared away when they heard Luo Xiu's name. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, I'm giving you a chance. Surrender. Avoid death. Luo Xiu crossed his arms, stood on the bow of the main ship, raised his chin slightly, and stared disdainfully at Haki, who was standing on the Ghost Island, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, whose voices were full of dark clouds. Gulu. Countless people around, members of the Beasts Pirates and Big Mom Pirates, heard Luo Xiu's Haki words, swallowed hard, and looked at Luo Xiu in shock. Let the 4 emperors surrender, and there are 2 of them. I am afraid, in the whole world, apart from this man in front of me, there is no other person to be found. Ooh, surrender. What the FK are you talking about? If you want to fight, just come. Laozi will accompany you to the end today. Luo Xiu's words made Kaido laugh angrily, raised the huge mace in his hand and pointed at Luo Xiu, his expression was full of rage. As the 4 emperors, how could he submit? Mom. Do you think we're going to be settled today? Who wins the deer? It's still unknown. Naturally, Charlotte Linlin will not surrender, but she still has the ambition to become the One Piece. Guy and Charlotte Linlin glanced at each other, and immediately understood, the conqueror's Haki on their bodies erupted, and the weapon in their hands was raised high, slamming it at Luo Xiu. Drink. Overlord. A terrifying shock wave swept towards Luo Xiu in an instant, a deep chasm was drawn in the ground where it passed, and everything around was annihilated. The wind is raging. It made Luo Xiu's cloak flutter. Black and red lightning flashes in it, exuding terrifying and frightening electric light. Are you tyrannical? As expected of the New World's royal-level powerhouse way of greeting. Then I'll pay you back too. When Luo Xiu saw Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's joint attack, a warm smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he slowly pulled out the rapier from his waist, wrapped the conquerors around it, raised it high above his head, and slammed into the joint attack of the two down. God slash. Call out. The transparent sword energy is like a long rainbow penetrating the sky and the earth, splitting the sea into two, cutting out a deep chasm like an abyss, and facing the joint attack of the two. Chapter 88 Inner Gates, Moria's Change. Chapter 88 Inner Gates, Moria's Change. Chi chi chi. The sword energy and the shock wave collided at the port near the sea, the energy was torn apart, and they competed with each other, a violent air current broke out, and a violent gust of wind was rolled up. The sea water was blown loudly, rolling up waves of turbulent waves. The sand and dust on the ground rose high, forming circles of tornadoes, blowing the surrounding pirates blind. But, after only a moment of stalemate, Luo Xiu's sword energy cut off and split the shock waves of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, and rushed towards Kaido and Charlotte Linlin along the coast. When the two of them saw this, their eyes with big copper bells suddenly showed a horrified expression, and they hurriedly dodged to both sides. The sword energy almost brushed their bodies and passed. The strong winds brought out by the cold sword energy pierced their cheeks hurt. The sword flashed by, extending from the port to another port. A long chasm almost runs through the entire Ghost Island, as if dividing it in two. Gulu. The surrounding pirates of the Beast's pirates looked at the bottomless sword marks on the ground. Their Adam's apple surged. They swallowed hard. Their foreheads were dripping with cold sweat. Their legs were trembling, and they almost couldn't stand still. Fear. Horrible. Even the combined attack of Governor Kaido and Charlotte Linlin for the four emperors was no match for that man's attack. Ooh, it's really strong enough. But, it's absolutely impossible to make me Kaido surrender with just this. Let the horses come here. Kaido glanced at the sword marks on the ground. Although his heart was dignified, he didn't show much on his face. His whole body swelled rapidly, turning into a huge green dragon with a body hundreds of meters long. Hot interest. The blue dragon's huge mouth opened suddenly, and a huge fiery fireball spewed out from Kaido's mouth, rushing towards Luo Xiu's fleet like a small sun falling from the sky. Aside. Big Mom followed closely and attacked Luo Xiu. Prometheus. Fire in the sky. The soul-filled fireball created by Big Mom immediately merged with her right arm, and blasted towards Luo Xiu. A scorching hot flame rushed towards Luo Xiu like a torrent. Facing the flames of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, Luo Xiu looked indifferent, without any change in expression, and formed seals almost instantly. Water-style great tsunami technique. Clatter. The sea water in the port instantly set off a torrential wave, forming a kilometer-high tsunami, overwhelming the sky and sweeping towards the shore of Ghost Island, directly smashing the flames of Kaido and Zongluo Linlin. The pirates from Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates all changed their expressions and fled to the rear crazily when they saw the overwhelming tsunami. Especially the demon fruit power is even more frightening. This is sea water. Once watered by sea water, they are finished as demon fruit power. Hateful. This guy is as good at sea as that old man in Whitebeard. It can actually set off a tsunami at will. It is simply the nemesis of those with abilities. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin looked at the tsunami created by Luo Xiu with ugly faces. Retreat. Retire to the island. Don't fight by the sea. Kaido immediately shouted orders to the members of the pirate group under his command, and at the same time, a gust of wind was blown out of his mouth, blowing a tsunami. Tornado bad wind. Hoo hoo hoo. Clatter. The strong wind and the waves interweave, forming huge waterspouts in the air. From a distance, it looks like a dragon sucking water, which is very spectacular. Members of the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates took advantage of this opportunity to stay away from the shores of the port. Advertisement. This man is like a sea god, and the sea is simply his support. The soldiers of the Dawn Empire obey orders. Attack. The port coast was not guarded by Beast's pirates and members of the Big Mom pirates, and the place was vacant. Luo Xiu immediately ordered the soldiers to land. Oh, come on, kill the pirates. The soldiers of the Akatsuki Empire were as imposing as a rainbow, their blood boiled with enthusiasm, each of them held a weapon, and they jumped down the shallows and rushed towards the Ghost Island excitedly. Kaido. Die. Moria leapt onto the shore and headed straight for Kaido hovering in the sky. Mere Shichibukai, don't try to interrupt Governor Kaido's fight. Pill Bow Emperor. Beast's Pirates Empress Jin waved her wings, rushing towards Moria like an arrow leaving the string, covering armament Haki, and slashing towards Moria fiercely with wings lingering in flames. 8 Inner Gates hyphenation point open. Armed Blossom Lotus. Moria opened the door in an instant, her aura soared, her body twisted in the air to avoid Jin's blow, and then her right leg suddenly kicked him at the waist, kicking him into the air fiercely. Good. So strong. Feeling the powerful power contained in Moria's kick, Jin looked slightly surprised. In his opinion, Moria, as the former Shichibukai, was a waste that was destroyed by Governor Kaido, and he didn't have much strength at all, and even armament Haki couldn't use it at one time. Now, how did the strength become so powerful? Me. I'm no longer the old me. His Majesty Luo Xiu bestowed unparalleled power. Although I haven't cultivated to ultimate yet, it's enough to deal with you. AB*****************. D. Moria landed on the ground with a proud look on her face, and looked back at Luo Xiu. Her face was full of devotion and fanaticism. Although his 8 inner gates can only be opened to the 6th gate at present, the increase in itself is very significant. Arrogance. Let me take care of you, Governor Kaido, as a loser. Sable self-respecting emperor. Say it. Jin, who stabilized his figure in the air, pulled his head back like a slingshot, and then let it go suddenly, creating a terrifying shock wave like a laser. Armed strange power fist. Moria was happy and fearless, concentrated chakra on her right fist, then covered it with a thick layer of armament haki, kicked her legs on the ground, without dodging or evading, and suddenly faced Jin's shock wave. Quote exclamation mark quote. Moria's fist hit the shock wave from Jin heavily, smashing it into pieces. Shadow Bat. The shock wave that shattered Jin, Moria swung her hand suddenly, and a large group of bats composed of shadows flew out from behind and rushed towards Jin in the air. This Moria, it's really not what it used to be. Jin in the air looked at Moria, who was aggressively attacking herself and still had the strength to attack herself. The contempt in her eyes was a little bit less, and she was slightly dignified. But, although Jin was shocked by the change in Moria's strength, the movements of his hands did not stop. Pulling out the long knife at the waist, the flames on the wings on the back burst out suddenly, wrapped the long knife in his hand, and then swung it out suddenly. Fire Dragon King. A huge fire dragon burst out from Jin's long knife in an instant, directly devouring Moria's shadow bat. Boom. The two attacks collided and exploded, setting off a violent wave of air. Hiss. No way. Moria can be on par with Master Jin. Advertisement. 0. Seeking flowers. This scene really shocked the surrounding pirates. Maybe they don't know how strong Luo Xiu's genin powerhouse is, but they are still very familiar with Moria, and it can be said that she is almost at the bottom of Shichibukai's strength. After being defeated by Governor Kaido many years ago, he has been shrinking, and his strength has not advanced but retreated. Now, to be able to fight evenly with the second in command of the Beast's pirates. This change. Simply not too big. Moria, this guy. Kaido in the sky also noticed Moria. More than 10 years ago, Moria was also a famous big pirate, but she was defeated by her own hands. Since then, she has shrunk to the paradise and never dared to step into the new world again. Appeared once in Summit War, when Moria hadn't changed much. But now, his body has become stronger, his strength has become stronger, and even his spirit has been swept away from the decadence before, and he has become high-spirited, full of passion, and blood. Are all these changes thanks to that man? Kaido's eyes turned to Luo Xiu, and he was very surprised in his heart. He was able to regain confidence in a broken-down man. This kind of personality charm is indeed terrifying. Ha ha ha. Jin, you can't even deal with trash like Moria. I think you'd better get off the big kanban. 0. Quinn jumped out and laughed loudly at Jin. He and Jin have always been at odds, and will never let go of any opportunity to mock Jin. That's right, the position of the big kanban should be reserved for capable people. This position is mine. Mine. Fuzifu, Drake, Sasaki and other members of Flying Six Powers stood up and echoed one after another, and each of them was ambitiously preparing to seize the position of the Beast's Pirates' big billboard. Things like spicy chickens all want to be a big kanban. Don't dream. Hurry up and kill the enemy in front of me. Jack the Drow, transformed into a giant mammoth, snorted disdainfully at Fei Lubao and the others. As Jin and Quinn's loyal younger brother, he would not allow anyone to challenge his good brother's authority. Humph. Just wait. Sooner or later the place for the big kanban will be mine. Fuzifu snorted coldly, disappeared instantly, and rushed towards Jinbei in the crowd, with a gloomy look in his eyes. The rest of the people also rushed to the battlefield. The other side, Katakuri, the second in command of the Big Mom Pirates, also led the members of the Big Mom Pirates to join the battlefield. The war has officially begun. At the same time, Admiral of Headquarters Green Bull is leading a marine fleet that is rapidly approaching Alabasta. Report Admiral. The fleet is about to arrive at Alabasta, please instruct. A naval headquarters colonel reports from the Green Bulls as they lie on chairs basking in the sun. Just log in. Just kill everyone who gets in the way. The green cow was lying on the chair, his voice was very lazy, he didn't raise his eyelids, and he didn't pay attention to Alabasta at all. In the Dawn Empire, apart from Luo Xiu, the Green Bull is not afraid of anyone at all. For the Admiral of Headquarters, a mere Alabas can be easily won. Soon, the Marine fleet came to the port of Alabasta, but there was no guard at all. Marine landed in Alabasta without hindrance, and walked all the way to Albana, the seat of Alabasta. When the Marine troops passed through the desert, a sudden change occurred. Shushasha. The endless desert is rushing towards the Marine troops like waves, and the sand waves thousands of meters high are daunting. Chapter 81 Green Cow. I might have eaten a fake fruit. Oh, it's interesting. The Green Bull looked at the huge sand wave like a tsunami, not only did not show any panic or fear on his face, but instead showed a look of interest. As the Admiral of Headquarters, such a scene is not enough to move him. Forest wall. The Green Bull raised his hands lightly, and endless trees and vines suddenly sprang up on the ground, forming a series of tall, impenetrable walls, blocking all the sand out. Ha ha ha, I'm a forest man who ate the Logia fruit. Mere gravel, what can I do? The Green Bull looked up to the sky and laughed, his voice full of disdain. Seeing that the sand sea was blocked, the nervous, restless, and fearful Marine soldiers calmed down one after another, and looked at the Green Bull with eyes full of admiration. As expected of the Marine Headquarters Admiral. So strong. But, the laughter on the green cow's face stopped abruptly, and the smug look on his face suddenly froze. Because he saw that the forest wall he created was being corroded little by little, and those trees were slowly withering, and finally dried up, turned into sand, and disappeared when the wind gently blown them. FK. How is this possible? The green bull looked at everything in front of him with an incredulous 230. Some couldn't believe their eyes. The trees I made are stronger than steel. At once. So corrupted, right? Desert sword. Swish. A wide, tens of meters wide desert blade suddenly pierced out from the desert under the green bull, reaching his heart. Ah, little mouse. The spear of the forest. As an admiral of headquarters, Green Bull's two-color hockey martial arts is naturally very behind him. Facing this surprise attack by Crocodile, he instantly reacted, and his arm instantly turned into a sharp spear with a layer of strong armament. Hockey of armament meets Crocodile's desert greatsword. Clang. A piece of wood, a piece of sand, the two sides collided, and there was a crisp sound of metal clashing. It shows that the armament hockey of both of them are very deep and hard as steel. Armed katakana middle. Sadokiger. At the same time that Green Bull and Crocodile were confronting each other, dense sand bombs flew from behind their heads like a torrential rain, and each one was covered with dark armament hockey, whose power was even more terrifying than bullets. Yeah, there's even a little mouse. Forest wall. The Green Bull unhurriedly activated the fruit ability to erect a forest wall behind him. Due to its relatively small size, the condensed one is stronger. Bang bang bang. Luo Xiu's projectiles were all blocked by the Green Bull and deeply embedded in it, but they still failed to penetrate. Wood-style thorn stranding technique. Swish, swish, swish. Huge thorny vines suddenly emerged from the sand under the green cow's feet, climbing towards him, spreading, and strangling away. Hey hey hey, advertisement. This is a bit of a foul. Obviously I'm the one who ate the logia fruit. The green cow looked at the trees and vines under his feet. Although naval headquarters had information that the ninjas of the Akatsuki Empire had the ability to manipulate various elements, he couldn't help being a little surprised when he saw it with his own eyes. This plant, a person who can absorb human physical strength and hockey. It's kind of scary. When the green cow felt these plants climbing on him, his physical strength and hockey began to pass away, and finally there was a look of shock on his face. Although he can use photosynthesis to absorb plant energy to act on himself, but he cannot absorb the energy of others. This ability to manipulate plants to absorb other people's strength and hockey is even more terrifying than the ability of sense and fruit. Shave. Feeling the power of these trees and vines, the green bull didn't dare to push it too hard, and immediately broke free, jumped to a distance, put away the previous carelessness, and looked full of vigilance. There are many masters in this Alabasta. Are you the new Marine Admiral? And, that's all about strength. Lakdar's figure slowly emerged from the desert, condensed into a human nature, with a cigar in his mouth, looking at the green bull rebelliously, and did not feel afraid because he was Marine Admiral. Today's Lakdar is not what it used to be. No longer go after the illusory ancient weapon, but focus on developing your own fruits and hockey. Sand fruit is a logia devil fruit with a high upper limit, especially in this vast desert. It is his home field, even facing the Admiral of headquarters, he is not afraid. What's more, there are Sunagaker powerhouses. Especially the village chief Gara, whose ability to use sand makes even a logia sand fruit capable person feel ashamed. It is simply art. And which princess who was weak in the past has grown to a very terrifying level now? An admiral of headquarters, it is absolutely impossible to take down Alabasta. Accompanied by the appearance of Kadar, Gara's figure slowly emerged from the sand, and Vivi's figure jumped out from behind the desert reef. A gust of sand blows by, and Sunagaker's ninja troops slowly appear. The whereabouts of the Green Cowland has long been known by Vivi. In order to avoid unnecessary casualties, Vivi directly removed the guards at the port and put the battlefield in this uninhabited desert. Oh shit, have you prepared? It seems that my admiral of headquarters doesn't seem to have any deterrent effect. Seeing Vivi and his soldiers, Green Bull was full of self-confidence. Facing himself, the admiral of headquarters, he had no fear at all, and was even eager to try. This made him very annoyed and felt that he was completely underestimated. Admiral of headquarters Green Bull, I advise you to leave Alabasta immediately. Otherwise, today you and others will be buried here forever. Vivi pointed to the green cow, her voice reveals a thick hockey, with a thick queen fan. Buried here. Ha 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 ha, it looks like I've been underestimated. Little beauty, do you know who I am? I'm the admiral of headquarters. The green bull was a little annoyed. When did an admiral of headquarters become so intimidating? Hate Sensen. In anger, the green bull suddenly attacked Vivi. Countless ginseng trees popped out instantly with his arms stretched forward, turning into huge fists, covered with thick armament hockey, and hammering at Vivi. He wants to show this little girl who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth what is admiral of headquarters. Advertisement. However, facing the green bull's attack, Vivi showed disdain on her delicate and fair face. Compared with Master Luo Xiu, this level of forest attack is like a firefly and a bright moon. Body flicker technique. Chakra condensed under Vivi's feet, and instantly disappeared in place. Wood-style flower tree world is coming. Vivi's figure reappeared, and the seal was formed, and he slapped his hands on the ground suddenly. With the green bull as the center, a huge forest suddenly appeared with a radius of hundreds of meters. Big trees thicker than a person emerged from the ground one after another, and they were violently drawn towards the green bull as if they were alive. Here, seeing Vivi's arrival of such a large area of flowers and trees, the green cow was stunned, speechless, and he was speechless for a while. Ah, who ate the sensen fruit? Ahem, my head is a little dizzy. Damn, are those pollen poisonous? The green cow suddenly felt dizzy, and only then did he notice the pollen from the blooming flowers at the top of the trees. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Armed power fist. Vivi did not give the green bull a chance to breathe, and the attacks followed one after another. A wooden giant tens of meters high was summoned by Vivi, waving a fist as big as a small hill, controlling chakra to condense on wooden golem's fist, and covering it with a pitch-black armament hockey. Senbi iron body. The green cow was paralyzed by the pollen toxin, and it was too late to dodge for a while, so it could only use the fruit ability to defend. Boom. The green bull's body was hit hard by wooden golem's fist, and there was a huge sound. The whole person flew upside down for tens of meters like a shell fired from the chamber, and smashed dozens of hundreds of towering trees along the way. Stop the shape. Life returned. Ah, it really hurts enough. The green cow stood up and used life return to remove the toxins in his body, rubbed his head, and felt his brain buzzing. He never expected that Vivi's strength is so powerful. Humph. In order to be able to defend Alabasta, in order to be able to stand beside Master Luo Xiu, I have been 2.8 these days, so I have not stopped for a moment, and I am practicing relaxedly. Vivi stood on top of the giant wooden golem, looking at the Admiral of Headquarters who was beaten by him, with a look of relief on his face. These days of hard training are finally not in vain. Although Vivi doesn't think he can beat the Admiral of Headquarters now, but facing the strong is finally no longer the kind of weak person who has no power to fight back. All of this is thanks to Master Luo Xiu. I admit, you have some strength, but not much. Just now I was careless. Although your ability to control plants and trees is very strong, your hockey is too weak, otherwise the blow just now would be enough to cause me some damage. Surrender honestly. The green bull looked at Vivi, and the contempt in his eyes was a little less, but if he wanted to defeat this marine admiral with this strength alone, it was not enough. What? How do you know that this is all my strength? Although my hockey cultivation is indeed not strong, do you think Lord Luo Xiu didn't leave me a life-saving card? Besides, this is the desert, home to Mr. Crocodile and Gara. It's you who should surrender. Marine Admiral Green Bull. Chapter 82 Marine loses. The two admirals were all blown up. Vivi's face is full of confidence, and she doesn't care about the words of the Green Bull at all. Perhaps. She may not be the opponent of Green Bull, but she will never lose. What a confident little girl, I hope you can always maintain this confidence. Seeing that the persuasion was useless, the Green Bull stopped talking nonsense, took a deep breath, his eyes became extremely serious, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Armed Sen's gun. Shish. The Green Bull's arms instantly turned into two huge wooden spears, covered with high-level armament hockey, and stabbed at Vivi at an extremely fast speed. Wood-style wooden ingot wall. Vivi's observation hockey is always paying attention to the Green Bull, and his hands are always ready to seal. The moment the Green Bull launches an attack, Vivi immediately casts the wooden ingot wall, forming a huge and strong shield in front of him. But, under the Green Bull's advanced armament hockey piercing, failed to defend. Crack. The wooden ingot wall was pierced, but Vivi was nowhere to be seen behind. She controlled wooden golem to jump high, raised her fist, gathered chakra, covered armament hockey and smashed the Green Bull's head hard. Armed fist of Mori. The spear was abandoned by the Green Bull, and countless ancient summer trees grew from both arms in an instant, condensing a fist no less than wooden golem. Boom. Two huge fists collided with each other, and a violent wave of air erupted. Stalemate for a moment. Vivi obviously lacks stamina. Compared with Admiral Green Bull, the headquarters of Marine, Vivi still has a slight gap in hard power. After all, she has only been practicing formally for about 2 years. To be able to compete with the Admiral Green Bull in the Marine headquarters without losing, 07 is already very powerful. But, Vivi is not alone on the battlefield. Desert Sword. A huge sharp sand blade came straight towards the Green Bull along the ground. With a click, the whole body of the Green Bull was split in half, or made into 2 pieces of wood, and then quickly healed to form the body of the Green Bull. As a Logia demon fruit power, ordinary physical attacks can't cause any damage to him at all. Just when Lu Niu's body had just recovered from elementalization, the sand on the ground instantly turned into 2 palms and grabbed Lu Sheng's legs. Spear of the Crane Guard. Gara frantically condensed the tail beast chakra into his hand, forming a spear in the shape of a crane's claw, and threw it at the Green Bull, stabbing him in the heart. Its speed is so fast and its power is so strong that it makes the air burst into bursts of unbearable explosions. In the blink of an eye, the crane's spear came to the Green Bull. What a powerful attack. Although armament hockey is not deep, it contains an extremely terrifying energy. Must not be hit. The Green Bull looked at the crane spear that was attacking him at high speed. Observation hockey was frantically warning. His body immediately turned into an element, and a hole was opened in the flight path of the crane spear to let the crane spear lose as many as it flew. But, just when the crane spear passed through half of his body, Gara uttered a word lightly. Burst. Boom. The chakra in the spear of the crane explodes. Its power is no less than that of the tail beast bomb. The body of the Green Bull was blasted apart, smashed to pieces, and the surrounding marine soldiers were affected one after another, creating a huge crater with a radius of 1 kilometer. Advertisement. Dust all over the sky. The wind is blowing. Everyone subconsciously put their hands in front of them. All soldiers obey orders and attack. Destroy these Marines invading Alabas. Vivi waved her hand, fanned the dust in front of her eyes, and immediately gave the order to the Alabasta soldiers behind to launch an attack. This is an excellent opportunity, and of course she will not let it go. Come on. Destroy Marine. Vivi, Lokdar, and Gara suppressed the Admiral of Headquarters, and the soldiers of Alabasta naturally increased their morale. They raised their swords and muskets and rushed towards the panicked and terrified people who were bombed. Marine soldiers. Alabasta's station is open, and the capital of Seven Waters also welcomes the Admiral of Headquarters Aokiji. The sea area 100 miles away from the capital of Seven Waters. Terumi Mei, led by Wooden Golem and Frankie, led 10 Dawn Empire warships to form formation here, quietly waiting for the arrival of the Naval Headquarters fleet. Different from the vast land of Alabasta, the area of the capital of Seven Waters is very small, and there is no place suitable as a battlefield at all. Therefore, after discussions between Terumi Mei, Bingshan, Frankie and others, they decided to place the battlefield at sea. Coming. Frankie saw the fleet of Naval Headquarters through the telescope, and there was a hint of excitement in his voice. During this time, he and Orochimaru have been working on weapons day and night, with very good results, and can't wait to try it out. Ah la la, it seems that the other party is already prepared. Aokiji stood on the bow of the marine warship, apparently also found the fleet of the Akatsuki Empire. The positions of the two fleets quickly moved in, and when the distance was about 2 kilometers, Frankie immediately ordered to fire. Boom boom boom. 10 warships, hundreds of shells poured out and flew towards the marine fleet. Boom boom boom. The shell exploded, but it was not the traditional explosion, but a variety of powerful ninjutsu. There are flames, lightning, wind blades and more. Very powerful. Ah, what is this? Why is there a fire dragon? Why are there still thunder beasts? There is even a wind blade. Caught off guard, the marine fleet made a mess, and the marine soldiers on it let out panic, horror, and inconceivable exclamations. Ah la la, it seems that the Akatsuki Empire has researched something amazing. Aokiji originally had a somewhat lazy expression, but after seeing these cannonballs capable of exploding ninjutsu, his expression became a little more dignified. The power of this special shell is many times stronger than that of ordinary shells, even ordinary Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral will be injured if caught off guard. Super. The combination of cannonballs and ninjutsu is simply an epic-making research invention. Seeing the power of ninjutsu shells, Frankie was so excited that he couldn't help himself. These inventions all have their own share. Ninjutsu unit, move. Taking advantage of the panic of the marine fleet during this round of bombardment, Terumi Mei immediately ordered the ninja troops to start action. After listening to the order, hundreds of ninjas immediately jumped into the water from the boat and dived into the marine fleet from the bottom of the sea. As the ninja army approaches the marine fleet, perform water-style ninjutsu at the same time. The sea has a natural blessing to water style, and its power is very powerful. Clatter. Advertisement. A tsunami of hundreds of meters was set off around the marine fleet. Tsunami. What happened? Why did a tsunami suddenly appear? Marine on the fleet looked at the sudden tsunami, flustered and at a loss. Those people, is it so powerful to perform ninjutsu in the sea? Ordinary Marines don't know what's going on, but Aokiji, who is Admiral of Headquarters, perceives it clearly with observation haki. He sensed that around the marine fleet, there was a team of hundreds of people below the surface of the sea, fully performing the so-called water-style ninjutsu of the Empire of Time in the sea. What surprised him was that these people's strength was not too strong, but their power was not weak at all. Before he had time to think about it, Aokiji jumped into the air, and the cold air in his hands exploded, forming 2 icicles extending towards the surrounding tsunami, freezing the tsunami coming from all directions. But right now, a purple-black energy ball the size of a basketball cut through the air and rushed towards Aokiji. The energy contained in it made Aokiji's face change in horror, and before he had time to think about it, he immediately turned it into an element. Boom. Aokiji's body was instantly shattered by the tailed beast bomb, turning into ice shards scattered in the sky, and the tsunami in all directions did not have time to freeze. Clatter. The huge tsunami drowned all 10 ships of the marine fleet and buried them in the sea. Ah 353 ah ah. Help. Save. Gulu gulu. Life. Many Marines struggled in the turbulent waters, and most of them sank to the bottom of the sea with huge tsunamis, and were washed in all directions, narrowly dying. With a little luck, you can catch some marine wrecks and survive. Master Terumi Mei, won't Marine Admiral fall into the water and be drowned? Wooden Golem asked suspiciously looking at the turbulent sea. Will not. Don't underestimate the Admiral of Headquarters. Although it is very easy to see the leader playing Marine Admiral every time, it gives us a feeling that Marine Admiral is weak, but that is only to compare the strength of the leader. Terumi Mei shook her head lightly, she didn't think that Marine Admiral would be killed so easily. As predicted, as soon as Terumi Mei's voice fell, the originally rough sea began to freeze, and the ice spread in all directions. The sea surface with a radius of tens of kilometers was completely frozen, forming a small Iceland. Some Marines that fell into the sea were also lifted up by the ice. A figure made of ice slowly condensed on the ice field, and finally turned into the appearance of Aokiji, but at this time, a stream of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he was just dealt some serious damage by the Wooden Golem's tailed beast bomb. After all, the tailed beast bomb is a berserk energy attack, not a physical attack, and even Aokiji elementalization is not completely immune. Ah la la, you really can't be careless at all. Aokiji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked in the direction of Wooden Golem. His expression was serious and dignified. Unexpectedly, when Luo Xiu led the fleet to attack Wanokuni, such a strong man was still left in the capital of Seven Waters. Did you guess it? Aokiji was slightly surprised by the presence of Wooden Golem. Logically speaking, a powerhouse of this level should be taken by Luo Xiu to attack Wanokuni. After all, Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates are not in the minority. If he really guessed it, then this man's wisdom is too terrifying. Chapter 83. Double American War Admiral. The tsunami washed away, Smoker collapsed. Attack. Terumi May waved her plain hand and ordered loudly to the soldiers under her command. Now that the Marine Admiral on the opposite side is injured, the Marine fleet has been hit, and morale is low. It is really the best time to attack. Super. Come on. Frankie jumped off the ship first and led the soldiers of the Akatsuki Empire to rush towards the remaining Marine soldiers. Frankie ninjutsu missile fire dragon flame. While running, Frankie opened his arms and sent a missile towards the Marine soldiers on the opposite side. The principle of this missile is the same as that of the ninjutsu shells launched by the warships of the Akatsuki Empire. They are both technologies that combine ninjutsu and cannonballs. Frankie installed them on his body. Boom. A fire dragon approaching more than 10 meters exploded in an instant, swallowing a dozen or so Marines around it, and the ice sheet on the ground melted into a big pit. Frankie ninjutsu missile Thunder Leopard. Frankie saw the effect of the power of the ninjutsu missiles, and immediately fired at the soldiers again. Boom. The shells exploded, and a leopard made of violent thunder and lightning rushed fiercely at the surrounding Marines, causing them to scream and howl. Ha ha ha. Super. False Marines, all fall under Frankie's ninjutsu missiles. Frankie laughed wildly. One after another missiles were thrown towards the Marine camp as if they were free, blowing up those Marines who had just been rescued by Aokiji to their backs. Ah la la, you can't let you bomb us so recklessly. Ice Cube Razor Pheasant. Aokiji saw the unscrupulous and merciless bombardment of his Marine soldiers, immediately stretched out his arms, and the cold air burst out, condensing a huge flying bird, rushing towards Frankie with incomparably cold air. Lava-style solving monster technique. A shot of lava style stopped Aokiji's pheasant, and the sulfuric acid-like slime corroded and melted all the birds. Marine Admiral, your opponent is us. Terumi May stood side by side with Wooden Golem, blocking in front of Aokiji, and Wooden Golem put a scarlet chakra coat on Terumi May, ready to fight Aokiji for a long time. Having been summoned to this world by Luo Xiu for such a long time, they all know the strength of Marine Admiral, not only the powerful strength but also the long physical strength. If you encounter an overwhelming enemy, Marine Admiral will not be a problem if you fight for a few days and nights. Ordinary cage-level powerhouses may be able to match Admiral of Headquarters even for a short period of time, but they are not comparable in terms of endurance and long-lasting combat ability. However, under the blessing of a tailed beast, there is no need to worry at all. Tail beast's chakra is almost endless for them. Can be made. It's not a problem to stick to it for a few days and nights. What a hassle. It seems that if you want to win the land of Seven Waters, you must first defeat UWN. Aokiji set his sights on Terumi May and Wooden Golem, knowing in his heart that it would be impossible not to beat them both. Ice Ball. Aokiji waved his hand suddenly, and several ice balls made of condensed cold air flew towards Terumi May and Wooden Golem like bullets. The cold air contained in them condensed the water droplets in the air where they passed. Boiling Shield skillful mist technique. The moment Terumi May attacked Aokiji, he formed seals immediately, Gwazi's cheeks bulged slightly, and a burst of high temperature and corrosive steam spewed out from Terumi May's mouth, covering and melting the ice ball released by Aokiji. Advertisement. When Terumi May faced Aokiji's attack, Wooden Golem immediately transformed into a half-tailed beast, and the whole person was wrapped in the scarlet-tailed beast chakra, and two long tails protruded from behind chakra's claws with both hands. Half-tail beastization armed cat's claw combo. Almost in the blink of an eye, Wooden Golem came to Aokiji's side, and his sharp claws grabbed his neck. Crack. Half of Aokiji's neck was caught by Wooden Golem, but instead of showing blood, it turned into ice. Oh, elementation is a real hassle. Seeing that the blow didn't work, Wooden Golem immediately distanced himself, not giving Aokiji a chance to fight back. The other half Terumi May's next ninjutsu has arrived. Water-style Water Dragon Bomb. By Wooden Golem. Terumi May shouted loudly, and Wooden Golem immediately comprehended, his hands immediately formed seals, and Thunder Element Chakra spewed out from his mouth, forming a giant brontosaurus. Lightning-style Thunder Dragon Bullet. The two ninjutsu collided in the air, combined, and fused together to become a Lightning Water Dragon Bomb, which is even more powerful. Shave. Aokiji's figure flashed, and immediately disappeared in place. If it was just a water dragon, he would naturally not be afraid, but it would be different if he added a thunderbolt. The water borrows the power of the thunder, and the thunder assists the power of the water, which will inevitably cause a lot of damage to oneself. Boom. The moment Aokiji had just left, the ice under his feet was blasted into a huge deep pit by the lightning water dragon bomb, and the seawater under the ice sheet was faintly visible, sending out thunderous noises. Ice Cube 2 Thorny Spear. Aokiji's figure appeared in the distance, and 8 ice spears condensed behind him, 4 flying towards Terumi May, and 4 flying towards Wooden Golem. Lava-style solving monster technique. Fire Rat Jade. Chi-chi. Boom. The attacks of the three collided in the air, a burst of steaming heat came out, and a violent explosion occurred. With the Battle of Aokiji, Terumi Mei, and Wooden Golem, the battlefield in the capital of Seven Waters has also entered a feverish state. Another place, the town of Rog. The marine general responsible for attacking Rog town is Smoker. Compared with Alabasta on the Grand Line and the capital of Seven Waters, the military strength of Rog town is relatively weak, so only Smoker was sent to the battle. Although the town of Rog is located in East Blue, Luo Xiu didn't take precautions just because the place was weak. The person in charge of guarding here is Hitaki Kakashi, who is known as 50-50 in the ninja world. Can't beat anyone, can't beat anyone. Anyway, this guy is also Zheng Jin's 6th Hokage, and it's more than enough to let him guard an island. Grand Line, exit Calm Belt. Kakashi led 10 warships to wait here. According to the intelligence of the Akatsuki Empire, Smoker will lead the marine fleet to pass through the Calm Belt and then attack the town of Rog. As a ninja, many of his soldiers are also ninjas. For those who can tread water, it is very beneficial to fight on the sea. On the other hand, Smoker, the leader of the opponent, has the ability of Devil Fruit, and sea water is his nemesis. Coming. Water-style ninja ready. Kakashi saw Smoker leading the fleet through the telescope, and immediately ordered his water-style ninjas to dive into the seabed. Advertisement. Fighting on the sea is so beneficial for water-style ninjas. Almost every fleet of the Akatsuki Empire will be equipped with hundreds of water-style ninjas. A wave of tsunami will wash your face before going to war. Clatter. Smoker just came out from the Calm Belt. Not long after driving, the surrounding sea suddenly rolled up with huge waves, forming a huge tsunami. Tsunami. How could there be a tsunami? Smoker exclaimed aloud, with a confused look on his face, not knowing why. This is East Blue. Basically the sea is calm, not as harsh as the New World Sea area, where there are stormy waves anytime, anywhere. What happened? Smoker Vice Admiral, what should I do? Standing by the side, Tashigi, a girl with glasses, was about to cry when she saw the tsunami coming. Hateful. Smoker slapped his hands on the rafter suddenly, looking anxious. What should he do? What can he do? He is not Aokiji, who can freeze the sea, nor is Whitebeard, who can shake back tsunamis. He is just a person with the ability to smoke fruits. What can he do in the face of this huge tsunami? Bombardment. Bombard the tsunami. Smoker had no choice but to order the marine fleet to bombard the tsunami in an attempt to stop the tsunami from coming. But it doesn't work at all. In the face of the power of the sea, the power of shells is so pitiful, weak and helpless. Under the horrified eyes of Smoker, Tashigi and many marines, the tsunami crashed down, slapped on many marine warships, and instantly submerged them. Emergency moment. Smoker turned into smoke, only had time to roll up Tashigi and several marines around him and flew into the air, narrowly avoiding the attack of the tsunami. Armed kunai Reikiri. When Smoker ascended into the air, a kunai covered with armament Haki carried violent and swift thunder and lightning pierced the air and struck Smoker. Smoker tilted his head away, and kunai flew past his cheek, drawing a long and narrow wound, which made half of his face feel very numb. Hateful. Smoker cursed angrily, feeling very aggrieved. He used his feet to spray smoke, kept flying in the air, and carried a group of marines with his hands to prevent them from falling. He couldn't fight back at this moment. Only now did he feel the sea's malice towards demon fruit power. Smoker Vice Admiral, you can put us down now, it's okay, we are not demon fruit power, we can swim. Tashigi saw Smoker's predicament, adjusted his red-rimmed glasses, and said loudly to him. No way, be careful yourself. In desperation, Smoker threw Tashigi and others into the sea, and the smoke from both feet shot out suddenly, rushing straight to Kakashi. White Snake. During the flight, Smoker's fists covered armament Haki, and his arms turned into white smoke and sprayed towards Kakashi, like two ferocious white giant snakes. Water-style Water Dragon Bomb. Facing Smoker's attack, Kakashi quickly formed seals with both hands, and two water dragons more than 10 meters long jumped out of the sea and rushed towards Smoker. Seeing this, Smoker's pupils shrank suddenly, and he quickly turned around in the air to avoid the attack of these two water dragons. This is sea water. If you are hit and cannot use the fruit ability, it will be over if you fall into the sea. Chapter 84. Coercive Double Emperors. Burnt Sun. White Smoke Launcher. Smoker dodged Kakashi's water dragon bomb, his legs were like rocket injectors, and his power shot up, and his whole body quickly approached Kakashi at an incredible speed. Armed Jet White Fist. With the strength of a rapid dive from high altitude, Smoker covered his fist with a layer of armament Haki, and hammered Kakashi's head hard. Under the double observation of Observation Haki and Sharingan, Smoker's attack trajectory was clearly seen by Kakashi. Chakra surged at the soles of his feet, and Kakashi's figure disappeared instantly. Crack. Smoker's fist slammed heavily on the deck of the warship of the Akatsuki Empire, smashing a huge hole in the deck. Rasengan. When Smoker's fist hit the deck of the warship, Kakashi's figure appeared on his right side, dragging a highly compressed and condensed energy bomb from chakra on his right hand and hitting his back. Oops. Elementalization. Smoker's pupils shrank, and he screamed inwardly. It was too late to avoid this situation, and he could only elementalize his body. Boom. The Rasengan in Kakashi's hand exploded the moment it hit Smoker, blasting Smoker's entire body into a cloud of smoke, scattered and drifting, unable to heal for a long time. After several breaths, Smoker's figure slowly condensed on the bow of the ship, blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, Kakashi's Rasengan made Smoker very uncomfortable. Mr. Marine, you are not my opponent, surrender. And I once said, Mr. Smoker, you are a person with a relatively strong sense of justice. Come join the Dawn Empire and practice real justice, instead of defending the justice of the so-called stupid pigs of the celestial dragons. Kakashi did not take advantage of the victory to pursue, but began to persuade Smoker to get up. Hateful. What are those stupid pigs from the celestial dragons doing to me? I only follow the justice in my heart. 653 inches White Fist. Naturally, Smoker will not be persuaded to surrender easily, even though he hates celestial dragons very much in his heart, but he still has his own persistence in his heart. Whoosh whoosh hash. Under the control of the smoke, the two fists hit Kakashi crazily, but under Kakashi's Sharingan, they were all invisible and he easily dodged. Suddenly, there was a burst of lightning from Kakashi's right hand, and there was a chirping sound like 1,000 birds singing together. Lightning-style Chidori. Chakra exploded on the soles of his feet, making Kakashi as fast as a phantom, and he came to Smoker's side almost in the blink of an eye, and his right hand, which was shining with lightning, cut Smoker's body like a sharp sword. So fast. Kakashi's speed stunned Smoker. His body quickly turned around to avoid it, but he was still a step too slow, and was hit in the abdomen. Kakashi's lightning-wrapped palm was covered with a layer of jet black armament haki, leaving a trail on Smoker's abdomen-long wound. By Mo. Regardless of the pain of the wound, Smoker's hands turned into smoke and rolled towards Kakashi, trapping him. Armed Jet White Fist. Seeing that Kakashi was trapped, Smoker's face suddenly showed a look of joy, his legs immediately turned into white-eyed jets, his right fist covered armament haki raised high, and hammered Kakashi's head hard. Boom. Smoker's fist hit Kakashi's head hard, blowing his entire head, but the expression on Smoker's face did not reveal a trace of joy. Because the Kakashi in front of his eyes turned into a log. Damn. Is it body replacement technique? Over the years, the world government has done a lot of investigation and collection of information about the Akatsuki Empire, and they still have some understanding of the unique ninjutsu of the Akatsuki Empire. AHAG, where? Seeing Kakashi in front of him turned into a log, Smoker immediately opened the observation haki, searching for Kakashi. Advertisement. Before he found Kakashi's voice, the surrounding sea surged up instantly, turning into a wave more than 10 meters high and rushing towards him. Water-style great waterfall technique. Damn it. It's seawater again. Smoker cursed angrily. His body turned into white smoke and quickly retreated, leaving the area covered by seawater, and landed on the mast of the warship. His eyes fell on Kakashi and he felt a heavy pressure. The fleet was gone, all the soldiers under his command fell into the water, and he was the only one who could fight, and the opponent had thousands of elite soldiers except for one Kakashi. This battle, there is little hope. At the same time, on the Wano-kuni battlefield, all the members have handed in their hands, and the war has entered a fierce stage. Drink. Fire Dragon Torch. Hearing a shout of anger spread throughout the battlefield, Kaido spewed out endless flames to form a huge fire dragon that merged with himself, and rushed towards Luo Xiu with blazing heat. Wherever it goes, everything melts. Even those pirates who had no time to escape were melted. As the heat wave hit his face, Luo Xiu felt that the air he breathed into his lungs was hot, and then his eyes froze, and the pupils changed rapidly, turning into a scarlet Sharingan. A purple 1,000-meter giant rose from the ground, raising his fists high. Armed Power Fist. Boom. Susanoo's fist smashed hard on Kaido's head, and his hundreds of meters long body instantly flew backwards and hit a mountain, causing the whole island to tremble. Hateful. Shanglong Flame 8 trigrams. Kaido's skin was rough and fleshy, and after being punched by Susanoo, he just felt slightly dazed, shook his head, wrapped Conqueror's haki around the dragon's horn, and rushed towards Luo Xiu again. This time, the power is even stronger. However, Luo Xiu has no fear at all. Conqueror's Entangling Strange Power Fist. For Kaido's attack, Luo Xiu also responded with Conqueror's Entanglement. Boom. The attacks of the two collided, and there was an invisible energy between Susanoo's fist and Kaido's dragon horn, bursting out violent waves of air. The ground is cracked. Countless boulders were blown away. Smash the surrounding pirates to spit blood. Even some weak pirates died suddenly on the spot. Although it is only the aftermath, it is not something that casual people can bear. Emperor Sword. Flame Breaker. On the other side, Charlotte Linlin is stepping on Thursday, the Emperor Sword Napoleon and the Sun Prometheus in her hand merged into one, turning into a fiery man of flames, ruthlessly facing Luo Xiu on the head of Susanoo. Chop it down. Amaterasu God Flame Slash. Facing Charlotte Linlin's attack, Luo Xiu snorted coldly, controlled the two arms behind Susanoo and pulled out the 400-meter long sword at his waist, covering it with black Amaterasu flames to meet Charlotte Linlin. Clang underscore. Two swords wrapped in flames collided with each other, making a loud noise. With Kaido on one side and Charlotte Linlin on the other, Luo Xiu was not at a loss in the face of the double Emperor's attack. I don't know how many pirates around me were dumbfounded by this scene. So strong. This man is really strong. Advertisement. Worthy of the man who can destroy naval headquarters. Even in the face of the attacks of the two four emperors, they are still able to do a job with ease, and they will not lose the wind at all. Suddenly, a painful, ear-piercing scream made everyone on the battlefield tremble, their bodies were a little hairy, and they couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound. Ah, hot hot, Mom, it's hot, I feel like I'm going to burn. Prometheus attached to the Emperor's sword Napoleon kept struggling and screaming, and the original golden flame was wrapped in black flame, swallowing it step by step. Hiss. At this scene, everyone present couldn't help but gasp, especially the members of the Charlotte family, who looked horrified and full of disbelief. Prometheus shouting hot. What are you kidding? It itself represents the sun and has an extremely hot temperature. It has always been the only one that makes others feel hot. How could it be possible for others to make him feel hot? Prometheus. Charlotte Linlin was also a little surprised, and quickly backed away, but the flame on the Emperor's sword Napoleon had gradually turned black, making Napoleon feel threatened. Mother, let Prometheus leave me, this black flame is too horrible, it is almost burning me. Emperor sword Napoleon begged Charlotte Linlin in horror. Prometheus, leave Napoleon quickly. Charlotte Linlin also felt the terrifying power of the black flame, and quickly threw Prometheus away. Prometheus left Napoleon's sword body and turned into a fireball again, but there was always a layer of black flame wrapped around its body surface. No matter how much it shook it couldn't get rid of it. The body is being burned and shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. Mom, help me, Mom. I'm about to burn to death. When the people around heard Prometheus cry for help, they felt very strange. Prometheus, which was made of flames, was about to be burned to death. Charlotte Linlin frowned as she looked at Prometheus wrapped in Amaterasu's black flame, not knowing what to do for a while. I can't help it, Prometheus, since you are going to die, go farther away. The helpless Charlotte Linlin waved her hand in disgust at Prometheus who was about to die, without any mercy. Whether it is Prometheus, Zeus, or Napoleon, they are just tools created by her using the soul fruit. Gone. Then create another one. What, mother? No. Don't. Help me. I don't want to die. Prometheus was stunned when he heard Charlotte Linlin's ruthless words. He never expected Charlotte Linlin to be so ruthless. Do not come near me. Or take your soul now. Charlotte Linlin looked at Prometheus who wanted to get close to her, and directly said indifferently. Prometheus was frightened at once, and he didn't dare to move forward anymore, looking so weak, helpless, and pitiful. In the end, it was swallowed by the flames of Amaterasu with a screaming sound. Gulu. This scene made everyone swallow hard, and sweat dripped down their foreheads. This flame. Just don't be too scary. Chapter 85 Top Observation Hockey Confrontation. Thor Enel vs Katakuri. Hey, where are you looking? Katakuri was looking at the burnt Prometheus in shock, when a sound came from his ear, but faster than the sound was a flash of lightning. Stab. The lightning came in front of him and bombarded him, and the sound was heard only after that. Laugh. Katakuri's chest was suddenly blasted with a hideous and terrifying wound by the violent lightning, exuding a burnt smell, and the severe pain caused cold sweat to break out on his forehead. Damn it. Careless. Katakuri's face was full of remorse. It's a big taboo to be distracted in battle, especially when facing a strong man who is no less than him. The body turned into a rice cake to temporarily seal the wound. Katakuri's figure suddenly rose up. His right leg turned into a rice cake and divided into countless legs, covered with black armament hockey and kicked towards Ani Lu. Armed lightning thorn. Enel's body turned into a bolt of lightning to avoid Katakuri's attack, and came to Katakuri's side. The golden trident in his hand was covered with a thick layer of armament hockey, entwined with violent lightning, and stabbed at Katakuri's head. Today's Enel has come a long way since he was on Sky Island. Armament hockey has already had some heat, and observation hockey has been cultivated to the point where he can foresee the future for a short time. Even Katakuri, the second in command of the Big Mom Pirates, is not at a disadvantage, and can even be suppressed. When Enel cultivates armament hockey to a higher level of emission, and his physique improves, he will completely become a general-level combat power. Glutinous ball stabbing. Katakuri's observation hockey had foreseen Enel's attack. His right arm turned into a rice cake, covered with armament hockey. The trident hidden on his right arm spun rapidly and collided with Enel's trident. Clang. Stab. Weapons collide. Lightning strikes. The rice cake on Katakuri's arm gradually became soft under the constant electric shock from Enel's lightning. Although Katakuri is very talented and has developed an ordinary mochi fruit to such a level, there is still some gap in essence compared to Logia's most powerful thunder fruit. If it weren't for Katakuri's armament hockey being stronger than Enel, he wouldn't even be qualified to fight Enel head-on. Aware of the change in the rice cake on his right arm, Katakuri knew that if the stalemate persisted, he must be the one who would suffer, so he took the initiative to withdraw, to distance himself from Enel. But Enel took advantage of the situation and directly waved the golden trident to bully him. Jingle jingle. Ping pong pong. _ The weapons of the two are tridents, and they collide continuously, making crisp sounds, like forging iron, bursting out countless sparks. The battle is fierce. Boom. The mountain shook for a while, making countless pirates unstable and fell to the ground. Kaido's huge dragon body was once again blown away by Luo Xiu's punch, collapsing several mountain peaks in a row. My lord governor. Is this man really so strong? The four emperors together are no match for him. Jin, who was flying in the air, looked at Kaido flying past in front of him, and let out an inconceivable exclamation. The two emperors teamed up, but they were defeated. Although he knew that the man was very powerful, he never expected to be so powerful. He. The power of His Majesty the Emperor is beyond your imagination. Advertisement. Not to mention Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, the four emperors, even if Whitebeard and Red Hair are added, they will not be the leader's opponent. Jin, let's see how strong you are. Surrender obediently. Don't your Lunalia clan have enmity with the world government? Follow our emperor. One day you will be able to return to the Red Line and kill all your enemies. Moria looked at the godlike Susanoo. Her gaze was full of fanaticism. She had blind worship and trust in Luo Xiu, and directly threatened to make Jin surrender. Humph. Crazy guy. Double emperors in the blade. Jin naturally couldn't surrender, and Moria's arrogance made him feel very uncomfortable. With a wave of his wings, the flames on his back immediately sent out countless fireballs towards Moria. Boom boom boom. The fireball fell to the ground, sending out bursts of violent explosions, covering Moria's entire body. Cage Warrior. Moria swapped her body with her own shadow, avoiding Jin's attack, and then the shadow stretched suddenly, stabbing Jin in the sky. Shadow Horn Gun. Facing Moria's attack, Jin waved his wings, dodged Moria's blow, and then raised the long knife in his hand. The flame behind him burst out suddenly, covering the long knife, exuding blazing heat. Guardian Fire Dragon Emperor. A huge mighty fire dragon exuding blazing heat rushes towards Moria hidden in the shadow on the ground. The scorching heat distorts the air along the way. Boom. The ground where Moria was located was instantly blasted into a huge crater with a diameter of hundreds of meters. However, Moria's figure is no longer in place at this time. While Jin was attacking Moria, Moria sneaked on the ground through the shadow, came to Jin's shadow projected on the ground, and grabbed his neck. Shadow Control Strangulation Technique. Moria slammed down on Jin's shadow's neck, trying to break his neck through the shadow. Crack. In the air, Jin suddenly felt that his neck was twisted violently, and there was a crisp sound, and there was a burst of severe pain. Mo. Leah. Jin opened his mouth with some difficulty, his voice was full of anger, he felt as if his body was bound. Emperor Yan. Jin's body couldn't move, but the flames behind him could still control freely, condensed a huge fireball, and smashed down towards the shadow on the ground. Boom. When the fireball hit the ground, a deep pit was instantly blasted out on the ground, and the soil was burnt black, with steaming white smoke. After regaining control of his body, Jin immediately adjusted his position with a vigilant look and serious eyes. Observation Haki always pays attention to his own shadow to prevent being controlled by Moria again. In this round of confrontation, I completely fell into the disadvantage. Moria. It's really not what it used to be. Go away, Jin. Otherwise, if you are killed together, don't blame me. Brachiosaurus Bomb. At some point, Quinn transformed into a huge Brachiosaurus and jumped into the sky, swooping down from the sky. His huge hard head was covered with a layer of jet black armament Haki. This idiot. 0. Seeking flowers. Advertisement. Jin looked at Quinn who was swooping down, cursed angrily, and quickly flapped his wings to dodge. On the ground, the direction Quinn was aiming at was his opponent, Killer Bee. Hey, on the head, I won't lose, oye. Killer Bee didn't feel scared at all in the face of Quinn's attack. Instead, he rapped and rapped. He was covered with a coat of leadership, and 2 horns grew out of his head. 8 tails grow out of the back like the tentacles of an octopus. The first 8 knives. Killer Bee jumped on the ground, jumped into the air, and slammed straight at Quinn with his head sideways. Boom. The heads of the two collided fiercely, and a violent impact erupted immediately, and circles of white air waves swept around and spread. Black flame. During the stalemate between the two, Quinn's 2 dragon claws directly turned into giant mechanical arms, from which 2 laser rays were shot at Killer Bee's head. However, under the protection of the tail beast coat, Killer Bee was not harmed. Instead, he manipulated the tail behind him to draw towards Quinn, pulling his huge round body to the ground, smashing the ground into a huge deep hole. 0. Thunder Plow Hot Knife. Killer Bee is full of lightning chakra, jumping down from the air, under the blessing of the tailed beast coat, the speed is extremely fast and the strength is huge. Phew. Killer Bee's elbow hit Quinn's abdomen hard, causing Quinn to burst into tears of pain, and spurted a mouthful of blood from his mouth. The originally collapsed ground sank again, and countless cracks appeared in the surrounding ground instantly, spreading in all directions like a huge spider web. Drink. Armed lateral bolt of pain. Chop. Not far from Quinn and Killer Bee, Rinnegan shouted, his body was covered with lightning, his hair stood on end like a hedgehog, he jumped up high, and his right arm condensed the high-level thunder chakra towards Jack the Mammoth's long trunk snapped off. Quote. Blood splatter. Jack's mammoth trunk is cut off by Rinnegan. Ah. Jack let out a cry of pain, and his body immediately returned to adulthood, clutching his nose and rolling on the ground. Park. Good fight, big brother. Killer Bee gives his stepbrother a thumbs up. Well played, brother. Rinnegan also gave him a thumbs up. The third generation, Yin Naraku. Kaido, who was knocked into the air by Luo Xiu, realized that the blue dragon form was not Luo Xiu's opponent, so he changed into a human beast form that is most suitable for Zone Devil Fruit's ability to fight. Black and red lightning, smashing down on Luo Xiu on Susanoo's head. Conqueror's winding Lucian Shenglongba. Luo Xiu controls Susanoo, covers Conqueror's Haki, diary uppercuts meet Kaido's mace. Boom boom boom. Ka ka. The violent hurricane swept wildly from the center of the battle between the two of them, emitting bursts of terrifying, ear-piercing, and terrifying sonic booms. Black and red lightning kept bursting out around the fist and mace. Al buff Weo. Charlotte Linlin had seen the power of Luo Xiu's Amaterasu black flame before, so she didn't dare to get close to her. In the distance, Napoleon, holding the Emperor's sword, created a terrifying shock wave, pointing directly at Luo Xiu in Susanoo's head. Chapter 86 Crushing. Complete Abuse. Kill the Dragon. Spicy Tiansai. Luo Xiu's eyes turned into 9 Guyu Rinnegan, and a burst of powerful repelling force instantly counteracted Charlotte Linlin's attack, crushing it, and rushed towards Charlotte Linlin with undiminished power. Mom. Charlotte Linlin only felt that her body was hit hard, and then she flew upside down and out of the hospital. Drink. Luo Xiu let out a low cry, increased the output of Susanoo's power, overwhelmed Kaido in an instant, hammered Kaido into the sky, rushed to the sky, broke through the clouds, and rushed to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Air. Kaido, who was flying at high speed, felt that he couldn't stop at all, and his jaw seemed to be broken. Kaido. Charlotte Linlin saw Kaido being hammered away, and a strong look of dread flashed on the fat cheeks around him, and she felt timid in her heart. Originally, she thought that with the combination of herself and Kaido, even if she lost to Luo Xiu, at least she could remain undefeated. But, now it looks like a big mistake. Even if I join forces with Kaido, I'm afraid I won't be this man's opponent. But, at this moment, if you want to regret it, it's too late. The battle has already begun, and the only way to end it is to persevere. Tianmen Dazizi God, Charlotte, 9:30, Special Linlin controls Zeus to release countless lightning bolts to envelop Luo Xiu and bombard him crazily. Crack, boom, strips of lightning struck Luo Xiu's Susanoo, emitting wisps of smoke, but they did not bring him much substantial damage. Even if a small crater was occasionally blown out, it was immediately crushed by Luo Xiu. Majestic Chakra gave the fix. Universal pull. Luo Xiu looked at Charlotte Linlin, grabbed it with his hands, and the body of Charlotte Linlin in the distance immediately flew towards Luo Xiu uncontrollably. Hey, what's going on? Zeus, stop it. Charlotte Linlin showed panic on her face, and immediately shouted to Zeus at her feet. Mom, I want to stop too, but I can't stop at all. Zeus also looked terrified. Although he tried desperately to fly backwards, he couldn't fly at all, and his body was pulled forward by a huge force. Hateful. Wow lightsaber. In desperation, Charlotte Linlin raised the Napoleon long sword in her hand, gathered the lightning from Zeus's body, entangled with Conqueror's Haki, and swung it at Luo Xiu. A white sword energy like a laser pierced Luo Xiu's head. Way. Luo Xiu didn't rush, one eye turned into Sharingan, and he turned on Kamui to absorb Charlotte Linlin's attack. At this time, Charlotte Linlin was also attracted by Universal Pull's gravity and came to Susanoo. Conqueror's entangling wily fist. A huge mountain-like giant fist wrapped around the terrifying and deep Conqueror's Haki hit Charlotte Linlin's head heavily. PFF'd. Charlotte Linlin suddenly felt that her brain went blank, her eyeballs turned white, and she almost lost consciousness. She spit out a big mouthful of blood with a wow sound, and her body flew into the distance like a meteor across the sky, smashing a mountain into pieces. Drunken thunder. Yin Naluo. At this time, Kaido's body fell from the sky, holding the mace tightly with both hands and raised it high. The Conqueror's Haki was wrapped around it, and the thunder and lightning lingered around, smashing down on Luo Xiu's head. Repulsion Overlord Fist. Luo Xiu concentrated the repulsive force on Susanoo's hand and entangled Conqueror's Haki at the same time. The power was raised to a new level compared to just now. Advertisement. Boom. The attacks of the two collided with each other. This time there was almost no stalemate. Kaido was crushed instantly. The huge mace in his hand flew out of hand uncontrollably. Susanoo's fist hit him in the chest. Crack. A clear sound of bone cracking sounded. Kaido's sternum shattered and collapsed, and a mouthful of blood spewed out instantly, and the whole body flew into the sky again. Crush. Complete abuse. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are no match for Luo Xiu. The members of the pirate group under the two men saw their governor and captain being abused, and their hearts were cast a shadow, and they were even a little absent-minded. They were severely injured by the members of the Akatsuki Empire several times. Everyone knows very well in their hearts that the outcome of the battle between the leaders of both sides is the key to the burden of this war. If the leader is defeated, then even if they win their opponents, it is meaningless. See, Jin, am I right? Even if that D Kaido joins forces with Charlotte Linlin, it's impossible to be His Majesty's opponent. Surrender. Moria let out a triumphant laugh and persuaded Jin to surrender again. Jin looked at the complacent Moria, his teeth itching in anger, but he couldn't refute it, and at the same time, a touch of worry arose in his heart. If this continues, this war may be lost. Katakuri, you are strong. It's really good to be able to develop such a powerful ability from such a weak rice cake fruit. Following that crazy woman has no future, come to our Empire of Dawn. His Majesty the Emperor, he will be the king of the world. After a battle with Katakuri, Enel recognized his strength and talent, hoping to draw him into the camp of the Akatsuki Empire. Do not make jokes. It is impossible for me to betray my mother. Katakuri looked angry, his arm was raised and turned into a machine gun, covered with a layer of dark armament Haki. Wu Shuang rice cake blade bomb. Da. Countless mochi bullets covered with armament Haki shoot out of it. That crazy woman is so ruthless, I don't know if I will kill you one day, and there is no future for being a pirate. Even if you can escape your life by chance in this war, you still cannot escape the attack of the Akatsuki Empire. There will be no other voices in the New World other than our Akatsuki Empire. Those who follow will prosper, and those who rebel. Katakuri, do you want all your brothers and sisters to be buried with your crazy mother? While avoiding Katakuri's attack, Enel continued to persuade Katakuri. Today's Enel is no longer the supercilious megalomaniac he used to be, and has learned to use his brain. If Katakuri can be persuaded to surrender successfully, that would be great. Even if he can't be persuaded to surrender, it will be more beneficial for the next battle to be able to engage in a wave of his mentality. Enel's words slowed down Katakuri's attack a bit, his brows were tightly frowned, and Enel's words caused some ripples in his heart. Although he didn't care about his own life or death, he cared very much about the life and death of his younger siblings. Compared to that ruthless mother, Katakuri cares more about his younger brothers and sisters. How about it? I'm right. Enel felt Katakuri's weakened attack, and a smile appeared on his face. This guy was obviously moved. Humph. Advertisement. Stop delusional. I can't surrender. Katakuri snorted coldly to restrain himself, but his tone was a little lacking. Well, don't worry, the battle should be over soon. Let's talk about it later. Should I choose to die with your crazy woman and mother, or follow His Majesty to overthrow the world government and assist His Majesty to achieve supreme hegemony? Enel fought Katakuri without haste. Now the strength of the two of them is roughly equal, it is more difficult to decide the winner in a short time. Air. Kaido turned into a huge blue dragon hovering in the air again, and Charlotte Linlin stepped on Zeus and stood beside him. After some fighting, they didn't cause the slightest damage to Luo Xiu at all. On the other hand, the two of us have been hammered, beaten, and abused all the time. It feels like the strength is not at the same level at all. Although I saw the strength of this man on the live broadcast before, it was only when I fought in person that I could appreciate the true strength of this man. How? Scared. Continue to attack. Luo Xiu stood on top of Susanoo's head, with his hands folded, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, watching Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's timid look, with a playful smile on his face. Hateful. Stop looking down on people. Flame tornado bad wind. Luo Xiu's taunt made Kaido furious instantly, the huge dragon's mouth opened suddenly, and a huge fireball burst out from it, and then countless wind blades and fireballs mixed together in an instant. The wind borrows the fire. Fire helps wind power. Bringing a scorching air wave and a gale that can tear everything apart, it comes to Luo Xiu. A combination of wind and fire. Interesting. Luo Xiu looked at Kaido's attack with a faint smile, and manipulated Susanoo to raise his arm. The endless chakra converged in Susanoo's hand at 3.2 to form a huge Rasengan with a diameter of hundreds of meters, and was then injected by Luo Xiu with violent wind chakra and fire chakra. Super Jade Wind Fire Spiral Shuriken. With a low shout, Luo Xiu threw out the huge spiral shuriken in his hand. Boom. Kaido attack is instantly shredded. The wind and fire spiral shuriken rushed towards Kaido, hitting his huge blue dragon body. Ah! The violent wind element raged in his body like a steel needle, causing Kaido's huge body to fall directly to the ground, tumbling, screaming, and howling. The bursting fire element kept burning on his body, exuding the aroma of barbecued meat. Sage Art Mayayanman. Luo Xiu clapped his hands together, and countless Torii gates suddenly appeared in the sky and stuck Kaido's body on the ground, making him frightened. Amaterasu God Flame Monster Power Slash. Susanoo raised the 400-meter-long broadsword high with both hands, the sword god covered the black Amaterasu flames, concentrated the chakra monster power in both hands, and slashed at Kaido's huge blue dragon head. This sword. Luo Xiu, he wants to slay the dragon. Where underscore. The blade of the sword fell from the sky, expanding in Kaido's pupils. Chapter 87. The Fall of the Two Emperors. Wano Kuni is destroyed, and the two pirate groups surrender. Kaido looked at the 400-meter-long sword that kept falling, and smelled a smell of death, and his eyes were full of fear. Will die. If this big knife falls, you will really die. In crisis, Kaido immediately released his devil fruit form and returned to his human form, narrowly dodging Luo Xiu's beheading. Crack. The moment Kaido retracted his head, Luo Xiu's slash landed, and a bottomless gully was split on the ground, spreading far away until the end of the island, and even the sea around the island was split open. Who? Kaido, who had recovered his human form, was still in shock, panting heavily, looking at the terrifying record on the ground. Really almost died. Linlin, don't hold back anymore, you must use all your strength. Otherwise, I will really die. Kaido came to Charlotte Linlin, his voice was a little terrified, if he hadn't reacted quickly just now, his head would have been cut off. Understood. Charlotte Linlin saw the situation just now, so naturally she didn't dare to be careless. Let's go. Kaido instantly turned into a dragon man, raised the huge mace in his hand, wrapped it around Conqueror's Haki, thunder lingered on it, his legs slightly bent, kicked his body on the ground and quickly rushed to Luo Xiu. David Thunder 8 trigrams. Charlotte Linlin on the side followed closely behind, stepping on Zeus, raised the Napoleon sword in her hand and slashed at Luo Xiu. Mother visiting cannon 3,000 miles. The two, one left and one right, attacked Luo Xiu from both sides. Everyone used their greatest strength without reservation. Is this all your strength? That's the end of it. Luo Xiu watched the two attacking with all their strength, with an indifferent expression, put the big knife in Susanoo's hand back into the scabbard, held the handle with one hand and the scabbard with the other, squatted down with both legs, and retreated with the left leg. It is the most basic posture of drawing a knife and chopping. This pose. Cracker, who was fighting against Charlotte Cracker, the 4-star dessert star, immediately exerted strength, and sent Charlotte Cracker flying with a single knife, while a pair of eagle eyes stared at Susanoo. He is so familiar with this action. It was the trick that defeated him in the first place. Could such a huge giant be able to perform such a powerful move? If it is used, how terrifying is the power? The spirit is highly concentrated, and Haki chakra is highly compressed and converged. Instantly, long sword unsheathed, sky dragon flash. A sword light that was brighter than the sun almost filled the entire ghost island, and everyone around felt a little stinging in their eyes, so they closed their eyes subconsciously, and used their arms to block in front of them. Laugh. The people around only heard the sound of two sharp blades cutting through flesh and blood. Can't resist. In front of Luo Xiu's sword, the weapons of Charlotte Linlin and Kaido were cut off like paper, and the 400-meter sword cut off their bodies without hindrance. How can that be? The consciousness of the two has not completely disappeared. Looking at their severed body, they can't believe their eyes at all. But the gradual loss of consciousness tells them that this is a fact. Thump, thump. The half-cut bodies of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin fell to the ground, completely lost. Long. The sword light slowly disappeared, and everyone around slowly opened their eyes. Seeing the scene in front of them, their eye sockets instantly widened, and their pupils suddenly contracted. An unspeakable fear spread in the heart, the forehead was sweating like a torrential rain, the body was trembling constantly, and some people's knees softened and they knelt down. Sit down. Advertisement. What did they see? The bodies of the four emperors, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, were cut in half. Dead. Dead. How can that be? The four emperors were killed by that man. Governor. Mother. Members of the Beast's pirates and Big Mom pirates exclaimed in horror, sadness, and shock as they looked at the bodies of the two on the ground. They can't believe it, and they can't believe it. I even thought it was a dream. He. See it, Jin. This is the strength of our emperor. 4 emperors, they can be destroyed with one blow. He is destined to take the throne of this world. Seeing Kaido's body, Moria felt unprecedented joy. Although he didn't kill him himself, he was dead. Looking at Luo Xiu, she was full of endless reverence, the piety of shopping. Kaido. Governor. No. Impossible. It's impossible. Jin shook his head, a little unable to believe the facts in front of him. Accept the truth. Shadow binding. Moria took advantage of Jin's terrified mind and was on the defensive, immediately mobilized shadows from all directions to restrain him, and pressed him firmly to the ground, preventing him from moving. Mom. Katakuri stared blankly at Charlotte Linlin's body, unable to tell what he was feeling in his heart at the moment. But there is a faint feeling of relief. Although everyone in Charlotte's family calls her mother every day, there is not much affection between them, and more fear. Once you don't like it, or when you are angry, your soul will be drawn, your lifespan will be reduced, or even your lifespan will be sacrificed. It's over, Katakuri. Think about your brothers. Should we continue to persevere and be hunted down by our Akatsuki Empire, or join us and follow our great emperor His Majesty? Enel at the side didn't take advantage of the situation to attack, but took out a red apple and gnawed it slowly. Following that man, Katakuri looked at Luo Xiu with complicated eyes. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin is dead. The descendant will not die. Otherwise, kill without mercy. With the 400-meter broadsword in Luo Xiu's hands, Haki's sharp voice spread throughout the battlefield, making all the pirates fearful and moved. Surrender. I surrender. Don't kill me. Some weak pirates looked at Luo Xiu's domineering figure, immediately dropped their weapons, bowed their heads and surrendered. Even the 4 emperors were killed by him, so what can they do? I surrender. Surrender. I surrender too. Except for the Beast's pirates and some cadres of the Big Mom pirates, most of the pirates chose to surrender. As for revenge, do not make jokes, not to mention that they don't have that strength. When did Kaido or Charlotte Linlin care about their lives? Among other things, in this battle alone, Kaido and Big Mom killed many ordinary pirates by mistake. Advertisement. On the other hand, Luo Xiu always protects his soldiers from harm. Comparing the two, there is simply a world of difference. What about you? Surrender. Or die. Luo Xiu looked at Jin and Katakuri, the 2 emperors' lieutenants. After the deaths of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, these two basically became the talkers of the 2 major pirate groups. Master Jin. Katakuri Big Brother. The members of the Beast's pirates looked at Jin, and the members of the Big Mom pirates looked at Katakuri. I choose surrender. Katakuri looked at the tall man, looked at his younger siblings, and finally chose to surrender. The members of the Charlotte family were relieved when they heard that Katakuri had chosen to submit. They were really afraid that their big brother would be overwhelmed, and they would fight that man to the death. Brother Jin, you can't surrender, you want to avenge the Governor General. Jack suddenly roared, his noseless face was full of anger, and his eyes were full of hatred towards Luo Xiu. Idiot. When everyone present heard Jack's roar, these 2 words popped up in their hearts. Dare to take revenge in front of this man. I'm afraid I can't die fast enough. Oh, so it's by the boat King Jack. You are very brave. Luo Xiu looked at Jack, and a famous stock about Jack in the previous anime appeared in his mind, bring me the boat. This kind of person is simply out of his mind. 060. A** Luo Xiu, you wait for lousy. One day lousy will be 4. Laugh. Before Jack could finish his sentence, his head flew away in an instant, turning into a headless corpse. Who else? Luo Xiu lightly flicked the insignificant blood stained on the 400-meter broadsword, and his scarlet pupils glanced at the pirates on the battlefield. Exclamation mark. Everyone looked at Jack's headless body, lowered their heads, and knelt down on the ground. They don't want to have their heads chopped off in one go. Oh. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. This scene made the soldiers of the Dawn Empire feel extremely honored, and they all raised their weapons and shouted excitedly and frantically. Those pirates who surrendered also shouted along with the soldiers of the Xiaoji Empire, a little trembling in their hearts, for fear of making Luo Xiu dissatisfied, they would be killed directly. Listening to the shouts of the audience, Luo Xiu showed a satisfied smile on his face, raised his arms and lowered them slightly, and the audience fell silent for an instant. It is good. Since you choose to submit, you are my subjects. Now, follow me to Wano-kuni to take it and bring it into the territory of the Akatsuki Empire. Luo Xiu strikes while the iron is hot, ready to take down Wano-kuni in one fell swoop. Oh, come on, for His Majesty the Emperor. Everyone rushed to the port, scrambling to jump on the boats, eager to make their way into Wano-kuni. Especially those pirates who have just surrendered to Luo Xiu are full of enthusiasm and want to play their own role, telling Luo Xiu that they are not useless people. Dozens of ships rushed towards Wano-kuni carrying the soldiers of the Akatsuki Empire and countless pirates who had just surrendered. In just half a day, Wano-kuni was completely taken down by the Akatsuki Empire. Wano-kuni, who lost the protection of the beast's pirates, was powerless against the soldiers of the Akatsuki Empire. The Kurozumi Orochi was directly beheaded by Jin, and he dedicated his head to Luo Xiu to show his loyalty. Wano-kuni was completely destroyed and became the territory of the Akatsuki Empire. Chapter 88 Marine Retreats. Total Victory. The Choice of the Whitebeard Pirates. Wano-kuni, the capital of flowers. This place has been completely occupied by the soldiers of the Akatsuki Empire. The streets are full of soldiers of the Akatsuki Empire. Many people are hiding at home and dare not come out. The ones who were a little more courageous opened up a little gap to watch the troops patrolling the street. What made them feel a little more at ease was that the soldiers on the street didn't have the slightest intention of entering the houses, which was very different from the pirates they had seen before, who would kill anyone and grab anything they saw. Luo Xiu established many prohibitions when he established the Dawn Empire. Kill the innocent, behead. Robbers of civilians, behead. And robber, behead. These prohibitions made the soldiers under the Shaoji Empire very strict discipline, and they did not commit any crimes. Everywhere they went, they would be warmly welcomed by the local people. It's just that Wano-kuni is closed to the outside world and doesn't know the news. Luo Xiu is well aware of the importance of people's hearts to an empire. In this era full of exploitation and oppression, as long as you treat the common people a little better, they will be grateful to you and even work hard for you. After Luo Xiu's soldiers cleaned up the remnants of Kurozumi Orochi, Wano-kuni began to gradually settle down. When all the people in Wano-kuni were uneasy, Luo Xiu's voice came from the phone bug broadcasts in various places. Hello, people of Wano-kuni, I am Luo Xiu, Emperor of the Akatsuki Empire. Now, the Admiral of the Beast's pirates has been beheaded by me, and the Wano-kuni General Kurozumi Orochi has also been eliminated. From today onwards, Wano-kuni officially belongs to the Akatsuki Empire and is renamed the capital of harmony. From now on, slavery will be abolished, and the prisoners and slaves captured by the Kurozumi Orochi and the Beast's pirates will be liberated. All the people of Wano-kuni will be treated equally and enjoy the same rights as citizens of the Akatsuki Empire. All citizens who have been unfairly treated or persecuted can seek help from the Akatsuki Empire government. Starting today, you are free. Luo Xiu's voice was clearly transmitted to the ears of everyone in Wano-kuni through the broadcast of the phone bug, causing everyone's eyes to widen and their expressions to become shocked, followed by ecstasy. Really? Become free? Aren't we going to be exploited and oppressed by Kurozumi Orochi and Beast's pirates from now on? Oh. Thanks to the great Luo Xiu, your majesty. Long live His Majesty Emperor Luo Xiu. Countless people of Wano-kuni opened their doors and ran to the streets, shouting loudly, jumping, running wildly, and some even rolled on the ground excitedly. Countless people knelt on the ground and worshipped Luo Xiu. No doubt, in their hearts at this moment, Luo Xiu is the hero who liberates them and the god who brings them light. Mr. Denjiro, is this true? Is Wano-kuni really going to be liberated? In a geisha hall, Xiaozi covered her seductive Sakura peach mouth, and asked the retainers beside her in disbelief. Maybe it's true. I have heard some news before that the Dawn Empire was established by an extremely powerful man, and he used to be a slave, so he treats civilians and slaves very friendly. But, if this man rules Wano-kuni, what will happen when Momonosuke-sama returns in the future? This man was able to kill Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, the strength is unbelievable to what extent. At that time, it may be impossible for Momonosuke-sama to take Wano-kuni back from this man. Denjiro has been following Orochi pretending to be a guard, knowing more or less some information, but it is because he knows that he is afraid. If you can't take it back, you can't take it back. Advertisement. As long as the people of Wano-kuni can live happily, that's enough. In Xiaozi's view, it doesn't matter who rules Wano-kuni, the main thing is that the people in this land can live happily. I hope so. Denjiro sighed helplessly when he heard the words, and hoped that His Highness Momonosuke would not be impulsive then. This man is absolutely invincible. The battle for Wano-kuni is over, and so is the battle for Alabasta, the capital of the Seven Waters, and the town of Rog. After naval headquarters got the news, they immediately informed them to retreat. After all, they knew that Luo Xiu possessed a space skill that could instantly support the whole world. If he was caught and killed, naval headquarters would suffer a great loss. Green Bull and Aokiji retreated from Alabasta and Seven Water capital with the remaining marines. But Smoker was not so lucky, he was directly captured alive by Kakashi and locked up. The Akatsuki Empire has won a complete victory. After Luo Xiu occupied Wano-kuni, he directly abolished the policy of closing the country, and immediately started the country, encouraged development, and encouraged business. Wano-kuni is rich in mineral resources. If it was not closed before, it must be very rich. After occupying Wano-kuni, Luo Xiu immediately sent Katakuri to lead his people to subdue Wano-kuni and bring it into the rule of Akatsuki Empire. Charlotte Linlin is dead, All nations have no leader, and Katakuri, the number 2 figure in the Charlotte family, has easily conquered all nations and brought the sea area he ruled under the Akatsuki Empire. With the annexation of 2-4 Emperor's pirate groups, the power of the Akatsuki Empire has become the largest in the New World. Then Luo Xiu directly notified all the forces in New World to surrender to the Shaoji Empire within 1 month, otherwise they will send troops to conquer, and New World does not allow other forces. As soon as this news came out, the whole world was in an uproar, shock, and sensation. In the whole world, everyone feels the ambition of Luo Xiu, His Majesty the Emperor of the Dawn Empire. His Majesty Emperor Luo Xiu is simply terrifying. Killed 2-4 Emperor's pirates in a short period of time. That's right, and let the other forces of New World submit. If you don't submit, you will be destroyed. What kind of hockey encourages this? I seem to be joining the Akatsuki Empire, but unfortunately I can't join. When will the Akatsuki Empire be able to capture our kingdom? I heard that the security of the Akatsuki Empire is very high, everyone can live and work in peace and contentment, and don't have to worry about pirate attacks, happy death. His Majesty Luo Xiu quickly overthrow the world government and rule the world. Everyone in the world looked at the close-up photos of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's corpses in the newspaper, and their faces were filled with shock. At the same time, they also worshipped and awed Luo Xiu even more, and they were full of yearning for the Empire of Dawn. New World, aboard the Moby DK. The atmosphere was a little dull, and many people had fear on their faces. The Whitebeard pirates naturally also received the news from Luo Xiu. If you don't surrender, you will die. Perhaps. Before the Akatsuki Empire occupied Wano-kuni and destroyed the 2 royal-level pirate groups, the Beasts Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, they still had the determination to fight to the death. But, with the death of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, and the destruction of the 2 royal-level pirate groups, when everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group received this news, their hearts were all cast in a shadow. If there is a war with the Akatsuki Empire, there will be absolutely no life, and there is absolutely no chance of victory. The Akatsuki Empire without annexing the Beasts Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates is enough to destroy the 2 Emperor-level pirates, and at the same time repel Marine. How powerful is this? Dad, what shall we do? How about, let's make an alliance with the Redheads. Marco spoke in a low voice, with all the dignity in front of his expression, with a little anxiety and uneasiness. Advertisement. Gu la la la. Alliance. Don't be silly, Marco. Do you think our alliance between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Red Hair Pirates is much stronger than the alliance between the Beasts Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates? Unstoppable. Whitebeard chuckled, and there was not much worry in his words, because he had already made a decision in his heart. Father, what do you mean? Marco looked up at Whitebeard, already having some guesses in his heart. I've decided to retire. My life has been turbulent and magnificent, crossing the sea, and it can be regarded as forging a legend. Now that I'm older, it's time to enjoy my old age. Marco, you led your brothers to the Empire of Akatsuki. Your abilities will definitely be reused, and I will return to my hometown, the Sphinx, to spend my old age in peace. Whitebeard glanced at the sons on board and made up his mind. Daddy. When everyone heard that Whitebeard was going to retire, they couldn't help exclaiming. They were a little surprised, but they unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. They are really afraid that their father Whitebeard would rather die than submit, and lead the Whitebeard pirates to fight the Akatsuki Empire to the death. Gu la 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 la. Don't put on that frustrated face. Your father, I am just retiring, not dying. If you miss your father in the future, you can come to Sphinx. Now is a new era for young people, and there is no boat that can carry me, a person of the old age. Go, sons, bloom your style in the new era. Whitebeard laughed boldly and loudly encouraged his sons under his command. Father, let's have a party. Think of it as celebrating your retirement and enjoying your old age in peace. Li Zhao's. Marco said with some reluctance, but he also knew in his heart that this was the best choice for the members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Gu la la la. If you want to open it, then open it. Whitebeard readily agreed that after today, it might be more difficult to have a banquet with his sons in the future. Brothers, the party is on. Oh. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates moved all the fine wine out of the warehouse one after another, the chefs went into the kitchen to cook food, and the whole Whitebeard Pirates entered the final carnival. After a few days, Marco led a group of members of the Whitebeard Pirates to join Luo Xiu in Wano-kuni. For the members of the Whitebeard Pirates who voluntarily surrendered, Luo Xiu naturally warmly welcomed the members of the Whitebeard Pirates into an independent army, named the Whitebeard Legion, led by Marco. This move by Luo Xiu moved Marco and the members of the Whitebeard Pirate group. The title of Whitebeard meant a lot to them. As soon as this news came out, the world once again became a sensation. Whitebeard, who once held the title of the world's strongest man, has retired. The members of the Sunbeard Pirates joined the Akatsuki Empire. When everyone in the world saw the information in the newspaper, they couldn't believe their eyes for a while. So strong. Isn't this too exaggerated? Even the Whitebeard Pirates chose to surrender. No one in this world can stop the footsteps of the Empire of Dawn. Chapter 89 Unify the New World. Red Hair Pirates are forced to go away. With the surrender of the Whitebeard Pirates, the other major forces in the New World have defected and surrendered one after another. Joke. Take the Whitebeard Pirates, the top force in New World, who chose to surrender. Do they have any other choice? Unless you are confident that you can withstand the attack of the Empire of Dawn. Even the alliance of two top forces, the Beasts Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, is no match for the Akatsuki Empire, let alone them. Those who know current affairs are heroes, and anyone with a discerning eye can see that the New World is already under the empire of Akatsuki. If you don't surrender, you will only die. With the passage of time, most of the New World was occupied by the Akatsuki Empire, and a small number of stubborn forces were also wiped out by Luo Xiu's troops. New World Unity. It has done what the world government has not done for hundreds of years. After dominating the New World, Luo Xiu used absolute force to suppress the New World sea area and issued a kill order to all pirates. Pirates are never allowed in the sea area ruled by the Van Don Empire. If you want to venture out to sea, you can register in the Akatsuki Empire, and as an adventurer, you can go out to sea for adventure, but once you kill innocent people indiscriminately, plunder civilians, and violate the laws of the Akatsuki Empire, you will be defined as a pirate and will be hunted down by the Akatsuki Empire. Facing the thunderous means of the Akatsuki Empire, the pirates in the sea area under its command were hit unprecedentedly. But those with human life on their hands were directly killed on the spot. Only those who did not harm human life and committed relatively minor crimes would be captured alive and have a chance to reform themselves. Under such a tough and severe blow, the pirates under the sea area of Shaoji Empire almost disappeared, and the life of all citizens was unprecedentedly peaceful. To the opposite, in the sea area ruled by the world government, the number of pirates began to increase rapidly. Those pirates who could not get along in the sea area of the Akatsuki Empire all ran to the sea area ruled by the world government, making countless civilians miserable. There is no 440 damage without comparison. For the common people, the sea area ruled by the world government and the sea area ruled by the Akatsuki Empire is simply the difference between hell and heaven. Countless civilians are full of longing for the empire of Akatsuki, even disregarding the blockade of the world government, taking risks and risking their lives to go to the empire of Akatsuki. The world pattern is changing rapidly. The expansion speed of the Akatsuki Empire has far exceeded the expectations of the world government, and it already has the qualifications to fight against them. A certain sea area in New World. The Redforth is sailing rapidly at sea, followed by many fleets of the empire of Akatsuki who are chasing it. Under the massive cleansing of the Akatsuki Empire, there are not many pirate groups in the New World Sea area, and the Red Pirate Group is one of the few remaining pirate groups. How can the side of the couch allow others to sleep soundly? The Red Hair Pirates did not choose to surrender, and he was still waiting for a certain child of destiny in his heart. How could Luo Xiu tolerate such a powerful force like him wandering wantonly in the New World? Shanks, listen to my advice, this is not the era of pirates. Now, New World is unified, His Majesty's various decrees have been issued, and countless ordinary people can live and work in peace and contentment, and live happily. It's a wonderful time. If the Akatsuki Empire can rule the world, it will be a good thing for the common people of the whole world. Didn't Luo Jia start the Great Pirate Era to shake the foundation of the world government's rule, hoping that someone would stand up to overthrow the world government's rule and bring equality and freedom to everyone in this world? Rayleigh shouted to Shanks from the bow of the Akatsuki Empire. After all, the two were once partners on the same boat, and Rayleigh really didn't want to see Shanks sacrifice his life for nothing because of the persistence in his heart. Advertisement. Perhaps you are right, Mr. Rayleigh. But I still believe that the one who can really liberate the world is the sun god Nika, he is a god in language. Although Luo Xiu is very powerful, he is still immortal. I believe that one day Luffy will be able to grow up and become the one who liberates this world. Shanks is very persistent, and he always believes that Luffy is the one who truly liberates the world. Shanks, since you insist on it, I won't persuade you anymore. But you can't stay in the waters of the Akatsuki Empire. His Majesty has already issued an order to kill pirates. If you continue to stay, there will be countless people chasing you. Your Majesty may even come out personally. I'll remind you today, the next time we meet again, we may be enemies. Seeing that Shanks was determined, Rayleigh stopped persuading him and reminded him for the sake of his former companion on the ship. The redhead waved to Rayleigh without looking back, and led the pirates to leave New World. He knew that, as Rayleigh said, the next time we meet, it might be the enemy. Naval Headquarters. In the meeting room, Sengoku and a group of admirals and vice admirals were sitting in it one after another, with deep sorrow on their faces. Everyone, according to the observation of the scouting soldiers, the Red Hair Pirates have already evacuated from the New World Sea area. Now, the Akatsuki Empire has fully agreed to the New World. That's not good news for us. There are many strong people in the New World, and most of them have joined the Empire of Akatsuki, especially the elites of the Whitebeard Pirates, Beasts Pirates, and Big Mom Pirates. Almost all of them have become members of the Akatsuki Empire. Although I don't want to admit it, our Marine is probably no longer the opponent of the Akatsuki Empire. Sengoku's deep voice sounded in the meeting room, his face was gloomy, and his heart was full of deep remorse. Think back then. Garp suggested that he deal with the danger of Luo Xiu first, but he didn't listen. He insisted on publicly executing Fire Fist Ace, destroying the Whitebeard Pirates, and letting Marine rule the New World. But, this is the biggest wrong decision in my life. Not only did Fire Fist Ace fail to execute the Whitebeard Pirates successfully, but he also sacrificed 100,000 Marine elite soldiers, leaving the entire Marine slumped. If he could choose again, he would definitely choose to deal with Luo Xiu without hesitation. But, AHBD, there is no regret medicine in this world. Humph. The Celestial Dragons didn't make it themselves. Those guys are running amok all day long, turning the whole world into a mess. Ordinary people are also human beings, and they also yearn for equality, freedom, and happiness. Garp snorted coldly, expressing his dissatisfaction with celestial dragons. If he hadn't dedicated his whole life to Marine and had deep feelings for Marine, he would have quit his job long ago. Hey, Vice Admiral Garp, that's not what you should say. Celestial dragons are descendants of the Creator, and they are named as gods. What's wrong with being a bit privileged? Those untouchables who rebel against the celestial dragons and the world government are heretics and should be killed. Admiral Green Bull heard Garp angrily rebuke celestial dragons, and immediately retorted. His words were full of enthusiasm for celestial dragons, world government. Obviously, he is a very qualified dog. Oh, advertisement. A guy with extreme thinking like you is not suitable to join the Marine. It is more appropriate to go to the CP organization of the world government. The old man is ashamed to be with you. Garp looked up at the Green Bull, feeling very sick to his words, got up and left the meeting room. Ah la la, maybe. It's time for the world government to reflect on itself. Aokiji yawned, got up slowly, and left the meeting room. The rest of the people also complained about the Green Bull. Marine has always been synonymous with justice. When did it become like this? The atmosphere in the meeting room became a little weird, and finally broke up. One or two, it's really worrying. Sengoku looked at the departing crowd, rubbed his brows, and felt very wishful. Time flies like a white horse. Ever since Luo Xiu dominated New World, there hasn't been any big news. The expansion speed of the Akatsuki Empire is really too fast, many places are only occupied, and the laws and decrees of foreign species have not yet been implemented. So Luo Xiu chose to slow down, settle down, consolidate the rule, and lay the foundation of the empire. Otherwise, when there is a war with the world government in the future, it will be very troublesome if there is a rebellion in the rear. During this period of time, Luo Xiu was rarely at leisure. I just need to grasp the general direction and give some ideas and measures. As for the refinement, I will hand over the implementation to my subordinates. I just need to check the results at any time and go. Anyway, I am Flying Thunder God, so I can reach any place anytime, anywhere. Do you want to obey the yin and the yang? Ha ha. Learn about the top 10 tortures of the Manchu Qing dynasty. Heavy codes are used in troubled times. Luo Xiu will not have the slightest mercy. Sabayati Archipelago. Luo Xiu took Shirahoshi to play in the playground. He had promised Shirahoshi would take her on the Sabayati Archipelago, but there was no time. Now that I have a rare leisure time, I have fulfilled my promise. Shirahoshi's huge mermaid tail turned into two slender, and beautiful legs. Mermaids can transform their mermaid tails into legs after adulthood, and Shirahoshi who has practiced expansion jutsu can freely change the size of his body, very convenient. Lord Luo Xiu, the Ferris wheel is so fun. You can see the whole Sabayati Archipelago from here, it's beautiful. Shirahoshi leaned on the glass of the Ferris wheel, looking excitedly at the view of the Sabayati Archipelago below. Today's Sabayati Archipelago is more prosperous than before. Because Luo Xiu unified the New World Sea area, it almost became a forbidden area for pirates. Over time, no pirates went to New World, but there were countless adventurers. Compared with pirates with bad character, adventurers are relatively friendly, at least they will not rob or kill at will. So the environment of Sabayati Archipelago is relatively harmonious, and after experiencing previous events, it has almost become a forbidden area for celestial dragons. Without the danger, merchants from all over the world will come and go, and they will naturally become extremely prosperous. Looking at Shirahoshi's innocent and lovely appearance, Luo Xiu felt very at ease in his heart. In the past 2 years, he was either fighting or on the way of fighting, and he hardly stopped. Although Luo Xiu was extremely powerful, he also felt tired. Shirahoshi's innocent and kind appearance is like a cute little angel, which makes people feel relaxed from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 90 Attack the Red Line. All-out war with the world government. Chapter 90 Attack on the Red Line. Full-scale war with the world government. After playing with Shirahoshi for a day, I finally fulfilled my promise at the beginning, and it also made Luo Xiu feel happy, and the tight heartstrings were relieved. Subsequently, Luo Xiu led Conan, Hancock, Robin, Vivi and others to inspect the territory of Rog Town from East Blue Rog Town. However, he concealed his identity, which is equivalent to a private visit in a microservice. Registered as an adventurer as an ordinary civilian and formed an adventure group. He is going to understand the empire he built as a commoner, and only in this way can he understand the real empire. Town of Rog. Luo Xiu, Conan, and Hancock strolled on the bustling street, watching the crowds coming and going on the street. Almost everyone's faces were filled with happy smiles from the heart. Honey, you see how happy the people in Rog Town are. It's a stark difference from the old town of Rog. At that time, although there was marine protection, countless pirates landed every day, attacking civilians, and various underworlds collected protection fees, making countless low-level civilians miserable. At that time, it was rare to see a smile on the faces of ordinary people. Looking at these common people, Robin felt something in his heart. Compared with the scene of prosperity in front of him, there is a world of difference. That is, my dear, but the greatest man in the world. Hancock hugged Luo Xiu's arm, proudly agreed, and looked at Luo Xiu with infinite love in his eyes. There is no greatness, it is just suffering from the bottom. In fact, these ordinary people are very easy to be satisfied. They just want a stable living environment. Luo Xiu shook his head lightly. As a member of the common people, he knew very well what these common people needed. A comfortable and comfortable living environment, a job that can support the family, no harassment by pirates, no exploitation by nobles, this is what they want. It sounds simple, but in this world, in this era, it is something that countless people can't reach. Let's not talk about that. The clothing store in front looks good, just in time to buy some nice little skirts and new clothes for you. Luo Xiu pointed to a very gorgeous clothing store ahead and said to the girls. Great, thanks, dear. When the children heard that Luo Xiu was going to buy clothes for them, their faces showed happy expressions. They kissed Luo Xiu's face one after another, and rushed into the clothing store to choose the clothes they liked. Luo Xiu touched his cheek, chuckled, and then walked in. Welcome. Two beautiful welcome ladies greeted Luo Xiu very politely, and looked at Luo Xiu with wonderful eyes. Although Luo Xiu has slightly changed his appearance, he is still handsome, and coupled with his tall and straight figure, the emperor's haki, it is hard not to attract attention. Hi there. Luo Xiu responded politely, showing a sunny smile, which immediately made the cheeks of the two welcoming ladies blush. Honey, how do you look at the paper clothes? Hancock held a purple cheongsam in front of him and gestured, looking forward to Luo Xiu, waiting for his evaluation. Yes, not bad, Hancock. You are tall and have slender thighs, which is very suitable for wearing this style. And purple is more noble, and it can highlight your noble and glamorous temperament. Luo Xiu commented seriously. The cheongsam is very attractive, and it is perfect for a tall woman like Hancock. Awesome. Advertisement. I want this one. Hearing Luo Xiu's comment, Hancock's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, looking very happy. My dear, what about my one? Vivi walked out wearing a snow-white princess dress, with a silver crown accessory on her head, and diamond earrings on her two small pink earlobes. The whole person looks like a princess walking out of a phone call. Nice. Vivi, your vision is really good, this dress is just tailor-made for you. It's like a princess who came out of a fairy tale. So beautiful. Luo Xiu's eyes lit up, and he praised without compromising. As long as my dear likes it, I will buy this push. Being praised by Luo Xiu, looking at Luo Xiu's loving eyes, Vivi's heart is as sweet as honey, and immediately decided to buy this one. Afterwards, other people also bought their favorite clothes. Luo Xiu, comments, made them very satisfied. After shopping for clothes, Luo Xiu went to have a big meal with everyone. After walking around for a few times, Luo Xiu didn't encounter any oppression of common people at all. The people in Rog Town are also very friendly and prosperous. After shopping for a few days, Luo Xiu led the crowd out of Rog Town. Luo Xiu traveled all over Alabasta, Sky Island, the capital of Seven Waters, the Fishmen Island, Wanokuni and so on. Almost everything is developing according to Luo Xiu's wishes. Residents of Sky Island can come down to Qinghai at any time, and residents of Qinghai can also go to Sky Island for tourism at any time, and the same goes for the Fishmen Island. No matter whether it is a murloc or a murloc, they no longer need to hide in the seabed of 10,000 meters. They can come to any place ruled by the Shaoji Empire at any time, no one will discriminate against them, and no one dares to capture them as slaves. According to the laws of the Akatsuki Empire, no matter who they are, anyone who traffics in human beings, whether they are buyers or sellers, will be executed immediately. At the beginning there were people who wanted to seek wealth and wealth, but without exception, they were all caught by the Shaoji Empire and executed by Ling Kai. People who have seen that kind of cruel punishment never dare to think about it again. After a tour, Luo Xiu returned to Dressrosa. Due to the geographical location, Luo Xiu temporarily designated this place as the imperial capital of the Dawn Empire. After years of development, Dressrosa has become one of the most prosperous islands in the world. In the palace, Luo Xiu sat on the throne and looked at the situation of the Dawn Empire's army. Now the military strength of the Akatsuki Empire is very strong. Luo Xiu divided them into several main armies. The Wind Legion headed by Sunagaker, the Thunder Legion headed by Cloud Shinobi Village, the Water Legion headed by Karigakar, the Earth Legion headed by Iwagakar, and the Fire Legion headed by Konoha. There are also the Beasts Legion, Desert Legion, and Whitebeard Legion based on the members of Beasts Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, and Whitebeard Pirates. The size of each main army exceeds 100,000 people. It's time to launch a general attack on the world government. Luo Xiu looked at the situation of the army of Shaoji Empire, and said Nana to himself. Over the years, as he kept signing in, almost all the powerful ninjas had been summoned, and with the addition of the local forces of Pirate World, it was completely worthy of the world government. Celestial Dragons, world government, are you ready to feel real pain? Luo Xiu touched his back, there was also the imprint of Celestial Dragons Tianqiang Dragon's hoof. Conan, issue an order to make the major armies of the Akatsuki Empire prepare for battle. Target, Red Line. Luo Xiu told Conan beside him that he couldn't wait to kill all the celestial dragons. Yes, Your Majesty. Conan immediately took the order and went to inform the main army stationed in various places. Soon, Conan conveyed Luo Xiu's order to the main armies, and all the commanders immediately summoned the troops as quickly as possible, and led the Moxia army to the Red Line. Advertisement. With such a huge movement, the world government naturally received the news at the first time. Mariejois, Pangu City. The five elders sat together solemnly, and on the table in front of them were photos passed by the intelligence department, densely packed with the large fleet of the Akatsuki Empire. Everyone, it seems that the Akatsuki Empire is going to make a big move. Are they going to attack the Red Line? The blonde-haired five elders has a heavy voice, with a hint of unbelievable, unbelievable. How long is this? The Akatsuki Empire is about to launch a general attack on the world government. Quote exclamation mark quote. According to the information, the major armies of the Akatsuki Empire almost came out in full force, and surrounded the red line from all directions, intending to capture the Holy Land. Curly-haired five elders folded his hands together, propped his chin, and his eyes revealed haze. This situation is already obvious. Go and tell Master I am. Things have gone far beyond our control. The long-haired five elders sighed and leaned weakly on the chair. That's the only way. The rest of the people nodded in agreement, and the current gaffe has completely exceeded their expectations. Several people stood up and took a deep breath, and walked to the depths of Pangu City. See Master I am. I already know the matter. Go and gather all the Marines to guard the Red Line, and then call in the troops of the allied countries of the world government to let them defend the Holy Land. Just take this opportunity, the Empire of Akatsuki will be destroyed. Back off. I am didn't wait for five elders to speak, but gave him instructions. Yes, Master I am. The five elders immediately took orders to leave, coming and going in a hurry. Empire of Dawn. You are by no means the one who threatens world government 2.5 the most. You will definitely die at the hand of this king. After the five elders left, I am murmured. In front of him was also a reward for Luffy. Obviously, he thinks Luffy is his archenemy. Time passed slowly, the whole world began to become tense, the ships coming and going on the sea became extremely dense, and even the most ordinary civilians could smell the smell of gunpowder smoke.
The entire sea is covered with overcast clouds, and there is a suffocating sense of oppression everywhere. About 100 nautical miles away from the Red Line, a gigantic ship with a length of over 1,000 meters is sailing rapidly on the sea. It is the main ship specially built for Luo Xiu by Capital of Seven Waters, the Emperor. It is equipped with the most advanced weapons of the Akatsuki Empire, and its maximum power can even annihilate an island, and its power is no less than that of Pluton. In the rear, followed by tens of thousands of densely packed fleets, which are the main armies under the Shaoji Empire.
The scene was once magnificent. On the other side, Red Line is also preparing for battle with a tight defense. Tens of thousands of warships are scattered around, and various large-caliber cannons are densely placed on the land. Everyone's face is full of tension, apprehension, and uneasiness. The war is about to start. Chapter 91 War breaks out. First come a few meteorites to add to the fun. Come. On the Red Line, the soldiers standing on the watchtower saw the tens of thousands of warships led by Luo Xiu, and couldn't help but let out a shocking exclamation. Accompanied by the cries of the scouting soldiers of the world government, the mighty fleet of the Dawn Empire began to slowly catch the eyes of the world government on the Red Line. Gulu. All world government soldiers looked at the fleet that could not be seen at a glance, subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva to relieve the shock in their hearts. Especially the huge battleship in the front that was over a kilometer in length, it simply stunned them. Almost caught up with a small island. Attention all troops, prepare to fight. Everyone cheer up, that man has the terrifying ability to destroy the world. Sengoku announced to the whole army with a telephone bug microphone. Even he, facing a battle formation of this level, subconsciously oozes cold sweat from his forehead. It's well prepared. Let's add a few meteorites to add to the fun. Looking at the densely packed world government soldiers on the Red Line, Luo Xiu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a cold smile. Look up to the sky. The eyes turn into the nine-hook jade Rinnegan, attracting thousands of hairs. Several meteorites were pulled out of space by Luo Xiu. Boom boom boom. The ear-piercing roar came from the sky, causing all the world government soldiers on the Red 10 continent to subconsciously look up at the sky. Everyone's eye sockets are wide open at this moment. Shock, panic. Some timid people knelt down and sat on the enemy in fright, their bodies were limp and powerless, and their souls were frightened away. This is simply not something that ordinary people can accept. Ah la la, although this is not the first time I have seen it, I still feel trembling in my heart. A chill came out of Aokiji's body, and his body had subconsciously turned into elements. Under the bombardment of this meteorite, even elementalization would suffer considerable damage. Is this the power of that man? Simply scary. The green cow looked at the meteorites covering the sky one by one, and his voice trembled involuntarily. The whole army listens to the order and immediately attacks the meteorite in the sky. It must not be allowed to fall. Sengoku didn't hesitate to order. The scene reminded him of the old naval headquarters Marineford. If these meteorites fall to the ground, at least half of the Red Line soldiers will die, and the blow to morale will be fatal. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Bullets from various muskets and artillery shells all hit the meteorites in the sky. Sengoku, Garp, Aokiji, Akainu, and many other strong marines launched their strongest attacks on the meteorite. Under the endless artillery fire, under the attack of many marine powerhouses, the meteorite began to shatter, turning into countless stones. Boom, boom, boom. Countless broken stones fell on the Red Line. Although the power was not as powerful as that of the whole meteorite, it also caused considerable damage to the soldiers of the world government. Countless people were smashed into meat paste by huge gravel. Numerous artillery pieces and military fortresses were smashed. Although it is miserable, it is much better than the whole meteorite falling down. After all, with the lessons learned from before, Sengoku and the others are already prepared. Good job. Then, advertisement. What about this? Luo Xiu saw that the meteorite was shattered by the world government, and he didn't show any disappointment on his face. This is just a big brother greeting. The world government has mobilized millions of troops, with so many strong men and such intensive firepower, not to mention meteorites, even islands falling from the sky can be smashed. His gaze turned to the ship beneath him. Zhang Yang's five-clawed golden dragon on the bow holds a giant cannon with a diameter of more than 10 meters. This is the iceberg. Frankie and Orochimaru are designed and modified according to the giant cannon on the Pluton battleship. It is a super weapon powered by chakra. As long as enough chakra is input, one cannon can even destroy an island. The majestic chakra on Luo Xiu rushed towards the cannon crazily, and a white light began to appear at the muzzle. With the input of Luo Xiu chakra, the white light becomes more and more intense. After that, it filled the entire cannon mouth, exuding human power. Boom. The giant cannon's ability to withstand it reached its limit, and it burst out from the barrel, blasting directly at the opposite red line. The sea surface along the way was directly divided into two, and a wide gap appeared, rolling up monstrous waves. Hiss. This, what kind of weapon is this? This terrifying scene made all the soldiers of the world government gasp. They hadn't recovered from the meteorite just now, and they were stunned once again. Everyone is numb. Too fast. It was so fast that it was too late to react. Boom. With a loud noise, a huge crater with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters was blown out on the red line, causing the entire red line to tremble. Countless soldiers of the world government were wiped out by this cannon, without even a scream. This shot. At least tens of thousands of world government soldiers were killed. Oh my god. What weapon is this? Fear. Horrible. Mom, I want to go home. This scene scared countless world government soldiers to the ground. Is this terrifying weapon really something they can fight against? At the top of the red line, I am sitting on the throne overlooking the entire battlefield. I am was shocked when he saw the cannon and stood up from the throne. He couldn't help exclaiming. Pluton. Master I am. Is this Pluton? Waiting by the side, the five elders, who were like servants, couldn't help asking in unison. They are so familiar with the word Pluton. In order to obtain the Pluton design, they sent elite CP agents to lurk for several years, but they found nothing, and they were all beheaded by Luo Xiu in the end. It looks like the blueprints have fallen into the hands of the Akatsuki Empire. No, like Pluton, but not Pluton, even better than Pluton. Pluton was built in the capital of Seven Waters back then, and the warship of Luo Xiu must have been built in the capital of Seven Waters, and it even surpassed Pluton. Im's voice was slightly low, and his expression became a little dignified. In addition to Pluton, the Akatsuki Empire has occupied the Fishmen Island, and should have also mastered Poseidon. No wonder they dare to wage war with the world government so recklessly. But, in front of Uranus, everything is illusory. IM looked up at the sky. The last and strongest whole card of the world government is on standby at any time. Counterattack. Counterattack. All sea fleets immediately attack the main ship where Luo Xiu is located, and he must not be allowed to fire that kind of powerful artillery. Sengoku suppressed the shock in his heart and immediately picked up the microphone to direct. Advertisement. This powerful cannon must never be fired a second time. Under Sengoku's order, tens of thousands of warships along the red line moved to surround Luo Xiu's main ship, and adjusted the direction of their artillery to bombard Luo Xiu's main ship. Water Legion, it's time for you to perform. Today's ninja army has been fully formed, fighting on the sea. It is simply the world of water-style ninjas. With Luo Xiu's order, countless soldiers of the Water Legion jumped into the sea and rushed towards the world government fleet from the bottom of the sea. At a distance of about 1 kilometer, they simultaneously activated water style. What is the scene of hundreds of thousands of people using water style in the sea at the same time? The world government fleet will experience it in the next moment. The sea, which was originally relatively calm, immediately became irritable, and began to become choppy, and the waves surged high. 10 meters, 100 meters, kilometers, 10,000 meters. This height is even higher than the red line. This moment. All the fleets of the world government rushing towards Luo Xiu are all stupid, numb, and dumbfounded. One by one, they looked up at the sky in a daze. Their expressions were terrified to the extreme, and their hearts were full of despair. What is this? Such a terrifying tsunami. How to hit 350. Aokiji, please. Seeing such a terrifying tsunami, Sengoku couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb, so he could only pin his hopes on Aokiji. I try my best. Facing such a terrifying huge tsunami, Aokiji has no soldiers to freeze them all. Ice Age. Aokiji's figure disappeared in place, and quickly came to the sky above the sea, and the cold air all over his body burst into ultimate Ice Age. Kacha kacha kacha. A tooth-piercing sound sounded, and the huge tsunami was not quickly ended. But, the tsunami was so big that before Aokiji could completely freeze them, the tsunami fell. The fleet of the world government was submerged in countless numbers in an instant. Of the tens of thousands of warships, only a few hundred remained, and none survived, all of which were buried in the tsunami. However, the world government is slightly relieved that the tsunami should be Aokiji's front and did not submerge the red line. Otherwise, they will be miserable. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Freeze the sea, never let them borrow the power of the sea again. Seeing that the fleet was submerged, Sengoku turned green and immediately yelled at Aokiji to connect him to the sea. When Aokiji landed on the surface of the sea, it immediately froze the sea with a radius of 10,000 meters, and no longer gave Luo Xiu's water army a chance to borrow the power of the sea. But this undoubtedly provided a good foothold for the army of the Akatsuki Empire. All legions obey orders. To overthrow the world government is today. Give me a rush. Luo Xiu's thick, house-like voice spread to all directions and clearly entered the ears of the major legions. The commanders of the major legions led their soldiers to jump off the battleships, stepping on the ice and charging towards the red line. Oh, come on. Overthrow the world government. For the Empire of Akatsuki. For His Majesty the Emperor. Chapter 92. Do you want to dance too? The king of dancing, Uchiha Madara, is here. The soldiers of the Akatsuki Empire, with their morale like a rainbow, howled towards Lu Chong, the Red Earth King, like wild wolves. Among them, a figure rushing to the strongest side is particularly conspicuous. Zhang Yang has long hair, red armor, and a rebellious expression, as if the millions of world government coalition forces on the opposite side are like chickens and dogs. It is one of the two legendary powerhouses in the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. A single person rushing so far ahead, out of touch with the main force. It's courting death. Marine, who rushed to the forefront, saw Uchiha Madara leaving the main force alone, and felt that this was an extremely stupid behavior, preparing to kill him to get a good start. Shave. Armed finger pistol. Die. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Demon rushed to the front, with a ferocious smile on his face, quickly dodged in front of Uchiha Madara, covered armament hockey with his fingers and stabbed Uchiha Madara's throat. Do you want to dance? Uchiha Madara's scarlet Sharingan stared at Dodman, saw through his attack, and dodged it with a dodge. While dodging, both hands have already formed seals. Fire-style fire dragon technique. Boom. A huge fire dragon instantly submerged Dodman and burned him instantly. The whole person landed on the ground and kept rolling, making screams. Hiss. So strong. He killed a vice admiral instantly. Seeing Dodman being instantly killed by Uchiha Madara, the faces of the surrounding marines suddenly showed a look of panic, and even the charging pace under their feet slowed down a bit. Damn it. Where did this strong man come from again? Sengoku saw Dodman, who was instantly killed in the rear, and an ugly look appeared on his face. According to the information collected over the years, he thought he knew all the powerful people in the Akatsuki Empire very well, but he had never heard of this person. To be able to instantly kill a naval headquarters vice admiral, this strength must be at least admiral level to start. The impact of an admiral level combat power on a war is simply fatal. See soldiers, don't be afraid, keep going. We have no way back. Behind you is the last bastion of this world, guard it to the death. Sengoku saw the world government soldiers whose morale had become a bit low, and immediately spoke loudly to encourage and motivate them. His words still have some effect. After the soldiers of the world government heard this, the fear on their faces subsided a bit, and they summoned up their courage and continued to rush forward. Ha ha ha. Do you want to dance too? When Uchiha Madara saw the world government soldiers rushing forward, not only did he not show the slightest fear on his face, but he laughed wildly excitedly, and rushed towards them with his legs lifted. Fire style extinguish fire. On the way of running, Uchiha Madara's hands quickly formed seals, his cheeks puffed, and a sea-like flame burst out of his mouth instantly drowning the world government soldiers rushing forward. Ah, hot, help, help me, help me, help me. There were bursts of screams, wailing, and cries for help from the soldiers of the world government in the huge sea of flames. Uchiha Madara's blow killed at least 1,000 world government soldiers. Luo Xiu from the back looked at Uchiha Madara's performance, and there was no surprise on his face. After all, it is the famous Madara Lord. Advertisement. Before time travel, Luo Xiu liked this character very much. Insolent, domineering, full of ambition, the only fly in the ointment is being bullied by others. I didn't expect to become my subordinate today. Bloom your brilliance in this world. Uchiha Madara rushed into the world government camp and killed them all. There was no one to stop them, and he blocked the charge of the world government soldiers by himself. Ah la la, another unknown super powerhouse. How many powerhouses are hidden in the Empire of Dawn? Aokiji saw the unstoppable Uchiha Madara who was killing all directions, murmured, and then flashed to Uchiha Madara. Ice Cube 2 thorny spears. 4 icy spears pierced through the crowd towards Uchiha Madara. Fire-style fire dragon flame bomb. Uchiha Madara crushed a world government soldier to death, and immediately spit out a fire dragon, rushed to Aokiji's attack, and melted all the spears. Do you want to dance too? Uchiha Madara's scarlet Sharingan glared at Aokiji, eyes full of pride. What a scary guy. Aokiji looked at Uchiha Madara, who was besieged by many world government soldiers, and was able to defuse his own attack with ease, with a serious expression on his face. See the power of God. Drink. Uchiha Madara gave a cold drink, and instantly summoned Susanoo. Although it's not as scary as Luo Xiu's thousands of meters, but it's also like the devil Aussie who has reached the level of 500 or 600 meters. This power. Aokiji's pupils shrank, he was so familiar with this kind of giant. In the Battle of Marineford, Kong, the commander-in-chief of the world government, died at the hands of this giant. Although this person's strength is not as good as that man's, it still gives people a deep sense of oppression. Yusaka Tama. Uchiha Madara controls Susanoo. With a wave of both hands, several chakra energy balls rush towards Aokiji. The energy contained in them makes Aokiji change color, and immediately dodges away. Boom. The moment Aokiji left, Several huge deep pits were blown out of the ground where he was. Even the frozen ice of Aokiji was blown through, exposing seawater dozens of meters below. Fire-style huge fire extinction. Uchiha Madara's Sharingan caught Aokiji and fired fire-style at him. The huge fireball envelops it instantly like a blazing sun. What a quick response. Aokiji burst out with cold air and wrapped himself up to resist the terrifying heat. Ha ha ha, Motor, you're still so pushy. A burst of hearty laughter rang in Uchiha Madara's ears, and the same man in red armor rushed to the world government camp. It's Uchiha Madara's best friend, Senju Hashirama. He stands on top of a giant wooden golem and comes to Uchiha Madara. The armor of the two is almost the same, it looks a bit like a couple outfit. Hashi hot mom, you are so slow, Uchiha Madara said arrogantly. Never mind, it's a rare opportunity to fight side by side, let's rush together and see who can reach the top of the red line first. Say it. Senju Hashirama controlled the wooden giant and began to run. Its huge size made it impossible for ordinary world government soldiers to stop it. Advertisement. Hateful. Hassie mother, you crafty family. Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Hashirama, who was not talking about martial arts, and was the first to charge, cursed angrily, and also manipulated Susanoo to catch up. But, there's an Aokiji behind him. Ice ball. Several ice balls made of condensed cold air smashed towards Uchiha Madara on Susanoo's head, and the cold air turned the water droplets in the air into ice crystals. Troublesome guy. Fire-style dragon flame singing technique. Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Hashirama in the distance, with a flash of anger on his face, and spit out several fire dragons from his mouth, rushing towards Aokiji's attack. The ice and fire collided in the air, producing a burst of hot and steaming water vapor. Uchiha Madara threw Susanoo's huge fist at Aokiji. Boom. Aokiji's body instantly turned into elements, and was blown away by Susanoo's powerful force, turning into an ice furnace. Haxi hot mom, don't try to win me. Destroying Aokiji, Uchiha Madara immediately manipulated Susanoo to chase Senju Hashirama. He wants to be strong in his life, but he doesn't want to lose to Senju Hashirama. Ha ha ha, Mota, you can't catch up with me. Senju Hashirama controlled the wooden giant and slapped dozens of world government soldiers flying away. He glanced back at Uchiha Madara and showed a grimace. How can it be repaired? Just wait for me, I'll overtake you in no time. Uchiha Madara looked at Senju Hashirama's grimace and smile, and suddenly felt angry inside. The wings on Susanoo's back flapped suddenly, and her huge body flew into the air, quickly chasing Senju Hashirama. The powerful seal blows countless world government soldiers away. Your opponent is me, Ice Cube Razor Pheasant. Aokiji re-condensed into a human form. Seeing that Uchiha Madara was about to leave, he was naturally unwilling. The cold air on his body exploded and condensed into a huge ice bird, which flapped its wings and attacked Uchiha Madara in the air. Damn it, it's you again. Since that's the case, the only way to kill you is to kill you first. When Uchiha Madara saw Aokiji come out again to prevent her from catching up with her good friend, she became furious and turned to Aokiji. Susanoo stretched her hands back and pulled out the two long chakra knives on her back. With two swipes, the huge ice bird released by Aokiji was chopped into pieces. Arm 2 swords thunderbolt slash. After chopping Aokiji's ice bird, Uchiha Madara didn't stop, swung her wings suddenly, and her huge body went straight to Aokiji. The two huge chakra-long knives were covered with a layer of dark armament haki, and they struck Aokiji like lightning. So fast. Laugh. Although Aokiji has been elementalized at the fastest speed, his body is still handsome. Wood-style flower tree world is coming. When Uchiha Madara and Aokiji were fighting, Senju Hashirama had already rushed to the red line, clapped his hands, and countless towering trees appeared on the ground instantly, covering a radius of several kilometers. Countless world government soldiers covered their mouths and noses, foamed at the mouth and passed out. This trick. The green cow in the distance saw the familiar wooden golem in this huge forest, and couldn't help but think of the little princess girl he met in Alabasta before. Exactly the same. It's just that the power of this man's tricks is much stronger than that of the little princess girl. Is it her master? Then let me experience your strength. Chapter 93. The Power of the Big Pillar. The Tyrannical Green Bull. The figure of the green bull disappeared in a flash, and the whole person rushed towards Senju Hashirama. Armed and abominable, when he came to Senju Hashirama, the arms of the green bull instantly grew countless towering trees, turned into huge fists, covered with dark and thick armament haki, and hammered at Senju Hashirama. Hey, is this the ability of devil fruit? Pretty good. Senju Hashirama was immediately interested when he saw the dense fruit of the green cow. Under the control of Senju Hashirama, the trees in the surrounding flower and tree world are drawn to the green cow one after another, and each tree vine is thicker than the waist of an adult. Looking down from the sky, the green cow seems to be surrounded by a sea of green trees. Hateful. This amount. So strong. Facing Senju Hashirama's attack, Lu Sheng had to temporarily turn the fist that was hammering at Senju Hashirama to the trees that were pumping towards him. Papa. There are trees in all directions, continuous and endless, and the green cows smashed one batch and then another batch. Wooden golem arms strange power fist. Senju Hashirama's combat experience is very strong and rich. He seized a flaw in the green bull and controlled the huge wooden golem to swing his fist at the back of the green bull. The original green fist became as black as ink, shining with bright metallic luster. Boom. Tired of dealing with the forest vines, the green bull had no time to defend, and was bombarded on the lower back by wooden golem's huge fist, and the whole person flew upside down in an instant, hitting the ground and smashing into a big ball. It really hurts enough. The green bull crawled out of the deep pit on the ground, rubbed his lower back, and felt a burning pain. He felt that the power of the man in front of him was completely different from the little princess girl he had met before. But, first a Marine Admiral too. Armed Sen's gun. Although Senju Hashirama is strong, 357 Green Bull is not willing to admit defeat. His hands turned into trees and sharp spears, covered with dark armament hockey. Shish_W. A long spear covered with armament hockey flew out from the Green Bull's arm and stabbed at Senju Hashirama, forming a dense spear face. Nice attack. But, not strong enough. Wood-style wood expulsion jutsu. Senju Hashirama clapped his hands, and a huge wooden ghost mask shield appeared in front of him, blocking all the Green Bull's attacks. What a strong defense. Seeing that his attack did not cause the slightest damage to Senju Hashirama's shield at all, the Green Bull couldn't help but let out an exclamation. This is much harder than the wood made by yourself. Try this trick. Armed Forest's giant fist. The Green Bull raised its arms, growing countless towering trees, condensed a huge fist, covered armament hockey and blasted towards Senju Hashirama. But, before the Green Bull's fist reached Senju Hashirama's side, it was entangled by the surrounding vines, unable to move forward half a point. Wood-style wood dragon technique. Senju Hashirama clapped his hands, and a 100-meter-long wooden dragon flew out in an instant, straight at the Green Bull, entangled his body, and opened its mouth to bite his head. Damn it. This ability again. Both stamina and hockey are draining fast. Feeling the rapidly disappearing hockey and physical strength in his body, the Green Bull couldn't help cursing. Advertisement. Next moment, Senju Hashirama controlled wooden golem's giant fist and hammered the Green Bull's head hard. Armed power fist. A huge fist hit the Green Bull's face, causing his 5 organs to deform instantly, and several teeth were hammered off, mixed with blood and water spurting out of the mouth. Before the Green Bull could react from the powerful impact, Senju Hashirama slammed another fist on the other side of the Green Bull's face. Puff. Another mouthful of blood spurted out. Next. Boom bang bang bang. The wooden giant's fists rained down on the Green Bull's head non-stop, leaving the Green Bull with no chance to breathe. Hiss. So strong. Where did this werewolf come from? Can you hit Marine Admiral? The surrounding world government soldiers were petrified when they saw this scene, they couldn't believe their eyes. Green Bull as Admiral of Headquarters. Represents the highest combat power of the world government. This moment, to be beaten on the ground with no power to fight back, it was terrifying. Hey, I can't let you fight like this. Marine Admiral is the face of the world government. 8-foot Chong Guyu. Kizaru, who was not far away, couldn't stand it any longer, jumped into the air, crossed his hands, and sent out countless dense light bombs to bombard the Senju cylinder. Yellow Monkey, your opponent is me. This time, we must decide the outcome. 100 million volts super electromagnetic gun. When Enel saw Kizaru make a move, he immediately attacked him. He raised his hand and saw a 100 million volt super electromagnetic gun, full of power. Very scary. Facing Enel's attack, Kizaru had to suspend the attack in his hand and dodge it elementally. A 100 megavolt railgun is no joke. Even if he is elemental, if he is hit, he will be injured. Armed Torin gun. The land around Senju Hashirama burst out countless earthy spears, the blades of which were covered with black armament hockey, stabbing Senju Hashirama's head. It was another Admiral of Headquarters T-Dolphin who made the move. Logia Dodo Fruit ability user. The strength is also not to be underestimated. In order to avoid the attack of the T-Dolphin, Senju Hashirama had to give up beating the Green Bull in front of him and control Wooden Golem to jump up and retreat. Wood-style Laughing Buddha Jutsu. Senju Hashirama did not forget to launch an attack in the direction of the T-Dolphin while avoiding the ground. Huge palms appeared around the T-Dolphin, each of them was more than 10 meters tall, and they were all covered with armament hockey. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. The T-Dolphin immediately manipulated the surrounding soil to form a circular huge and deep wall to envelop itself. Boom. Quote exclamation mark quote. Boom. Huge palms kept slapping the earth wall made by the T-Dolphins, making loud noises. Under the bombardment again and again, a crack appeared in the earth wall, and then more, and finally collapsed suddenly. However, the T-Dolphin has long since disappeared. Seeing that the situation was not good, he directly elementalized into the ground and escaped. Dawn Empire guys, give me all to die. Advertisement. Meteor Volcano. Akainu stood up and raised his fist and turned into lava to hit the sky, and then turned into magma fists to hit the soldiers of Shaoji Empire behind him. However, the soldiers of the Akatsuki Empire are not afraid at all. Numerous ninjas of Grandmaster Water Style stepped forward and cast Water Style towards the sky. Water Style Water Shock Wave. Numerous Water Style ninjas cast Water Style at the same time, forming a huge waterfall, swallowing Akainu's attack completely, and extinguishing all the hot magma, leaving only a few small stones falling down. Tailed Beast Bomb. In order to contain Akainu's attack, Four Tails Jinchuriki launched a powerful Tailed Beast Bomb directly at Akainu. Boom. Akainu's entire body was instantly blown into magma, which splashed in all directions, affecting many soldiers of the world government around him, and they were so hot that they screamed, some people were even burned to death. After a few breaths, Akainu's figure slowly emerged from the magma, with a smear of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, old Z's tailed beast bomb did a lot of damage to him. Great eruption. Akainu raised his hand to wipe away the blood from his mouth, raised his fist and turned it into magma and blasted towards Lao Zi. Lao Zi did not dare to show weakness, and directly turned on the lava-style mode. The tail beast's chakra was continuously provided to him, and he raised his fist and blasted out an attack, shooting out a burst of hot magma, like an erupting volcano. Volcanic eruptions. Boom. The attacks of the two collided in the air, a violent explosion occurred, and hot magma splashed everywhere, making the ground sizzling. All the soldiers around were scared away from the two of them. If these hot magma splashed on his body accidentally, he would be disabled even if he didn't die. Legion of Thunder. Come on for me. Strive to be the first to attack Pangu City of Mariejois for me. Lateral bolt of pain. Chop. Raikage turned on the lightning-style chakra mode, hacked to death the naval headquarters Rear Admiral standing in front of him with one move, and loudly encouraged the soldiers of the Thunder Legion under his command. His personality is very irritable, and he also likes to be competitive. I can't pretend I didn't hear that. The first is our fire legions. Come on me. Tsunade punched Marine next to him and said unwillingly. Wind style practice empty bullets. Legion of the Wind, charge along the path I opened up. While Raikage and Tsunade are fighting each other, Gaara has already begun to clear the way for the Wind Legion under his command, so that they can charge faster. Cage, you cunning fellow. Dust escape boundary stripping technique. People of the Earth Legion don't lag behind. In order to compete for the first place, Okino also became cruel, and directly sacrificed Shendun to open the way for the members of the Earth Legion under his command. Fire Dragon Emperor, Mochi Bomb, Phoenix Seal. Jin, Katakuri, and Marco are not to be outdone, leading the Beasts Legion, Sweets Legion, and Whitebeard Legion to attack Pangu City at the top of the Red Line. Almost all the legions of the Akatsuki Empire rushed to the Red Line, one by one scrambling to charge to Pangu City, where the power of the world government is located. Everyone wants to compete for the first place, come out on top. As far as the current situation is concerned, the high-end combat power on the Dawn Empire's side is obviously more than that on the world government's side, and the world government's side is losing ground. I.M. sat on the throne overlooking the situation on the battlefield, his brows were slightly frowned, and he was very dissatisfied with the situation on the battlefield. Let the Night of God go out. Chapter 94 World Government Retreats. I.M. off in person. In order to turn the tide of the battle, I.M. directly dispatched his Knights of the Guardian God. Every member of the Knights of God is very powerful in battle, the last one is the Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral level, there are many Vice Admiral levels, and there are several Admiral levels. Master I.M., please rest assured. We will strangle our enemies to death. The leader of the Knight of the Gods knelt down on one knee and assured him loudly, his figure was full of confidence. Go. I.M. nodded, he still knows the strength of his own knight who guards God very well. Obey. The Knights of God got on their horses one after another, picked up the night guns in their hands, and charged down from the top of the Red Line. Boom. The Knights of God charged forward, very powerful, the auras of the members were almost connected together, and everything that stood in front of them seemed to be torn apart. Everywhere it went, the ground was trampled to pieces. Boom boom boom. The Knight of the Gods rushed into the battlefield, and all the soldiers of the Dawn Empire army were rushed away, causing death. It was very miserable. Unstoppable. As Im's God's Knight, Luo Xiu stood at the back, looking at the unstoppable God Knight, his eyes narrowed slightly. The comics he saw before crossing only mentioned a single stroke, and he didn't know its specific combat power. But to be able to serve as the personal guard of IM, the king of the world and the real ruler of the world government, the fighting power must be very strong. In that case, let's give you a surprise. Go. The corners of Luo Xiu's mouth raised slightly, his arms waved lightly, and two huge figures rushed out from behind Luo Xiu. One's body swelled in an instant, turning into a green dragon soaring into the sky, and headed for Lu Chong, the big red land, the other stepped on a thunder cloud, holding a sharp sword, also rushed to the Red 10 continent. The two came to Red Line, raised the weapons in their hands, and waved them fiercely at Red Line. Overlord. A horrific shock wave went straight to the world government soldiers on the Red Line. Countless soldiers of the world government were blown away, killed, and annihilated, screaming and wailing. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, how can that be? These two people were killed by Luo Xiu. Sengoku, Garp, 5 elders and other world government executives and soldiers looked at the two figures in the sky and couldn't believe their own eyes. According to their information, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have already been killed by Luo Xiu. The body was cut in two. How is it possible to be alive? Go, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, TNG God's Rider. With a big wave of Luo Xiu's hand, the two of them immediately obeyed the order. How strong can the 4 emperors of Impure World reincarnation be? Very exciting. The third generation, Yin Naraku. Kaido turned into a dragon man, raised the mace in his hand, jumped high, entangled with Conqueror's Haki, and smashed down on the God Knight. Al Buff Weo. Not to be outdone, Charlotte Linlin stepped out of the signature stunt of the giants against the Knight of God. Defense. Facing the attacks of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, the leader of the Knights of God immediately stopped his charge and launched a defensive formation. Boom. The attack of the two bombarded the defensive formation of the Knight of God, making a loud noise that shook the sky, and a violent hurricane was rolled up, blowing all the surrounding soldiers away. So strong. It's not Moria's zombies. Advertisement. It's the real strength of the two of them. Sengoku had an ugly look on his face when he saw the power of the two's attacks. At first, he thought that Moria used her shadow fruit to make Duo and Charlotte Linlin into zombies. But now it seems that it is not at all. Damn, what the hell does this happen? No matter how hard Sengoku thinks about it, Luo Xiu has mastered the art that can bring the dead back to life. The charge of the gods was blocked by Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, and they fought with the Knights of the Gods. The two of them played desperately and would not defend at all. Even if the body is injured, it will heal immediately. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin in Impure World reincarnation are completely immortal. Ooh, this state is really strong. David roar 8 trigrams. Kaido looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, raised the giant mace in his hand, knocked a god knight to death with one stick, and directly turned him into a headless corpse. What the hell does this happen? Why Kaido they are wounded without blood? Why do they heal immediately after being injured? Sengoku is numb. I don't understand it at all, so I feel a deep fear in my heart. How to fight the immortal 4 emperors. Master I am. This. The blonde-haired 5 elders looked at the Knight of God who was stopped on the battlefield below. His voice was a little trembling. With a little fear, the state of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin completely exceeded their expectations. I am watching this scene also frowned and remained silent. Obviously, he also couldn't explain how it all happened. You guys go too. Seeing that all his knights who guarded God were blocked by the empire of Akatsuki, I am sent out 5 elders, the last fighting force around him. Obey, Master I am. Naturally, the 5 elders did not dare to disobey Im's order, and rushed into the battlefield one after another. Although 5 elders is the highest person in power in the world government on the surface, they are not the kind of officials who have no strength. On the contrary, their strength is very strong. Everyone has the strength of Admiral level. Oh who, even the 5 elders have been sent to the field. It seems that the combat power of the world government is like this. Luo Xiu looked at the 5 elders who were going off the field, and couldn't help showing a disdainful smile on his face. The 5 elders were all sent off by IM, which means that the world government has no one to use. With the addition of 5 elders, the situation on the world government side has eased a little, but only eased. This aspect of the Akatsuki Empire still has an advantage. Under the strong attack of the soldiers of the Dawn Empire, the soldiers of the world government kept retreating. IM, who overlooked the battlefield, frowned more and more as the soldiers of the world government kept retreating. Finally, M can't sit still. Stand up slowly, ready to shoot yourself. Finger pistol. IM flexing his fingers, a shock-wave-like laser light was emitted, instantly piercing through countless soldiers of the Empire of Dawn, and finally hit the ground, sending out a violent explosion. As the founder of Marine 6 styles, IM's 6 styles have already reached the state of perfection and back to basics. Even the simplest moves contain great power. 0. Seeking flowers. Ha ha. Advertisement. Finally can't help it. When Luo Xiu saw IM making a move, a stern smile appeared on his face, and a black space wormhole appeared in front of him, and he raised his leg and walked in. When Luo Xiu's figure appeared again, he had already arrived at the top of the red line, opposite to IM not far away. You really have mastered the space-time technique. Seeing Luo Xiu who appeared suddenly, IM didn't have much surprise on his expression. According to the intelligence of the world government, it has been known for a long time that Luo Xiu is capable of long-distance space travel. IM, the supreme ruler of the world government. I've heard about it for a long time. Luo Xiu cupped his hands slightly, with a faint smile on his face. Today you must die. In the prophecy, the opponent of the world government is not you. IM said confidently, looking at Luo Xiu without much fear. He, the opponent in the prophecy. Nika, the sun god. Never mind. Anyway, I'm here today to destroy the world government. Luo Xiu looked at IM swearing, and found it a little funny. At this moment, he still believes in some prophecies. 0. Could it be that the current Akatsuki Empire is not as good as a little pirate who has yet to stand up? Arrogance. Finger pistol. When IM heard Luo Xiu's wild words of destroying the world government, he immediately looked angry and raised his hand to attack Luo Xiu. Kamui. The Sharingan in Luo Xiu's pupils turned, and a space vortex appeared in front of him, directly absorbing IM's attack. Yachigami Sky Strike. The majestic chakra in Luo Xiu's body gathered on the palm of his hand, and he swung forward, forming countless huge chakra fists in the air. Amazing power. Earth shaking. Iron body. IM's eyes froze, and the muscles of his whole body immediately tensed up to defend. Although IM's iron body has been cultivated to ultimate, it is obvious that Luo Xiu's Yashashenkong calendar is even better. Accompanied by the huge chakra fists bombarding IM's body, his whole body was bombarded with powerful force and kept retreating. Bursts of blue smoke came out of his body, and traces of blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth. Shave. Yim seized a gap, and immediately dodged to leave the spot, distanced himself from Luo Xiu. Tempest kick. IM jumped into the air, swiped his right leg in the void, and a blue air blade with a length of 100 meters appeared out of thin air, slashing towards Luo Xiu. Kill the ashes together. Luo Xiu didn't dodge, and issued 2 bone spears from his palm, stabbing at IM. Come across the blue air blade along the way, just break it down, hollow. What ability is this? Immediately moved his body to avoid Luo Xiu's attack. This gray bone spear made him feel a strong threat. 6 King Spear Destruction Cannon. IM clasped his hands together, and a terrifying shock burst out from his palms and rushed towards Luo Xiu. Just the aftermath plowed a wide and deep gully on the ground. Truth-seeking ball. Facing IM's attack, Luo Xiu threw out a long black stick and kept spinning in front of him, blocking all of IM's attacks. Swell the truth-seeking ball. Blocking IM's attack, Luo Xiu instantly turned the truth-seeking ball stick into a prototype, and then kept inputting chakra to make it expand, turning into a huge black ball with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Go. With a low voice, Luo Xiu threw the huge truth-seeking ball at IM, and the terrifying energy emitted from it caused IM's complexion to change wildly, and his body kept retreating. Chapter 95 I am dead. The world government is destroyed. King of the world. End of the book. Boom. The moment the inflated truth-seeking ball hit the ground, a violent explosion occurred instantly, a huge mushroom cloud steamed up, and a terrifying wave of air scattered in all directions. The whole red line is shaking. This moment, the eyes of almost everyone on the battlefield were attracted, staring blankly at the huge mushroom cloud at the top of the red line. A fear from the soul made them tremble all over. Shock. Panic. My mind was shocked. What a powerful attack is this? Long. The smoke, dust, and air waves dissipated slowly, and everyone looked around, and their pupils shrank involuntarily in shock. Looking around, according to their visual inspection, the top of the red line has been cut off by at least 100 meters. Hiss. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. One blow actually cut the world's hardest red line hundreds of meters above sea level. Simply scary. IM's figure appeared from the dust. The whole person looked very embarrassed. A picture was a little tattered, blood was hanging from the corner of the mouth, and there was still a trace of horror on the face, and I was lucky. Thanks for flashing fast. Otherwise, it's over. This kind of attack is simply terrifying. IM looked back at the top of the mountain. The huge Pangu city disappeared under Luo Xiu's blow just now. All living beings living in it are annihilated. Almost all the celestial dragons were almost wiped out by his blow. IM looked at Luo Xiu angrily. This is the symbol of world government, one country. It was so ruined. Unforgivable. Shave. IM came to Luo Xiu almost in an instant, raised his fist and hammered Luo Xiu's cheek. The power contained in it caused slight ripples in the space, cracks appearing like broken glass. A seemingly ordinary punch actually contains the power to destroy the world. Luo Xiu raised his arm to block IM's punch, feeling a huge force, his whole body flew backwards uncontrollably. IM bullying himself. The body jumped into the air, raised its right leg high, and kicked Luo Xiu hard. Hirazaka. A space black hole instantly appeared under Luo Xiu, and the whole person disappeared in the black hole, dodging IM's attack. Silver wheel reincarnation explosion. The figure of Luo Xiu appeared in the air. He pointed his right hand at IM, and released a dozen truth-seeking balls. The surface was covered with a layer of green chakra, which spun continuously, forming a violent tornado that swept IM get involved. Woo. Howling wind. The truth-seeking ball was mixed in, which made IM miserable, feeling that his body was completely out of control, being pulled, torn, unable to break free, and could only wrap his arms in front of his body, curled up like a dog. Minimize your damage. Finally, the Yinlin reincarnation explosion's attack ended, and IM's figure fell to the ground in embarrassment. Scars all over the face, body, everywhere. Hateful. It's so weird. Such a powerful ability. IM felt very aggrieved and helpless, as if he was no opponent at all. I cultivated to the ultimate physique, the loss I created, the ultimate hockey, everything is so useless in front of this man. It seems that the combat power is not in the same dimension. It seems. Only use it. IM glanced at Luo Xiu, then at the sky, and decided to use the last trump card of the world government, Uranus. 6 Styles Divine Light Penetration Cannon. IM's body was slightly bent, his hands clasped together, all the power, armament hockey, Conqueror's hockey were all concentrated in his hands, and gathered into a shock wave of terrifying and powerful power, blasting towards Luo Xiu. Kacha kacha kacha. This blow that gathered IM's whole body strength directly shattered the space, and black cracks appeared one after another. Truth-seeking ball barrier. Luo Xiu didn't panic, and waved the truth-seeking ball to form a huge barrier in front of him, blocking all of IM's attacks. At this time, IM saw Luo Xiu who was fully defending against his attack, and there was a sinister smile on his face. Boom. Crack. A gigantic beam of light with a diameter of more than 100 meters descended from the sky, illuminating the sky and blinding the eyes of countless people. On the red line, soldiers of the Akatsuki Empire or the world government can feel the terrifying power contained in this beam of light. Many weaker people were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, pouring out shit and urine. Even the top powerhouses like Sengoku, Garp, Aokiji, Kizaru, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, etc. felt trembling and panic. Ha ha ha. Advertisement. Ended. The outcome is decided. Master IM has used Uranus. No one in this world can withstand this blow. Luo Xiu must die. 5 elders looked up to the sky and laughed wildly when they saw this huge beam of light. The dawn of victory appeared on their faces. As IM's most loyal servants, the 5 of them naturally knew what this beam of light represented. Represents victory. Fart. His Majesty the Emperor is invincible. Victory must belong to the Akatsuki Empire. Long live. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. The Commander-in-Chief of the Dawn Empire, the soldiers will naturally not believe the five elders' nonsense. They have strong confidence in Luo Xiu, and they worship blindly. Especially those summoned ninja powerhouses have no doubts about Luo Xiu's power. Is this the biggest trump card of the world government, Uranus? Ha ha. But that's all. Luo Xiu looked up at the sky and saw Uranus launched from space, with a disdainful smile on his face. Arrogance. Obliterate under the attack of Uranus. Imquan pretended that Luo Xiu was pretending before death, and didn't care about Luo Xiu's words at all, looking at him as if he was looking at a dead person. Ah, you know nothing about power. Look carefully. Your so-called whole card is not worth mentioning in front of me. The green truth-seeking ball released from Luo Xiu's hand instantly transformed into a huge golden chakra sword, slashing fiercely at Uranus's attack. Golden wheel reincarnation explosion. Boom. The terrifying golden chakra sword directly pierced and split the attack from the sky, and charged into the sky with undiminished power, directly splitting Uranus in two. Now, the whole world has turned into gold, and there is only color left in everyone's eyes. Jaw dropping. Stunned. The smile of five elders froze instantly. Im's eyeballs almost flew out of their sockets, he couldn't believe his eyes. Uranus's attack was broken. Even the Uranus in the sky was cut in half. How is this possible? How could this world have such terrifying power? Uranus. That's it. Luo Xiu shook his hand and looked at Im with a look of disdain. Impossible. Impossible, impossible. Im murmured incessantly, his mind completely broken down. The power Luo Xiu displayed has completely surpassed his cognition, as if he is not inferior to this world at all. Nima, can a person perform an attack that rushes into space? Nothing is impossible. What you think is impossible is because you are too weak. The high-end combat power of the Hokage world completely crushes the pirate world, and a violent star combat power appears. The destruction of an island in the pirate world is already considered the pinnacle of this world. There is no comparison at all. Impossible. Isn't that what the prophecy said? How could the world government be destroyed by you? If I can't lose, I won't lose. Im's expression gradually turned ferocious, and he rushed towards Luo Xiu like a lunatic, punching Luo Xiu punch after punch, but he couldn't hit a single punch. His stage has collapsed. Ended. Truth-seeking ball light cannon. Luo Xiu jumped into the air with a dodge, and released countless truth-seeking balls in front of his palms. The surface was covered with a layer of golden Tensagen chakra, blasting towards Im like a laser rain. Boom boom boom. The dense truth-seeking ball light cannons make it impossible for Im to dodge. The powerful and terrifying truth-seeking ball coupled with Luo Xiu Tensagen is enough to cut through Uranus's chakra and make Im defenseless at all. His body was pierced, and he was directly shot into a hornet's nest. Im staring blankly at his body that had been shot into a hornet's nest, feeling the rapidly passing vitality, his eyes were full of incredulity. Advertisement. I was really killed. Impossible. 3 words came out of Im's mouth with difficulty, and then he fell down straight and completely lost his vitality. Master Im. The 5 elders cried out in terror when they saw Im killed. Died. How could it be possible to die? Lord Im is invincible. Listen all soldiers of the world government, I am dead, unholy. If there is any resistance, shoot and kill. Luo Xiu carried Im's body and flew into the sky, the sound spread throughout the battlefield, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The soldiers of the world government are all in mourning, completely losing their fighting spirit. Luo Xiu's terrifying blow to split the sky and Uranus just now was still deeply engraved in their minds, just thinking about it makes people feel terrified and frightened. It's hard to imagine what kind of consequences this kind of attack will have on people. I'm afraid there won't even be scum left. Surrender. 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 Long live the Empire of Akatsuki. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. All the soldiers of the Akatsuki Empire shouted in unison, and the sound shook the sky, making the already very timid world government soldiers even more frightened and panicked. Many people kneeled down immediately when their knees softened. Many of them were forcibly recruited by the world government, and there are not many of them in terms of loyalty. Everything is just for my own life. No surrender. I don't allow it. Celestial dragons are supreme. When the green bull saw someone surrendering, he immediately stood up and yelled, intending to kill those who surrendered. But, before he could make a move, Luo Xiu made the first move. Golden wheel reincarnation explosion. Luo Xiu raised his palm, and the golden sword flashed, splitting the green bull in half, and splitting the entire red line in two. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but gasp at this scene. I am Nima. This. Go ahead, the red line is split. Who else? Luo Xiu overlooked the battlefield, and his voice reached everyone's ears. Who else? Who dares to resist? No one dares to resist. Surrender. Surrender. World government has been defeated. Sengoku said with a trembling voice, although he was very unwilling in his heart, but it is the truth. With the news of the Sengoku 5.6 business, the last bit of resistance from the soldiers of the world government disappeared completely, and they knelt down and surrendered. Oh, victory. When the soldiers of the world government put down their weapons and crouched down to surrender, all the soldiers of the Akatsuki Empire gave out cheers of victory. World government perish. The Akatsuki Empire has become the well-deserved hegemony of the world. Afterwards, Luo Xiu directly summoned Morgans, and directly held a worldwide press conference in the Red King continent. People of the world, as you can see, I am on the red line. Now that the world government has been wiped out by our empire of Akatsuki, I would like to inform the whole world that all kingdoms will submit letters of surrender to the empire of Akatsuki within 1 month to express their surrender. If you don't surrender within the time limit, the army of the Akatsuki Empire will march to the kingdom of all at your own risk. After all, Luo Xiu directly turned off the live broadcast. The opportunity, I have already given it, it is their regiment who can't grasp it. As soon as the news of the demise of the world government came out, the whole world was in an uproar. Some are terrified, but more people are excited. Because all these years, the world knows what kind of empire the Akatsuki Empire is. The rule of law, freedom and equality are many times better than the rule of the world government. As time goes by, most of the kingdoms in the world have submitted letters of surrender to the Akatsuki Empire, and the few stubborn ones have also been recovered by Luo Xiu's fleet. This sea is ruled by the Akatsuki Empire. Luo Xiu deservedly became the king of this world. P.S. The whole book is over.